Dragon Ball Earthman is the strongest. Chapter 1-50. Chapter 1 Accidental to Dragon Ball. I thought I could change my mind and be a new person, but it seems that I have no chance. I murmured in the latest BMW. In my mind, I can't help but think of all kinds of past. Although my name is Juthan, I am not ordinary at all. At a young age, he showed his brilliance and stood out from the crowd. At only 15 years old, I have a face like a crown of jade, a star-shaped eyebrow, a high nose bridge, and a handsome appearance. But I don't really care about studying. Therefore, my parents were devastated, but there was nothing they could do to me. On the one hand, he loves me very much, and on the other hand, the family is indeed very wealthy. I can definitely eat in fine clothes and jade in my life. I love sports, comics, and novels as much as any boy does. Naturally full of motor nerves, plus a proud height of 1.85 meters, it is easy to play basketball, football, table tennis and so on. Comics are my second favorite apart from sports. From Ultraman all the way, What Space Knight, Saint Seiya, Hunter, One Piece, Naruto, etc., and my favorite is Dragon Ball. It's just that I feel a little regretful, because in the end, the purebred Earthlings are simply vulnerable. Like Tianjin Fan and K-Lin, they are not even as good as the other players in the later stage. Finally, it comes to the novels, especially the novels on the Kidian Chinese website. I am most envious of all the adventures and romantic encounters of the protagonists in the novels. I wish I was the male protagonist in it. Until I accidentally came into contact with a gorgeous anime, I was naturally caught up in the budding period of my youth, and I couldn't extricate myself. Finally, I couldn't stand it anymore, and when I was 15 years old, I had sex with the girl I had a crush on at school. After that, it got out of hand. Even the basic superficial work is not maintained, and the class is directly skipped. Stick flowers and sticky grass everywhere, in karaoke halls, dance halls, take sisters, and make crushes. Young girls and mature girls can't escape my masculinity, my money, and my majesty. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years have passed. Countless women have been deceived by me, countless women have been hurt by me, and countless women have been raped by me. The face that was once full of energy, flushed, and radiant with spring breeze was replaced by apathetic, pale face. After walking a few steps, he was out of breath, as if his body could be blown away by a gust of wind, making his parents' heart ache. I'm still fascinated. I don't know how to sprint and struggle on a woman's belly. Everything finally changed when she appeared. The face is smooth and delicate like a pearl, the bright eyes are shining like stars, the skin is smooth and translucent like jade, and the thighs are slender and beautiful like a jade bamboo. She exudes irresistible charm like a diamond. The line of defense that I've seen countless beauties cultivated collapsed at once. She is the woman of my life. I swear in my heart. The dazzling neon red lights are mixed with harsh metallic sounds to deceive people's nerves. There is no shortage of hugs in urban ballrooms. On the dance floor, young men and women in red and green swayed their bodies in a psychedelic way, shaking their hair as if to shake off their troubles and anxieties. Although I was sluggish, there was a strange charm on my pale face at the moment. Is this the power of love at first sight? Ling Yuxuan looked at the man who approached him in surprise. Everyone in this city had dared to talk to her for a long time. Because she is a woman who can be said to be the boss of the gang that covers the sky with one hand, anyone who dares to reach out to her will be sent to the western paradise of Elysium. This man is indeed very good, his height and appearance are impeccable. Should I hurt him? Yu Zhan thought to herself. Beautiful lady, can you marry me? I said amazingly. Yuxuan was taken aback. Rao is because of her excellent cultivation, and she couldn't help but get angry when she heard this. Just as he was about to give him a slap, he raised his eyes and met a pair of eyes staring at her sincerely. Yu Zhan trembled in her heart, and the words she wanted to swear at her mouth turned into a light anger. You are like this. Miss, as soon as I saw you, I knew that you are the angel I will watch for my whole life. Please let me be yours. Night. Yu Zhan's heart beat violently uncontrollably. Love comes too fast, like a tornado. The two snow-white bodies were tossing and turning on the bed. I embraced the precious Yuxuan, and I felt an unprecedented fulfillment in my heart. I sprinted hard, pouring all the love and passion into Yuxuan's body. Yuxuan's puffing tone is like the horn of a knight's charge, which makes me tirelessly work hard. Ah, the fierce battle has finally come to an end. Hugged Yuxuan tightly, rubbed Yiren's ear, and sighed softly, swearing the promise of the sea and stone, until Yiren fell asleep with a smile on her face. I stared at this jade-like face of sinking fish and geese, remembering all the evil deeds in the past, and felt that I was extremely ugly. Because I already have Yuxuan, I want the prodigal son to pull back in the future. Recalling the extra silver that my parents added because of themselves, alas, we must be filial to our parents in the future. The two were suddenly awakened by a piercing whistle in the middle of the night. I pushed open the window and found that the villa was surrounded by a group of very black people of unknown origin. Yuxuan hugged me tightly, her face pale. Involuntarily muttered too, he came. I found out about Yuxuan's abnormality and asked Yuxuan what happened distressedly. Yuxuan explained to me a long story short about the origin of her life experience. I gave birth to a calf and comforted Yuxuan that I could solve it myself. At this time, the door of the room had been kicked open, and the man in black rushed in. Sister-in-law, what's going on? A thick-browed man asked in a cold voice. Wang Lu, I pulled Yuxuan behind me. This is Mr. Wang Lu, right? My name is Wu Jufan. He is the grandson of the governor of Province J in Country Z, the grandson of the commander of Military Region N, and the son of the president of the famous Guangyao Group. I want to see you. You boss, you can make arrangements. After saying that, she clenched Yiren's hand and let her nervousness relax as much as possible. Hearing that her sweetheart had such a big background, Yuzhan's old gal's heart gradually let go. The pursuit of happiness has also become more determined. Wang Lu took a deep breath when he heard this. None of the three people above could be offended by the Black Forging Belt gang. His expression suddenly became respectful. It turns out that young Master Wu wanted to see our eldest son, and the younger one must arrange it for you. There is a car downstairs. Young Master Wu, please. No, Yuxuan and I will just sit in my own BMW. You lead the way. Yes. All the way, the convoy set off in a mighty way. City that never sleeps. The headquarters of the Black Forging Belt. Pound. Looking downstairs, Yuxuan's Pro Kuma smashed the precious jade cup in his hand angrily. I arrogantly sat down on the leather sofa and looked at the boss of the Black Forging Belt, who could be said to be a legendary mission. Rough appearance, coupled with strong muscles, the occasional flash of light reminds others that it is a danger figure. While I was watching the other side was watching him. Apart from looking good, there's nothing good about it. Lida, the boss of the Black Forging Belt, gave me a definition. Damn, your life is really good. If Wang Lu hadn't told me about your background, I would have stabbed you with thousands of pieces. Lida thought to himself. They heard about Big Brother Li's illustrious name for a long time, and seeing it today is really extraordinary. There, Mr. Wu is the best in the world. Brother Li will go to the Three Treasures Hall for everything. Yuxuan and I want to be happy, and if you want Brother Li to fulfill us, my family will be very grateful to you. I want to take her away today, please give me this face, Brother Li. Quote. Lida was secretly angry, but did not attack. Said, Yuxuan is my wife, how can I match you? Stop talking nonsense, I definitely want Yuxuan. I told you to divorce her immediately. I said impatiently. Lida's cultivation is really good. I noticed that he clenched his fists but didn't have a seizure. Since Mr. Wu is so anxious, then follow the rules of the road. Today, I will divorce Yuzhan. Lida officially divorced Yuzhan after the ceremony of a clean break. During this period, I called my parents. They were very happy that I wanted to get married, but they were surprised. They wondered what kind of girl could bind my heart. It's almost 5 o'clock since I came out of the city that never sleeps. Because she wanted to see my parents, Yuxuan was very nervous and said she wanted to bring gifts to see my parents. I couldn't beat her, so I had to go to the Nevernight district on the west side of the city. Stopped at the entrance of the boutique building, because I had to take a cigar and let Yuzan choose by himself. Looking at Yuzan's slender back, a fire rose again in my heart. Just then, a car suddenly rushed out from the corner behind, and a figure stuck out the window with a gun. Bang, bang, bang. I jumped on the BMW quickly, thinking about distracting the enemy first and protecting Yuxuan. The car was dashing in the city, and due to the killer's roundup technique, I gradually drove the car to the outskirts. Then you know that there is a car interception at the front of the road. Damn, Lida, my father will avenge me. Suddenly, a flash of lightning struck me in the air, and at the moment when I lost my memory, Ling Yuxuan's figure was all in my mind. Chapter 2 arrived at Guixian House for the first time. Severe numbness filled my body, and the pain of tearing nerves swelled in my brain. Ah, Yuxuan, I shouted and woke up from the coma. The blue sky and blue sea are indeed refreshing, and the gentle feeling of the sea breeze is even more refreshing. But I was not moved at all. The suburbs are at least 1,000 kilometers away from the sea. Could I be teleported by a single strike? Or did I encounter a fashionable time travel plot? I muttered. When I saw a familiar figure, my eyeballs almost fell out. There was a dizziness in my head. Ah, I really passed through. My Yuxuan, my parents, they will be anxious to death. The time travel that I had always longed for appeared in front of me, but I was not as excited as I expected. Recalling the earnest teaching of my parents, Yuxuan's magnificent face, I feel lost for a while. Since you come here, you must live a wonderful life and make up for all the gaps in the past. I thought to myself. Oh, boy, why did you come to my Guixian house to pull? Asked the Guixianren wearing sunglasses and a large beard. A mortal turtle was watching the beauty gymnastics just now, and he was suddenly awakened by the huge thunder, followed by the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground, and he came out to check it in surprise. They found a ragged, but unusually handsome young man lying on the beach. The scene of the question just now appeared. After carefully looking at a mortal turtle's face and confirming it again and again, the lost mentality just now ran out of the sky again. Wow, Dragon Ball World, the magical martial arts, the legendary Saiyan, the Dragon Ball that can satisfy any wish, the undead Goku, my Earthman Wujufan is here to pull. Wukong, who was still hunting in the deep mountains at this time, suddenly hit sneezes. What's the matter? Is Grandpa thinking of me? The turtle immortal looked at me who had been staring at him, and his heart was furious. This guy can't be glass, it's a pity, such a handsome face. Tisk, tisk, tisk. It wasn't long before I realized that I was too rude. Let me be a secret forever in my heart that I am not from this world. Suddenly I jumped on the turtle fairy and cried, Mr. Wushan, I have found you. Teacher, I have been an orphan since I was a child. It was my grandfather who pulled me up. Just a few months ago, my grandfather accidentally offended the Red Forging Belt Legion. They were killed by them. I have heard about your extraordinary deeds of Wu Tian teacher since I was a child. You are the embodiment of justice, the nemesis of evil, and the idol of countless young girls. Teacher, please accept me as your apprentice. He knelt down while crying. That scene is really sad for those who hear it, and tears for those who see it. Really, is it true? You repeat what you just said. I said that your teacher Wu Tian is the embodiment of justice, the nemesis of evil, and the idol of countless young girls. In order to avenge your grandfather, you will accept me. Go. The idol of countless girls. Hee, cough, that's true, then fine, I'll accept you. But you have to remember that those who practice martial arts should commit less crimes. The purpose of practicing martial arts is to surpass yourself. Teacher Wu Tian explained to me everything he said to Qilin and Wukong in the future. Anyway, it's not bad that the turtle is not looking for someone to accompany him. It is equivalent to hiring a servant for nothing, and I can quit the busy work in the future, and I can watch, haha, when I have time. I'm really too talented to pull it. Turtle Immortal secretly rejoiced. Damn, it's so easy to succeed. I didn't have much hope. I thought I would at least find a lively girl. Although it can be. Mission accomplished. But what about Lanky? My only advantage now is that I know the plot well. If the Dragon Ball world changes, will I still be able to play? How lucky. I'm so proud of myself. Apprentice, what's your name? Oh, my name is Wu Jufin. Master. Why, you didn't bring your luggage here. Oh, by the way, what kind of tool did you take? Ah, Master, I don't know. My head is dizzy. Besides knowing that I am looking for you, Teacher Wu Tian, I also want to avenge my grandfather. I seem to have been brought here by a hurricane. It's a hurricane. No wonder your clothes are tattered. You can't wear these clothes. When I go to buy some clothes for you in the city, come back. Thank you, teacher. Apart from the color, the teacher is still very good-hearted. I will definitely repay him in the future. I swear in my heart. Lying on the bed in the Turtle Fairy house, I was planning my life in Dragon Ball. Beauty is indispensable, and the importance of money cannot be overemphasized, but strength is the most important. In this world where strength is paramount, only with strength can you enjoy beauty and money. When I think of beautiful women, Yu Xuan's beautiful face emerges in front of me. A pain in my heart. Forget it, let him be. I just want to be nice to every girl. As for whether to win the title of number 1 in the universe with Goku. Thinking of the terrifying strength of the Saiyans, let's talk about it first. It's a real headache. When I think of the terrifying training tasks assigned by Teacher Wu Tian, I am not a pervert like Sun Wukong and Kaylin. Ah, my body is hollowed out by wine, will I die? Mental stimulation and physical exhaustion made me fall asleep unconsciously. It was already afternoon when I woke up. Stretching my waist, I suddenly felt that my mental and physical strength were very abundant. Is it an illusion? When did my body become so energetic? Thinking of all the absurdities of the past, I laughed at myself. It's probably because people are in good spirits on happy occasions. Pushing open the door, walking on the beach, the cool wind blowing in front of me made me feel very calm. I looked up and saw a black spot in the distance. That was Teacher Wu Tian coming back. Sigh, sit that little conch. Of course, there is also a capsule in the pocket. I was speechless all night, because I know that milk delivery will start at about 4 o'clock tomorrow, so fools don't hurry up to sleep. But as time went by, I lay quietly on the bed and never fell asleep. These few days have been like a dream for me. What I have experienced can be said to be vicissitudes. Parents, Yu Xuan, how are you? Are you thinking about me? I really miss you guys. And I am also very scared now. What if this is a dream? Am I dead? It's ridiculous. Can dead people dream too? Until it was very late at night, I couldn't bear the fatigue and finally fell asleep. Third chapter practice begins. 4 o'clock. Jufin, get up. To be my disciple of Immortal Turtle, you have to accept strict practice. Oh, the disciple knows. I wanted to get dressed, only to realize that I didn't even have any clothes to wear. Master, disciple's clothes. Oh, I almost forgot. After speaking, the turtle immortal took out the capsule, pressed it hard, bomb, 4 or 5 sets of turtle characters were engraved, and the bright red clothes appeared in front of me. It was the turtle immortal Lu Wudo pack. This is the outfit I've been looking forward to for a long time. Put it on immediately and look in the mirror. Come on, is this person still me? The paleness of his face was replaced by blood ruddy, and the godless eyes were replaced by direct light. In addition to the small and exquisite muscles, the appearance is really outstanding. And it seems to have become younger, only about 15 years old. Strange, I'm obviously 20 years old on Earth. Just when I was intoxicated, I heard the roar of the immortal turtle. Jufin, what are you doing? Why don't you come down quickly? Don't you want to eat breakfast? Ah, sorry, I'll be down right now. Smelling the fresh air in the morning, accompanied by the crisp and sweet birdsong, I jogged with the turtle fairy to the milk company. In fact, I was very surprised along the way. Because when I was on Earth, I was a big sick person. Not to mention running, even if I walked a few steps, I would be out of breath. But after running all the way behind a mortal turtle, his face was still the same, and he didn't catch his breath. This is almost the kind of performance that I only had when I loved playing before I was 15 years old. Is it because he was struck by lightning and became a martial arts master? Just like Zhou Xingqi, a secret agent in the big inner circle. I wondered inwardly. Regardless, it's a good thing anyway. What happened to Wu Jufan's body? Indeed, as he thought, Lei not only completely transformed his body, but also expanded the cells in his body more than 100 times. It can be said that he is now an excellent container. If the container is filled with 1/4 of the qi, he will never be under the potential of the gorilla stimulated by the super divine water. If it is fully filled, it will be similar to the strength of the Super Saiyan 2 Sun Wukong. Having said that, Lei is pure energy, and his body has been washed by a peerless master. He will never lose to Sun Wukong in terms of fighting ability. People didn't realize it at all, and he should really despise him. Lin Zhao's practice is to deliver milk. Those who order milk by running run with me. Then there was such a scene on the road. A handsome old man followed by a handsome young man seemed to be exercising in the morning. It's just that the boy still holds a carton of milk in his hand. Milk is delivered door to door. Just like the classic scene in the comics, it appeared in advance. At the beginning, you have to jump and walk, then you will run in twists and turns when you pass the road with big trees on both sides, and then climb the 10,000 steps, cross the dangerous single plank bridge, and then pass through the desert, wading through the turbulent water, and finally being chased by dinosaurs. Oh my god, forgive me for being disrespectful to you before, and I shouldn't be laughing at Goku and Krillin while reading the manga. What are you mumbling about? Master, I'm praising you for your wise martial arts. You actually invented this kind of practice method that no one has ever seen before, and no one has come since. You really deserve to be Teacher Wu Tian. My master. Oh, yes. Haha, not bad. It seems that I will use all the cultivation methods I have carefully described in the past few years on you to quickly improve your strength. No way. 6 o'clock. From now on, it's morning practice, and the project is digging. You just need to dig the 10 acres of land here. We can have breakfast. Master, do you want to dig with your bare hands? Oh, I didn't have this idea, it looks good. Then you can dig with your bare hands. What a fool to kill someone. I'm sorry, Wukong Keelan. Blame Akira Shimayama, he told me. Dig, I dig again. My hand. 8 o'clock. I wiped my mouth with satisfaction and ate quite full. Since no one cooks breakfast, we dine in a restaurant. I have to admit that the food in Dragon Ball is really delicious. Looks like you're full, ready to continue practicing. No, teacher, I haven't yet. After saying that, I desperately licked the empty bowl. If you don't leave, the lunch will be cancelled. Oh my god, why don't you starve to death if you don't have food for such a vigorous exercise? Teacher, I'm fine, let's practice quickly. Well, yes, Ruzi can teach you. 9 o'clock. Did I make a mistake and even taught me science? 1 + 5 =. Can this be called science? Forget it, if you can escape the practice, you will escape. I chuckled. 12 o'clock. Eating and pulling. Wow, what a delicious meal. I'm going to start pulling. After saying that, like a tornado, he frantically solved the food. The turtle fairy nodded. Eat up to 1 p.m. I see, the construction site over there is where you started your practice in the afternoon. Go, dead old man, when I don't know, ask me to work for you to earn money. I cursed. Foreman, you count him 3 wages. The old man said. The foreman looked at my tall body hesitantly. 2 copies is almost the same. Don't rush to a conclusion, let's see what his performance is saying. Jufan, if you don't want to make dinner, cancel it. Yes, I know to pull. Damn old man, this is the trick again. I work hard. Wow, that lad is so capable. 3 for 3. 5 p.m. Rely on, isn't it? Let me take a bath and be chased by sharks. Bitter, I am more depressed than bitter gourd. 6 p.m. _ Okay, that's the end of the day's practice. But tomorrow, I will increase the amount and carry 20 kilograms of turtle shells on my back. Okay, the cheers came to an abrupt end. Don't kill me. Lying on the bed in Gwaxianwu, I was amazed that I was able to hold on. Strange, am I still the same me? Was it struck by lightning and turned into a monster? I went to sleep with doubts. Chapter 4 Departure After First Strength. Hurry up, hurry up. Turtle Immortal sat on his back and kept whipping me to run. It has been more than a year since I came into this world, and he has suffered too much. I don't know how many times I have run with dinosaurs, and I don't know how many times I have competed with sharks. From the very beginning, they were almost intimate contact, and now they are almost invisible as soon as they start running. Every day I practice hard, and I live a boring life every day. After this period of life, the rich kid style of me was completely abandoned, and the nobleness was hidden. There are exquisite muscles all over the body, white and strong. It feels like a sharp-edged sword, and like a bird of prey ready to go. The giant stone that was once pushed by Wukong and Qin was also pushed by me successfully half a year ago. Breaking a ton of rock with ease is the norm. I also secretly released the Turtle School Qigong without the knowledge of the Turtle Immortal, and it even succeeded. In addition to the fact that I have practiced for a few more months than Wukong, coupled with the current abnormal body, my strength is now much stronger than Wukong's first time participating in the world's #1 martial arts club. After dinner in the morning, Immortal Turtle called me to him. Jufin, I have given you all the practice of Gwaxianliu, and according to my opinion, your foundation has been solidified. The rest is up to you to practice on your own. You go around the world to gain knowledge. Go get stronger. Master, this disciple really misses you. I said that, but my heart was filled with joy. Beauty, money, here I come. I can't part with me, I can't part with you. I've only been practicing for a year and I'm so strong. I'm going to be wiped out by you when I stay by my side. Turtle Immortal muttered to himself. Disciple, I can't bear you as a teacher. But staying by my side will only restrain your growth. You should go and see the wonderful world outside. My plan to wait until the turtles came back seems to be changing. Although it was said that the plot started almost at that time, it was not very exciting. It's been more than a year since I came to this world, and I haven't had a good look at this world. Okay, decided. Let's play first, and meet Sun Wukong and the others. I thought. I came to the beach with the turtle ferry. Huh, master, why is there no means of transportation? Oh, I see. It must be in the universal capsule. Master, give it to me. How tall are you in capsules? A boat costs hundreds of thousands of Earth coins. How can your master have so much extra money? You can swim over. You know, this is also a kind of karma. Damn, ugly old man, I've worked so much for you. Where did the money go? It must have been used to buy bad books. It's my fault for a master like you. I thought gloomily. Oh, that's right. I'll almost forget if you don't tell me. This capsule is for you. It contains 50,000 Earth coins in which you have worked for a year. Don't lose it. Ah, master, my eyes were a little wet. Obviously moved by the old man. Master, I'm leaving. You should take care of yourself. After taking the universal capsule, I bowed respectfully to teacher Wu Tian. Then jumped into the sea to practice. Watching me swim far away, Immortal Turtle took out another universal capsule. Haha, 50,000 Earth coins can buy a lot of good-looking books. After saying that, I went back to the house. Wow, beauty gymnastics has started. My Dragon Ball adventure officially started pulling. After 3 days and 3 nights of swimming, I finally saw land. Alas, I've been sleepy without closing my eyes for 3 days. When I get to shore, I'll have a big meal and then have a good night's sleep. As soon as you land on the shore, you can see the endless virgin forest, the shady and powerful horned branches, all kinds of exotic flowers and plants, beautiful birds, lively and lovely animals, constitute a huge natural ecology vitality graph. Suddenly, a huge carnivorous dinosaur caused a commotion. In reality, birds are frightened, and beasts are afraid. Soon, it found me, apparently thinking of me as delicious food. No, it's running towards me. Turtle, pie, chi, gong, wave, the huge white energy was like an arrow from the string, and the target was directly at the carnivorous dinosaurs. Bomb! What a huge explosion! The excess energy shot straight into the sky, forming a spectacular mushroom cloud. Oops, I didn't control my strength. This blow almost drained all my energy, and I sat on the ground helplessly. Dinosaur meat is really good. It's a pity I can't take it with me, and I'm not a big stomach king like Sun Wukong. Looking at the dinosaur meat all over the floor, only patted the belly full of food and left. Then I found a huge tree, and I fell asleep on the branches under the lush leaves. After another 3 days of long-distance travel, I finally came to the city. Over the past year, I have been neglecting the grooming of the image at Master Turtle Immortal, plus the long-distance travel these days. The shoulder-length hair, tattered clothes, and a strange smell made me think I was a savage, and when they saw me, they covered their noses and walked away. Come on, I'll surprise you later. After careful tidying, the moment I walked out of the barber shop, the eyes of all the people in the street were all focused on me. Envy, jealous, worship, and even hate. That's right, I just came to Dragon Ball World. Did I take your fertile land, take your house, and rape your mother 100 times? Damn, why are you sneaking close to me like a nympho? Wow, it's so disgusting, my saliva is flowing out. Finally confirmed that no one is following, no one is peeping. I took a deep breath. This world is really crazy, I am like a star. Halo. Laughing and laughing at myself, I silently thought about my thoughts. The technology here is very advanced. Advanced technology also represent an open mind. As far as I know, the king of this earth is a dog. This is unimaginable in my original world. And animals can speak, these are quite amazing. I stand in this world, it can be said to be a coincidence. Anyway, I am now the Earthling of the Dragon Ball world. I wonder if this world has the mark of Yanwang. Forget it, let's find the way I want to go in the future. 5's Crazy Money and Purchasing Part 1. Looking at the endless stream of people, I was quietly thinking about my thoughts. With my current strength, it is well deserved to be number 1 in the world. Of course, the premise is that Piccolo has not broken the seal yet. In this world, strength is everything, and I have great strength. But without the corresponding money and beauty, it's really a failure. And these days, I have gradually sensed the huge potential in my body, and I will definitely not be under the hidden gorilla energy of Sun Wukong. Now that you are in this world, you should enjoy the advanced technology here. With the idea of making money, I began to think about what to do to make money faster. Robbery a bank. The idea of the rule of law in my previous life quickly killed this very tempting idea. To be a killer. I want to hang out with Sun Wukong. I don't know if he will turn his back on me when he finds out. Be a bodyguard. I won't do anything that loses my freedom. Work to earn a living. I could just die. What the hell is going on? I quickly recalled all kinds of money making on Kidian.com. It doesn't seem to be of any use at all. Wait, the underground black market boxing. Yes it is. It can not only get money quickly, but also exercise my actual combat experience. Although I know I am strong, I have never experienced it. The background in the past life makes people tremble, and in this life I will use my strength to make everyone admire. After I asked 10 passers-by, I finally found out the location of the underground black market boxing. I was just entangled by a few nymphos, and I almost ran away when I was depressed. Fortunately, the hardships come to an end. Looking at the ordinary bar in front of me, a look of disgust flashed in my eyes. A few ordinary-looking waiters were listlessly cleaning, while the bartenders were bored playing poker. Can this attitude work? But I was soon relieved. After all, this bar is just a cover. The world has been peaceful for too long, and the bloodthirsty impulse in human beings has been suppressed. So the underground Black Fist came into being. The same is true for the #1 martial arts society in the world, but its cycle is long and it cannot satisfy the dark desires in the hearts of human beings. Where there is a need, there will be a market, where there is a market, there will be interests, and where there are interests, there will be people doing it. Because of the government's explicit prohibition, such movements can only exist in the dark. But no matter what, my purpose is only one, and that is to grab money, and grab money. The registration fee is terrifyingly high, and it costs 10,000 Earth coins. This is the cost of participating in underground activities. Thanks to the kind reminders from several waitresses, I got the qualification card to play the game. Because there is no economic person, my appearance fee and bonus are very low, but it doesn't matter. Strength is the biggest capital I despise. Leaving the bar with the fleeting pity of the beautiful things on the faces of the waiters. 8 o'clock. Unexpectedly, my Wu Jufan's first battle was not at the world's #1 martial arts conference, but in such a smoky place. The thick smell of smoke around, coupled with the dazzling lights and loud noises, I smiled and shook my head. My opponent is a behemoth, 3 meters tall and strong muscles, plus a record of 99 unbeaten games in a row. Almost no one thinks that I have the possibility of winning. I sense the pity of the audience around me, and the lady is already in contact with the head of the boxing match, hoping to buy me. After all, it's too cruel for a beautiful man like me to die. At least that's what they think. I pointed my middle finger to the sky and glanced around aggressively. You guys be quiet. Although the sound was not loud, it sounded like thunder in everyone's ears, making a few frail guys almost faint with pale faces. The audience suddenly fell silent. And what followed was the roar of the sky. Jide, kill this little white face like an ant. Kill him, let this arrogant guy go to see God. I stared blankly at the behemoth with a face full of flesh in front of me, but I was thinking, damn businessman, I only pay 500 Earth coins for the appearance fee, send beggars. Fortunately, there are bets. Ha ha. Odds 1-100, I placed 30,000 Earth coins to buy myself, and all of a sudden it became 3 million Earth coins. Fuck, it's really cool. I'm just a money printer. Although this big man still has an oversized disgusting black hemorrhoid on the bridge of his nose. I still almost couldn't help but kiss the big hemorrhoid man who gave me the cash cow. The opponent unexpectedly showed a dignified look. The little man in front of him not only did not show a terrifying look, but looked at him calmly. Although the strong muscles are not developed by myself, I always feel that there is a terrible power in them. And the most important point is that I once met an alien, and by chance, taught me 2 mysterious kung fu, physical sturdiness and power burst. These 2 kung fu are the guarantee that he can be proud of the boxing field. But just when he secretly exerted his power to burst out, the other party was not affected at all. If the other party is not an idiot, it is a super expert whose skill is far superior to his own. I looked at this guy named Jide with a look of uncertainty flashing in his eyes, and was slightly surprised. This big man still has some eyesight. At this time, the form in the field is imminent. Guide now has the intention of retreating, but the form still does not allow him to retreat. Not to mention the broker's hurdle, even the serious liquidated damages made him think twice, and there was still a fluke in his heart. Maybe the other party is just an ordinary person with rough fists and feet. I smiled with satisfaction when I saw Jed biting his head and rushing up. I can finally see the results of my practice. When Guide's fist was still an inch away from me, I could clearly capture the cruelty and luck in Guide's eyes, as well as the various expressions of ordinary people. Well, this feeling of being in control is intoxicating. No wonder so many people are addicted to martial arts. Just when there was still 0.5 seconds before the fist was about to make close contact with me, I shot. 0.01 seconds. I only used 0.01 seconds from the shot to the end. 0.01 seconds can decide a lot of things, like my victory and Ged's fiasco. Everything happens between lightning and flint. The audience was silent for a while, not knowing what happened, but in their eyes, Jide, who was undefeated in 100 battles, actually took off backwards, and then fell heavily to the ground. Judging from the loud noise and shocking blood that occurred when he fell to the ground, Guide was injured and seriously. The huge contrast left the audience blank, as if they had seen the greatest miracle in the world. I stretched out easily and told the obviously stupid referee that I should have won. The referee suddenly realized, and hurriedly went to check Guide's injury. At this moment, the audience also broke out with a loud noise. What happened just now? Damn Jeed, you useless thing has caused Lousy to lose a lot. But more of it was my surprise and curiosity. Who is that kid who can beat Guide? At this time, Jeed trembled for a while, and then got up. I've also started to think about the big man. That punch was quite scary even though I only used 30% of my power. In the anime, in the first martial arts competition, Sun Wukong knocked down a big man with a body similar to Jida with one finger. At present, I am definitely 1 or 2 chips better than Sun Wukong. Using 30% of his power just knocked him 3 meters away. Very resistant body. Just after Jeed got up, the audience burst into cheers. I smiled and shook my head. Compared with Jida, who is almost the king of Yum, my popularity as an outsider was much worse. However, Guide's next performance made people unable to help but scold his mother. Jid surrendered. Ah, Jid, you trash. I nodded my head in admiration. Being able to stand up means that I can maintain my dignity, and surrender should be due to the huge difference in strength between my opponent and myself, which means that he is very wise and not impulsive. Really good. And the most important thing is that he let me get 3 million Earth coins early. That's how I got my first pot of gold in another world. A total of 3,500,000 Earth coins. In the confusion of the people's minds, I left the boxing ring. Chapter 6 Crazy Money and Purchasing, Part 2. The next thing is to push the boat. As I beat Jeed, the popularity went up. The appearance fee has skyrocketed from the initial 500 Earth coins to 200,000. In the next games, I never used more than 3 layers of power. It was so easy to win, I only used 1 stroke in the game, only 1 stroke. This makes me proud and annoyed at the same time. I was very surprised why I didn't meet a master, and I found out later. Those who are still masters don't bother to participate in this kind of competition. On the one hand, it is due to the government's explicit prohibition. On the other hand, I feel that playing this kind of game loses my worth. It's true, how can I say it? So cute. You don't come to earn money. By the end of the month, my assets have successfully reached 10 million Earth coins. Appearance fee 200,000 * 30 equals 6 million. Coupled with the 3 million gambling capital that I won at the beginning and the 1 million that I earned from scattered gambling games later, after 1 year in the Dragon Ball world, I successfully became a multi-millionaire. But you can't be proud, after all, people get 50 million by killing a person in vain. Ah, can't compare. The revolution has not yet succeeded, comrades still need to work hard. Red Forging Belt Corps, you and I still have a nominal, great revenge to report. Take it easy, your assets are waiting for me to receive. By the way, there are also pirate treasures, well, none of them can be missing. I was completely absorbed in making a fortune. Take out 100,000 Earth coins from the World Bank and add a 9,900,000 honorary gold card. I arrogantly started my crazy purchase plan. This windbreaker suits me very well, yes, just this style, 3 of 12 colors. Pack it in a universal capsule and calculate the price together. This style of trousers is so bright and beautiful, yes, I want it. Pick a 50-piece universal capsule. This magnetic suspension sports car is good, give me 1 each in black and white. This jet is nice. This submarine looks good. This robot that knows 125 cooking techniques seems to be exactly what I need. This 500 square meter house with all kinds of luxury is really to my taste, and it fits me into a universal capsule. ... I desperately bought everything I could think of that I might use on the trip. Now I have no less than 100 capsules on hand. Looking at this big capsule containing all the universal capsules, I can't help but sigh. The feeling of spending a lot of money is really intoxicating. Although I have also experienced it in my previous life, I can't use the money I earn to come easily. And you can also buy so many military supplies that were listed as prohibited items in your previous life. Oh God, I praise you. Before leaving this bustling city, I sorted everything out. The Honor Gold card has been swiped by me and only 99.5 Earth coins and 100,000 Earth coins are left in cash. It's a lot of money and a lot of money. Just as I was about to leave, I suddenly remembered something important. Damn, I almost forgot about it. The next stop is the magical Holy Land of Kurita. Visit it so much without this gift. Colorful Fish Family Hypermarket. Half-sided fish, 2-banded bream, 4-gill perch, lamprey, hagfish, 9-stabbed fish, 10-thorned silver perch, gray star shark tuna, wood scorpion, water rare fish, deer, horsehead fish, swallow ray rathead fish, flatmouth fish, monocular fish. Yes, they all give me 118 pounds. Since time is still in the universal capsule, there is no need to worry about the fish going bad. Number 105 Universal Capsule, that's you. With so many fish, I'm afraid you won't be hooked. The fairy cat is essentially a cat, and a cat cannot escape the nature of loving fish. Look at me, I can't easily kill you. Driving this advanced magnetic suspension sports car, turning up the volume to the maximum, and enjoying the speed of the wind, it is really happy like a fairy. Why is this sweet voice so familiar, like? I opened the unlimited video, it turned out to be Yu Xuan. This woman who made me fascinated even appeared in Dragon Ball Otherworld. My whole body is shaking with excitement. Does my love sense my longing? No, not right. She is not Yu Xuan, although she looks exactly the same, but her temperament is absolutely different. Yu Zan's whole body exudes a noble and icy temperament, and she feels very approachable and kind. I forced my agitated heart to calm down. Forced trembling to turn on the voice smart computer. Please enter the information you want to inquire. Fan Qingyu, a popular singer. The computer flashed a large piece of data. Fan Qingyu, female, 23 years old. Joined the music scene at the age of 20. With the album, Heart Rain, it quickly became popular. Since then, he has won various awards. There is a 5-year-old brother, both parents died. Fan Qingyu, I kept repeating this name. She was destined to be another target in my Dragon Ball universe. Now is not the time to have you, just wait, I will definitely have you. This is my second vow in Dragon Ball. The first vow is the strongest in the universe. When I knew that there was Fan Qingyu in this world, I didn't even want to travel around. I wanted to become stronger quickly. Kurita, here I come. The sports car is galloping on the field at a speed of 1500 yards. Chapter 7 Practice and Trading in Kurita, Part 1. Just when the sun sets in the west for the 6th time, Kurita finally welcomes the guest who will be called the first person in the universe in the future. Kurita, I murmured. Looking at the towering behemoth, a strong sense of admiration rose in his heart. My mind was drawn to my original world, the miracle of my motherland, the Great Wall. They have the same temperament, and they all deserve to be worshipped by others. It's just that the greatness of the Great Wall lies in its horizontality, while the greatness of the Kurita lies in its verticality. To show respect for the Kurita, I put the sports car in the capsule a few kilometers from the tower. Approach it in a relaxing way. The world of Dragon Ball is very strange, although technology is very developed, but the original imprint is still very clear. I greedily took a deep breath of the fresh air around me. Shaking my head, I drove away the background that Fan Qingyu had in my mind. Someone is coming this way, Upa said, blinking her cute little eyes. In the distance, I saw next to Kurita, the guardian's son, Upa. I have seen so many Dragon Balls, and I like this little guy the most among the ordinary people. Because he is so cute. Since I have this opportunity, I will no longer make this little guy ordinary, I will make him an important character in Dragon Ball, and I will personally take him to practice. Alas, Poor Upa thus decided his tragic fate. Yeah, good-looking big brother. Upa finally saw me approaching. What a cute little brother, I exclaimed, reached out to hug him. Ah, the little guy ran away in fear. Just when I didn't give up and wanted to hug it, a spear suddenly shot out from the side, and I caught it. That's right, I sensed that the Lord had arrived. What do you want to do? Asked a burly man in an Indian costume. As soon as Upa saw the man, he immediately laughed and called his father to jump on the man's calf. Dear guardian, I'm here to challenge Kurita. The man's face showed a shocked expression, followed by a look of admiration. Dear guest, please accept my hospitality. I rudely agreed, and then followed him into the tent. In the tent, the first thing is to introduce each other, and everything is carried out in a pleasant atmosphere. I also know that Upa's father is called Yuji and made up by myself. I didn't see this person's name in the original book. Upa, this little guy, finally started to entangle me under my fierce candy attack. After my and Eugen's alcoholic struggles, Yuji and I soon became brothers. The host and guests enjoyed themselves, and finally I fell asleep in the tent. Brother, do you really want to climb the tower? Yes, big brother. I climbed once when I was young, and gave up halfway through the climb. Because of the thin air at high altitude and the lack of food and water. This has always been a regret in my heart. I hope you can succeed. Brother, I will definitely do it. Brother Jufin, you must do your best. You must climb to the top of the tower. Oh, okay, Upa, you have to be good. I wore the black belt around my waist, and the bright red turtle-shaped combat uniform was draped over my body again. No way, who said that the cat fairy and the turtle fairy are very familiar? It would be a shame not to take advantage of the resources. All okay. My eyes suddenly sharpened. Go away. I unceremoniously pirated Dao Bai's classic tower pose. Whoosh, and after a while I turned into a little black spot and disappeared into the clouds. Wow, Brother Jufin is amazing. Anne looked at my disappearing back and nodded in agreement. It's been a day of climbing. Stop and take a good rest. Under the amazed eyes of the cat fairy, I took out a large bed with a pillar size from the capsule, and without a word, I sat on the bed and drank spicy food. Others don't know the tricks, I don't know yet. Isn't it just climbing the tower, and then grabbing the bottle from you on the tower? It is not uncommon to say super holy water, a deceiving magic stick. The east is getting brighter. I stretched my waist lazily. Oh, time for breakfast. I procrastinated to sort it out. Hit the road again full of energy. Oh no, climb the road. In this way, stop and rest. In the evening of the second day, I finally climbed the Kurita. I secretly felt it, and my skill really increased greatly. Because I noticeably felt an increase in anger. At this point, I finally temporarily pulled Sun Wukong down a lot. But compared to Bic, the feeling is still incomparable. But the difference won't be too big. At this point, I was really excited. I really want to be like the protagonists in other novels. The king's spirit bursts out. Then she recited a good poem that has never been seen before and never came, and then a beautiful woman who heard it and admired my talent, and then said to me. Just when I was in a state of obscenity, a mortal cat rudely slapped me on the head with a cane. It hurts, I said, covering my head. But I immediately realized that the owner of the tower had appeared. I immediately stood up with lightning speed and bowed deeply. Hello, Talon Immortal. Oh, you know me. By the way, your turtle character suit was given to you by the Turtle Immortal. Well, are you his disciple? Yes, Talon Immortal. It was Master Wu Tian who asked me to challenge Kalita. Immortal Turtle, it seems that he likes you very much. Did he tell you the secret of the super holy water? Yes, Talon Fairies. No wonder you dare to relax on Kurita. Since you know the secret of super holy water, come to me. Immortal, I'm here mainly for 3 things. I finally showed the big bad wolf's tail. Chapter 8 Practice and Trading in Kurita below. At this moment, my eyes suddenly burst into a dazzling light, and those who know me know that those are the eyes I only get when I see stunning beauties and treasures of the world. I solemnly took out an omnipotent capsule, and the pious expression was like that of a loyal Islamic believer worshipping their holy place. Immortal Kylie, please stretch out your head. God. Kylie suddenly felt a burst of panic. What was it that made Immortal Turtle's disciple so serious? It curiously followed me to a more open place in Kurita. At this point I pressed hard. Bomb. Thousands of fish of all sorts and oddities appeared in front of God Carry. Meow. There are so many fish. 8-eye eel, 9 stabbed fish, 10-thorn silver perch, gray star shark tuna, wood scorpion, and water rare fish are all my favorite flavors. Horsehead fish, swallow ray and rathead fish flatmouth. Fish and monocular fish are all delicious and delicious. The cat fairy was completely intoxicated and completely indulged in the beautiful dream of reality that I weaved. Its entire eyes now take on the shape of a fish, and its mouth is muttering some meaningless words. I snickered on the side. You are intoxicated. A little more dizzy. Then I can ask for a little more arrogant. Ha ha ha. The masturbation process of the cat fairy was awakened by my deliberate actions. I saw this moment when it was awake and not awake, and I could maximize the benefits. This, Fairy Kylie, the first thing I want to find you is, exchange fish for fairy beans. This is a plan I've been thinking about for a long time. Fairy beans are a good thing. With this thing, as long as you don't encounter an enemy with too many different levels, I can completely drag him to death. Moreover, Shondo is also an essential medicine for saving lives and wounds. I can't wait to make an offer. How about 1 fish for 5 fairy beans? No, 1 immortal bean is enough for 10 days of food, and at most 1 can be exchanged. 4. 2. 1 person and 1 cat will haggle the price on the Kurita. The fairy and Bobo who saw this scene in the sky sweated profusely. In the end, it was Kylie's godcat, who was mature and refined, and the old slyly put down the price on a fish for a fairy bean. Seeing the complacent and happy expressions of the cat fairy, I couldn't help but feel amused. Maybe you think that fairy beans are useless at all, you might as well replace a few delicious fish. How can you know how many crises the earth will encounter next, and how precious fairy beans will be at that time? There are almost 50,000 fish here, which means I got 50,000 fairy beans. In this way, the most unfair trade in history was born, fish for fairy beans. This classic scene was directed entirely by the cat fairy and me. The second thing I would like to ask you for is a black somersault cloud, the one that Taobaibai rode down to Kurita. I have the audacity to make this request. Oh, you know I have black somersaults. It's also what the turtle immortal told you. Why don't you somersault clouds? Ah, your heart is not pure. Oops, it thinks I have bad intentions and it doesn't make any money. Hey, actually, I like Master Wu Tian, like cute girls. Oh, so it is. Your master's personality hasn't changed. How can the apprentice you teach be the same as him? All right. The cat fairy, who was still excited, still gave me one. The third thing is that I want to practice with you. I want to ask Immortal Kylie to teach me. Oh, I can see you're already strong. I've got nothing to teach you. Immortal Kylie, I want to grab a bottle of super holy water from you as a practice. That's it, that's fine. I suppressed my skills at the moment when Sun Wukong climbed the tower, and prepared to experience the profound practice in Manchu. I quietly felt God carries every move and the direction of the airflow in the air. I have always relied on my strong skills to attack the weak with the strong, and when I encounter an opponent who is not as strong as me, I will naturally be at a disadvantage. But if my skill is equal to or stronger than me, my open-minded style of play will only fail miserably. Today's practice completely opened the door for me to enter the peerless powerhouse, and laid a solid foundation for me as the #1 person in the universe in the future. Not only the superficial, no superfluous movements, but also the deep level, silent as the sky, as fast as lightning, that Wukong practiced in the temple. It was also deeply felt by me. At this moment I seemed to feel my heart open, my eyes to watch everything. Every move of Immortal Carry did not escape my attention. The flow of qi in the body, the huge cells that are not filled with qi, and the delicate structure of the blood vessels are all under my control. I finally woke up to the enormous potential that exists within me. Because at this time, the qi in my cells has just filled about 1/4, but I feel stronger than ever before. I estimate that my skill is now comparable to that of Wukong, who has been stimulated by the supernatural water to stimulate the potential of the gorilla, and compete with Piccolo. But the realm is better. Because I realized, silent as the sky, swift as lightning. In short, my current strength is between the young Wukong who defeated Piccolo before going to the temple and the young Wukong after training in the temple. With this clear understanding in my head, my mind became more and more calm. What about only the power of Sun Wukong when climbing the tower? I can get the bottle just as easily. Immortal Kylie felt a strong sense of self-confidence burst out from me. What's wrong? Immortal Kylie was surprised that I had been standing still and motionless, and then I felt my chi suddenly disappear. And at this moment, the anger that began to erupt again made his mood rise and fall. Stillness, absolute stillness. Asymptomatic, eye shot, so light, like a butterfly flying beautifully. And it is as graceful as the swirling leaves, like dancing, like a piece of music. His hands crossed a beautiful arc and clasped the claws of the cat fairy. Snapped. So naturally I got the bottle and only used it for one morning. And most of the time is spent on understanding, and it only takes a moment to shoot. Carrie was stunned, staring blankly at the bottle in my hand. Chapter 9 Dragon Ball Project Namek Part 1. On Kurita. I succeeded. I looked at the bottle in my hand lightly. If it was just on paper, it is now a battle. I have been able to successfully navigate this mindset. I have also mastered the skill of mental observation. And I also really understood the magic of qi. That is to say, as long as the person with qi that I am familiar with is not separated by planets, no matter where he is, he can be found by me, provided that he cannot hide his qi. The most important thing is that the scope of my investigation will expand with the growth of my qi, and I don't know what realm I can reach. I quietly experience this state of mind. This kind of adventure is unpredictable. I'm honestly amazed that I can get to this point without going through a tough battle. At the same time, I am also sighing for my good luck. If you don't die, you will have good luck. Just when I wanted to comprehend something precious, but the cat fairy didn't give me this chance. It's amazing, you have really surpassed your master, Teacher Wu Tian. Do you know, it took 3 years for your master to take the bottle from me back then. But you only took half a day to do it, you can already out of school. Quote. Thank you for your compliment, I think I still have a lot to learn. When I thought of the late Dragon Ball world, the power to destroy the planet at every turn made my blood boil. Can I really have that kind of power? Although the purpose has been achieved, I am not in a hurry to leave Kurita. In order to consolidate my improved skills, I still practice on the Kurita. Climb up and down every day, until I feel that climbing the tower can no longer help me increase my skills. A month has passed by now. 1/4 of the cells in my whole body are indeed filled with Kai. I also wanted to leave. Immortal Carrie, thank you for knowing that I'm leaving. Wait a minute, this capsule contains 50,000 fairy beans, and there is also a black somersault I gave you outside the tower. Goodbye boy, goodbye. After saying goodbye, I got on this crow somersault. Wow, the feeling of riding on the cloud is so cool. Much faster than flying. This time I even pulled Goku down from the equipment. Finally met the Wu family father and son who had been away for a month. Seeing their happy looks and excited expressions, I was moved and ashamed. I have always regarded them as comic characters, and although I love them, I don't really care. I didn't think about them when I practiced on the tower. I didn't expect them to treat me as a real family member. It was only now that I felt for the first time that they were human beings like me, and I began to regard them as my relatives. After spending 3 days with the Wu family and their son happily, I rejected the Wu family's father and son's every attempt to keep me, and I finally embarked on a journey of becoming stronger. Before leaving, I couldn't help but tell Yu Ji in that if a man named Dao Baibai came here, he must avoid him. I have already regarded Eugene as my eldest brother. How could I bear to watch him die without stopping me? I would not hesitate to change the plot. It is a pity that the elder brother did not take my words to heart, saying that the Guardian Tower is his sacred mission. I tried to persuade to no avail, and gave up. Before leaving, I told Upa, I will come back to teach him martial arts in the future, and the little guy happily agreed. Sitting on the black somersault, I couldn't help but sing happily. The harvest this time is huge. Not only did you get the life-saving fairy beans and smoothly improve the skill, there are even more subsidized somersaults, and you can't even think about it. After I seriously think about the future. I'm really strong right now, but it's only in the early stage, and in the later stage it's not even a piece of trash. It would be great if I was a Saiyan too. I could completely kill myself and eat a few fairy beans, and my strength would not skyrocket. But this idea was quickly dismissed by me. Not to mention that he is not a Saiyan, let alone that his original purpose was not to let the Earthlings defend the Earth by themselves. Then when the Saiyans are better than asking readers to read the original book. Now is not the time to follow the development of the plot, wait for yourself to be strong. Find a good entry point to enter the plot. My goal now is to leave Earth and go to Namek. Just practice there. The people there are similar to Piccolo, their strength is not inferior to me, and the limited ones are even stronger than me. There are also Dragon Balls that can grant 3 wishes. Speaking of Dragon Ball, I have to meet Bulma. Alright, let's start with a black somersault, and aim at the capital of the West. Back to the vibrant city again. It feels much more prosperous than the last city. It can be considered that there are many girls in sexy clothes and good looks among the crowd who are rubbing shoulders. Look at my wolf heart. Wow, such a plump young woman. Oh, that mature woman has such a stalwart breast, she has almost 36D. While observing Maymay and howling all the way, I unknowingly saw a familiar and unfamiliar super large residence, the Boomer's house. Damn it, it's almost tens of thousands of square meters. My dear, I will enjoy it. When I have the money, I will buy a planet and use it as a residence. I quickly made a third vow. After ringing the doorbell, I was quickly greeted by a robot. Because of returning to this high-end mansion, the extravagance I cultivated in my previous life was naturally revealed. Stepping on familiar etiquette steps and adding a noble and elegant tuxedo, that kind of lofty qualifications are displayed again. But when I saw Boomer's father coming out to see me in his overalls, as soon as I stayed, I immediately took back that proud aura. People are great scientists, how can they be like Philistines? But what about Boomer? I say that I am a classmate of Boomer. Although Booma has never seen me, but her kind of character that is wrong with handsome guys and never let go, I believe it will not be difficult to get to Dragon Ball radar. Chapter 10 Target Dragon Ball Namek Middle. As soon as Bulma's father appeared, he noticed a young man with outstanding temperament and image. It's just that the young man revealed a sense of arrogance. It was very uncomfortable, but fortunately the young man noticed this and immediately became humble and reasonable. In general, I still have a good impression of this young man. Before Bulma's father spoke, I took the lead and introduced myself. Hello, uncle. My name is Wu Jufan. I am Bulma's classmate. Bulma often praises you as a great scientist in front of me. And I also admire you very much as the inventor of the universal capsule. I am very honored to meet you. There, Boomer and you are complimenting me too much. Flattery everyone loves to hear. As long as you are a human being, you will have emotions and desires, and you will have weaknesses. A scientist like Bulma's father might be able to treat money like dung. But when their work or invention is recognized, they are often more excited than getting material praise. So if I start with the proud invention of Bulma's father, he will like me a little more, and he will be less wary of me. Sure enough, Boomer's father was obviously very helpful, and his attitude towards me became more and more affectionate. During the conversation, Bulma's father and I actually discussed technology. I don't know if it was because of the Thunderbolt, but when I was practicing and studying in the Guixianwu, I was surprised. Plus it's impossible for me not to know about this Dragon Ball world. I read a lot of history books and checked a lot of scientific and technological materials, and found that I am like a genius. Yes, I can understand everything very thoroughly. And the old-fashioned computer in the Guatian house was also easily played by me. I think there is absolutely no problem with hacking in this world. Later, I was not surprised by the weirdness of my body. It wasn't until now that I could talk to this genius dad boomer that I realized that I am also a tech expert. Time passed without knowing it, and the two of us had a great idea of seeing each other late. It wasn't until I found out that it was dark, that I realized that the purpose of this trip was Dragon Ball radar. It seems that Bulma is coming back soon. Although I have a self-portrait, Bulma's father appreciates me very much, but it is always bad to have extracurricular branches. So I solemnly put forward the purpose of this trip. Uncle, Bulma promised to make a Dragon Ball radar for me. I wonder if you have seen it before. Dragon Ball radar. Let me think about it. Oh. It's true that Bulma created a Dragon Ball radar, saying that he asked Shenlong to find her a good boy. However, I think you are outstanding in all aspects. How can there be such a strange idea? Of course I can't tell her that Boomer has never seen me. If I said that, then I wouldn't be the most idiotic idiot in the world. Oh, I'm also very confused about Boomer's thoughts. Maybe Boomer has her own reasoning. That's right, Boomer is a really bad-tempered child. She does strange things, and so do I. Understandable. You have to be more considerate of her. After saying that, he looked at me with an amused expression. No way. Treat me as your son-in-law. I've heard people say that the more the mother-in-law looks at the son-in-law, the more she likes it, but the dead old man in front of me seems to feel the same way when he sees me. When I think of Bulma's temper, Amitabha. Quickly return to the main body. Uncle. I need Dragon Ball radar for something urgent now, can you give it to me? Bulma's father is very fond of me now, and thinks that I'm his son-in-law. After adding whether there is anything precious about Dragon Ball radar, without saying a word, he took the radar to me from Bulma's room. Looking at the circular machine in my hand, I was excited for a while, and finally got it. After sighing with my uncle, I left. And Bulma's father also thinks that it will be a long time to come to Japan. Also let me go. Just when I took the black somersault and flew away from the boomer's house. A familiar figure flew past me. Driving in rock music. Who else is Boomer? Hurry up. Just now, because of the fast speed teaching, Bulma saw my appearance but did not reflect it. Boy! Wait until Boomer stops the car and drags the hood off. Suddenly shouted, what a handsome boy. Immediately chasing after me where I left. It's a pity that I have already escaped in the black somersault. Where is my shadow? When Boomer got home, he angrily threw the car cap and hit his father's head. Bulma's father was not angry either, and said to her, oh Bulma. I have given the Dragon Ball radar to Jufin. Who is Jufin? Why did you give my Dragon Ball radar to someone else? What? Jufin can't be considered an outsider, isn't he your boyfriend? What boyfriend? I don't have a boyfriend. Hey, it's him. It turned out that Bulma's house was full of monitors. I already took a picture of my appearance. Ah, the handsome guy just now. Damn old man, you know such a good boy, but you didn't introduce him to me. Tell me where he is now. How do I know where he is? On the contrary, you are someone's girlfriend and you don't even know where his home is. You should study like your mother. Bulma later made a radar to find Dragon Ball, but the purpose was to find me. This is unexpected to me. Chapter 11 Dragon Ball Project Namek Part 2. I carefully paid attention to the display on the Dragon Ball radar, and the radar told me that the first target turned out to be in the sea. I became suspicious. After all, I think it is very rare for Dragon Balls to appear in the sea, because when Sun Wukong and the others were looking for Dragon Balls for the second time, Dragon Balls appeared in the treasures of the pirates in the sea. Dragon Ball's hiding place will change after making a wish on Dragon Ball. So if I find Dragon Ball, what will happen to the Dragon Ball in the plot? With doubts, I sank to the bottom of the sea in the submarine, Shanghai. Looking at the familiar surroundings, I became more and more sure that Dragon Ball was in the pirate treasure. I was in a trance for a while. Did the plot change? I shook my head. What about him? I just need to keep improving my strength and protect the Earth. If I blindly rely on the plot, I am afraid that my realm will also be affected. But then again, God treats me, Wu Jufan, so kind. Not only did the thunder not kill me, but it also sent me to my favorite Dragon Ball world, and now I also give away the pirate treasure. If I can't create a famous place again, will I live up to the good intentions of God, and won't it prove the fragility of people on Earth? Simply hit the tofu directly to death. When my mood was tempered again, my heart bravely survived. After this, in the face of countless enemies no matter how powerful, I will defeat them with tenacity and tenacious fighting spirit, and establish my position as the #1 person in the universe. At this moment, I have also deeply realized the horror of inner demons. I used to see how hard the protagonist experienced the blow of inner demons on Kidian.com, and how he improved his realm, and I sneered at it. I think as long as the protagonist is strong enough, how can there be so much consideration? Now I deeply realize that the biggest enemy in the future is still myself. Feeling my inner calm gradually, my thoughts return to the treasures and Dragon Balls. Who cares? Just try whatever you want. As the submarine ascended, a huge deep cave appeared in front of my eyes. Looking at the countless holes in front of me, I can see through the sharp and lustrous spear inside the hole with excellent eyes. Very good, hundreds of years have passed, and there is no oxidation. Although I was surprised, I didn't pay too much attention to it. I jumped lightly and easily crossed the minefield. Soon came to the square area. The bright and dazzling lights illuminate the square as if it were daytime. I gently covered my brows with my hands, obviously unable to adapt to the sudden light. But when I took my hand off, I found that the pirate patrol was already heading in my direction. What a diligent patrolman! I obviously don't have time to deal with a pile of scrap metal. Jumped directly to the security monitoring room on the roof of the building, and fiddled with the computer that was obviously old and lost. After a while, the alert state was easily lifted. Looking at this thousand-handed Avalokitesvara statue with a happy mood, the treasure has been like a naked girl who has been disarmed, waiting for me to go to Zon to have her and to ravage her. I gently twisted the keyhole with the key. I was full of excitement, waiting for the baptism of the rain of treasures in the sky. Depend on. Bathing with pearls, bathing with gold, I am the only one in the past. At this moment, all the cultivation of the mind and the cultivation of cultivation have all been left behind by me. Wow, this diamond is at least 187 carats. Oh, this pearl is the size of a ping-pong ball. Wow, is this still agate? I won't have to worry about money in the future. Wu Jufan officially announced that the super rich and super master of the Dragon Ball world was born at this moment. Oh, by the way, the Dragon Ball has not yet been obtained. Use the Dragon Ball radar to accurately locate the Dragon Ball. I got my first Dragon Ball with no effort, a 5-star Dragon Ball. Next is harvest season. Chairman Mao once said that labor is the most glorious. I don't think this statement could be more true. Oh, don't you think so? Then instead of me, take these treasures into the universal capsule and try it out. Although the process is arduous, the results are gratifying. Just the gold makes my hands go weak, and there are countless jewelry and works of art, pearls and diamonds that are dazzling. If it is really converted in Earth currency, I believe that hundreds of billions are not a problem. Not to mention Dragon Balls in the hands. In short, one word, cool. The next thing is to push the boat, and the remaining Dragon Balls are quickly found. Some are in craters, some are under waterfalls, and some are in spooky caves. With my current strength, I can easily deal with some ghosts and ghosts. Finally, there is Sun Wukong's 4-star Dragon Ball. This matter is a bit tricky. At this moment, Sun Wukong still thinks that the 4-star bead is his grandfather and will never give it to me. If I grab it by force, although I can grab it, if I do this kind of stupid thing, it is estimated that I will have a deadly vengeance with Sun Wukong. Unless I'm an idiot, I don't understand the stakes. So I asked someone to make a 4-planet that was enough to be fake and real, and replaced it when Sun Wukong went out to practice. Everything is so natural. However, when I left, I deliberately simulated a trace of light waves that real Dragon Balls could emit on the fake Dragon Balls. Otherwise in the future, Bulma couldn't find Wukong and I would cry to someone. Well, everything is ready, just wait for me to summon the dragon. I put the Dragon Ball on the open field. Chapter 12 The First Battle of Namek Part 1. Shenlong, come out! I roared extremely excitedly. The surrounding sky was soon shrouded in thick dark clouds, and thousands of lightning bolts exploded around. I saw a huge light rising from the Dragon Ball, and it turned into a 10,000 Zhong blue dragon in a short while. Wisher, say your wish. Originally, I wanted to say that it has unlimited potential, but I clearly know that the power of the dragon is far below the Super Saiyan. This infinite potential is afraid that there is a lot of water. Thinking of this, I still decided to practice on my own and act according to my own thoughts. Shenlong, I hope to have the ability to travel freely through the universe. I plan to find a Dragon Ball that can fulfill 3 wishes on Namek and practice for a while. I can't fulfill this wish. As soon as I said this, I was immediately dumbfounded. Because I don't know where the many cosmic planets are. Oh, I suddenly remembered that Goku also had this scene when he fought Frieza. So I made up my mind. Shenlong, you can fly into the universe to see it. Okay, I'll give it a try. After speaking, the huge dragon body rose to the ground. Gee, it was a magnificent sight. The long-awaited answer finally arrived. Got it. After speaking, a strange language symbol suddenly appeared in my brain. In an instant I understood that it was a secret language that traveled through space. I have fulfilled your wish. Goodbye. After speaking, the Dragon Ball transformed into 7 beams and quickly disappeared in all directions. Oh, it worked. I finally have the ability to travel through the universe in advance. I suppressed my excitement and made all preparations to lead to Namek. %#%. Suddenly a flash of white light flashed, and my whole being disappeared. Wow, teleport. Although I knew that I was already on Namek, I was still filled with emotion. So many steps ahead of Sun Wukong, isn't he even better than him? Bright red clouds, colorful sky, jasper stagnant earth, undulating hills, not bad. Just a little bit worse than the earth. Just as I was intoxicated, a powerful chi flew in my direction, quite fast. And behind him, there is a more powerful chi closely following him. What? Both of them are much better than me. I thought the Namekians were all like Piccolo. So, I chose the wrong place for training. The 2 of them flew to my side very quickly and stopped, and I didn't even have time to react. Anyway, there is no way to escape, so just calm down and see what the situation is talking about. I sneak the language translator out of my body. Then start to observe them carefully. A person whose whole body is green, and the appearance printed in the same pattern as Piccolo is undoubtedly a Namekian. Another. Wait, that energy tester is on the eye. Is it Frieza's subordinate? The man I thought was Frieza glanced at me. The combat power is only 555, what a waste. And the Namekian never looked at me. But I do know that he used his air to spy on me. Ah, how depressing. It was ignored. But the other party obviously didn't care about my thoughts. Just laughed in front of me. Who are you? Why are you watching us? I am the Detective Saiyan under King Frieza. We are looking for a habitable planet. Then we are killing all the people on this planet and selling them to other cosmic people at a high price. Your planet is not bad. I am working on it. I want to go back and report. It was too careless to be discovered by you. Fortunately, you were the only one chasing after you, so I had to kill you before going back to report. Quote. Don't think about it. After speaking, the 2 moved their hands. Clap clap clap. I couldn't see the movements of the 2 people at all, and I could vaguely see the almost invisible figure. Self-confidence took a serious hit. I am so weak. After playing for about a quarter of an hour, the 2 sides fighting at this moment began to slow down. The gas also decreased rapidly. It's gotten to the point where I can take it lightly. The punches that slowed down were still so fast, almost as fast as my full-strength shot. The battle was also coming to an end soon, and the Saiyan was gradually hit by 2 punches and 3 punches, and he was already out of breath. Suddenly the Saiyan threw an energy ball to the ground, and the energy ball stirred up a lot of dust and smoke. Damn it! I'll report your location right away to kill you all. After speaking, he flew in my direction. Just kidding, let you report that I can practice in peace. I punched the Saiyan with all my might. Damn, you rubbish also wants to stop me. Unfortunately, the one stop just now has exhausted his energy. At this moment, the level is a little worse than mine, so I don't blame the drowning dogs. Besides, he insulted me just now. He was in a hurry to escape, and his strength was compromised. But I returned to the silent as the sky state of mind to fight, which is the most sinister battle I have encountered so far. The judgment was made, and I punched at full speed, unintentionally driving the chi to my arms, which actually produced a strong lethality, but within a few seconds, the Saiyan was severely bruised by me. Damn, you lowly trash. I'm going to kill you. The injured Saiyan attacked even more fiercely. I started to crouch from left to right. Chapter 13 The First Battle of Namek Part 2. Since the number of my attacks began to decrease, the defense would inevitably have omissions. Soon I was hit by the Saiyans in a row. The punches made me miserable. Instead, my spirit became clearer. I carefully observed Saiyan's punches and flaws, silently blocking his stormy attack. Finally I saw it. When the Saiyan punched again, my hand was already waiting for that moment. Right now, when the punch was less than 0.1 centimeters away from me, I punched the Saiyan in the wrist. A crisp bone crack sounded, which meant the end of the battle. In just 3 seconds, the Saiyan was punched 1575 times by me. He supported the ground with one hand in pain, shaking his whole body with trembling. Dao sweat dripped down his face due to pain slowly. I have no mercy in my heart. Because I know that if I don't knock him down, it will be me who will die. My figure quickly disappeared in place. The next moment my thigh hit his spine hard. Saiyan fell weakly, his eyes full of unbelief and unwillingness. It all happened within 10 seconds, when the Nameks burst out of the smoke. When he saw that I took the energy tester from the Saiyan, he asked me, Outlander, did you kill him? Yes, because he wanted to kill me. I told a friendly lie, because I knew that the Mikas were peace-loving. And Bik's appearance was an accident. You are amazing. His attack power is far higher than yours. He was killed by you. The Namekian said in surprise. It's nothing strange. After he fights with you, his skill decreases. And I will also gather the chi in my whole body and instantly increase my skill several times. Anyway, the stranger thanks you for your help. If it weren't for you and I would have let him escape, and maybe his comrade would have brought disaster to Namek. We owe you a favor. Come on. The stranger, let us thank you well. I was worried that I had no excuse to approach the Namekians, and his invitation was a timely rein. It was not accepted without hesitation. With the help of a language translator and my deliberate approach, the Namek and I quickly became acquainted. I learned his name smoothly. And I'm sure Dragon Ball fans know him too, Neil. And Piccolo's Namekians. On the way, I also tested his energy value to be 15,000. I was very surprised at first, but then I was relieved. It is estimated that because Namek has not yet encountered a crisis, the Elder has not helped him improve his potential. Oh, then the Saiyan I killed is estimated to be more than 13,000, 24 times more than me. If it wasn't for the fact that I had fought with Neil before, and I was eager to escape, I would have given a big discount, and now I would be the one lying on the ground. When I think about it now, I feel terrified and sweaty. The power gap is too great. My shit luck is too good. On the way, because of my joining, Neil's speed has slowed down significantly. No way, the difference is too big. Neil also enthusiastically introduced to me the customs of Namek. Along the way, I also enjoyed it with gusto. Forgot to mention, I got it by accident while searching for Dragon Ball. It's obviously rusty to use now. No way, tell me to make my own plane, let Neil fly. Besides, his speed is estimated to be much faster than that of a plane. Soon we came to the village where Neil was. When we went to the residence of the Great Elder, everyone who saw Neil greeted him warmly. I think it may be that Neil's strength is the highest, and there is no pretense to cause it. Because of Neil's relationship, the people around me are also very kind to me. There are a few lively children who are still playing with me. I was quickly moved by the simplicity of the people here, and let go of my secret vigilance. Following the mountain road, I came to the door of the Great Elder. Wow, darling, 5 or 6 Namekian warriors with a combat power of around 8,000 were on guard. It seems that the prestige of the Elder is still very high. I can't do bad things anymore, I wanted to get Dragon Ball. Just when I was secretly annoyed, the soldiers who were in charge of the safety of the Great Elder had seen me and Neil approaching and immediately surrounded me. Gossip asked whether the Saiyans were wiped out. Neil greeted them with a smile, and introduced me to the others kindly. Originally a few soldiers looked down on my combat effectiveness. Grateful expressions appeared on their faces when they knew that I was helping them eliminate the invaders. But still secretly guarded against me. But it seems normal to me. Trusting an unknown stranger, I ask myself I can't do it. Even once helped me. Then Neil pulled me into the Elder's room under the pretext of reporting to the Elder. Looking at the simple decoration around it, it can be called a house with 4 walls, which immediately made me awestruck. What kind of person is this? The home of the supreme ruler of Namek is so shabby. I can literally say that my house in the universal capsule is tens of thousands of times bigger. The Great Elder does have a heart-breaking bearing. I sighed inwardly, and Neil did not forget to introduce me. I bowed to the Great Elder from the bottom of my heart. Hello, Great Elder. Guest from Earth, thank you for your help. Don't know what I have in return for you. Seeing this wrinkled, old face in front of me made me excited, and I didn't know such a good thing could happen. Dragon Ball has a profound meaning to the Great Elder, and I can't ask for it. But I can ask the Elders to stimulate my potential. After the First World War on Namek, I deeply felt my weakness. So I can't wait to improve my strength. To fulfill the wish to protect the Earth. Although it is estimated that the Saiyan who came to scout must be of high level, but such a person was sent out to inspect, which shows the strength of the Saiyan people. Although I know that the Saiyan planet will be destroyed by Frieza, will my appearance cause variables? However, I later learned that the Saiyan was not a special scout. It was Lu Jian, who was at the level of a captain, and who was said to be the closest to Dal. But this idiot, but a master of art, dared to go to Namek to show off his power, but bad luck, he was just hanged by me, a stunner. So I said. Chapter 14 The Improvement of the Strength of the First Mate and the Practice Under the Sea Part 1. Elder, I would like you to help me improve my potential, okay? After speaking, I noticed that Neil flashed a look of surprise, obviously unaware of the matter. I'm not very surprised, after all, this is the secret skill of the Great Elder to press the bottom of the box, it is the Dinghai Shenzhen used to save Namek. Just imagine, even Klin's kind of Earthling has more than 32,000 in battle after being promoted by the Great Elder. If every Namekian is given such a shot, what kind of idiot dares to come and go wild? However, I estimate that this kind of improvement cannot be used on a large scale, probably at the cost of overdrafting vitality. Otherwise, when Namek was attacked by Frieza, it would have been a one-sided situation for the Nameks to win. Being a, come here, is an advantage, and even this kind of secret can be known. I thought proudly. Oh, young man, I can help you improve your strength. But, I'm curious, how did you know I had this ability? Well, oops, I didn't even think of that. Neil next to him looked obviously alert. Oh, I heard from my ancestors that Namekians can inspire human potential. I want to be strong to defend my planet. So I came to Namek to find people who can make me stronger. Actually I don't know if you can help me improve my strength, but I just want to try it, and I know it's true. What? Haha. Although my reason was far-fetched, it still managed to get me through. Neil was also noticeably relaxed. Next, I obediently took my head and let the big elder grab it. If the elders deliberately attacked, I would definitely die. But it turns out my idea was superfluous. How could the mechs kill a stranger for no reason? Not to mention the people who helped them. A dazzling yellow light spread over me. I began to feel my anger rising in the chief mate. Although I knew the effect was amazing, I was still taken aback by the increased strength. I used an energy tester to spy it out. 55,500. A full 100 times increase. This also means that the first warrior on Earth with a combat power of more than 10,000 was born. It's me Wu Jufan. Wukong, I am far more than you at this moment. I calm down my excitement. Quietly look at the situation in your body. All the meridians in the body are filled with vigorous qi, and the blood vessels are congested due to the sudden increase of power. The slender fluff, which is usually invisible, is now even more visible to the cells on it. Just when I was complacent, I suddenly found a strange place. It turns out, the qi in my cells is still less than 3/4. What is going on? My qi has increased so much, it should have broken through long ago according to the original volume and volume. How could it be dissatisfied? I entered into a deep level of concentration, and my whole body was concentrated on one cell. This is. Just as I was seriously exploring the secrets of cells, a powerful attraction came out from the cells, involving my spiritual power. After being in a trance for a while, I came to this dark space. My mental power could only feel the flow of qi in this space, but it was very weak. After a while of surprise, I suddenly realized, this is the space in my cells. The qi I just lifted is here. This also explains that my qi can never fill 3/4 of the space. I checked this space visually. There are about 10*10*10 cubic meters. Now I can roughly estimate the volume that can hold the gas. At present, scientists have measured that our brain cells are about 10 billion. Red blood cells in the blood are one of the smallest cells in the human body. Its diameter is 7 to 8 microns. And 1 millimeter is equal to 1,000 microns. Scientists estimate that human blood accounts for about 1/13 of body weight, and there are about 5 trillion red blood cells in 1 liter of adult man's blood. That is, 5 trillion red blood cells, and 1 trillion here is equal to 1 trillion. The number of white blood cells in blood is 1/8 of red blood cells, or 1.25 billion. If a man weighs 78 kilograms, he has about 6 liters of blood, and in his blood alone there are 30 trillion red blood cells and 7.5 billion white blood cells. According to this calculation, the total number of cells in the human body is about 500-600 trillion. Even if my cells are only 500 trillion, and there is only 100 million cells in the whole body that can be exploited, then the volume that can hold gas is 100 million * 1,000 cubic meters equals 100 billion cubic meters. If it is fully filled, the chi of this intensity cannot be given much more than the chi of Super Saiyan 1. I am really grateful for the thunder that sent me to Dragon Ball. I am sure that this thunder caused my cells to have a mutation similar to the virtual space. But when I was complacent, I suddenly found that I couldn't leave this space. This discovery scared me half to death. No way, do you want me to be sealed in this space forever and can't get out? At this time, Neil also recovered from the excitement of being stimulated by his potential. The great elder really knows the art of balance. Seeing that I was motionless, he hurriedly pushed me. I went crazy thinking I was excited by the increased combat power. Luckily this is a push. Fortunately, a push with this meaning saved the future number 1 person in the universe. Taking advantage of this gap, my mental power escaped this space in one fell swoop. The next moment, I appeared in front of the elder and Neil full of energy. Chapter 15: The improvement of the strength of the first mate and the practice under the sea. Middle. I twisted my neck slightly, and the crisp sound like fried beans, crackling, sounded straight. Cool. The pores all over his body seemed to be stretched out, and he greedily breathed the vitality in the air. Neil felt my change the most. I used to think he could handle it with just one finger. Now, his whole body was surging with the same breath as him. What made him even more strange was that the chi disappeared quickly, as if it was hidden. That's right, I have used the hidden method of Kai that I learned from my practice on Earth to shrink Kai back into my body. The energy tester shows my current strength is 5,000. Huh, what? There is still a strong chi next to it, and the combat power is more than 48,000. Could it be that there are Ginyu members attacking? Impossible. It's too early for the plot to develop. Startled, I quickly determined the direction and location. Only then did I realize it was Neil by my side. Immediately, he understood that he was also boosted by the Great Elder to his potential. 48,000. I have raised it to 55,500. Don't the Nameks have as much potential as the Earthlings? I thought badly. Young man, you are amazing. I feel that there is a huge potential in your body that has not been developed. This is something I have never encountered before. Your future is limitless. Oh, thank you, Great Elder. My heart is full of gratitude for this old man who helped me improve my strength. Neil looked at me with mixed emotions. Not long ago I was far behind him. Now I not only feel that I have surpassed him, but there is still potential that has not been stimulated by the Great Elder. I don't know whether to be happy or sad. I patted his shoulder lightly. Friend, it's time for us to leave. Oh, he obviously didn't accept it, and quietly followed behind me. I didn't bother him, let him think for himself. Wait a minute, young man, take this Dragon Ball too. What? I was dizzy with the pie falling from the sky. Also, Neil, please help me to pass the order. Whatever this young man wants to do, the Namek people must cooperate fully. My mind that was sober just now was short-circuited again. What? Great Elder, you. Neil, do as I say. Oh yes. Young people. I finally woke up happily. When I found out that the Elder was calling me, I responded immediately, I am here. I feel that Namek will be devastated again and again in the near future, and I hope you can help us at that time. As expected of the Great Elder, even Namek's climate change and Frieza's attack can be foreseen. Since I have received repeated benefits from others, it is not my style to not do my best. And Frieza must be destroyed, and I will never allow anyone to touch the earth. Yes, Great Elder, I will do my best to help you. That way I can rest assured. Neil, please treat this guest well. I am tired and need to rest. Yes, Great Elder. After speaking, Neil respectfully led me out of the room of the Great Elder, who was holding the Dragon Ball and smirking. Namek has a supreme authority, the Great Elder. Although Neil has many questions, as long as it is the order of the Great Elder, he will meticulously implement it. Dear guest, you come with me. This is when I was really sober, and hurriedly said, Brother Neil, you are polite, how can I let you entertain me? It's too much to kill the younger brother. I think I will still be in the future. Call you big brother. Neil didn't say anything, but the expression on his face was very useful. After all, I am the designated guest of the Great Elder. After a short walk, we came to the guard's position again. I was surprised to find that they were fighting. Neil seemed to see through my doubts and pointed at me. No one in Namek dares to disrespect the Great Elder. These guards are arranged to prevent aliens from poisoning the Great Elder. Usually no one is worthy of their fight. Most of them are full of energy, so they spar with each other to pass the boring time. Quote. I deliberately said, Brother Neil, you must have won them by learning from each other. They are very respectful to the elder brother. There, Neil said though. The smile on his face betrayed him. Hey, my big brother is really cute. At this moment, one of the energy balls with messy hair flew towards me. I instinctively waved my hand and easily dissipated the energy ball. The onlookers were surprised by the Namekians, Pai Yan's energy balls. Also take it, but definitely not so easy. The strange thing is, how can the Earthlings who were weak just now have such a strong strength? The two sides in the fight stopped there. The initiator did not expect his energy ball to be taken down so easily, and was very dissatisfied. Come over and offer to try it out with me. I was also very excited. Just before the first officer's improvement in strength was confirmed, some people volunteered to be sandbags. It's as if someone gave a pillow as soon as I wanted to sleep. I turned my attention to Neil. After all, he is the master Ma. Neil also obviously wanted to know how strong I am now, and agreed without hesitation. Just said in my ear, "Don't beat Pai Yan's self-confidence too much." I nodded to show that I understood. But in order to take into account the etiquette, he immediately said to Pai Yan, "He is the guest designated by the first elder, as long as he hurts the guest." Even he himself blushed a little. Pai Yan obviously didn't notice. He said indifferently, "I know." Chapter 16: The Improvement of the Strength of the First Mate and the Practice Under the Sea, Part 2. I inadvertently glanced at the energy tester, 8512. Not bad. The strength of several guards can be regarded as the first few. To dare to challenge me with this kind of strength is really ignorant and fearless. I took a light breath, and my tone suddenly rose. Come on, don't hide your strength. Okay. Since you want to lose so much, I will fulfill you. After speaking, he immediately attacked. Thousands of punches have passed, and I don't even catch my breath. I was thinking about how to win him without blowing his self-confidence too much. It's nerve-wracking. Pai Yan was obviously still complacent, completely unaware that the situation was completely under my control. He can be excited to pull, one up, one down, 360-degree attack from my whole body. Still imagining that I was easily defeated by him when I was exhausted. For a while, he was a little arrogant. Even if I were a clay figurine being attacked like this, I would still be angry, not to mention that I was an arrogant young master in my previous life. Before I knew it, I used the power of the fourth floor, and with such an imposing punch, Pai Yan flew straight out, Gulu, rolled around on the ground, and passed out just like that. The Namekians on the sidelines were immediately dumbfounded. I just saw that Pai Yan still had the upper hand, and the young man who hit him had no ability to fight back, and was knocked unconscious the next moment. Emotionally, this result is unacceptable to everyone. I don't care about their feelings, I explained to Neil. Big brother, Neil was obviously also shocked by my attack. It seemed that he forgot that he had also been improved, and was still observing me from the previous angle. I believe he can also do that punch just now. Nothing, let's learn from each other. At this time, Neil was also awakened by my words and answered me immediately. The onlookers of the Nameks confirmed that Pai Yan had just passed out. The hostile gaze turned into awe and admiration. In this way, I managed to earn the respect of the Namekians. Soon the 3 days were spent in the joy of the guests and the host. Big brother, I'm going to see all over Namek, and by the way, I'm improving my strength, so don't keep me. My relationship with Neil grew by leaps and bounds over the course of 3 days. Neil also really saw me as his brother and cared for me everywhere. Okay, brother, I know that your strength has surpassed me. But I don't want to lose to you. When you come to visit me again, I will definitely surpass you. Neil expressed his pride. Okay, big brother, I won't let you easily surpass it. The figures of 2 people were pulled far and far in the sun. Earth, outside the black market. Because I realized that although my chi is very strong at the moment, my body's ability to resist fights is too poor. It is estimated that as long as someone with the same combat power as me hits me, I will almost be hanged. If you have attack power but no defense power, you can't play well in Dragon Ball. With the improvement of my realm, I kept summarizing my previous fighting experience. I can basically be sure that my opponent in the first battle of black market boxing must have a special set of self-protection techniques. I'm interested in it. I stopped guide who wanted to leave. Wait a minute. Who are you? Don't I know each other? I took off my sunglasses with a smile. It's you. Apparently guide had lingering fears for me, who beat him, and recognized me at once. Do you have anything to do with me? Ji De Keong asked calmly. I'm interested in your body protecting exercises, and I hope you can teach me. I didn't want to be polite to him, and directly stated my purpose. Although Jita already had bad plans, he still didn't expect me to ask for his exercises. Why? Who makes other people's fists hard? Just treat it as a flower exercise to avoid disasters. Okay. Under my absolute advantage, Guide happily agreed. He handed me a yellowish little book called Steel of the Flesh, which, no matter how I looked at it, looked like the martial arts secrets mentioned on the Kidian Chinese website. Heck, how could this be? But still cheaper for me. Before leaving, I used my powerful chi to help Jita wash his tendons and cut marrow, and also helped him improve his fighting power in return. It is estimated that his current combat power is more than 100. Now he is stronger than Sun Wukong. Ha ha. Namek, Ocean. A month ago, I had fully comprehended Steel of the Flesh. This exercise is divided into 3 layers. I have understood the first 2 layers, and now my body is stronger than the titanium alloy on Earth. But this 3rd layer has never been able to break through it. So I thought of the strong water pressure under the ocean. I was practicing under the sea at 1,000 meters. Not only my body but also my speed was greatly limited. Strong water pressure always squeezed every inch of my body. Make my body stronger. Every day I punch and kick 50,000 times underground. Even when the combat power reaches 55,500, my fist speed and foot speed have dropped significantly. No way, take your time. A month has passed. 5 months have passed. A year has passed. Depth is also desperately increasing. 2,000, 5,000, 8,000, 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. I successfully broke through the 3rd layer of Steel of the Body. I stood and let Frieza fight. I guess Frieza's transformation 1 can't break my skin. Estimated transformation 2 can cause damage to me. Of course I'm not going to go crazy. Now I am amazingly fast no matter how deep the sea is. I estimate that the speed is more than 10 times higher than when it first reached 55,500 in the battle. Now that my battles have reached 80,000, with my speed and method of gathering chi, I can at least play 150,000 battles. What's more rewarding is that I learned several nirvanas in the sea. Crazy Dragon Fighting Chi Cannon forms chi into a huge 5-clawed golden dragon that rotates continuously on the way. Spiral Bullets. Small energy bullets that are constantly spinning, suitable for single-player combat, and can be controlled by my heart. It's almost time to find Dragon Balls on this planet. Chapter 17 Dragon Ball, Immortal Action Part 1. Having been successful in cultivation, I know that I can no longer improve my strength. So I came up with the idea of immortality. There's no way, I can't resist the thought of not playing Dragon Ball as a person in Namek. With immortality, although the universe is big, I can go there. Do it if you say it, and besides, Dragon Ball radar can't let it be rusty. I used the air dance technique. Wow, it was ridiculously faster than a black somersault. If a Namekian had looked up at this time, he would have seen an extremely fast meteor streaking across the sky, trailing an extremely long beam of light behind it. At this time, I watched the Dragon Ball radar carefully and found that I had arrived at the location indicated by the Dragon Ball radar. This is a huge swamp. In a radius of 10 miles, people and animals are extinct. Strangeness. Although it is said to be huge, it is only compared to the swamps on the Earth. Not worth mentioning on Namek. And the land next to the swamp is obviously quite fertile. Planting the food of the tree on Namek will definitely be a great harvest. How can there be no one? I'm afraid of accidentally falling into the swamp. But it's strangely quiet around. There seems to be a kind of silence that, people in all directions disappear, and birds fly in 1,000 mountains. I smiled and shook my head. I have a stunt, and I am afraid of him being a bird. There is always a solution to a problem. I began to slowly narrow the search range of Dragon Ball radar, expand the accuracy of the search, and search carefully. Unknowingly, a pair of terrifying big eyes hidden in the swamp were watching me. It's here, it's like this. Suddenly my energy tester started beeping, alerting me that an unknown creature with a combat power of 60,000 was nearby. I was taken aback. My dear, there is such a strong opponent here. In terms of attack power alone, it is 20,000 less than me. In my memory, there is no such strong guy in Namek except Neil. It is also impossible to be Frieza's subordinates here, because if they knew about Namek, it was absolutely impossible to wait for a year to start. Because those people are notoriously arrogant. It wasn't him, so who would it be? I looked up at the sky and saw nothing. Is it underground? Just when I was about to search carefully, a huge black shadow passed in front of me. Damn, it's a sneak attack. A ray of blood rose from the sky, and without a doubt, it was my blood. I got slandered for the first time in the Dragon Ball universe, and it's not a famous boss yet. Just something that came out of nowhere. I paid the price for my underestimation and pride, and a horrific wound more than an inch deep and 3 inches long appeared on my chest. Wow, what a pain. While enduring the severe pain, I ate a fairy bean, while observing the monster in front of me, 8 or 9 meters long, with huge reptile lizards like those in Western fairy tales, with huge wings. Stared at me coldly. The only difference from the fairy tale is that there are protrusions up to 1 meter long on both sides of the body, and I don't know what is shining with silver light. I thought that only Frieza Transform 2 could hurt my body, but this thing easily slashed my body. Fortunately, I hid quickly, otherwise I would be cut off in the middle. By then I guess I don't know how I died. The worst thing, no one knows me, who will use Dragon Balls to resurrect me when I die. Touch the already intact chest to make sure that there are no scars left. I roared angrily. Dead lizard, what are you looking at? If the tiger doesn't show its power, you think I'm a sick cat. I suddenly raised the combat power to 150,000, and my angry fists instantly touched the monster's body with unparalleled speed. The 80-ton punch directly knocked the monster into the air. In an instant, I came to the sky above the monster, and smashed the monster's body with a kick that cracked the rock. A huge deep pit visible to the naked eye appeared on the monster. Ow! The monster roared loudly. I never let go of the opportunity to beat the reservoir dog, and then... Turtle, Pi, Chi, Gong, Wave, the scorching hot air flow with a strength of 200,000 instantly vaporized the monster. Oh, no, there are still unidentified protrusions on it. I exhaled and started looking at these bone-like things. It is a treasure to have no damage under such a strong turtle qigong. It was just right for me to make a sword. Thinking of Trunks' sword made me itch. So I threw a total of 24 of these things into the universal capsule, okay. 4-star Dragon Ball in the monster lair. In addition to the 1-star Dragon Ball given to me by the Elder, I now have 2. It looks like I still have to work overtime. So I embarked on a journey to find Dragon Ball again. Maybe all the mildew was swept away from the monster, and the next process went very smoothly. There are several Dragon Balls where the Nameks live. With an imperial decree from the Great Elder, no matter what the young man wants to do, the Namek people must cooperate fully. I easily got 5, 6, 3, 2-star Dragon Balls. Next to the end, 7-star beads. I smiled wryly and looked at the strange creature that looked like a shark in front of me. Why haven't I encountered it before in my practice? This guy is much bigger than Earth's blue whale, at least 5,000 tons. There is no way. I decided to use the key that activated my whole body to fire the Mad Dragon Blaster. The gigantic golden dragon rushes to the strange creature with the aura of fear of all things. The powerful force instantly evaporated the surrounding seawater, forming a spectacular mushroom cloud. 350,000 energy is really the limit I can achieve at the moment, and if it still doesn't work, then I really have nothing to do. Bomb. Chapter 18 The Immortal Body of Dragon Ball Project Part 2. Although the poor eccentric creature instinctively realized the danger, the clumsy and huge body could not escape immediately. When the 5 golden dragons instantly bit the huge creature, it also let out an unconscious scream, but it was only an instant. After taking a fairy bean, I felt sad for no reason. How could I kill it? Killed the last monster because it attacked me, what do you say this time? Is it possible to kill with power? I asked myself. I don't think I've become a man who will do anything to get his way. It is because I still have a conscience that I will be soft-hearted and regretful. It's a big deal, just make less murders. It is today's situation that left a piece of pure land in my heart. It is because of this pure land that I did not become a slave of Yuong, a killing machine. From now on, all the people I kill will be damned people, all those who want to invade the earth. Naturally, I found Dragon Balls inside the massive creatures. In the small corner to the right of it, there is a strange piece of meat that looks like ginseng. The reason I say it is strange is because it also exudes a heavy fragrance. I took it for granted as a treasure. Fortunately, I put it away, otherwise I would definitely regret my bowels turning green. Thanks to this baby, from now on, whether it is the frosty number 18, or the incomparably glamorous king of the Western realm, I will always obey me. Although my wife is only capped in single digits. But number 18 and the Western realm king god are not ordinary women. Naturally, there are more needs, so I can't satisfy other wives after satisfying them, which makes me, known as the first person in the universe, very depressed. Fortunately, with it, I can simply claim to be undefeated in the bed field. So lucky. Outside the elder's house. Brother, I finally see you again. Time flies so fast. A year has passed. I wonder if you have worked hard to cultivate. I have improved a lot. I also looked at Big Brother Neil with excitement. He reminded me of the Wuxi father and son on Earth, and I don't know how they were doing. After a year of not seeing him, he has grown a lot stronger. The energy tester shows that his current combat power is 56,000, a full increase of more than 8,000. As expected of the first strongman of Namek. Brother, I miss you too. Brother, I've become a lot stronger. After I met the Great Elder, I will definitely have a good discussion with you. Neil excitedly replied, if you don't tell me, I won't. To mention, the First Elder knew that you were looking for him, so he was ready to wait for you in the room. I'm not at all surprised about this now, this one has a special ability to predict the future. What? You say I promote pseudoscience. Please pay attention, this is Dragon Ball World. I came back to this house with memories from a year ago. Or, the scenery is vaguely like last year. This time I went straight to the point. Elder, I need to know the secret language to summon the dragon. Young man, ever since you took your first Dragon Ball from me, I knew you would gather 7 Dragon Balls. I hope you can put your wishes to good use. Attach your ears. ###, asterisk, asterisk, ##%, asterisk. In this way, I easily got the code word to summon the dragon. On some deserted island. Brother, I hope you don't keep your hands. Brother, I will do my best. I was actively encouraging Neil. Okay, since you said that, brother, then I'm welcome. Soon I had tens of thousands of fights with Neil. Most of them are you punching, and I'm just going out. It's just a preliminary test. Don't underestimate these punches, otherwise you can easily hit a few tons of power and try. However, the two immediately became angry, and their anger was also rising. Don't want to give a punch or a kick. I got hit hundreds of times, but I didn't care. On the other hand, Big Brother Neil grinned in pain every time he was punched by me. I can't bear to see it. But who asked him to challenge me? It didn't take long for me to see through his punches, but I didn't beat him there. Instead, turn over and step away. Brother, you must only focus on improving your chi, but not exercising your body. I don't think it's fair to you. Why don't we just stop this time, and we'll have a good fight when your body comes up. Quote. Brother, I can't think that you have improved so much, I can't compare to you. I lost this time. Big brother, I say losing is losing. Do you think that we Namekians can't afford to lose? I hope that next time I fight with you, I will definitely win you. Any time, I said happily. I'm the only one left. I muttered, looking in the direction Neil disappeared. It's time for business. I put the 7 Dragon Balls together, and the Dragon Balls began to emerge a little bit of starlight under the dark clouds, swaying and slowly rising. Hash 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 hash. Asterisk, asterisk, hash hash percent, asterisk. What happened on Earth was repeated. It's just that this time the dragon was changed to Namek, and it looked even bigger. Wisher, say it. Say your first wish. Shenlong, I wish I could become immortal. Feeling a strange light penetrating my body, I knew at that moment I was immortal. Say your second wish. I wish I could stay young forever. It is the wonderful feeling just now, I will always have the appearance of youth and immortality. Say your third wish. I hope my future wife will never die young. Oh, then I will attach my divine power to you, and if I find your wife, I can keep her young forever. Ah ha ha. Looking at the one-star Dragon Ball that has turned into stone in my hand, I know that if I return it to the Elder, my Namek journey will be over. Chapter 19 Back to Earth to Give Gifts Part 1. Faintly felt a surge of energy. Namek, see you in a few years. My eyes blurred. Too much sweat and blood have been shed here. It also carries my growth and strength. I've had an inexplicable feeling about it. If the Earth is my first home, then Namek is the undisputed second. Frieza, I will never let you ruin my second home. I left the beautiful planet where I lived for a year with my thoughts. It reappears under the Tower of Kurita. I sniffed the familiar smell of the Earth for a long time. I put aside the melancholy of leaving Namek. I shouted loudly, Earth, I am back Wujufan. Horizon. Martial artists all over the world felt a shudder. How to pull. The lovely Upa was frightened when she heard the huge roar, and then she immediately ran out of the bushes when she heard it was me. He shouted, Brother Jufan, Brother Jufan, the joy overflowed on his face. I hugged Upa happily. Did you miss you, Brother Jufan? I wanted to make a joke. Who knew that Upa replied seriously, I miss Brother Jufan every day. I was so moved that I decided to give Upa a gift. Upa, sit down. Don't move around, my brother will cultivate your body for you. After speaking, my hands were filled with white air visible to the naked eye. I placed my hands flat and slowly injected the air into Upa's body. Way hole. Upa only felt a warm air from his head quickly flowing through his body, and he wanted to sleep comfortably. Upa, don't fall asleep. I immediately reminded. Upa immediately replied soberly after hearing the words, Oh. It's going very well. It's estimated that Upa's strength is now comparable to that of Goku. I said to myself, looking at Upa who was sleeping sweetly. At this time, Yu-Ji-in had arrived outside the tent. Seeing me who had been away for a long time, I excitedly threw away the prey in my hands. Came over and hugged me. Good brother, you are finally back. Big brother, we won't go home if we don't get drunk today. Ha ha ha, the excited voices of the brothers echoed in the jungle. In the following month, I instructed Upa to practice the exercises at Upa's house, and in my spare time, I went fishing with my eldest brother, and hunted birds of prey. Happy life is like a fairy. I am not reluctant either. I came to the city closest to Upa's house and prepared a parting gift. The largest jewelry store in the city. What? There are such big diamonds. Am I blinded? Come on, boss. Someone is selling a 100-carat diamond. A middle-aged man dressed as a standard businessman and a little wealthy had already walked to the door. He was already startled by the noise in the hall. He was so angry. What? As an employee of the Fushang jewelry store, it was such a fuss. Where are the images? Where are the images? I must fire these employees. He thought sadly, but when he heard that there were actually 100 carats of diamonds, he didn't care about anything, and even rushed towards me. A big diamond in my hands to grab the country. Take the magnifying glass in the hand of the employee and look carefully. But I was taken aback. This boss is so good, he can actually grab something from me. It seems that the power of the treasure is really scary. The man known as the boss looked intoxicated as he observed, Awesome. My God, there is such a perfect art in the world, God. Thank you for letting me witness it. I almost spit out my overnight meal when I heard this. What with what? The boss still refused to give up, picked up the precision light sensing scale, and carefully put the diamond on it. The hand that left is still slow. For a while, the expression seemed to be reluctant to let go of the peerless beauty, and for a while it seemed to gouge out his heart. Even I almost thought he had lost his mind and changed his jewelry store. The screen clearly displayed 100 carats. My God, it's a miracle. The weight of a diamond is calculated in carats, aka carats. 1 carat equals 200 milligrams equals 0.2 grams. 1 carat is divided into 100 parts, and each part is called a point. 0.75 carat is also called 75 points. 0.02 carat is 2 points. Under other similar conditions, as the diamond increases, its value increases geometrically. The same weight of diamonds will be valued due to differences in color, clarity and cut. It's very different. A total of 45 carats, so 100 asterisk 0.2 equals 20 grams. Oh, this color, this clarity, this cut. Nerve, actually introduced me to the common sense of diamonds. Boss, I'm here to sell diamonds. You can buy them and appreciate them secretly at home. When the boss heard this, he began to look at me, his handsome face, strong and powerful muscles, and a mighty and dazzling height. And my body keeps sending out noble messages, and it is easy to know that I am not an ordinary person. Let's go to the VIP room to talk, sir, please. To my surprise, this diamond brought me 500 million Earth coins. Only then did I realize the joy of doing business without a business. I'm fighting to the death. Only earn 10 million, and the diamonds picked up at random have 500 million Earth coins. Pirates. Don't worry, I will definitely burn more paper money for you this time. I smiled and put the gold card into the universal capsule. Chapter 20 Back to Earth to Give Gifts Part 2. I am not selling diamonds for my own enjoyment, but to buy a new home for Wuxi and his son. So can a broken tent live in. Not to mention my relatives. I'm also a billionaire after all, a lot of money. I'll just buy him an 8,000 square meter or 10,000 square meters and it's just fine. After being busy for a while, it's time to go back to the Turtle Immortal house. You have to curry favor with Sun Wukong. Seeing Wuxi's father and son's eyes about to fall, I felt very proud. Look at how stupid you guys are, you probably don't know that I'm a big one. Brother, this gift is too expensive, I can't accept it, eldest brother. Brother, don't say that. I have been taking care of you all this time. I should repay it. If you don't accept it, it is not my good eldest brother. Besides, Upa is not too small. You can't let him live in such a house. Also, I bought a robot professor. You can let Upa get a good education in it. You don't want Upa to be illiterate. But it's nothing to worry about. I'm your good brother. Don't be embarrassed. Before leaving, Upa, you have to study hard. Soon I will teach you to practice, you know. Brother Jufin, I understand. You have a smooth journey. Brother, this house needs a lot of money. Not much, only 1 billion Earth coins. What? With Yuji and stunned, I took the black somersault and left quickly. Next to the turtle house. From a distance, I saw a teenager in an orange tortoise-shaped combat suit and a small bald head in a yellow suit desperately digging a field. We have been friends for a long time, Wukong and Keelan. Our son Wukong, who saw my appearance at a glance. Grandpa, it's going to rain soon. Look at the dark clouds in the sky. A long-lost voice came. What nonsense. The weather is so good. How can it rain? You want to be lazy. What I said is really, look, it's over there. Huh, I saw it too. Krillin on the side also shouted. Only then did Teacher Wu Tian discover my location, but what he saw was a cloud. Huh, isn't that a black somersault? Who is here? As the black somersault slowly descended, I finally revealed the true face of Mount Lu. Master, it's been a long time. Immortal Gui also recognized me in surprise. Jufin, where have you died? You haven't come to see me for so many years. Master, I have been practicing. I'm so sorry I didn't come back to visit you. That's right, martial Taoists want to improve their self-cultivation, I forgive you. But I don't know how much you have improved. I thought to myself, it's nothing, it's okay to destroy a planet easily. But how can I say it? Come here, Wukong and Keelan, know your third senior brother, Wu Jufan. What? Third senior brother? Wukong and Keelan said in unison. How are you? I quietly observed the future number one in the universe. So cute. Just like in the comics. And Krillin is good too. Hello, third senior brother. Come here. I waved somersaults away and greeted them both affectionately. Wukong, senior brother has a good present for you. Oh, is it? Let me see. Food, it's food. A lot. That's right, I easily hit Wukong's key. I ignored Wukong, who was jumping and jumping beside him, and I turned my eyes to Kaylin, who was full of hope in his eyes. You have it too. Really? Sent to Krillin. I thought to myself, it's a compensation for me for stealing your number 18. Wow, that's a lot of money. Keelan's eyes were completely filled with red earth coins, and he couldn't hold anything else. Finally, I turned my evil eyes to Teacher Wu Tian. I put on a dignified look, and solemnly handed the last universal capsule in my hand to Teacher Wu Tian. Mr. Wu Tian, this disciple knows that you like to study body art, especially for lively girls, so I specially bought a lot of them for you this time. It is a gift to make up for the first apprenticeship. A mortal turtle immediately bleeds from his nose after reading my thoughts. He looked up to the sky and made a ha-ha. Jufan, I really didn't see you wrong. You are the most proud disciple of your teacher. I hope you will continue to work hard and create more brilliance. Wukong and their practice will be handed over to you to supervise. Listen carefully, you must not let the water out, you know. Disciples are listening. I have to devote myself to the great art research for my teacher. After saying, whoosh, he ran back to the Guixian house. I laughed speechless. This teacher. Looking at the two still immersed in joy, I coughed and said solemnly, okay. Now I will supervise your cultivation. Hurry up and start. Being a teacher of Monkey King, it feels quite good. That's great, senior brother, we're so tired. Can we take a break? I lowered my face and said coldly, I want to rest, right? If you don't want to practice, I can talk to Teacher Wu Tian. It's not too fast. Run. What a joke to make you lazy. Will the plot continue to develop? Do you want to let me eat dinner? Ah, yes, 2 people. He started to practice in a hurry. In the morning, Wukong and Keelan were only half-life left after I copied them. In the afternoon I called Sun Wukong and Keelan to my side. I was going to start teaching them. Isn't it? I'm not convinced. I'm also taught by a master, why should I not practice? Do you have such thoughts? Keelan. My stern tone scared Keelan after jumping. He quickly replied, yes, but immediately shook his head. No, no. Sun Wukong is very honest. He refused to accept. Why? You don't want to practice. If you want to guide us, show us your strength. Okay, it depends on my strength. Come with me. After that, he took them to the place where Teacher Wu Tian asked them to push the boulder for the first time. I pointed to the biggest boulder and said, that's it. I pushed him with one finger. What? A finger? You're not kidding. Krillin disbelieved. Sun Wukong clearly agreed with him and nodded. Open your eyes and watch. Without any foreshadowing, he just leaned up so gently. Pretend, the boulder was easily pushed by me with one finger. The eyes of Wukong and Krillin next to him almost leaked out. I didn't think it was fun, so I pushed the boulder off the ground with a little force, rolled it a few times in the air, and then slammed it down heavily, kicking up a cloud of dust. So Wukong and Krillin are simply stupid. What I didn't know was that Wukong started to catch up with me from then on. Chapter 21 The World's #1 Martial Arts Association 1. After seeing my strength, Wukong and Krillin didn't complain at all. And Wukong asked me to increase the amount of practice. Also asked me if I could do the practice I experienced. But of course the answer is no, otherwise you will be accused of murdering a minor. I patted Goku's head and told him, the practice is to be gradual. It cannot be reached overnight, nor can it reach the sky in one step. Although these words are completely nonsense to Goku, who will become a Saiyan in the future, but now I still have to say the truth. At least let Goku's foundation be solid. In the non-stop practice day and night, before noticing, it was time for the opening of the world's #1 martial arts club. This day, Immortal Turtle was wearing a straight suit and sunglasses. Selling quite well, and I was dressed in a snow-white suit, with long flowing hair that had not been cut for a long time behind me, and a bunch of bright hair floating in front of my cheeks. Coupled with the proud height of 185, it can be said that it is radiant. Wukong and Krillin are dressed up just like in the comics, and there is nothing outstanding about them. Before getting into the car, Lan Chi blushed and told me to take care of herself. It seems that Lan Chi still has a good impression on me. I feel sad when I think of the fact that she did not get the love of Tianjin fan in the original book. What a girl! This guy from Tianjin Rice is simply a waste of money. After the Budokai comes back, I'm going to launch a love attack on her. Just when I was sitting comfortably on the plane watching the clouds in the sky, Krillin suddenly ran up to me. I smiled and said to him, "Heelin, is something wrong?" Klein turned to look at the flight attendant who had overturned the plate twice, and said to me with a blushing face, "Senior brother. After you got off the plane, can you not walk with us? If you walk with us, I can't attract cute girls." I fondly stroked his cute little bald head. "Okay, you're a real kid. But to be honest, I have a different kind of charisma all over me right now. My parents in my previous life were both dragons and phoenixes, and I inherited their excellent genes. And in this life, after assiduous practice, the masculine energy is quite majestic. In addition, today's white suit brings out my noble temperament, and the high-length chest is like the muscles of Schwarzenegger and Styron, and it is indeed extraordinary. Wang Ba's spirit is soaring to the sky. This is the registration office for the #1 martial arts club in the world. Jufin, Wukong, Heelin, all of you, come and register." Yes, isn't that Wukong, Monkey King, Sun Wukong, here and here. In the plot, Bulma, Leping, Wulong, Puilu and Wukong finally met. It means that I have officially joined the mainstream plot of Dragon Ball. I looked at the 5 people who were happily gathering in front of me. The ambition in my heart is finally coming true. Earth people are by no means worse than Saiyans, you wait and see. Next, of course, I will introduce my fellow apprentices, Heelin and me. When I was introduced, Bulma was obviously surprised. "Aren't you the handsome guy who came to my house to get the Dragon Ball radar?" Wow, so handsome. Leping and Puilu on the side were obviously hostile to me. Now Leping has overcome the weakness of being afraid of girls, and now his favorite object is Bulma in front of me. But I have no feeling for him at all, his strength is not strong, and he has no chance to play tricks in the later stage. Besides, Boomer wouldn't belong to him, or where would Trunks come from? I know that Boomer is not immune to good boys at all. If I marry a lot of wives in the future, Boomer will definitely cuckold me. After I said that she has been seen by Leping with full-body ice cream now, I feel uncomfortable just thinking about it. For the above reasons, I decided not to accept Boomer. On the way to the hotel, I have always been quite indifferent, and it is obvious that strangers should not be approached, and they will be refused thousands of miles away. On the one hand, I have decided to have less contact with Bulma, and on the other hand, I can't give Bulma a chance to ask how I knew about Dragon Ball radar. But Bulma was not very enthusiastic about me because of his relationship with Leping. Lying on the bed in the hotel, I quietly thought about what was on my mind. There is nothing to worry about in the martial arts conference. With my strength, I guess I can win with just one finger. But that doesn't mean anything. I still suppress my strength to savor the grand event that I have always yearned for in my previous life. Now Wukong's combat power is 123, Heelin is 98, Leping has 67, and Teacher Wu Tian is 128. Without my presence in this competition, Mr. Wu Tian would be the champion of this session. But since I have participated, I must win and make my reputation on Earth. And there's a beauty to be picked up here. I soon fell asleep while thinking about it. The weather is pretty good today. I walked into the hall of the martial arts club with Wukong and Keelan strutting. The people here are really bizarre. There are weird people more than 3 meters high, there are werewolves, there are dinosaur people, there are tiger people, in short, there are all kinds of strange people. I looked around, hoping to find her place in the crowd. The unforgettable purple hair exudes charming color, the red cherry mouth, and the skin is white as jade. It's you, Lanfang. From the first time I watched Dragon Ball, I noticed Miss Lanfang, one of the gorgeous top 8 in the world's #1 martial arts club, and I coveted her. Although she plays with such a personality. But with me here, you can't go away. In the preliminary round, although I don't have the superpower of dumplings, I can control chi from a long distance, so I will never let my teammates fight until the finals. I, Wukong, Keelan, and teachers Leping and Wu Tian respectively got different ring numbers. Now it's my turn to perform. Chapter 22 The World's #1 Martial Arts Association 2. Since I want to fight openly, I suppress the combat power at 120. I believe there is absolutely no problem with my experience and tricks. And my body is quite perverted, and there is probably no one on this earth who can break my skin and hurt me. Old Vic estimated that the combat power was only 200. So as long as I don't fall out of the field, it's impossible, I can dance the sky. No one has ever heard of healthy and undisturbed birds falling to the ground. So the probability of me losing this time is even smaller than the probability of Mars hitting the Earth. So I'm calmly watching other people's games. Oh no, it's Miss Lanfang's competition. In all fairness, Miss Lanfang's attack was indeed quite severe. And she also knows the strengths and weaknesses of men and women, and mainly focuses on the strength of the legs, so that she can smoothly advance to the top 8, which gives Dragon Ball fans a chance to know her. But it seems that not many people remember her. And I am one of them. Miss Lanfang's opponent is a middle-aged warrior dressed in a jacket, but in the confrontation with Miss Lanfang, he has less attack and more defense, so I know his situation is very bad. Sure enough, after the denomination hit the top of his knees, he fell to the sky. There was applause all around. Unconsciously, I came to the arena where Sun Wukong was, but the opponent was quite weak, and I fell down painfully when Wukong hit the stomach with a punch. I nodded unconsciously, but judging from my unconscious performance, I subconsciously regarded Goku as the greatest friend and opponent in the future. How bad? Immediately, I felt ridiculous at my conflicted heart, which was both eager for Goku to quickly improve his strength, and afraid of being overtaken. Is Dragon Ball without Son Goku a Dragon Ball? What am I afraid of? Afraid of competition? Or are you afraid of being overtaken? Soon it was my turn. Again, my opponent was a Jed-like opponent, great limbs and tall stature. The opponent's swollen muscles are like his swollen confidence. He even announced at the beginning that he would solve me within 3 minutes. I've never paid attention to such idiots. I blinked coldly, indicating that I was too lazy to talk to an idiot. No matter which world you are in, it is the same, always full of love for beautiful things. So my support is much more than my opponent. Most of the fighters outside the field were cheering me on. Even Miss Lanfang seems to be very fond of me and is nodding for me. Faced with such a situation, the opponent was so annoyed that he almost went mad, and even like a gorilla, he beat his chest hard and made a high-pitched angry sound. Then he threw his iron fist at me. In the face of this attack power of only 30, I am too lazy to hide. Let the opponent hit me in the chest. The surrounding martial artists let out sighs and regrets, and Miss Lanfang also covered her eyes and didn't dare to look at it. It wasn't until the people around her gave a loud applause that she secretly watched the battle from the gap. Everything was beyond her expectations. No matter how the big man who seemed powerful hit the young man seemed to have no response, not even blinking his eyes. Only then did she feel relieved, but she blushed for a while. Why do I care about a young man I don't know? But I have no way of knowing everything, and all I feel now is the word, cool. The opponent's seemingly powerful punch hit me, but I didn't feel any pain or itching. But if I don't fight back, can I still be worthy of my support for my martial artist? As soon as I opened up the flies who were disturbing me, I kicked the opponent off the ground with one split, and just when he stayed in the air and couldn't move, I swept away thousands of troops and kicked him out of the field to easily win. There were constant voices of admiration from the audience. This young man is not bad, his attack is quite powerful. It's amazing. I still abstain. The martial artist is quite fond of him. Therefore, I deliberately controlled the power in the following games, and I did not make them lose ugly. And the most important thing is that before I left the ring, I shamelessly threw an eyebrow at Miss Lanfang, but in exchange it was a ruthless white eye. I also shrugged in relief. Shit. I really thought I was a heartthrob. So I started a shameless flies attack, and I stayed by Miss Lanfang's side to show affection for a moment. Too bad people just ignore me. But fortunately, she was not driven away, and there is a chance to stay by her side. So I wondered whether to launch a money offensive. When I took out a string of 32 pearls that were almost identical in color, size and shape, her attitude immediately took a 180-degree turn. Immediately he greeted me with condolences, which made me flattered on the one hand, and embarrassed on the other hand. Self-confidence was severely hit. I quit. Now I am very depressed. Miss Lanfang originally had a pretty good impression in my mind. But in reality he loves money so much. Is there a mistake? There is no such thing in Dragon Ball. However, I noticed that Miss Lanfang's pearls did not show the fiery love of women's love for beauty and decoration, as if she was purely worshipping money. Could it be that she only likes gold? Just when I was thinking about it, there was an impatient cry from the host in the ring. Player number 65, player number 65, I suddenly woke up. Didn't this call me? Chapter 23 The World's #1 Martial Arts Association 3. I floated onto the ring dashingly, and at first I looked like I was the only one in the sky and the earth. But when he saw who his opponent was, he immediately began to become impotent. It turned out to be Miss Lanfang. There's a good show here. To win, I offended Miss Lanfang. If I lose, I will disrupt my famous plan, and even worse, affect my ability to improve. How to do? Do you want me to give up Miss Lanfang? No way. How could this be? She is my first favorite character in Dragon Ball. Just when I was thinking about it, Miss Lanfang started to speak. Handsome guy, I want to win this game. Would you like me to win? Wow, I can't stand it anymore. Miss Lanfang is so cute when she acts like a spoiled child. Wow, my mouth is watering. This has not happened in a long time. It seems that I only drooled when I watched a porn film for the first time in my previous life, and it has been a continuous affair since then. Miss Lanfang, I want to appoint you. People don't mean to show mercy at all, they are cruel. When I came up, I wanted to give me an overweight leg to eat, but unfortunately I was still in the midst of lust, so I ate it all. Although I don't feel anything, but Miss Lanfang felt a huge pain in her thigh, as if it had hit a steel plate, extremely hard. I'm just thinking about it now. Miss Lanfang, you bastard, it hurts my leg. I'm ignoring you. What a great opportunity. Miss Lanfang, are you alright? I stepped forward and unconsciously stroked Miss Lanfang's white plump thighs. Wow, it's been a long time since I've come into contact with such ecstasy. I sighed with emotion and then cordially expressed my condolences. Who would have known that people took advantage of my sympathy for fragrant and cherished jade, and unceremoniously poked my eyes with jade fingers? What a cruel heart. Want to make me blind. Originally, it was too late to dodge with my strength, but I was in the middle of other people's beauties without knowing it. After being addicted for a few seconds, Miss Lanfang's jade finger had arrived, so I had to close my eyes. I still have nothing to do. Miss Lanfang's jade fingers are already swollen. Wow, my finger. Originally, I was about to lose my temper, but when I saw Miss Lanfang's pitiful appearance, my heart began to soften again. Immediately, he rubbed her fingers hard again. When I was in a state of excitement again, I hit the target with my yin legs. I immediately fell to the ground in pain. The pain was monstrous. I thought I was invulnerable. How could I know that I still have a weakness? It is a man who will be angry when he is shot. I completely ignored Miss Lanfang's proud expression and stood up angrily. I will never forgive you this time. I hated in my heart. Miss Lanfang pointed at me and was speechless. I guess she wanted to say that you are still human. Seeing my angry face, she immediately showed a pitiful gesture. I won't be fooled this time, Jay, Miss Lanfang actually cried. Did I make a mistake? The victim didn't say a word, but the perpetrator seemed to be greatly wronged. At this moment, Miss Lanfang is like a little lamb trembling under my lion's power, crying quite miserably. Audience also seemed to have a lot of opinions on me. This kid, I misunderstood him. He actually bullied girls. It was almost a condemnation of me. I immediately pulled Miss Lanfang aside and told her in a soft voice that if I could win the game, I could agree to any conditions. Really, what I need is money, a lot of money. It turned out to be this condition. It is estimated that she participated in the world's #1 martial arts club for the bonus. This is easy to handle. I guess now the poor only have money left. I boldly promised her that I could have as much money as I wanted. Unexpectedly, Miss Lanfang only asked for 3 million. I was immediately dumbfounded. Only 3 million. The pearl necklace I just gave her was far more than that. Even if you have a treasure and don't know it. I carefully explained the value of the pearl necklace for her and gave her a 3 million gold card. When she heard the value of the pearl necklace, she stuck out her cute tongue in fright, and she was infinitely excited when I gave her 3 million, as if she had a wish that could finally be fulfilled. I know that Miss Lanfang is far from being as superficial as she seems to be very sensible. Everything just now was her disguise. Is it the plot where I met the familiar betrayal of my father? Everything was normal at first, but when I looked at Miss Lanfang's beautiful pear blossoms and rain, I couldn't help but move my index finger and kissed Miss Lanfang. Crap, why are you waiting in such a hurry? When I closed my eyes and waited for a slap, I received a kiss unexpectedly. Thank you, I can finally fulfill my wish. Where do you live? I have something to talk to you after the game. I live in. I couldn't wait to tell Miss Lanfang my address. In my heart, I was yearning for the old-fashioned plot of Miss Lanfang's promise to her. If nothing else, I'm about to say goodbye to my virgin career in Dragon Ball world, okay. What followed was a bland trial like boiled water. After some fierce competition, the top 8 came into being. Monkey King, Kaylin, Leping, Jackie Chan, Teacher Wu Tian, Nanmu, Barbarian, and Ji Anan. The fierce competition is finally about to begin. Chapter 24 The World's #1 Martial Arts Association 4. I couldn't wait to say goodbye to everyone and flew back to the hotel in a black somersault. Sure enough, I saw the beautiful Miss Lanfang looking forward to it. How happy! I am like a husband whom his wife is desperately looking forward to returning, and Miss Lanfang is my bride. After a while of chatting, Miss Lanfang shared her experience. Lanfang's family is a family of martial arts, so as to be able to carry forward the family's martial arts. The majority is their ultimate goal. In Lanfang's generation, the parents only gave birth to Lanfang's one girl, and did not have any children. As a result, Lanfang's father. I am quite disappointed, but I have no prejudice against Lanfang because of this. On the contrary, since then, the difficulty and quantity of cultivation has been increased to continuously improve the strength. But a person is like a piece of steel, no matter how tough it is, there is a degree. Except for the protagonist and Wukong, of course Lanfang's father was severely affected in a challenge to the limit. Hurt, unable to practice or open a martial arts hall. In this way, most of the disciples were lost to other martial arts halls. There is no source of income for the family to live on. Lanfang had to provoke heavy responsibility and practice hard to revitalize the martial arts hall. But because the talent has never been able to get what you want, until today when I heard this, I couldn't help but sigh for a while. The legendary plot was actually encountered by me. Then again, Lanfang sacrificed a lot for the martial arts hall, and he was able to do that. Luckily I got there early and helped her. Otherwise I don't know where she will end up in the end. The two cuddled together as they talked. And she burst into tears. I was tired from crying and fell asleep on my chest. I read. With this peaceful jade face, there is no trace of sadness in my heart. If I have any unclean thoughts after hearing what happened to this girl, I can only curse you, beast. The first light in the morning came in from the window. Miss Lanfang looked at the man in front of her. Her mood was extremely unstable. I planned to repay my kindness yesterday, but I couldn't help but talk about my past. And because he is not like his brothers and sisters to do something with himself. I have quite a crush on this man. Woken up by Lanfang's gentle touch, and then the two of them stared at each other. Like two little children. Maybe it's heartfelt, maybe it's a momentary touch, or it may be a confused portrayal. In short, Lanfang and I fell in love very quickly. Maybe this kind of love is child's play, but at first sight. Love came so suddenly. It should have been sweet. Lanfang seems to have a lot of things on his mind. I know it's about the martial arts hall. I don't care about the status of the martial arts hall in Lanfang's heart. I only know that men should have it. Embrace a woman's mind. So I helped her improve her strength and made sure that there were not many people on earth who could hurt her, so I let her go. Maybe one day in the future she will come to me again. I don't know if she will change her mind at that time. I stared out the window in a daze. Yiren was dead. There is only a faint fragrance left in the air. I sorted out my emotions and laughed at myself kindly. What? This is just a blip. It's not like I, Wu Jufan, have never touched a woman. Do not. Knowing if it was Yuzan's influence, I seem to be very soft-hearted towards the women around me. Even if Lanfang dealt with me so deliberately yesterday, I still tolerate it. Come on, is this change good or bad? The clouds on the horizon were blown by the wind, and my heart was rippling. Even though the early summer is so refreshing, I know I'll be even better. In the draw for the quarterfinals, I deliberately avoided a duel with Goku. I wanted to make him a second place just like the plot. Defeat Wu Tian teacher's appointment. Leave it to me. The freshness of the morning did not cause trouble for the noon, but the extreme heat made my heart start to be very irritable, so I was on the field. I just want to get rid of the opponent quickly. Ji Anan, accept your fate. Although this is the one who caused Goku a lot of trouble, he's not worth it to me. Carry. Ah! I shouted furiously, and immediately hit the turtle school Qigong. Even if I suppress my anger, I still have a lot of power along with it. My shot rushed out, and the powerful attack power of the turtle school Qigong immediately shocked the opponent and passed out. And now my heart is at peace, after. I now know that venting, I feel resentful for Lanfang's departure. But now after venting, my temper is much better. I win this round. Wukong, do you have the confidence to win Leping? Yes. In fact, my strength is stronger than his, and I passed by the old grandfather of the immortal turtle. Director, will only be stronger now. I am so excited now. Then do you want to hurry up and hit me? Then you can quickly settle Leping, come. Prove me your strength. Okay, I will definitely prove it to you. Then I looked at Leping innocently. I'm sorry, but now I'm depressed and want to add some color to the game. Don't blame me. Leping on one side seems to be. Feel what? Actually sneezed. On the ring. Leping and Wukong's good show is officially open to Lola. I tasted it deliciously. The game quickly reached a climax because of my stimulation. You come to me on both sides. Not one step back. From the sky to the ground, then from the ground. Hit the sky. At this moment, although my combat power far exceeds them, I still applaud their combat skills. At the same time, I am constantly gaining. It turns out this. The trick can be used like this. Goku is indeed a Saiyan, his fighting talent is quite high. There is no way to learn how to break through without a teacher. Leping is also quite. Lai can at least fend off Goku's attack. Leping's posture. Sure enough, it is the wolf-tooth mad magic fist. It turned out that Leping, who had been fighting for a long time, gradually became impatient and wanted to issue a unique trick to end the battle. Sample, you thought you could win. As if to verify my words, Wukong, who escaped the last form of the wolf tooth mad magic fist, took advantage of Leping's old strength to do his best, and his new strength is not yet. When I was born, I worked hard to play the turtle school Qigong. Although this is not as good as me, I believe it is not too far behind. Good Wukong, one trick is ruthless. Knock Leping out. In this game, Goku wins. It's the match between teacher Wu Tian and Kaylin. It's really exciting. Chapter 25 I Am the Champion Part 1. With the enthusiastic speech of the yellow-headed host with sunglasses and the cheers of the audience, the third game ushered in, Jackie Chan vs. Kling. I looked at the serious-looking two people on the field. I felt a burst of laughter in my heart. They all said that one day as a teacher and a lifelong father, so this pair on the field is considered a father and son soldier. It's a pity that they want to kill each other, and what's even more ridiculous is that Wukong on the side is desperately cheering for Kaylin, clamoring for Kaylin to quickly solve the opponent. Of course, the turtle immortal blew his nose and stared. But Goku, who was dumbfounded, didn't know anything. He also encouraged me to cheer for Kaylin together. Of course I wanted to help, but the target was my master, Mr. Wu Tian. Come on, Jackie Chan. Leping and Wukong next to him fell to the ground. The game starts soon. The two sides first attacked tentatively. Although it was a tentative attack, a battle with a combat power of more than 50 was enough to overwhelm ordinary people on Earth. Accompanying each onslaught was the cheers of the audience and the, albeit amateurish, commentary of the host. Both sides gradually let go of their hands and feet and displayed their best. The rapid punching force and the violent leg flow spread out in the field. Outside the arena, Goku and the others kept their eyes rolling to observe the battle, and occasionally showed nervous expressions. Although I was also observing, my realm was higher. If you look closely into my eyes, you will see that I am simply closing my eyes. In fact, it is not. I have been looking at it with the mind eye, and I can easily feel the flow direction of the surrounding air and fighting chi. Every move of the two sides is imprinted in my heart without any trace, and I can even easily predict their next actions. That is to say, I can completely predict the enemy's opportunities through gas. But this is not everything. If the distance between the enemy and us is too great, even if I know his next step, I can't stop it, because I can't keep up with his speed. After a while of observation, Kling was clearly at a disadvantage. This is naturally expected, because Wu Tian teacher is not only 30 stronger than him in combat, but also has more combat experience than Kaylin. To insist that teacher Wu Tian is inferior to Kaylin, I think he is only young. But this kind of battle is not won by blood and energy, such as experience, strength, or momentum. Turtle Immortal came to participate in the competition this time to use actions to explain this truth to his 3 precious apprentices, and to remind us that there is a sky outside the sky, and there are people on top of them. He also did it in the original book, and beating Goku in the final gave Goku a higher goal to pursue. It's a pity that now he is doomed to be disappointed, because of my super variable. But the only thing that is certain is that Goku will definitely be inspired by a strong fighting spirit to achieve his desire to surpass me. Krillin is also quite good, and he can endure for so long at this disadvantage. As expected, he is one of the few people on Earth who can take the original work. It's a pity that the opponent is teacher Wu Tian. The battle soon came to an end. At this time, Immortal Turtle released the Turtle School Qigong regardless of concealing his identity. Although Kaylin jumped up in time, Immortal Turtle did not give him any chance, and immediately followed. He folded his hands and slammed down Kaylin's head heavily. In this game, Jackie Chan won. Next is the duel of the secondary characters. The barbarian used his powerful weapon, the stench, to successfully block Nanmu. Nanmu obviously has not experienced this kind of battle, and it is quite difficult to deal with. These are, of course, the rants of the narrator. I have long known the power of this barbarian, biochemical weapon, from the original book, so when Wukong asked me to watch the game together to observe the opponent's strength, I refused. Just kidding, with my combat power reaching more than 80,000 people, do I need to live and suffer? As the game heats up, I know the end time has come. Nanmu, who shoulders the responsibility of saving the entire village, uses his nirvana, the sky cross fist. The rapid impact combined with the action of gravitational force produced terrifying lethality. Even the strongest savages were stunned by the blow. The answer is out. In this game, Nanmu wins. After a night of recuperation, everyone seemed in good spirits. Most of the time I walked down the street with Goku was talking about yesterday's game. There were also a few lively girls who recognized us and rushed up to sign. Although I am surrounded by enthusiasm, Wukong's popularity is not inferior to me at all. You must know that Goku was quite cute when he was a child. Looking at Wukong's dazed look, I knew that this kid didn't understand anything. The pure Goku is really quite attractive. After killing these cute groupies, Goku and I started talking about today's game. Senior brother, today's grandfather seems to be very strong, and even Keelan was defeated by him. It's nothing, no matter how strong the opponent is, I will defeat him. But how about you? Do you have the confidence to win? With Wukong's strong self-confidence, one brother calmly entered the venue. I stood on the highly anticipated arena, looking up at the sky. At this moment I feel very real. Every trace of chi in the cells is moving, every drop of blood in the blood vessels is boiling, and I am fighting for the best in the world in Dragon Ball. Every shout from the audience is encouraging me, and every cheering from the audience is exciting for me. And in the future, I will give my life to fight for the peace of the earth, for their safety. The faces of Saiyans, Frieza, and cyborgs all flashed before me. I couldn't help unleashing my combat power, and the powerful momentum spread out in an instant, like a hurricane swept in all directions. The first to feel this powerful chi was Teacher Wu Tian. As a martial artist, I intuitively told him that I was far superior to him. The turtle immortal, on the one hand, is pleased, on the other hand, he is depressed, and he is so different from his apprentice. It's really the back waves of the Yangtze River pushing the front waves. All right, just let me, the master, come and see your bottomless strength. The turtle immortal whispered silently. Chapter 26 I am the champion, middle. The sun pierced through the layers of clouds, casting a dazzling light. The dazzling thorns reflected the light that flashed from time to time in Teacher Wu Tian's eyes. Just when I recalled the happy time in the Guixianwu and was a little lost, Teacher Wu Tian suddenly attacked and showed no mercy. I was so overwhelmed that I stepped back again and again. In the face of Wu Tian's unrelenting teacher, even though I am at 120 combat power, I can't do anything about it. All I have to do is retreat, retreat and retreat. Soon I was forced to the edge of the ring. Well, is it about to end? Turtle Immortal wondered. I grabbed the 0.2 seconds of the gap between Turtle Immortal's fist and finally regained the advantage. Crack, hands crossed, we started a contest. The blue veins protruding on the hands of the Turtle Fairy indicate that the battle situation is stalemate. But after all, I was young and strong, and quickly suppressed him. At this moment, Immortal Turtle suddenly raised his right foot and hit my ribs hard, trying to regain the advantage. But the result was destined to disappoint him, and he was surprised by my nonchalant look on my face. Good boy, your body is actually trained to resist fighting. Although I admired it in my heart, my body movements were not ambiguous at all. Putting up a super hard iron head, it slammed into it heavily. Since it was the key to the eyes, I had to let go of the hands that I was holding. Teacher Wu Tian was unforgiving, and beat him tightly. I soon heard a crackling sound from my body, it was so crisp. Teacher Wu Tian finally finished the 10-23 punch tortoise-style boxing, and he finished his work proudly and jumped away. Damn, the taste of limiting combat power is really uncomfortable. Obviously an opponent who can be solved with one finger, but he is quite embarrassed. Still not working. Although I can easily see through Wu Tian's punches and flaws, but at a speed of 120, I can't break through his attacks. However, I have the intention to release my own limitations, but I can't tear this face off. After all, I am also a transmigrant, and I have to be stronger than others to win. Look at other traversers, all of them are outnumbered and outnumbered. Why can't I play with this set? Suddenly, the duel scene in the Otherworld Pharmacist flashed in my mind. Yes, I can use Qi flexibly to win. I did what I said, and I quickly assumed the posture of the Turtle School of Qigong. Teacher Wu Tian shook his head, and actually revealed to himself, "Do you want to use the Turtle School Qigong? But this trick will not be effective for me, the inventor." Well, just take advantage of it now. I seriously feel the formation of Qi, and when Qi gathers in my palm along the meridians, I already have control over Qi, and my heart is secretly proud. Look at how I use the turtle-style Qigong mutants to defeat you. I saw my hands suddenly spread out, and the left and right suddenly formed two small ball-like energy bodies. I didn't attack, and Teacher Wu Tian didn't mean to stop me, just wanted to see what the hell I was doing. I really didn't let him down. Now my hand is shaking sharply, and with one swing of my hand, the energy ball splits a few times. It's almost 15 times that the right hand shakes. Then the current small energy sphere is 2 to the 15th power. The exact numbers are quite astonishing. But the shape of the energy ball has also become quite small. Oh, not bad. The kid can actually change the form of Qi. But do you think that such a small energy experience will have an effect on me? Even Teacher Wu Tian would make such a mistake. He didn't notice at all the left hand I put behind my back, which was the kill. I didn't refute because I was about to attack. I put on one of the most classic moves in Dragon Ball. I swung up with one hand, and countless balls like stars dotted the sky, instantly enveloped the entire ring. Looking at the teacher's surprised but not panicked expression, I secretly praised, as expected of my teacher. Quite the general style. But if I knew what Teacher Wu Tian was thinking, maybe I wouldn't praise him so much. Such a small energy ball, even if it hits me, it won't hurt. There is a saying that is good. It's called the ants killing the elephant. Coupled with the current scene, tisk tisk, quite appropriate. I swiped my right hand down hard. The energy balls in the sky seemed to obey my instructions, and they gathered around in all directions. The current turtle immortal is like a bear that steals honey and is surrounded by a swarm of bees, and as long as I, the queen bee, give an order, I am afraid it will be more fortunate and less fortunate. On the other hand, Teacher Wu Tian has no awareness of the bear at all, and has not taken any protective measures. As if telling me, come on. I don't care at all. I secretly laughed in my heart. I hope you can still be so calm under my attack. I arranged a small number of energy balls in a row like an arm, and like an army, I rushed towards Teacher Wu Tian one after another. One is really not very lethal, but one after the other, and it's not fun to explode at the same location. The energy balls in the sky were arranged in N rows by me. I kept blasting at Teacher Wu Tian, and the poor Teacher Wu Tian was blown to the edge of the ring by my N small pills. I commanded very vigorously. After all, there are not many human-shaped targets like this. On, on, on. Huh, how did it stop? I was depressed to find that the energy balls were officially exhausted. Teacher Wu Tian is only one step away from falling off the field. The image of poor Teacher Wu Tian was completely ruined. The upper half of the clothes was completely ripped by me, and the lower half of Shen was also a whole connected to one another. Even the dotted panties are faintly visible. Only then did Teacher Wu Tian take a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to say something cruel, he heard a familiar evil laughter in his ears. Jackie Chan, I'm sorry. I won this game. The energy ball behind me is now showing its hideous minions, roaring and giving Teacher Wu Tian the final blow. Bomb! The huge explosion immediately shook Teacher Wu Tian out of the field. Of course, Immortal Turtle's cute panties were not spared either, honorably exposing Teacher Wu Tian's butt. Turtle Immortal quickly fled to the back of the martial arts meeting amid the laughter of the crowd. This time, I had a hard time winning. Chapter 27 I am the champion below. I left the ring amidst the cheers of the crowd. Next is the duel between Sun Wukong and Nanmu. The clock had already pointed to 12 o'clock before I knew it. Beads of sweat fell from everyone's heads. But no one wiped it out. He didn't even dare to take a breath, staring intently at the battle on the ring. Perhaps the only one who is unwilling to be lonely is the muffled chirping from the plane tree beside the street. Left-handed strike, right-handed strike, straight punch in front, and leg in back. Neither side was willing to give up the game. One is responsible for rescuing the whole village, and the other is of Seiya militant blood. The battle continues. However, the gap in strength cannot be made up by faith. In the end, Nanmu still lost to Sun Wukong, who is stronger than him. In this round, Goku wins. The finals have finally begun. On stage. All this made me feel quite trance. I was going to fight Goku. Sun Wukong, who is he? Dragon Ball First Fighting King, Saiyan. And I'm just a person who doesn't belong to this world. Seeing that I'm finally going to fight against my idol, how can I not be emotional? Even though I know that my current strength is far superior to Goku, I am still excited. And I also saw the excitement in Wukong's eyes, the excitement of seeing a good opponent. In this way, the two supreme masters of this intersecting life started their first battle. Goku, are you ready? I'm going to start attacking. Goku, I must defeat you with 120 combat power. I swear in my heart. I'm waiting. Wukong responded without hesitation. Since the battle with Teacher Wu Tian, my vision and realm have improved a lot. Fighting is not just about fighting power, but also being aware of your brain is very important. Understand that this is actually the real reason why Goku's strength will continue to skyrocket in the future. And now I am also moving in this direction until it has completely become my fighting literacy, my instinct. I have drawn up a battle plan long before the competition, and the mainstream fighting style and skills still lie in the use of chi. I want to leave my mark on Wukong's life in my own way. I know that I don't need to keep my hands on Wukong at all, his body is so hard that even bullets can't penetrate it. I'm still scared of hair. Preemptive strike is indeed the best magic weapon to win. Goku, who was taken advantage of by me, could only be beaten passively. I am like an engine desperately outputting punch rate. 100. 200. 500. 1000 punches. Wukong, whose strength is similar to mine, has absolutely no way to avoid my attack, because after all, I have many years of experience in browsing various martial arts literacy. It can't be compared with the crude boxing that Wukong knows. And I also practiced the various martial arts tricks I had seen on Kidian.com, and I didn't know how to fight Wukong. At this time, my mood never fluctuated at all, neither joy nor sadness. On the other hand, Kaylin and Leping watched in shock. And at the same time, there was an uncontrollable thought in their hearts: what a powerful strength. Goku didn't even have the power to fight back. As my offensive stopped, Goku fell softly to the ground. And I stared blankly at Wukong, waiting for him to get up again. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Wukong to climb up with a look of nothing. Senior brother, you are amazing. Your speed is about the same as mine, but I can't dodge your attack. Fortunately, I have seen through your attack now. I didn't answer, the shot was still the same play. As expected of a Saiyan, as expected of Sun Wukong, a high fighting talent. Even this time my attack was completely dodged by him. I stopped attacking, realizing that the same moves would be of no use to Goku. So I made another gesture of the turtle school Qigong. Sun Wukong seemed to know that I was going to use the method to deal with Wu Tian teacher to deal with him, so he came up to attack him. There was no other way, so I had to use the air dance technique to gather chi in the sky. Sun Wukong seemed to have figured out a way to deal with my bombs in the sky, but he didn't move at the moment. But I'm not trying to cast a sky bomb. I silently sensed the chi around Wukong, and let my chi resonate with it, resulting in the effect of space stillness. Sure enough, Wukong's actions were restrained by me. Wow, I can't move. Wukong exclaimed depressedly. At this moment, I have already transformed into a sledgehammer with chi. He smiled at Wukong. Junior brother, I'm sorry. Bang! Wukong was knocked unconscious by me before he could react. Originally I thought the battle could be over, but Krillin wanted to make trouble with me. Wukong, get up and eat. Wukong, who was knocked out by me just now, immediately stood up vigorously. Where's the meal? The meal? Wow, fuck it. Krillin, isn't the third senior brother treating you well? So the battle continued. I have no choice but to use this trick. Wukong, I'm sorry, but I have fairy beans anyway, so I don't want to hit your vitals and let you die immediately. All of a sudden I used my powerful mental force to sharply compress the accumulated chi until I compressed them into the shape of a needle. Now their lethality has increased tremendously. As long as the attack goes out, it can easily pierce the body of a person. Wukong, surrender. I tried my best to persuade even though it was impossible. No, Wukong said stubbornly. I closed my eyes and couldn't bear to see the needle-shaped chi go through Goku's body. Senior brother, are you crazy? This will kill Wukong. Jufin, stop. Teacher Wu Tian, who had recovered his original appearance, also opened his mouth to stop him. I won't kill Wukong, I said silently. Even Wukong can only dodge in the face of these thousands of needle chi. It's a pity that the space is already full of needle gas. In an instant, Wukong was pierced by 10,000 needles, and fell heavily to the ground. Goku. Goku. Chapter 28 I am the champion finally. Just after seeing this heartbreaking scene, Bulma fainted with convulsion. Even Keelan and Leping yelled at me. Teacher Wu Tian was not very calm either and yelled at me. Idiot, didn't even see that I was showing mercy. At the moment I just let Wukong lose his fighting power. I can count, I said to the visibly dull referee. My extremely cold voice was faithfully transmitted to the world through live television. Not only did the audience despise me for killing my junior brother to win the championship, but everyone in front of the TV also criticized and despised me, believing that I was ruthless and disregarded the feelings of my junior brother. What surprised me the most was that Fan Qingyu's younger brother was a loyal fan of the world's #1 martial arts competition. He almost never missed a match after knowing that there was such a competition, and he kept pestering his sister to accompany him. Fan Qingyu is almost responsive to this extremely beloved younger brother Fan Jin. But because of the busy work, I can only let my brother watch live TV alone. It was just such a coincidence that there was a sudden accident in the company that day, and she had time to watch the game with Fan Jin. And it happened to be the one between me and Goku. Therefore, Fan Qingyu's first impression of me was extremely bad. In the end, this feeling almost made me regret for the rest of my life and missed her. This is something I didn't expect. And Fan Jin also hates me very much, because my opponent is Sun Wukong who is the same age as him. At this moment, I can really count the Dongyu that I received and the Sengyu that I lost. Just when the referee counted to 6, Wukong trembled and struggled to get up. But there was no way. Most of his meridians were stabbed by me. He couldn't move at all, and now all he was relying on was his extremely tenacious nerves. I absolutely can't lose. Wukong raised his head abruptly, but at this moment the biggest accident happened unfortunately. It turned out that Goku and I fought unknowingly until the evening, and the moon was quietly hanging in the sky at this moment, emitting a blue light wave that could induce Saiyan to transform. It was such a coincidence that Goku easily transformed himself. And the hateful gorilla smashed the live broadcaster with one foot, which fixed my bad impression in Fan Qingyu's mind. At this time, although she didn't know what happened, she instinctively worried about Wukong. And all the sins were caused by me alone. I am wronged. But now I'm in the mood to think about other unrelated things. Because now Wukong is injured all over his body, and the injury has not changed after the transformation. If the gorilla was still exercising vigorously like this, it might cause Goku to bleed to death. I thought sadly, no way, am I going to change the plot? At a critical juncture, I decided not to hide my strength anymore. In an instant, the combat power value was increased to 25,000, and the surrounding people were immediately blown away by my strong wind. Even Teacher Wu Tian is no exception. But he is not in the mood to care about how strong I am right now. Wukong is what he cares about. I put my palm in the direction of the moon, and suddenly a huge shock wave of energy burst out. The huge and terrifying energy instantly ripped apart space like a demon, shattered time, and went straight to the target. Immediately afterwards, a faint explosion sounded from the distant starry sky, and everyone present could almost imagine how terrifying my attack just now was. And what is even worse is that my face is not red, I am not breathing, and I am not at all weak after releasing the ultimate trick. Is that just a normal attack? Teacher Wu Tian, Kaylin, and Leping completely stopped thinking. If all these speculations are true, is Jufin still human? That limit, everyone thought in shock. I didn't pay attention to other people's thoughts, I just found the cute Wukong who changed back to his original form. Fairy beans are really amazing. It worked almost immediately. Wukong's bleeding wound was completely gone, not even a single scar could be seen. Wukong, who is naked at the moment, is like a little baby, taking a sweet nap. Teacher Wu Tian and the others came back to their senses. The series of incidents overwhelmed them, and their hearts began to feel unbearable. And at this moment, even the dullest person can find that Wukong has nothing at all. This made them make a fuss. The sober Bulma asked me without thinking, "What did you give him to eat?" And Wukong has nothing to do so quickly. That's the fairy bean, as long as there is one, no matter how serious the trauma can be easily healed immediately. Could it be that you thought I was crazy and killed my junior brother for the championship? And Kaylin obviously had lingering fears. At that time, Wukong was killed by you. The trick hit, I thought Wukong would definitely die. So you were already prepared. Damn Krillin, how dare you say that if it weren't for you, would I use that trick? Fortunately, there are fairy beans. I complained. Kaylin was embarrassed and gave his head, I don't want Wukong to lose so fast. Besides, your strength is so strong, how would I know? This is really a pot that cannot be opened. Immediately everyone asked me how I could be so strong. Why only show so little strength in the game? I panicked and lied to them that my strength has improved a lot because of my hard work in Kurita. I didn't use my strength to fight, because if I just rely on the strength of Chi, then I feel that winning is disgraceful. The most depressing and the happiest is Teacher Wu Tian. The depressing thing is that he has also practiced in Kalida, but he has not improved as much as his apprentice. The happy thing is that such a powerful person is his apprentice after all. And when I was asked how much power was hidden in the end, I laughed and gagged and passed. But I didn't even look at the 500,000 small bonus that I got in the end, I just threw it into the universal capsule. In the Nanmu incident in the plot, I gave him 3 large bottles of all-purpose capsules, and gave him 3 million by the way, so that the Dragon Ball plot could go on smoothly. Everyone was laughing all the way. Just as they walked in front of the restaurant, Wukong was suddenly awakened by the smell of the restaurant, and screamed and was hungry. I clearly know that there is this plot in the original book. Wu Tian's teacher Wu Dao will win almost all the money that Wukong eats in the restaurant. So of course you have to feed Goku. But now I am not a turtle fairy, I am a rich man, one of the billionaires, Wu Jufin. With a big wave, go, Wukong, go to the restaurant. In this way, my first world martial arts meeting ended successfully. The champion is me. Chapter 29 2 or 3 Things in Guixian House Part 1. Thanks to everyone for giving me good advice. These 2 chapters are an attempt to write life plots. After winning the World Martial Arts Championship, I didn't say goodbye. Instead, he followed the Guixianren teacher back to the Guixian house. Along with them were Bulma, Keelan, and Leping, who had officially joined teacher Wu Tian. Wukong has already embarked on the road of self-cultivation at this time. Before leaving, Immortal Turtle officially taught Wukong his shadow-guessing boxing. It can be said that at this moment, everything in Dragon Ball is on the right track. It's a beautiful day today, the sun is shining and there are no clouds. I lay leisurely on the beach, sucking ice cream and sunbathing. After casually scanning Bulma's sexy body, he immediately turned his attention to Keling and Leping, who were cultivating assiduously. To be honest, my evaluation of their practice, it is too easy, simply too easy. No wonder the people on Earth in the original book are so weak, and they have no passion under 1 gravity, which is far worse than 10 times the gravity of the Saiyan planet. Thinking back to those days when I was on Namek. Unconsciously, I fell asleep. Huh, Lan Chi, you're back. It's great, I'll be leaving soon. I thought I wouldn't have a chance to meet you this time. You know what? I thought of you during the martial arts conference. Come here, I'll tell you how I got #1 in the world. Ah, don't run, see if I don't catch you. You're still laughing, I'll tell you to hide. But somehow I couldn't catch Lan Chi. I was in a hurry, and with one effort, I finally hugged a warm body like jade in my arms. Unexpectedly, when Meng's body was pushed by someone, I was pushed up to the sky. Afterwards, I wiped my eyes lazily, only to find Boomer with a blushing face in front of me. Too bad, I actually hugged Boomer. Immediately I began to divert Bulma's attention. Aha, Boomer, the weather is fine today. Not at all, it's going to rain heavily. What? The sky was clear just now. Didn't notice. You pervert, I misread you. It turns out that because I wanted to kindly remind you that the weather has changed, how could you take advantage of me by taking the opportunity? I hurried back to the Turtle Fairy house. Bulma, I'm going to see if Lan Chi is back. Go ahead and do your job. With a whoosh sound, I ran away without a trace. Only then did Bulma wake up. This Juffin, I am afraid it is not a good thing, and it is the same as the Turtle Fairy. However, the hug just now was so warm. Then he shook his head again. No, I already have Lepping. I wasn't paying attention to Boomer's movements. After this episode, I missed Lenki who never sneezed. I originally thought that returning to the Guixian house would be able to take her down smoothly, but I didn't know she was not seen at all when I returned to the Guixian house. Really depressing. I can't stay here forever. Always have the power to deal with Frieza before dealing with Frieza. Otherwise, there is nothing to talk about defending the Earth. I also don't want to participate in the next few martial arts tournaments. If the opponent is too weak, they will always be tied up and unable to enjoy themselves. Also worry about accidentally destroying the Earth with a single blow. Next, I have to build my team on Earth. Or as Chairman Mao said, the more people, the greater the power. But now is my vacation time. I want to relax and let my body breathe freely. Another new day begins. The fiery red elf who just jumped out of the sea, the appearance of the sun officially announced the end of dawn and the official arrival of morning. The orange-red color gently envelopes everything that is prosperous. It seems that the spiritual flowers and plants are swaying in the wind, expounding the lively vitality. The tall palm trees refute the odd gap to form a unique projection, which is plain but full of artistic beauty. What a beautiful all! But it was ruined by the shouting of two idiots. The two inexplicable men were Keelan and Lepping, and I was with me. They woke me up from my dream early in the morning and pulled me to the morning exercise together. I really couldn't resist them, so I reluctantly agreed. I am now yawning and mentally distressed. However, although I want to be lazy in my mind, but in my heart I highly praise their behavior. I silently bless them. Work hard with me, Earthlings. The future Earth needs us. But I gave up halfway through the run. Because such an easy practice has not been able to increase my energy even a little bit. If I wanted to, I could do a lap of the Earth's equator in 20 minutes. Ignoring their contemptuous expressions, I flew back to the Turtle Immortal house using the air dance technique to prepare for my sleeping plan again. When he entered the door, he found Bulma, who was staring blankly at the sun. At this moment, Bulma seemed quite quiet and peaceful. That's when I realized that Boomer is actually quite cute. But it's a pity that the two men who followed one after another were Lu men who didn't understand a girl's mind. Even though Lepping and Doll have affection for Bulma, they have never expressed it, nor will they have a sweet talk with Bulma. It can be said that Boomer, the girl who likes romance the most, has never gotten a trace of romance. Her two lovers can only be regarded as practice machines. A bold idea suddenly flashed through my mind. Then let me help Bulma experience the taste of romance. I didn't disturb Boomer and quietly went back to my room and changed a black trench coat for myself. After combing her hair that was swaying in the wind, she said narcissistically to the mirror, "Okay, this is the most lethal shape. Go, save the lost little lamb." Chapter 32 or 3 Things in the Turtle Fairy House Below. After I saw Bulma's figure, I began to be suspicious again. Strange, I obviously have a very poor sense of her. How could I have thought of comforting her? I am really transformed. I laughed at myself, but what am I pretending to be arrogant? Just let it all take its course and do whatever you want. I took a deep breath. Dear Miss Boomer, do I have the honor to let you spend the day with me? Ah, you want to invite me? Boomer looked at the strange performance of the man in front of him. He was cold to me a few days ago, why did it suddenly turn 180 degrees? This is not good. I have a boyfriend. I am very specific. Miss Boma, there's no problem, I'll explain it to junior brother Lepping. I took Boma's hand and jumped into the black somersault regardless of her reaction. At this time, because of the speed of the black somersault, Boomer naturally hugged my waist, and of course I didn't have any other thoughts. Not long after that, I saw two people who were practicing. Seeing Booma with me, Lepping looked suspicious. Obviously at this moment he still cares a lot about Boma. After jumping off the somersault cloud, I pulled him aside and whispered in his ear to discuss. Anyway, you and Keelan are practicing, and I and Boma have nothing to do, just let me take Boma out to play for a day. Quote. This is not good. Boma is my girlfriend. It's okay, we won't do anything, just play. When I said this, Lepping shook his head even more anxiously. No. But I had already expected this situation, and I said the ultimate nirvana in a hurry. Lepping, why don't you do it like this? When Booma and I come back, I will teach you a super trick of mine. I guess this method it definitely dropped a blockbuster in Lepping's heart lake. As expected, Lepping was convinced by my endless tricks in the #1 martial arts club in the world, and deeply realized the magic of wolf-tooth madness. When the ultimate skills were already insufficient, he was eager to pursue a unique skill at this moment. This was the main reason why he joined Master Wu Tian. Now that someone wants to deliver the nirvana to the door, it is too late to be happy, how can they refuse? I just heard him change his words immediately. Senior brother, Booma, you have to have fun. Okay, all done. Let's go, the joyful journey is about to begin. Boma, who was sitting behind me, asked me curiously, what did you tell him? He seems very happy. It's nothing, I just promised him to give him a unique skill. What? Damn Lepping, you sold me for a trick. But forget it, since you are still handsome, I will accompany you reluctantly. I'm down, what and what? The virgin forest, which has been vanished for many years, welcomed its first visitors. Booma and I looking at the quiet scene of Jiu-Sen in front of me, my heart also seemed to return to the scene of my boyhood. My parents were on the football viewing seat, watching me sweat and proud of the stadium. At this moment, Boomer is also quite excited, chasing dragonflies, butterflies and picking colorful flowers from time to time. We came to our first destination, the lake. Don't you want to fish? I'm not going to do it, this is boring. Booma said in surprise when he saw me take out the fishing rod from the universal capsule. Yes, the first thing we do is barbecue. The main ingredient is fish. I won't do it. If you ask me to fish, then I will go. I laughed and said, has Boomer never caught a fish? Hearing my words, Boomer obviously had a tendency to freak out, because he remembered the only time his family had a field activity. Since she was quite active at that time, there was no way to catch even a single fish. So quite angry about it. When I heard that I wanted to ask her to fish, she quickly shook her head and refused. I smiled mysteriously and said to her, I have a method that allows you to catch the maximum number of fish in a very short period of time. Really? When Boomer heard this, he immediately became interested. Tangled me to give her the method. So I naturally started teaching, first correcting her posture mistakes, then teaching her how to cast bait, teach her how to hold a fishing rod, how much force to apply, how to do it in the process of fishing, probably in a previous life instinct. While teaching her, I actually ate her tofu. Because I vaguely remembered as if in my previous life, that is how I found a beautiful woman in the process of fishing. But at this moment Boomer is clearly devoted to the process of studying and knows nothing about it. Was a master fishing expert, and in this life she cleverly used silence like the sky to infect Booma, calming her restless heart. Obviously, the bait that is not murderous is the most exciting for the fish. In less than a quarter of an hour, Boomer caught almost 15 fish. She was so excited that she jumped and jumped like a little girl. The reason why Booma's good mood lasted until the end of grilling the fish was because I could pluck the skin and scrape the scales well, so that the barbecue could go on smoothly. In my last life, I was very good at chasing women for creativity. It's fragrant. The fish made her appetite, and now even the blind can feel her joy. Well, it's time for the second stop, the urban playground. Almost during the whole process, Boomer and I were particularly noticeable. On the flying wheel, Boomer and I roared excitedly. On the magnetic suspension car, there were my triumphs and Boomer's scolding. The air bike was my lead and Boomer's. Depressed, what resounded in the city of terror was Booma's scream and the warm jade I felt. Shooting is both full marks for Booma and I. Boomer, who came out of the playground, was obviously not satisfied. So I took her to the karaoke hall again. As soon as I closed the door, I heard Bulma yelling, "What?" Clearly a super soprano. Next we took turns singing solo. Boomer's voice was pretty good, and I was so-so. With the passage of time, before I knew it, Bulma and I began to sing a duet of love songs. This actually works. Who knew that the karaoke scoring system actually gave a high score of 98 points? So we happily took the prizes from the karaoke hall and left proudly. The fourth stop is the theater. No matter how the movie is shot, tragedy is always unavoidable to be brought to the screen to deceive tears. Bulma looked at the hero and heroine who were separated from life and death, and threw herself on me and burst into tears. Alas, I am a failure. How did you choose to watch this movie? Fifth stop. Bulma, who was sitting on the somersault cloud, hugged me tightly and pressed her face to my back naturally. I can clearly feel this girl's dependence on me now. But this is not the kind of result I want. I really just want to comfort. Boomer gave me a passionate kiss when he somersaulted the clouds. Thank you, Jufin, I am very happy today. I was immediately stunned, so when I saw Lepping, I bowed my head in a guilty conscience. Chapter 31 by a Base Building Force 1. Now that I have promised to teach Lepping a unique skill, I will never break my promise. And looking at Lepping's scorching eyes, I felt a chill in my heart. This is where the eyes of people are. This is simply the eyes of hungry wolves when they encounter food. So I hurriedly taught him a trick that matched his current strength with the spiral bomb. Watching the scene where Lepping was trying his best to practice the screwball, I couldn't help but be moved. Ask yourself, am I strong now? Why is there no shame in seeing others practicing hard while being lazy? Do I think that defeating Sun Wukong in the world's #1 martial arts is invincible in the universe? Still feel that the current strength does not need to be practiced. Compared to the changed Frieza, who has a strength of 1 million, what am I at this moment? The more I think about it, the more I regret it, and the more I think about it, the more unpleasant it is. I'm a jerk. All right, from today onwards, I want to restore the enterprising spirit of the past. So I immediately started thinking about how to practice and how to quickly improve my strength. In my mind, I meditated on the various cultivation methods I had seen at the beginning, but those seem to be a piece of cake for me at the moment. Is there any way to gain strength like cheating? Too bad it didn't happen this time. I think it's better to forget it. At present, we still rely on the method of gravity to practice. As soon as it was dawn, Bulma ran to my room. Unfortunately, the room was already empty. Bulma stared blankly at the small note in his hand. Bulma, I'm leaving. I'm going to start my practice again. I had a great time with you. I hope you will take care of yourself in the future. By the way, don't forget to apologize to Mr. Wu Tian for saying goodbye to me. The last signature is Wu Jufin. Looking at Bulma's cheeks are already full of tears. And right now I'm dozing off on somersault clouds. Just as somersaulted through a dark cloud, I was immediately awakened by the deep cold. I rubbed my sleepy eyes, and I got there. It seems that it is still far from the west. I looked down and saw a beautiful village. But I found that the village was still in a backward state, and it was still plowing the fields. It's just that I didn't pay special attention to this village because of its elegant environment, because environmental problems in Dragon Ball are almost non-existent. But after all, there are some things that I cannot avoid as the protagonist. Suddenly the peaceful village was suddenly broken by a commotion, followed by thick smoke, and then the village began to be filled with the cries of children, the roars of men, the sighs of old men, the sobbing of women. I was wondering, what happened? Jumping off the somersault cloud, what I noticed was a group of villagers in peasant costumes with wooden poles, hoes and shovels fighting with a group of big men dressed in black and holding guns. With the sound of gunshots, the peasants fell one by one, and the villagers' painful wailing mixed with the proud laughter of the big man was particularly harsh. Seeing this tragic scene, raging anger immediately filled my chest. This group of scumbags. I shot, without any mercy. The faster-than-light speed fist was wanton venting my anger. The horrific scream shocked the world. Blood and human organs were left on the ground. I was covered in disgusting organs and blood as the last robber fell under my fist. The blood-drenched eyes also became clear. Destroying this rubbish is not my hand at all. But I'm not unaware of it, I just feel good at the moment. Gratitude soon. The surrounding villagers gradually surrounded me, and I didn't feel any fluctuations in my heart. Because as long as you are familiar with the starting point, you will not be unfamiliar in all kinds of different worlds. The protagonist who plays the devil angel in the movie, whenever the protagonist uses a cruel way to destroy the kind wicked people who are persecuting them, the rescued good people not only do not appreciate the protagonist, but feel that the protagonist's behavior is cruel. And the reason why I help the villagers is entirely because of the heroism of my previous life, and now I just need to have a clear conscience. Just when I was about to leave the somersault cloud, an old woman with white hair finally came up. Engong, thank you for avenging my tomorrow. The old man kneels down for you. Dragging his old body tremblingly, he kowtowed to me. I hurriedly helped the old man up. Mom, you don't need to do this. At this moment, everyone seemed to suddenly realize that they all knelt down to me. Benevolence, thank you, graceful. I looked at the people around me who were constantly kneeling to me, and the trace of grievance in my heart at the moment was completely dissipated. I stayed, although I didn't mean to seek rewards, but the simple village people made me unable to open their mouths to refuse their rewards. Since I clearly know how productive these farmers are with outdated tools, I was moved to tears when I saw the mountains of food. Yes, I am not short of food and understand that some of it is worthless at all. But these are their winter food, and they are the hard work of their year-round labor. Now they take it out without reservation. With tears in my eyes, I choked and said, thank you, what a kind person. This is the Earthman I want to defend. Just when I was excited, a boy around 13 suddenly proposed to learn martial arts from me to defend his homeland. A thought suddenly flashed through my mind. Yes, I will build a powerful force to defend these unarmed good people. I used to focus on off-Earth and really ignored the shameless people who did the wrong thing on my fellow man. They made good people suffer. Never let them go. I am thrilled with my idea. After all, I am a person who is deeply influenced by the descendants of Yan and Huang. Since I came to the Dragon Ball world, I cannot be a selfish person. At this time, I thought of my parents who worked so hard for me. I wonder if you can see my change. Chapter 32 By a Base Building Force, Middle. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but lean down and touched his head affectionately, and said, okay, little brother, but you must study hard and protect this village well in the future. The little guy suddenly turned red with excitement. Face. I will. The power of role models is endless. With the leader, many children imitated and asked me for advice, and it was very lively for a while. In this way, my organization's first subordinates were born. I looked at the happy little guys and suddenly remembered that I needed a strong name for the organization to highlight what it meant to me. Suddenly my mind flashed. Dragon scales. Right, that's it. Dragons have the ability to anger when they touch the scales, and I am the descendant of the dragon. It is indeed appropriate. Therefore, the name of the powerful force that will dominate the universe in the future is just a hasty and ingenious decision, and its birthplace is the Earth, which is not surprising. And the most unique feature of this organization in the future is that since its birth, there has been only one leader, that is me, Wu Jufan. Since my character determines that I will not pass on the organization I have worked so hard to build to others, Dragon Scale will always have only one leader, Wu Jufan. Organizational regulations. All decisions made by Wu Jufan, the members will firmly uphold. All Wu Jufan's instructions, the members will unswervingly follow. This sentence is an important guideline that anyone who joins the Dragon Scale will have to copy 10,000 times in the future, and it is also the first organization's regulations and guidelines. And now I have started brainwashing these children, and I guarantee that in the future, they and their descendants, the first batch of people who join the Dragon Scales, will definitely be loyal to me. Of course, this organization that I am building with passion will never be for my own personal gain. I said it is for the defense of those who need to protect good people. However, it is inconvenient for me to make early conclusions about the future. After thinking about it for a while, I made the level setting of the organization. Because I was a citizen of the Great People's Republic of China in my previous life, considering the idea of commemorating the motherland, I referred to the military rank system of the People's Liberation Army, and by the way, I copied all the number of troops. Here is my decision about military service. Jungda Military Region Position, Admiral, Lieutenant General. Deputy Military Region Position, Lieutenant General, Major General. Military Post, Major General, Lieutenant General. Deputy Military Rank, Major General, Colonel. Teacher Position, Colonel, Major General. Assistant Teacher Brigade Colonel, Colonel. Main Regiment Deputy Brigade Colonel, Lieutenant Colonel. Deputy Regiment Positions, Lieutenant Colonel, Major. Main Battalion, Major, Lieutenant Colonel. Deputy Battalion, Captain, Major. Regular Rank, Captain, Lieutenant. Deputy Company Ranks, Lieutenant, Captain. Platoon, Second Lieutenant, Lieutenant. The number of people is mainly 3 or 3. A squad of about 10 people, usually a standard infantry squad of 12 people. 30 people in a row, usually 36 people. A company has about 100 people, usually 108 people. A battalion has about 300 people, usually 324 people. A group of about 1,000 people, usually 972 people. A brigade has about 3,000 people, usually 2,916 people. A division has about 10,000 people, usually 8,748 people. Those who have just joined the organization must join the infantry class unless they have been authorized by the leader, so that they can be promoted level by level. Because the organization has just been established, they can have the rank of second lieutenant. Then these little guys in front of me are all second lieutenant rank. The relevant disciplines are the disciplines of the Communist Army, all of which are readily available and can be used. The next thing to do is to determine where the base is. With billions of gold coins in my hand, I absolutely want to build the base to be extremely great, and I want to make it a symbol of dragon scales. Since my decision is because of the disaster in this village, then I will build the base in this place. City Planning Bureau. What? Are you going to buy the 500,000 square kilometers around Ping's village? I gracefully held a precious porcelain cup and savored the fragrant tea. He glanced at the so-called director of planning. Didn't I make it clear? I want 500,000 square kilometers around the village. Although the land there is not expensive, but your request is to buy it all. This is the price. 10 billion inches, this. 20 billion inches, this. 5 billions. 100 billion, okay. I easily obtained the certificate of ownership of the land, which will mean that I officially become the absolute ruler of this land. It means that the Dragon Scale Force has officially entered the stage of history. It means that the force that dominates the universe has begun to take shape. To build a base, the first thing you need is a lot of money. After I spent 100 billion on buying land, I began to estimate my assets. There are almost 200 billion in gold coins alone, and there are several large blocks of gold in terms of tonnage. What other diamonds, jewelry necklaces, pile up like a mountain. And the most important thing is those antique calligraphy and paintings, those are estimated to be priceless treasures. So in the end, I still sighed with emotion. It seems that my money is still burning my hands. I slowly summed it up. It's useless to have land alone. At present, I still lack a large number of fighters, a large number of technical personnel, a large number of logistics personnel. In a word, I want to make dragon scales only for me. Private Love Kingdom. A few days later, overwhelming advertising broke into everyone's field of vision. Chapter 33 By a base building force below. The flood of radio, television, and internet propaganda smashed everyone into dizziness. Do you want to join an organization with a base of 500,000 square kilometers? Do you want to take up your weapons to protect the unarmed good people? Do you want to challenge your own limits? Do you want to contribute your strength to world peace? Then come to the Dragon Scale Organization. Please don't hesitate for the sake of your ideals. The Dragon Scale Organization welcomes you. The extremely provocative advertising words could not stop attracting everyone's attention. In an instant the whole world boiled. Everyone kept paying attention to the introduction of the Dragon Scale Organization by various media, which set off a wave of discussion. Oh, there is such an organization. What? It's ridiculous. What is this? Today you read the report of the Dragon Scale Organization. Quick, I'm going to join the Dragon Scale Organization too. And violent institutions and criminal gangs around the world almost burst out laughing. They wondered if it was Wu Jufan, or if it was a child from a rich family who had nothing to do when he was full, and came up with this kind of boring game to pass the time. So they dismissed it and laughed again and again. Only one powerful evil organization has given high priority. The headquarters of the Red Forged Belt Corps. Is the investigation clear? Yes, Commander Rhett. Information shows. Wu Jufan, male, estimated to be 21 years old. The first time he appeared was on island. After a year, he left and went to Kurita in place. Then he walked around, presumably looking for something. Then it disappeared for a year, and the last place to appear was at the world's #1 martial arts conference. And successfully won the championship. The above is all the news. What? It's just a champion of the martial arts club. Is it necessary to be so nervous about him? Commander Wright asked angrily towards the black assistant Jit who was standing upright. Mr. Writer, this is Dr. Gates' suggestion. Dr. Gates met him when he was collecting strong cells. At that time, the energy instrument made by Dr. Gates suddenly showed abnormal fluctuations. It is said that this kind of the fluctuations completely exceeded the maximum energy intensity of human beings in history, including the failure of the organization, the Android 8. And in the end, the energy device exploded because it could not withstand such a strong energy fluctuation. This is absolutely terrible, because according to Dr. Gates, as long as the indicator needle exceeds 2/3 of the capacity of the energy instrument, it already has the ability to destroy the entire Earth. If all this is true, then the Dragon Scale Organization will definitely become an obstacle for the Red Forging Belt Corps to dominate the world. Quote. What? Is this news reliable? Absolutely reliable. Dr. Gates also suspected that the machine was malfunctioning at first, so he rebuilt the energy instrument. He deliberately approached him several times, but the energy instrument exploded as the final result. Dr. Gates felt that his power seemed to have no limit at all. And the strangest thing was that Dr. Gates tried to collect his cells several times but could not succeed. There are two possibilities. The first is that this person never metabolizes. The second possibility is that he has a method to remove the metabolites from the whole body. And both of these possibilities are infinitely close to impossible. Because according to the calorie tester, the other party is completely biological, and his body is constantly undergoing chemical reactions. If he is metabolizing, then he must be deliberately destroying these metabolites. So what is the purpose of doing this? It is only a case of knowing that someone is collecting his cells. This may hardly exist. Every time Dr. Gates waits for him to leave a long way to collect, it is impossible to find it, and Dr. Gates' research project is highly confidential in the organization, and few people know about it. Considering that the two sides have never been in contact with each other, he has no way of knowing. Another situation is that this person is extremely clean, so he can't tolerate even the invisible metabolic dirt, so he deliberately cleans it up. But this is not the same as it seems that his performance in the world's #1 martial arts club does not match at all, which is really confusing. Oh, that's right, the other party can't be ignored. But no matter who dares to stop me from ruling the world, I must destroy him. Oh, by the way, how is Dr. Gates' Android plan going? It's still in the process, and it is estimated that it will take more than 10 years. It will take more than 10 years, and I can't wait for a year. Let's carry out the battle plan to collect Dragon Balls. Yes. I have no way of knowing all this. Because I'm so busy, every day, I have to arrange not only the flocking of participants from all over the world, but also the reasonable layout of various landmarks at all times. Not only to buy all kinds of facilities, but also to find all kinds of talents. Moreover, in order to avoid unevenness in the organization, I deliberately arranged for various selections and elections. Because of the extensive expansion, the current organization appears to be a mixed bag. I'm looking for people who are truly honest and powerful. I've arranged countless eyeliners to the point where I know exactly whoever makes any fuss on my turf. Because I have decided, all those who fight and fight will be eliminated, those who behave badly and whose exports are dirty, and those who have corrupt ideology and morality. In addition to these, I also paid great attention to the image of the organization and the exposure rate of the organization. On the 8.5th, the Dragon Scale organization flags were raised all over the Earth. On the 8.9th, the first reconnaissance satellite under the Dragon Scale organization was launched. On the 8.15th, the first spacecraft belonging to the Dragon Scale organization lifted off slowly into the sky carrying the Space Observatory. On 8.26, the first aircraft carrier affiliated to the Dragon Scale organization was officially launched. 8.30. For a time, news about the Dragon Scale organization flooded the entire Earth. 3 months later. In 3 months, due to the advanced technology in the Dragon Ball world, various landmark buildings symbolizing the Dragon Scale organization have already been established. The members of the Dragon Scales have now fully entered the state, and now the Dragon Scale organization members in camouflage uniforms are training back and forth. So far, the entire Dragon Scale organization has 150,000 members, 30,000 logistics personnel, and 10,000 research and technical personnel, and this is the result of layers of screening. I'm still quite satisfied with this. After all, it only took 3 months. It is a pity that the fly in the ointment is that there are no particularly outstanding people to join the Dragon Scale organization. The majority of combatants are in the 30s, and there are very few masters. And there are no outstanding people like Dr. Gates or the boomers among the tech talents I value most. Anyway, I have established the greatest force in the future universe. Chapter 34: The Growth of Sun Wukong, Part 1. With the overall situation settled, I started my own practice. 1257. 1580. 2041. 5000. I took a deep breath. This 50 times gravity is no joke. I sighed and walked into the bath. Sure enough, Sun Wukong's growth is definitely not a fluke. I am able to have today's achievements as entirely my foresight, and my own efforts are compared with. It's a bit underwhelming, so my combat power is still hovering between 80,000 and 90,000. Although there are still some years before Frieza's duel, if he doesn't vigorously improve his strength, he will only be a sandbag for Frieza. Even if I can't die, my confidence is about to be shattered. The faucet of the self-controlled zero bath seemed to sense my troubles, and the water poured more urgently. After a while, after cleaning, I dig angrily. After digging my scalp, I slammed open the bathroom door. At this moment, the goal is a very luxurious room. The gem crystal chandelier illuminates elegantly and generously, the ancient century. The precious oil paintings hang naturally on the walls, all kinds of art treasures fill the corners of the room, and the precious BGR fragrant wood floors make the whole. The room is full of strange atmosphere. This is the highest level of the dragon-scale building within the organization. It is my housing. Next door is a gravity room built for me by more than 1,500 technicians. The gravitational force in the Earth can reach 1,000 times that of the Earth's gravity. I had no intention of living in such a luxurious room, but my subordinates thought it was a necessary proof of identity as the leader of the dragon-scale organization. As early as a few months ago, I had already shown my formidable strength in front of everyone. In addition to my grace and power, and the appropriate rewards and punishments, everyone has long been convinced by me. They all sincerely hope that the leader can live in a residence that matches his status to show the strength of the organization. In desperation, I had to bite the bullet and agree. After all, it is the kindness of the subordinates. But I guess I read too many novels in my last life, and I always thought that this would hinder my practice. But it seems that I am afraid of ghosts. I am in the gravity room. Worked hard, but my strength never exceeded 100,000, which made me quite puzzled. After all, I have been practicing in the gravity room for more than a month. Really depressing. It only took a few days for that kid Goku to break through 100 times the gravity. I'm still stuck at 50 times, Saiyans and Earthlings. Why is the difference so big? But I also wondered in my heart. I already have more than 80,000 combat power, but I can't compare to that kid Wukong. A thought. When I got to Goku, I immediately saw the scene of Goku transforming into a Super Saiyan. Forget it, no rest. Continue to practice. But Goku, how are you doing now? At this moment, there was the sound of a boy and a group of monkeys happily sparring in the vast forest. Needless to say, this young man is the one who has been away for a long time. Son Wukong. In order to find the 4-star Dragon Ball and realize the dream of surpassing me, he began to practice alone again. Every time he practiced, Wukong grew rapidly, and this time was no exception. And his current opponent is the Red Forging Belt Corps. Time is passing fast. In the north, Wukong alone broke into the northern branch of the Red Forging Belt Legion, and defeated the Metal Sergeant, Shiga Ninja, Horror in Masruda with amazing strength and wisdom. The Big Fat Dragon and the Big Boss, General White, and befriended the android number 8, and successfully rescued the village chief. At this moment, Wukong's strength has increased to 135. On the way to find Dragon Ball, Bulma was found in order to repair the Dragon Ball radar, and they joined Krillin on the road. Immediately, the three of Wukong started looking for the underwater Dragon Ball. Fight with the fighting spirit of General Blue. After successfully defeating Bruce, Wukong met Dao Baibai, the number 1 killer in the world, by the side of Kalita. Although Upa has the strength of Wukong is similar, but unfortunately it will not play, and in the end it failed to change the plot. After Goku suffered his first fiasco, he began to repair Kurita. After 3 days, Dao Baibai was successfully killed. At this time, Wukong's strength increased to 180. At the headquarters of the Red Forging Belt, Wukong broke through the Longtan Tiger's den alone, and easily wiped out all the forces in the Red Forging Belt. But there are only 2 pictures worth replacing. Dark corners. Damn it. Damn guy, he can destroy the entire organization by himself. Son Wukong, this hatred of me will come to you sooner or later. Get it back. Mr. Writer, I don't think I will forget your kindness, just wait and see. The unkempt white hair of the survivors clearly reveals this. Human identity. It is Dr. Gates who is implementing the artificial human project. At this moment, he clenched his angry fists and disappeared into the darkness. On the jet plane. What? Still can't contact Jufin. The current situation of Wukong is too dangerous. This damn Jufin. At the critical moment, he was nowhere to be seen. Boomer resented. Yes. With Jufin, our hope of rescuing Wukong is almost 100%. 100. It was impossible to find him at this time. Turtle Immortal said angrily. The third senior brother is also true. How did you do it? Krin and Goku's relationship. Obviously deeper than me, and he is constantly complaining about me at the moment. Leping didn't say a word at the moment, because he realized that since Boomer and Jufin came back together, I can clearly feel the change in Boomer. He didn't want to delve into the matter too much, after all Jufin had the grace of teaching him. Then they sent. Now their worries are unnecessary, because Goku alone got the red forging belt. At this time, Wukong's combat power reaches 185. At the divination mother-in-law, Goku and Upaclan are the best bat warriors, transparent men, mummies, and demon warriors. Despite being caught by the tail of Grandpa Gohan at the end. But Goku still succeeded. After this Wukong grew to 190. In the world's first martial arts meeting, Sun Wukong, who thought he could fight me happily at the martial arts meeting, was quite disappointed because he found out that I did not participate in the martial arts meeting. At this time, Tianjin rice and dumplings, which played an important role, appeared. Everything is developing smoothly according to the plot, and Wukong will break through again and again and successfully reach the finals. In the end, unfortunately, because of poor luck, I lost the championship. At this time Wukong's power has risen to 200. Chapter 35 My Appearance and the Growth of Sun Wukong, Part 2. In the gravity room, under 150 times the gravity. WKY in my hand called the heaviest metal on Earth. Immediately, WKY fell towards the wall like a beam of light. There was a sudden pause in the air, and then it rushed towards me in an S curve. I hurried away. Others don't know, but I know what's wrong with it. After I threw the WKY with all my strength, coupled with its own weight, combined with its unparalleled speed, its lethality was terrifying. Moreover, through my special technique, every time it turns in the air, its power grows geometrically. In this way, even the body essence that I have forged through 150 times of gravity to the peak of the realm is not enough. Dare to taste easily. I estimated the lethality contained in it. At present, my combat power value has been raised to about 300,000. Using the Earth's unique method of gas boosting, I can increase the combat value to 500,000 in one breath, and the special nirvana in my arms put my combat stats at the top, an astonishing 800,000. If I use all my strength to throw WKY, assuming that 500,000 is used as the base, and it is calculated by the power of 2, it has 2 turns in the air through the S curve, then 2 times of 500,000 asterisk 2 Fang Bei is 2 million. With such a powerful attack, if Frieza is hit by me, he will definitely be seriously injured. And the speed is already so fast under 150 times the gravity, so I don't have to worry about the hit rate at all. If it is in a double gravity environment outside, it must be 100 hits, of course not including the later abnormal boss. There are advantages and disadvantages. Although the speed has increased, the weight has decreased. However, whether the total lethality is increased or decreased, I don't know. After all, I don't want to eat such a thing. I believe at this time who will know that this must kill is actually a super trick that makes Frieza hate Wangquan. But then again, my current advantage over Frieza is only the strength of my body. Who told me to have the super cheat, flesh essence? Because at this time, the time needed to increase under gravity began to increase suddenly. I have no intention of continuing in such a boring practice. After all, it is impossible to promote the first mate in a short period of time. After practicing for so long, I should also see how Wukong and the others are and how they have grown. Standing in front of the mirror, I couldn't help but start to be proud of my foresight. This is eternal youth. This face in front of the mirror hasn't changed since I arrived in Dragon Ball World. It's better than the Saiyans just having a long adolescence, because it never changes in the long years, and I'm more proud that I will never perish. The smooth and lustrous long hair is dazzling, the exquisite and incomparable face is enviable, the tall and straight tiger body is attached to the crystal white muscles, and the most eye-catching is the black gem eyes as deep and distant as the sky. It can be said that my temperament has completely changed at this time. It no longer gives people the feeling that the sword is out of the scabbard and the sharp edge is exposed, but it is replaced by a perfect artistic conception that is unfathomable and unattainable like a high mountain. I stand on the top floor of the dragon-scale building overlooking the organization. At present, after a long period of vigorous development, the dragon scales have perfected the conditions of the organization. They have all kinds of super technical equipment, perfect logistics force, and the most powerful combat organization. And the satellites around the Earth almost belong to our organization. The warships flying on the ocean are in all likelihood belong to the dragon scales. The fighter planes flying in the blue sky are not only ours but also ours. All this disturbed the king of the Earth. Although he has repeatedly raised serious protests to my subordinates that the organization's force is too strong. But because I didn't hang him at all, how should the organization develop, or how should it develop? The purpose of our organization is to protect all good people, eliminate all evil, and make all legitimate money. Because the fist of the organization is extremely powerful, the income of the organization should be extremely rich. We take all employment, we rob all evil forces, and we dig all treasures. For a time, the economic power of the organization skyrocketed. So I'm pretty satisfied with that too. Before leaving, I arranged for my subordinates to develop the future direction of the organization, and then I put on the dragon scale badge, which symbolized the supreme authority of the organization, and officially embarked on the road to meet Wukong and the others. Before departure, I used the energy tester to pinpoint the direction of Wukong and others, and then I took the black somersault and set off. Although my speed is much faster than that of black somersaults, I still feel comfortable doing somersaults. The most important thing is that I want to grind foreigners now. Now is the time for the appearance of the great demon King Piccolo. Wukong has already completed his first fight with Piccolo at this time. Quick skills, tyrannical strength, and terrifying feeling, this is the impression Piccolo gave Goku. It was obvious to guess that Goku suffered a crushing defeat in his first fight with Piccolo. At the moment I stared at the sky, suddenly dark clouds. He muttered to himself, Vic has only gathered 7 Dragon Balls now. It's too slow. Well, I can only hit the tip here today. So I threw out an omnipotent capsule house at random and prepared to perch. No way, I can't change the plot at the moment, I only have to be a spectator for a while. In the far north, Yakilobe stared at Goku, who was writhing in pain on the ground, full of worry. Maybe he didn't realize it himself, he already regarded Goku as his best friend in his heart. That's why he was so afraid of death, but he always cared about Wukong's every move after that. About a quarter of an hour later, a gorilla with a loud roar suddenly appeared in the sky, and Wukong opened his eyes at the same time. Needless to say, this is because Goku's strength has soared. At this point, Wukong's strength has successfully entered the ranks of 300. Blank, underscore, blank, underscore, blank. This book has opened a forum special edition. I hope friends who like it can come and support one. Chapter 36 Instantly Kill Piccolo Part 1. Dragon. I hope I can regain my youth. Piccolo just listened to his wish, and then he was surrounded by a burst of lightning and fiery snakes, accompanied by sizzling tones. So Piccolo began to regain youth at a speed visible to the naked eye, until the last wrinkle on Piccolo's face disappeared. Missing. Piccolo looked at all this in disbelief, and then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, I'm back at the peak moment again. But both. However, there is no need for you to continue to exist. I saw Piccolo stretch out his right hand fiercely, and he instantly gathered chi and sent out a powerful energy wave, hitting Shenlong quickly and ruthlessly. In an instant, the dragon will be fried to pieces. So far, the dragon has officially disappeared for the first time. Earth Video Hall. I am Piccolo. I have come to this world again. I want to fill the world with evil and darkness. Earthlings, you panic. Be afraid. Tremble. Piccolo grabbed the shaking Earth King with one hand. From now on, I will be the Earth King. I now declare. The Earth Police and military are officially gone at this moment. Justice will cease to exist. Sinful people, you begin to enjoy what darkness brings to you. Be happy. Ha ha ha. When I saw this scene, I almost laughed my teeth out, dominating the earth. Brother, I have a combat power of 300,000 and I haven't said that I want to rule the earth. You fight. 1,000 fighting strength dares to speak up here. It's really unfortunate, I can only sigh with emotion. To be a good person requires determination. Bulma and others sitting in front of the TV were quite frightened. And the most anxious should be Bulma, because Piccolo's first goal is to West Capital. Her family is all there, but at this time everyone is helpless. Somehow Boomer remembered me. If Jufin was there. Enough. But she just kept the idea in her heart. At this time, Turtle Immortal, Dumpling, and Kaylin had all sacrificed. Tianjin Fan approached Piccolo with immortal consciousness. And Goku is on his way. And I formally gave the order via radio communication. All members of the Dragon Scale organization listened to the order and immediately began to maintain the order of the earth. But at the same time, protect yourself, if you encounter an ugly person like Piccolo. The ugly monster escaped. Let me give an order, and the whole organization will run like a machine. The strength and impact of the Earth's police and military after this incident. The sound began to weaken greatly, and the Dragon Scale organization stepped forward to save the people and replace them as the uncrowned king in the hearts of the people. And through this immediately, my reputation soared, so the biggest winner of the Piccolo incident was me. I thought to myself, the most important thing at the moment is to stabilize people's hearts. It seems that I need to go there myself. Leisurely flew to the Earth Video Broadcasting Building. Followed by the original. The TV, which was full of snow, suddenly flashed, and an incomparably beautiful face appeared in front of everyone. The man's peaceful expression seemed to have magic power, and he could let the panicked people calm down a little. Hello everyone, I'm Wu Jufin. Maybe most of you haven't heard of me. But I believe that my other identity must be the same as everyone else. Thunder Ear. That's right, I'm the leader of the Dragon Scale organization. Now I ask everyone not to panic. As long as you cooperate with the actions of the Dragon Scale members, there will be no problems. Something happened. Our Dragon Scale organization will be responsible for everyone's safety, so don't be afraid. As for which idiot Piccolo is, someone will naturally solve him. Okay. Now, everyone can rest easy, just treat it as a nightmare. As soon as the TV flashed, I disappeared. All over the world, the pot exploded at once, and there was a lot of discussion about my speech. Some are mocking, some are full of hope, some are dubious. However, one thing is beyond doubt. The Dragon Scale organization successfully replaced the role of the army and the police in the hearts of the people. And what I don't know is that my heart, the dynamic temperament, coupled with my speech, has successfully made my popularity in the hearts of the earth soar, and I have become a white horse in the hearts of thousands of girls. Prince. This damn Wu Jufin has finally appeared. Buma breathed a sigh of relief. Wan, all hope is placed on you. Must win. Miss Lanfang silently blessed me in a brand new martial arts hall. It turns out you ran out to be the leader of the organization. No wonder. I can't find you. All right. Miss Ben will join Dragon Scale soon. The dazzling blonde hair is Lanchi, who has been away for a long time. About Lanchi, no. Know what happened? It seems that she did not return to the Guixian house according to the plot, but instead embarked on the road of wandering and robbery again. Fan Qing, who has a very bad sense of me. Jade also thought that my speech was noncommittal, not believing that I, a person who could kill even my own disciple and younger brother, would stand up to defend the earth. But although I don't know what everyone thinks, at present I know that there is an Earthman with a combat value of 198 standing in front of Piccolo with a 298. Oh. That seems to be Tianjin Rice. Looks like I'll have to speed things up a bit. Then a gust of wind passed me and I disappeared. Just in time, but it doesn't seem like the time. When I came, I saw Tianjin Fan kept being beaten. Wow. That punch seems pretty heavy. Zima, the Tianjin mule that was beaten actually flew off the ground. Why did I see the Earthlings being bullied like this as soon as I came? It was really depressing. I really can't stand it anymore. No, I'm going to take action. Just move your muscles a little. It's terrible, people with such a stinky level want me to do it, it seems. I really should develop a few great men. Just when I was about to hit hard, a cloud of somersaults rushed from afar. The man on the cloud. That's right, Goku, the first person in the original Dragon Ball, finally appeared. Chapter 37 Instantly Kill Piccolo. Middle. Wukong, be careful, he's very powerful. Tianjin Fan was referring to Shenlu, who was born after Piccolo returned to his youth. From a distance, I glanced at random. Next, it's okay, just 224 attack power. No wonder Tianjin Rice, who can beat it, is so embarrassed. But at this time, Goku already has a reality that surpasses Piccolo. Force, this opponent is simply not worth mentioning to Goku. Sure enough, Shenlu, who had a grim face full of smiles, found that he couldn't be cool anymore. Goku can do it no matter what speed he's moving. Followed like a shadow, sticking closely behind him, leaving him helpless. At this moment, he suddenly noticed the impatient expression of King Piccolo. In his heart, he said, "Damn it. Things. It's unforgivable to make me lose face in front of King Piccolo, I will never let you go." Thinking of this, he used all the strength of his body and flashed behind Wukong. However, strength is the determining factor of everything at any time. You will not be able to defeat a strong enemy just because your small universe suddenly explodes. This is what Shenlu is facing now. The strength is always between him and Wukong. Huge gap between them. Wukong is still a cool look, expressionless. I am very applauded. It really deserves to be the first person in the original book. And only 1 foot. Tianjin Fan couldn't see clearly and easily swept Shenlu out of the game. But I just nodded lightly. After all, this kind of attack came to me. Say nothing. So strong. When did Wukong become so strong that even my third eye couldn't see his movements clearly? It seems Wukong Sora has far surpassed me. Tianjin Fan actually sighed there. The defeated general still dared to challenge me. You were lucky if you didn't kill you last time. You didn't cherish the opportunity and came to die again, then I had no choice but to complete you. Do you know one thing? At present, I have used Shenlong to restore my youth, which is a world of difference compared to the last time. Very. Unfortunately, my strength has also greatly improved. Who will kill the deer is still unknown. And Wukong said disdainfully. Vic obviously didn't mean to go on. With his violent figure to illustrate his determination to destroy Wukong, there was a loud, pound, sound, loud and loud. The disgusting green hand and the fair little hand slammed together. Piccolo jumped out immediately after hitting him without an inch. Wukong rushed forward without hesitation. Crackling, crackling, the two have fought over 100 times in an instant, and they are obviously comparable. It's just that this time Vic didn't make a big deal, but continued the offensive against Goku. This pose, isn't the chi-shaped still space that I used to restrain Goku in the martial arts club. I am more than. The strength of Wukong. Piccolo easily saw the fierce fight between the two, and naturally saw Wukong use this trick. I smiled and shook my head. This Wukong is really a genius. He actually remembered after seeing it once I used it. Piccolo couldn't be in a hurry and ate it abruptly. This trick, however, because Wukong's strength is not much stronger than Piccolo, the effect on him is only a short moment. What a precious moment. The outcome of a hand duel is often just for a moment. Both Wukong and Piccolo are the ones who can seize this moment, but unfortunately, the opportunity was created by Wukong. Graham can only taste the taste of failure. Wukong is Wukong, and the figure faster than lightning has come behind Piccolo. Although Piccolo was able to move at this time and realize the realization behind him. Sora, but the big gift from Goku, who could only watch him helplessly, was a sudden kick. Bomb! The violent blow is like the loud noise of a bomb exploding. I can easily see from the large amount of blood spilling from the corner of Piccolo's mouth, he is seriously injured at this time. I was dumbfounded. What? How could it end so soon? Goku obviously wanted to beat the reservoir dog, so he jumped up and chased Piccolo's upside-down figure. I suddenly noticed the corners of Piccolo's eyes. With a smile, not good, bad. Sure enough, Piccolo's injury was a trick to lure the enemy. He suddenly turned his body and faced him fiercely. Goku, who can't move in the air, is an energy wave attack. Just listen to the bomb. I saw Goku fall from the sky. So the two sides returned to the starting point of the battle. Taking advantage of the breaths of both sides, Piccolo said, "You are really good, but unfortunately you will eventually die at my hands. Because I have no. There are all out. Even if it were to shorten my life, there was no other way. Are you finally going to give it your all? I've been waiting for a long time. In this case, I will also use all my strength to fight you. Little devil, don't talk big there. I'll let you meet me, the great demon King Piccolo." Terrifying power. After speaking, as if against his words, the surrounding gravel and rocks all rose up, and the arcs that kept flashing on the ground showed that he was not kidding. I laughed secretly beside me. This looks like a good sale. The next time you fight, you'll be a little more wailing and howling. After a moment of staring, the duel resumed. What a big pomp, surrounded by constantly exploding buildings, hurricanes rising everywhere, empty. The non-stop flashing electric light seems to embellish the duel site into a sheer hell. Tianjin Fan was stunned, because he couldn't accept it at all. To battlefield information, can only stare at the side anxiously. I don't know when to pull out a drink, hey, sipping on the icy cold drink while admiring the duel. How cool. Between the lightning and flint, the two sides fought tens of thousands of punches. I silently read 15,230, 18,703. It's really slow. After a long fight, Piccolo finally realizes that he is not as good as the child in front of him. Although my self-esteem can't accept it, I already know it in my heart. Realized. Suddenly Piccolo retreated from the entanglement between the two, and there was an explosion wave at hand. After Wukong pretended to be cool and blocked it with one hand, he found that Tianjin Fan had already. It was pinched by Piccolo's big hand. Chapter 38 Instantly Kill Piccolo Part 2. Goku, leave me alone. Just kill the great demon King Piccolo. Little devil, can you watch your companions die in front of you? You should just be obedient and capture it. Ha ha ha. Damn, you are so despicable. Wukong was very angry when he saw Tianjin Fan's miserable face. But there is nothing to do. Is there really nothing that can be done? In fact, the strength has reached the realm of Wukong and Piccolo, and any object has super lethal power in their hands. Therefore, Piccolo seized the great opportunity of the day and waved a rock, and the rock had brought a huge acceleration when Piccolo swayed easily. Wukong, because of Tianjin Fan's relationship, did not dare to dodge at will, and watched helplessly as the rock hit his right arm. The crisp sound of fractures came, indicating that Wukong's right arm was disabled. Piccolo really deserves the notoriety of the great demon king, and seems to enjoy this cruel perverted enjoyment quite a bit. Constantly repeating the same means. Wukong's left hand, right leg, left leg. I started to feel depressed on the side. What's going on? I thought I shouldn't take action. In the original book, it was obvious that Bic neglected to disable Wukong's left hand. Now it seems that the plot has changed slightly because of my relationship. Seeing Wukong who couldn't move, Tianjin Fan sighed in disappointment. It's over, the Earthlings are all over. Piccolo looked at everything in front of him proudly, and when he was sure that the kid in front of him would not pose any threat to him, he laughed wildly. At this point, I sighed, and leisurely walked out of the dilapidated corner with a cold drink in one hand. Then learn the lines that no matter which movie it is, clamoring that justice will always prevail over evil, and start a grand appearance. I believe this should have left a deep impression on Piccolo. I walked up to Wukong on my own. Junior brother, are you all right? Brother, you finally appeared. Piccolo was surprised. When did he show up? Why didn't I notice it at all? Tianjin Fan also showed a surprised expression. Is it the brother of Sun Wukong? But then his expression darkened. In his heart, he may think that Sun Wukong is the strongest human on earth, and I am just a warrior who came to die. No matter who you are, there is only one way to end if you dare to provoke me, the great demon King Piccolo. I advise you to leave. What? Piccolo actually said something to support the scene, but it can be seen that Piccolo is quite afraid of this young man who can't see the depth at all. I frowned slightly, and I said softly, "Are you talking to me?" Although I didn't raise my voice deliberately, my powerful chi suddenly and clearly expressed my dissatisfaction to Piccolo. Piccolo was taken aback, and my voice rang in his ear in an instant, making him dizzy for a while. And he looked down at Tianjin Fan, but found that Tianjin Fan was staring into the distance with a blank face, obviously not affected by just now. Vic's heart was full of terror. Such a terrible strength. How could someone so far be able to control chi so perfectly? Is he that kid's brother? Why are they so different in strength? I didn't take any further action, which made Piccolo wondering, what exactly is he trying to do? I help Wukong casually. Junior brother, it's been a long time. Seeing that you have improved so much, my heart as a senior brother is very happy. Then the battlefield instantly turned into an emotional exchange meeting between our brothers and sisters. Senior brother, have you gone there all these years? Senior brother, your strength seems to have improved a lot. Brother. Junior brother, how about Bulma and Wu Tian teacher? Senior brother. And the big devil Piccolo, at this moment, a blue vein burst out on his forehead. No one cares about him. 2, 3, 4. Even if the clay figurines are ignored like this, they are still angry, not to mention the great demon King Piccolo, who has become discolored when everyone hears about it. Besides, Piccolo is only afraid of me. Before he realizes my strength, he is not afraid of me at all. And Piccolo felt like a reassurance because he had a hostage in his hand. So I decided to probe my bottom first. Despicable is indeed the proper noun of their demons. Wow. To kill an unarmed earthling like me. When Piccolo's fist was still 0.5 millimeters away from me, I easily supported Goku and disappeared in place. You want to sneak attack on me, don't you know that I never use my eyes when fighting? Oh, sorry, but it seems you really don't know. Piccolo stared blankly at the lost hands. What? Even the full strength blow of my great demon King Piccolo couldn't even touch a corner of my opponent's clothes. What kind of monster is the other party? He turned his head and looked at me fixedly, as if he wanted to see my internal organs clearly. It's a pity, he is destined to have no chance to realize this dream in this life. Because according to the plot he must die. Oh, that's right, Wukong is really embarrassed. You eat this fairy bean. After I finished speaking, I took out a fairy bean from the universal capsule. And Wukong, who had gone through the practice of Kurita, obviously knew the function of the fairy beans, and took the fairy beans obediently. The magical fairy beans quickly played a role, and Wukong began to live again. Okay, brother, you watch me come to beat Piccolo. Although Piccolo has been hit n times today, when he saw Wukong jumping alive again, his eyes almost popped out, and even his heart couldn't bear it. Hearing Wukong's words, Piccolo smiled awkwardly. Have you forgotten that I still have hostages in my hands? When Wukong heard this, he immediately fainted again. And at this moment I sneered. Vic, do you think you can threaten me? It's getting late, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Die. After I finished speaking, my whole person turned into a ray of light that was faster than the speed of light. Bomb. After 0.2 seconds, my fist appeared behind Piccolo. Chapter 39 The Protector of the Earth. In order not to spoil the plot, I punched Piccolo directly through Piccolo's chest like Monkey King in the original book. The so-called Piccolo was killed by me, who didn't belong to the Dragon Ball world, with one punch. It was definitely a terrifying instant kill. There is no dispute, because the strength gap between my traveler and Piccolo in the original book is too great. Next to Wukong and Tianjin Fan, They immediately became stupid, and at this moment, Wukong looked at me as if he was looking at a stranger. Goku has a deep understanding of Piccolo's strength. Piccolo can be considered on a par with him, and if he insists that it is not as good, it is only a line behind him. But the senior brother was so terrifying, he killed Piccolo with ease, like pinching a fly to death. What? He is Wukong's senior brother, so strong. Simply terrifyingly strong. Even an enemy as strong as Piccolo was solved with just one move. Is he still human? Just when we were all thinking about it, Piccolo spit out the last egg of life. Child, go. The dark flame must not be extinguished. Although I noticed it, it didn't stop it. After all, I still quite like the Piccolo. And more importantly, I don't want to spoil the plot. In the end, it was the simple boy Wukong who thought more openly. Senior brother, you are so strong. It seems that I am far from you. In the future, I will have to practice hard. And I also smiled and patted his head. Senior brother is looking forward to your growth. Quote. Then I turned around and introduced myself to Tianjin Fan. Hello, I'm Wukong's senior brother. I am also the leader of the Dragon Scale organization. I admire so much a brave earthling like you. Because the purpose of our organization is to defend the Earthlings, I sincerely hope that you as Earthlings can join our organization. My tone was as approachable as before, even though my strength was worlds apart from his. I also don't have the kind of domineering that is high above, so Tianjin Rice is quite fond of me. However, perhaps because of my strength, Tianjin Fan did not immediately respond to my invitation. So I was patient and tried to ask again. At this time, Tianjin Fan finally reacted. I'm sorry, I can't accept your invitation. I don't want to be fettered by worldly things. I hope to be able to practice alone. I hope you can forgive me. After speaking, he bowed respectfully to me. I wanted to persuade him again, but Wukong suddenly took my hand. Senior brother, Immortal Kylie told me to go back to Piccolo if I can kill Piccolo successfully. Because I think it might have a good practice there. Method. Seeing how strong my senior brother is, I can't help but go to practice right away. Goodbye La, next time I will definitely surpass my senior brother. Wukong said that he was going to ride the somersault cloud to leave, and I stopped him. Hey, take it, don't forget your wishful golden hoop. Then Wukong, who caught the wishful golden hoop, left in a hurry. After such an interruption from Sun Wukong, I was embarrassed to say the invitation to Tianjin again. So Tianjin Fan and I decided to separate on the spot. I hope you can continue to practice hard. Take care. I sincerely wish the Earthlings in front of me. I will practice hard with you as the goal. Goodbye. Tianjin Fan replied nonchalantly. After sending away the Tianjin meal, I started to prepare the final work of stabilizing the hearts of the people. Hello everyone. It's a pleasure to meet you again. I lived up to expectations and successfully killed Piccolo. Behind me is Piccolo's corpse. Bring it. Now you can all feel at ease. And what I want to tell you here is, no matter what happens in the future, please don't worry. Our Dragon Scale organization will definitely help everyone. My speech has just ended, and the whole world is boiling. Long live peace, long live the Dragon Scale organization, long live Wu Zhifan. Only at this moment did the Dragon Scale organization truly gain the unreserved trust of the people of the earth. At this moment, people from all over the world are shouting, the protector of the earth. The protector of the earth, and then my popularity skyrocketed. And the Dragon Scale tissue is also boiling. Joining the Dragon Scale organization is the wisest decision I have ever made in my life. Long live the leader. Wow, the leader is so handsome. I am so happy to be able to join the organization. On a maglev jet. Damn Zhifan, he's really out of the limelight. Buma muttered through gritted teeth. What? Did senior brother kill Piccolo with just one move? Yes, he is really powerful. Tianjin Fan sighed while recalling the battle scene. Now is not the time to discuss these matters. The most urgent task is to find a way to revive teacher Wu Tian, Kei Lin, Jiaozi, etc. But Shenlong has been killed by Piccolo. Silenced. On the temple. The immortal told Wukong the reason for creating the dragon. Originally, the dragon is to give hope to the despairing people. As long as there are people in the world who pray for the dragon with good wishes, I will resurrect the dragon. But you have to promise me to stay and practice. Because you probably don't know. Before he died, Bic laid an egg, and he was the heir of Bic. No, he will be more powerful than Bic. He will definitely cause more damage to the world than Bic in the future. I hope that in the future you can stop him. Although your senior brother is more powerful, his heart is not as pure as yours, so we choose to train you. Oh, that's why I didn't choose senior brother. But even if you don't tell me, I still want to ask to stay and practice. With the efforts of God, the 7 rays of light shone like miracles, and the magical dragon was finally resurrected. The next thing is logical. Teacher Wu Tian, Kei Lin, and Dumplings are all resurrected. Chapter 40 put everyone in the dragon scale. The turmoil caused by Bic finally came to an end. And I have to go back to the base and start preparing for the strength again to deal with the impending Frieza crisis. At present, everyone already knows my identity. I just plan to continue not to see them, and it is estimated that they will come to the door. I might as well just go meet them directly, and after this incident, I feel that it is more secure to unite everyone. Now Wukong goes to the heaven to practice according to the plot, and it will take 8 years for Saiyan to reach the Earth. Frieza's story unfolds, so that means I still have 8 years to improve my strength. On the other hand, the development of the Dragon Scale organization on Earth can be said to have reached its limit, and the next step is to broaden the horizon to the entire universe. But the problem is, there are simply too many unknown dangers in the universe. If you just go out of the universe to develop like this, maybe the Dragon Scales will be wiped out. No, it seems that I need to strengthen the overall strength of the organization in the past 8 years. The scientific and technological strength of the organization is not quite strong, and it seems that it is time to pull the Bulma and his daughter into the organization. By the way, after destroying Frieza, I have to accept the power in his hands. If nothing happens to my plan, the golden time of the Dragon Scale organization will come to La. Thinking of this, I couldn't wait to fly to the Guixian house and found that everyone really gathered here. Hey, but it seems that everyone was stimulated by me and looked at me in a daze. I gathered up my courage and smiled. Hello everyone. Jufin, senior brother, you damn thing, you didn't say goodbye before leaving. What did you take us for? It's unforgivable. What are you doing back? Bulma complained angrily. I didn't expect Bulma's reaction to be so intense. After all, I had comforted her before. But seeing how happy everyone was, I was suddenly surrounded by something warm in my heart, and I knew it was happiness. Although I don't pay much for everyone still regards me as their best friend. As a traveler, I always feel out of place in the Dragon Ball world, and always blindly think that my mission to the Dragon Ball world is to make Earthlings stand on the top of the universe. As a result, I ignored the feelings of the people around me, which led me to do everything with interest, even to the people around me. But even with my performance, people still regard me as one of them. So my desire to pull them into the organization is even stronger. As soon as I thought about it, I wanted to get straight to the point and explain my intentions. I think everyone knows that I am the leader of the Dragon Scale organization. Before I could finish speaking, Bulma grabbed it for nothing. You won't disclose such a big thing as the leader of the Dragon Scale organization to us. It seems that you really didn't treat us as friends. Yes, brother. I never knew you were the leader of the Dragon Scale organization. You must be very powerful. Suddenly he mysteriously approached in my ear. Are there many cute girls who like you? This Keelan was still the same old man. Brother Jufin, although the trick you taught me hasn't come in handy yet, I've already mastered it. I wonder if you have other tricks you can teach me. Jufin, I have heard from Tianjin Fan and the others that you can actually defeat the great demon King Piccolo. It's amazing. You have done what even Mr. Wutato has not done. Your achievements now have far surpassed that of Master La. The master is very pleased. I was both ashamed and moved when I heard the words of concern from the people's mouths. So I elaborated on my experience over the years in detail. Of course, there are a lot of places that are made up, otherwise it will be difficult to lie. After all, it's amazing to reveal that I'm not from this world. But in this way, this has led to a deeper sense of guilt in my heart, and I hope to compensate my partners a little more. I'm not hesitating. Everyone, listen to me. The main purpose of my visit this time is to invite everyone to join the Dragonscale organization. On the one hand, everyone can be together all the time. On the other hand, if something happens in the future, it's okay. Take care. What? You want to invite us to join the organization? Krillin asked in surprise. Senior brother, you know that those of us who practice cultivation should not be distracted. If you want us to join the dragon scales, then our cultivation will be. Leping said embarrassedly. I didn't answer, but turned my head to Tianjinfan and Jiaozi and said, Tianjinfan, Jiaozi, you must have this concern. You don't have to worry, I mean you just need to put a name in the organization. Wait until the organization has you, only need your help in special circumstances. And I will prepare everything for you on the land of dragon scales. Besides, you still have to live. As long as you join the organization, the monthly basic subsidy is 100,000 Earth coins. And start directly from the big school. By the way, there are a lot of lovely girls in the organization. Really? Then I want to participate. Krillin's words caused everyone to burst into laughter. And Tianjin rice, dumplings and Leping felt unable to refuse, so they agreed. Then I said to Buma seriously, I sincerely hope that you and your father can join the organization. You know that the power of technology cannot be ignored. You finally remembered my importance. But since you have such a good attitude, so I will reluctantly agree. But as for my father, I will try to persuade him first. Okay, then we're left with Teacher Wu Tian. Since everyone is going to my place, it's too lonely for Teacher Wu Tian to stay alone. Let's just move in together. Oh, me, Turtle Immortal looked at with everyone's hopeful expressions. They involuntarily agreed. Okay, so here it goes. Except for Wukong, everyone has joined the Dragonscale organization. Chapter 41 Master of Mass Production of Dragonscale Organization Part 1. The matter about Wukong's joining the organization can only be put on hold for now. After all, although he is a Saiyan with pure blood, he is always an Earthling in his bones. However, Goku is an indispensable character in the Dragon Ball plot. If you randomly pull him into the army, I don't know what the consequences will be. Then keep the status quo. Now that everyone has decided to join the organization, it's time for me to say goodbye. Now everyone needs to be prepared to come. Why don't I go back to the organization first and wait for everyone to come? I naturally raised my fists and cupped my hands. Huh, senior brother, what's your pose? It seems cool. I want it too. Keelan drew a gourd and borrowed flowers to offer Buddha a hand. Oops, I've been inadvertently revealing something out of this world lately. Fortunately, these things don't attract much attention, and they were dismissed by my left and right, but if I walk too much, I will always encounter ghosts. All this should have alarmed me. I should know clearly that if I want to always maintain an advantage in the Dragon Ball world, my identity as a traveler is absolutely not allowed to be known by a second person. So, I have to completely forget everything on the Earth from today, and I can only be a person from the Dragon Ball world in the future. In the end, everyone watched me gradually disappear into the clouds, and after a long period of emotion, a discussion started. I always think the behavior of the third senior brother is a bit strange. Some of his actions and words don't seem to me on Earth. Is it? He's not from the Earth. Keelan, don't talk nonsense. Jufin is weird. How big is the Earth? There must be some customs we don't know. Seeing someone slandered me, Buma immediately jumped out to fight the injustice. After you said that, Keelan, I don't think it's right. It must take quite a lot of money to establish an organization, but when Jufin first came to the Guixian house, the clothes he was wearing were in tatters, not at all. He looked like he was rich. And he also told me that his grandfather was killed by the Red Forging Belt Corps. Then he didn't show up when Wukong eliminated the Red Forging Belt. Later I told him about it. His reaction was actually quite bland, and he didn't have the joy of being executed by an enemy at all. Teacher Wu Tian said slowly while thinking. I also have some doubts. Senior brother doesn't know how to cultivate, but his strength is so strong. Everyone can see the strength of Piccolo, and he is not even a one-shot enemy who is stronger than Piccolo. This is too exaggerated. At this moment it was Bulma who came out to smooth things out again. Okay, maybe there's something Jufin can't tell everyone. Each of us has our own little secrets. Besides, no matter what happens to Jufin, you are Washin. Teacher's disciple, Kaylin and Leping's senior brother. Besides, they even specially invited you to join the organization. You suspect that he is too inappropriate. Ha ha ha, it's really like this, we are really overhearted. Then let's pack up and set off like the dragon scale base. Teacher Wu Tian said with a final word. If I heard their comments, I would definitely break a cold sweat. I have exposed so many flaws. But I had no way of knowing all this. Having returned to the organization and was just about to board the dragon scale building, I suddenly heard a burst of gunfire. My face turned gloomy immediately. What's going on? Someone dared to attack the dragon scale organization headquarters. When I was annoyed, I suddenly heard a familiar voice shouting my name. Wu Jufin, let me come out for my mother. Wu Jufin, my mother is here to find you. Immediately, there was a burst of gunfire in the sky. This voice is. Not long after, a girl with flying blonde hair and red hairpins riding a magnetic suspension jet motorcycle, and shooting backwards with a machine gun from time to time, appeared in my field of vision. Who else is Lan Qi? Apparently, she saw me too. Excited to increase the accelerator and hurried towards me. When I was still more than 100 meters away from me, it was obvious that I was too complacent and did not slow down at all. Due to ignoring the effect of inertia, when she slammed on the brakes, her whole body was thrown high. Without even thinking about it, I flew up to catch her. Since she was leaning over and falling out, and I was rising vertically, one hand naturally grabbed her very smooth and plump breasts, while the other hand supported her flabby waist. After landing smoothly, I was completely stunned by the unexpected beauty. And Lan Qi obviously had not experienced this kind of battle. For a while, he was at a loss, his cheeks turned red, and his eyes seemed to be dripping with water. I put her down at a loss and wanted to change the subject, so I asked casually, are you alright? Lan Qi is a strange woman who dares to love and hate. Just now, it was only because of the shy instinct of women that she was overwhelmed by shyness. But it's back to normal now. It's okay, I'm just here to find you. By the way, I'm looking for you because I want to join the Dragon Scale organization. It seems that you are their head, so you won't refuse. An embarrassing member of the Dragon Scale organization. I waved my hand for them to back off. Oh, you want to join the organization? It's too late for me to welcome her with both hands. Why don't you agree? When I was about to find an excuse to put Lan Qi by my side so that I could accept her. But suddenly I heard the good news. I want to be your private secretary, I won't do anything else. Wow, Lan Qi, you are really a roundworm in my stomach. Well, in this way, I can honestly charge you to my account. Hey, what are you thinking? Don't hurry up and arrange a place for the old lady. I'm exhausted from looking for you these days. But it's okay, I finally found you. Whose secretary is this? But when I saw Lan Qi's dusty face, I felt heartbroken for no reason. Forget it, last life playboy. Do more, and be a good man in this life. After bathing, Lan Qi was wearing a transparent gauze, and her attractive curves were unmistakable. The plump figure and crystal clear skin immediately made Brother Wu raise a red flag. Wu Jufin, how is my mother now? Damn, you really think I'm Lu Shahui? No, I'm going to expose my satyr essence today. All of a sudden I was like a big bad wolf, savagely pounced on Lan Qi, and in her screams, I carried her to bed. After the passion was over, Lan Qi quietly lay on my chest. I will follow you all my life. If you dare to abandon me, I will kill you. I hugged her tightly. By the way, after what you said I remembered one thing. You are my personal secretary now, how can you do without strength? So I decided to start a plan, mass production master. Then let's start with you. Chapter 42 Master of Mass Production of Dragon Scale Organization, Part 2. Lan Chi was taken aback. Master of Mass Production. Start with me. My mother doesn't understand what it means. I didn't explain. It's just that a heavy bomb was thrown in her ear. Lanlan, did you know? You have obtained eternal youth now. I believe that as long as a woman is a woman, she doesn't care about youth and beauty is even more crazy. Although blonde Lan Chi has a quirky personality, she can't help being ecstatic when she hears something that a woman can only dream of. What? Really? Yes, since you were my wife, you must have. So I told her the event of making a wish to Shenlong carefully. I'm so happy, old lady. Then Lan Chi, who was dancing and wearing nothing, started to sway in front of my eyes, and an evil fire suddenly rose from my lower abdomen. So I rudely knocked down Lan Chi, and then we scored N degrees. Early morning. Big bed. Lan Chi, you first condense and cleanse the gods. I will start to improve your strength. Lan Chi's excitement calmed down quickly. I secretly praised. Lan Chi is obviously a woman who knows the whole thing. Knowing that this is not the time to be embarrassed, she deserves to be a woman in the Dragon Ball world. Immediately, I also quickly entered the state, just waiting for the whole body to wander. Then I quickly mobilized a very small part of the Kai in my body. Even though it seems to me that the Chi is extremely weak, it is already extremely large compared to the baseless Lan Chi. After a while, under my urging, the Chi slowly spread down from the position where I held Lan Chi's Baihui point, opening up the meridians of Lan Chi's body like a broken bamboo. After finishing, I stagnated this part of Chi in Lan Chi's body. This is a preferential wife. After instructing Lan Chi on how to control the Chi in her body, Lan Chi is now a master on Earth. And through my energy tester to detect, at this time Lan Chi's combat power stopped at 214.5. Now the energy tester in my hand is improved by all the technical staff of the base working together. Not only the upper limit of the test energy becomes infinite, but also the precision of the instrument is improved, making the measurement value reach a decimal mechanism. This incident made me admire the research members of the organization, and finally rewarded all the scientific and technological personnel heavily. So Lanky's energy numbers are absolutely super accurate. All of this means that Lan Chi has occupied a place in the current list of Earth Masters. This also means that I have completely mastered the method of mass-producing masters after successfully transforming Wupa, Lanfang and Lan Chi. This also means that the strength of the Dragon Scale organization is about to increase greatly. Everyone hurry up and gather at the Dragon Scale Square, the leader will give a speech. Everyone hurry up and gather at the Dragon Scale Square, the leader will give a speech. Concentrate here. On the lead, Lan Chi stood behind me solemnly. And I looked at the huge scene of nearly 500,000 people in front of me, and my heart was full of pride. So many people, including the logistics staff, could be gathered in such a neat and efficient manner in a short period of time, which is enough to show the members of the organization that I built with my own hands can no longer be described as just an elite. And they are all the power in my hands. I have absolute control. Everyone has worked hard. The organization is well aware of everyone's contributions to the organization. If you do your best for the organization, then the organization will never treat you badly. Enthusiasm aroused. They spontaneously shouted, I am willing to contribute to the organization. Long live the Dragon Scale organization, long live the leader. I looked up at the sky, proud and high-spirited for a while, and my heart was filled with the arrogance of pointing the country. After deeply encouraging them, I finally revealed the focus of today. Shanglong, Tahong, Wang Ji, in view of the outstanding contributions you have made to the organization. So I decided to personally reward you. The person who clicked the name was quite excited, and he didn't expect to be rewarded by the leader himself. Others looked at them with admiration. I raised my voice abruptly. Dragon Scale members are watching. My eyes suddenly froze, and two lasers shot out of my eyes and began to rise straight up. After a violent collision in the air, a violent explosion was formed. The huge sound shocked everyone present. Obviously everyone was stunned by the ability I showed, and they were speechless. I took advantage of the heat to strike the iron and said, "I will give you this ability to everyone who has been called." The audience was silent, quiet, absolutely quiet. This made me a little confused. It's weird, it shouldn't be like this. I didn't wait for me to react. Huge cheers shot into the sky. Long live the leader. Long live the leader. Obviously, the people who got it were ecstatic, and the people who didn't get it also understood that since other people can get this ability, then as long as your efforts are recognized by the leader, you can get this ability. So the crowd was very excited for a while. I was very satisfied with the effect. After nodding, Shi Shiren floated off the chief stage, and Lan Chi followed closely. The countless gravity chambers in front of me were made in imitation of my room format. Because the objects they need to serve are all members of the Dragon Scale organization, the area reaches 10,000 square meters. Countless small rooms have different gravity signs, but the maximum gravity can only reach 100 times the gravity. This is what I have arranged in consideration of the actual situation of everyone. The schedule for my mass production master is: audience. Those who have TCs to the organization participate in the promotion plan. Unlimited. Step 1. First, countless chi are emitted from the sky, controlled by the total chi source in the palm of the hand, and then forcibly poured down from each person's Baihui point like a Daigo empowerment. 2. Then the chi travels all over the body, so that the chi in the body of the people who have received the ascension travels around the whole body with the chi of the source of my receiving, so as to rapidly expand the meridians in the body of the people. 3. After everyone's combat power is improved, they must spend 3 months in a 5x gravity room to consolidate their sudden strength. 4. Then challenge different gravitational forces with qualified individuals. 5. The competition will be held after the last 6 months. The top 10 winners will receive huge bonuses, and their ranks will be promoted by 1 or 2 levels. Tip: this program is implemented annually. Once this plan was launched, the entire dragon scale was boiling, and all the members of the organization started a vigorous movement to improve their strength and a frantic movement to contribute to the organization. Chapter 43: My Ascension and Thinking in Gravity, Part 1. The effect of mass-producing masters is obvious. Now there are 2 to 3 out of every 10 people in the organization with a combat power of over 50. By the end of the first plan, there were more than 1,000 people in the organization with a combat power of over 150, mostly between 150 and 200, more than 20,000 people with a combat power of over 100. This means that our Dragon Scale organization can easily enter the top 10 of the world's largest martial arts club as long as we send a warrior with strong combat power to participate in the martial arts club. Sweat. This kind of strength is definitely the #1 force on Earth. The premise, of course, is that if Dr. Gates and his androids aren't the Red Forge. Today is the appointed day for everyone to come and meet. Early on, I arranged 2 columns on the left and right to greet me, so a 10-mile-long giant dragon was formed to wait for the arrival of teacher Wu Tian and others. And I attached my hands to my back and stood at the front of the queue with my legs slightly crossed, next to Lan Chi, who had recovered to blue hair and was a bird. I looked at Lan Chi, who was holding my arm in happiness, with gentle eyes, and I secretly smiled proudly. Because Lan Chi's body has 2 personalities, and I already have one, so I am equivalent to being given a pair, and it is like a beautiful sister flower. In the morning, Lan Chi with blue hair is gentle and considerate, and in the evening, there is a fiery blonde Lan Chi. Hey, I feel that life is really too happy and blessed. Just when I was thinking about it, a cute girl with sky blue hair with a speeding car appeared in everyone's field of vision. The members of the organization knew that the guests invited by the leader had arrived, so they didn't dare to breathe, and tried their best to raise their already straight chests higher. And I woke up and looked at the person with Lan Chi happily. At this moment, Biauch's boomer was quite excited. I don't know if it's because I'm eager to meet Jufin, but I got up so early today. Haha, I won't call my parents, I'll go first. Look at it this way. Come on, I really value my friendship with Jufin. Oh, okay, I'll be there soon. Huh, isn't that Jufin? The sharp-eyed Bulma saw me immediately, and the painted Bulma just wanted to say hello. But unexpectedly, I saw Lanchi, who was obviously friendly, beside me. Bulma's excited face turned cloudy and clear, and he rushed over without saying a word. I obviously didn't realize what was going on, and Lanchi was taken aback. However, the Bulma family can be regarded as the representative of the first technology on Earth, and they can completely ignore the influence of inertia, and just make the flying car beside me parked without any symptoms. Lanchi, why are you here? Bulma actually communicated directly with Lanchi over me. Hello, I don't know why I'm here. But now I'm Jufin's wife. What? When did you become this guy's wife? Realize that your tone is not normal. So he immediately added another sentence. Why didn't you tell everyone? What the hell, I seem to care about this damn Wu Jufin. But I obviously have a boyfriend like Leping. No, I can't do this. Depressed Bulma wanted to say that he really wanted to congratulate you, but he said, why are you two together? As soon as Bulma said this, the sour tone immediately made Lanchi beside me suspicious. Did Bulma fall in love with Jufin? It's impossible, after all, Bulma already has Leping. Could it be? I'm going to be nervous. But Lanchi is a girl after all. She has a very delicate mind with blue hair, and she seemed to hear something from Boomer's tone. She quickly pulled Boomer aside, and the two began to whisper. But I didn't have the heart to eavesdrop because everyone had already arrived. A group of people came from a distance talking and laughing, and the leader was Teacher Wu Tian, followed by Leping, Kaylin, Tianjin Fan and others. I hurried up to meet Master. However, it was obvious that Teacher Wu Tian and the others were shocked by the welcoming cue, and they stared at me with wide eyes. I smiled indifferently, waved my hand, received the cue. The cue poured into the organization like a tide. Now everyone was at ease, and the group walked into the organization chatting and laughing. Immediately after the group was settled, I heard that Keelan and Tianjin were eager to leave to practice. Sure enough, I smiled knowingly, they are all diligent and strong Earthlings. Probably stimulated by the enthusiastic cultivation atmosphere of my organization. Then I will not keep you for the time being. When you realize how effective my practice here is, I believe you will definitely come back. 3 days later. All moving works are officially completed. Bulma's whole family has come here, and it is worth mentioning that Bulma's father actually expressed his appreciation to me for the superior scientific research environment here. This just makes me sweat. Because all of this has nothing to do with me at all, it's all the handwriting of my subordinates. As for Teacher Wu Tian, in line with the principle of taking care of the elderly, the Guixian house is located next to Bulma's house to facilitate life and communication. Other people's houses are arranged as close together as possible. At the new location, everyone was very interested and started chatting and talking. And I didn't even see Boomer in the hustle and bustle, but Lanchi, who was beside me, told me Boomer seriously that she went to work. So my cold sweat broke down immediately. Could it be that Boomer has become a workaholic? Clearly everyone gets along very well. I also officially announced to get out of it. I started to prepare for my first long training in Dragon Ball World. Between gravity. 5 months since I came to the gravity room. Under 200 times the gravity, I wantonly swayed the sweat on my body. Whether it is a one-finger handstand, one-finger push-ups, sit-ups in the air, I have done all the movements on the earth that are considered to be exercisable. However, no matter what kind it is, the number of single items can be counted as units. But the effect is quite disappointing to me. My current combat value is only 350,000, which means that my gain in a 200x gravity room is only an increase of 50,000 combat power. This improvement is too small. How can I say that I also jumped directly from 150 times to 200 times, and the harvest is only so little? Have I encountered a bottleneck that the legendary Earthlings must go through? Chapter 44 My Ascension and Thinking in Gravity, Middle. I sat heavily on the ground. How could such a thing happen? Saiyans like Sun Wukong and the others have such a bottleneck. But that's because they have a superior bloodline, but in the end, Wukong and the others are only in the after a little struggle on the edge of death, I successfully broke through to the Super Saiyan realm. But I am a pure-blooded Earthling. I can't break through like them and stand up. Why do I have to encounter such a bottleneck? My current situation is like the protagonists of the martial arts novels I read at the beginning. If you want to go further, you have to come to an extra large one. Adventure, or it is a single piece of opponents with comparable strength, seeking breakthroughs in actual combat. But where do I go to find adventures now? Is it difficult for me to go to Frieza's side and say that I want to improve my strength? Please adjust my strength to the same as mine, and cooperate with me to let me fight with you. Then Frieza smiled and said, okay. I'm the most helpful, but the reality is that Frieza either thinks I'm a lunatic, or uses all his strength to destroy me. Although I can never be killed, I have to experience the pain of flesh and blood. What? Think about this and that. I shook my head depressed. Is there no way to greatly improve my strength? If things go on like this, trying to defeat Frieza is nothing short of a fantasy. Is it really going to be like a sandbag for Frieza to fight? When I think of that scene in my mind, I shudder. I kept resurrecting, and then Frieza brutally killed me by various means. Depend on. Isn't this the same as the classic plots in those online games in the previous life? I patted my forehead in distress. Why are you so out of breath now? No matter what, let's increase the amount of training first. Looks like I'm going to have to wear some overweight pendants to exercise myself as well. So first try wearing a 100 kilogram weight like Goku. This way, plus my weight of 85 kilograms, under the condition of 200 times the gravity, it is 100 plus 85, 200. That is a total of 37,000 kilograms, which is 37 tons. What? 37 tons? Wait, I just put on the pendant that the members of the organization brought me hard and walked into the gravity room. I was immediately crushed into minced meat by the super strong gravity, so my sudden death for the first time turned out to be in the gravity room. Sweat. Really going to be laughed at. The first death of the future number one person in the universe turned out to be during training. 5 seconds of disappearing my memory, my body began to reorganize outside of gravity. Fortunately, the reorganization is not in the gravity room, otherwise I will die again immediately. I'm really a pig. I didn't even think about it and started messing around like this. If I didn't have the body of immortality, I guess I could only show off my power in hell, and then imagine being surrounded by hundreds of ghost wives and concubines. Come on, Your Majesty. You are so annoying. Ah, my cold sweat fell immediately. Taking off the gravity suit, I went back to the gravity room again. Hey, no way, still can't do it. Forget it, I'm still practicing honestly. So, 1025, 2000, 10,000. A year has passed in the blink of an eye. Except for the Chuangsheng exercise with Lan Chi 15 times a week, all the other time I devoted to my practice. Although the gravity is now 250 times, the effect of the improvement is still terrible. Poorly, now I can only barely calculate the battle value to break through the 400,000 mark. It was only 400,100 points. This kind of improvement is really slow enough. It is estimated that after 8 years, I can almost only fight Frieza with the second change, and Frieza with the third change will probably be beyond my reach. I was depressed and punched the empty punches. Although my punching force is quite terrible now, the punching wind in the air can actually dent the WKY metal 3 or 5 meters away. But this kind of boxing style is estimated that Frieza can also do it. I am not reconciled. Do you want me to go to Dragon Ball to be a role-playing role? No, I need to calm down right now. There is still plenty of time. Anyway, I am immortal. The big deal is going to the time room to exercise for 100 years. It's only been 100 days outside anyway. But this method will wait until 100 days before the Saiyans arrive on the Earth and I have not surpassed Frieza. But if this continues in the future, it is estimated that I will have to practice tens of thousands of opponents like Majin. This cheating method is too stupid. I decadently brushed off my shoulder-length hair. I really can't do anything right now. Since there is nothing to do now, I will first take a look at how much chi is contained in my cells. Due to the heart-pounding encounter last time, I only observed carefully on the surface of the cells. I saw that the cells of the whole body were filled with white airflow visible to the naked eye, and the flow of qi between cells was also quite active. But I clearly know that this is only a superficial phenomenon, far from reaching a state of overflowing. After so many fights, although the level is not high, it is enough for me to understand something substantial. So according to my estimation, if all the cells in my body are filled, then I have at least the level of Goku transforming into Super Saiyan 2, so as long as I try my best to fill the cells, it will be enough to deal with many crises. Chapter 45 My Thinking and Lifting in Gravity Part 2 Is quite amazing to reach Super Saiyan 2, I shudder to think of a terrifying Super 17. That is a powerful existence that even Super Saiyan 4 can't beat. So in the later stage, I can only play a small role running errands. Is there really no way to surpass Super Saiyan? Suddenly, a trace of golden light flashed across the vast white airflow. But I was immersed in my own thoughts at this time, and I didn't feel anything wrong. Who knew that if I could have noticed this golden light earlier, I could have surpassed the realm of Super Saiyan a long time ago. It's just that my mood is changing in an instant, but I'm thinking about what might happen in the future from afar. The next moment, I subconsciously decided that as long as I reach the state of full cells, I will come out after training in the time room for 1,000 years. At that time, it should be able to catch up with the pace of Wukong and others. I've made up my mind, and I'm about to withdraw from the state of introspection. Suddenly a strange phenomenon entered my eyes. What is that? Filled Diamond. 2. Author's recommendation. 3,000 newest novels of the All-World Novel Group have been uploaded, and more high-quality novels are invited to the All-World Novel Group. The super crowd of 2,000 people in the world welcomes you to join. Through the Female Strong Novel Group 374,683,088 pour out the Fairy Tale Martial Arts Novel Group 179,958,370. The World Urban Novels South Group 212,948,267 Otherworld Continent Fantasy Novels North Group 84,232,962. Out the Film and Television Fan Fiction Cadre Group 471,785,787 Pour out the Competitive Online Game Novels On Group 341,036,375. Out Military Historical Novels Group 375,333,765 All Out Through Rebirth Novel Word Group 302,862,009. The World's Rotten Women Novels Makeup Group 485,310,996 All the Rotten Women's Novels Group 592,806,843. Two-Dimensional Anime Cuz Exchange Group 240,358,863 Pour out the Glory of the King. Hollow Diamond. There is an unusually huge cell near my chest, and I can clearly feel that the chi in this cell is about to fill up from the dazzling white light it emits. How is this going? The cells around it are not only far smaller in volume than it, but also contain far less chi. Just when I was amazed, the giant cells actually started to devour the surrounding small cells, and it quickly absorbed the air in the small cells, and finally returned to the same size as ordinary cells, but in his body is as dazzling as a star. When I saw this scene, I was scared to death. Could it be that my cells became cancerous? Did you make a mistake? I am immortal. Before I could fully accept this fact, that already filled cell actually divided. However, it seems that there is only half of the original gas content, and it starts to devour the surrounding cells again. At this moment, I am really shocked beyond words. Is it because heaven is jealous of Yinkai? Excited, I began to focus entirely on those two cells, and soon I realized that it was all a false alarm. Because I can completely mobilize the chi in those two cells, and because I am immortal, the cells are generated at an astonishingly fast rate. Before they can finish swallowing a cell, normal cells have already finished dividing several times. So I calmed down slowly, and as soon as I realized it, I felt a burst of ecstasy. By the way, I can rely on this kind of cells, and I can completely feel the strength of the qi in my cells in a relatively short period of time. In other words, I will have the power of Super Saiyan 2 in a few years. Sweat. Finally got the first place. I quickly withdrew from the inner vision and seriously prepared to start my strength soaring plan. For one, I turned the gravity back to 100x and put the gravity pendant back on. In order to stimulate the division of the phagocytic cells, he began to consciously rush the airflow of the whole body to the chest to facilitate it to absorb energy. On the other hand, I kept squeezing normal cells and phagocytic cells together carefully, consciously causing phagocytic behavior to occur. However, doing this alone is not enough to improve the strength. It is still necessary to increase the strength of the qi to improve rapidly. So I kept working out. Because a virtuous circle has formed, my rate of improvement is starting to get faster and faster. In this way, my passion for practice has become more and more abundant. In the end, I was even more pleasantly surprised to find that the phagocytosed cells were no different from normal cells, except that the amount of qi was already abundant. Although my strength is not equivalent to a flat skyrocket, I am still excited to break through the bottleneck. Even Lan Qi could feel it personally and clearly. In the past, the two sides were evenly matched in bed skills. But in recent days, I have become stronger and stronger. She always kills her and throws away her armor, but after she is defeated, she is still majestic and excited. The Lan Qi that made me hurt and was afraid of me, and she was even more obedient to me. In the blink of an eye, another 2 years have passed. My strength has suddenly increased a lot, and has reached a strength of 1.12 million, which means that at present, I can be comparable to the changed Frieza. I am naturally quite satisfied with this result. Today is the registration time for the #1 martial arts club in the world, so everyone must rush to the venue of the #1 martial arts club in the world. After all, Helan, Tianjin, Dumplings, Leping and Sun Wukong will all be there. I didn't want to watch, and I didn't want to play. Kalanch insisted on pulling me to accompany everyone. No way, my wife's life still has to be obeyed. To my surprise, Boomer would also go. But after thinking about it, I was relieved. After all, she and Leping hadn't seen each other for 3 years. I don't know what stimulated her 3 years ago, and she became interested in scientific and technological research. But I don't want to pay too much attention. After all, I'm not her boyfriend. But when I saw Boomer, my heart still sighed. Boomer actually lost a lot of weight. But it seems that I am more mature now, and the charmingness that leaks from the corners of my eyes from time to time makes me see that my index finger is moving. Then everything happened as the plot happened, and all the protagonists had arrived before the game. In the past 3 years, there have been considerable changes in everyone, and the biggest change is the boy Sun Wukong, who is so tall and handsome as in the anime. And everyone hasn't seen each other for a long time, and it is natural for everyone to be happy when they get together for a while. And I am deeply addicted to this friendly feeling. Chapter 46 The Saiyans Attack Part 1. What? Senior brother, you don't participate in the world's #1 martial arts meeting? The people on the side were also surprised when they heard it. I smiled. No special reason. I just want to see everyone's growth. What? Although God said Piccolo, the son of Piccolo, will also come to the competition, but the person I want to fight the most is senior brother. Wukong looked depressed, as if I had done something that was very sorry for him. I pulled Wukong aside and said, Wukong, although your strength is very strong now, what do you want to say, brother? Your strength is still far behind me. I don't want to hide you. In fact, the first time in the martial arts club, I just used a small amount of strength to fight you, do you understand? Small strength. How small is it? Wukong murmured to himself. Okay, Wukong, I believe that you will be able to surpass me in the next period of time. Come on. Wukong was obviously hit by me, and his mood suddenly became a lot lower. Kaylin, who was next to him, noticed this, and immediately comforted Wukong. Wukong, did brother tell you how strong he is? But don't be discouraged. Third brother started early, and he is stronger than us. It's not surprising, and I believe that after we work hard, we can catch up with him soon. Unexpectedly, after Klein's words, Wukong's fighting spirit was quickly inspired. But at this time, Wukong has already decided in his heart that he must have a good fight with me after the martial arts meeting to find out my true strength. Just as everyone was talking, Goku's destined wife, Chi-Chi, finally appeared, and staged a legendary scene of the classic scene of looking for her husband 1,000 miles away. Krillin was envious, but I kindly laughed at Wukong. Because I'm not a player, I couldn't enter the venue of the Budo Club originally. However, because it was discovered that I was the leader of the Dragon Scale organization, the organizers specially allowed me and my companions to enter in order to show their respect for me. I couldn't help but sigh with emotion for this. Anyway, I am a big celebrity in this world. The game starts soon. Without my intervention, everything developed like the plot. The audience was dazzled by the wonderful performances of the crowd. Among them, the wedding of Wukong and Chi-Chi brought the warm atmosphere of the martial arts meeting to a climax. Then there is the super decisive battle between Goku and Tianjin Fan. Although everyone was excited, and I started yawning while watching this super tasteless game, I still had to cheer up and cheer. Because the guys next to me obviously have a lot of opinions on my performance. But Lan Chi next to me was quite excited. After being enhanced by me, she can clearly see through Piccolo and Goku's actions. And the duel between Goku and Tianjin is very valuable to her who has no combat experience, and it can be said to be of great benefit. As for Kaylin and Leping next to teacher Wu Tian, needless to say, they were even more intoxicated. Although the plot of the game is ups and downs, I have enjoyed it countless times in another world, so I have long felt that it is not new. So I took the excuse of urinating and got out. With my sunglasses on, there is no risk of being recognized on the street at all. On the one hand, I have been low-key for 3 years, and on the other hand, everyone has forgotten a lot about Bic. I am leisurely looking at the various and dazzling products in the window. Can't stop talking about buying a sexy bra for Lan Chi, or a sexy underwear more suitable. Suddenly, a figure that haunted me passed by in front of me, and I couldn't help calling out her name, Lanfang. I heard my affectionate cry. The familiar voice made Lanfang turn around tremblingly, looking at me with hazy eyes. Fan, hearing the long-lost address, I unconsciously stepped forward and hugged my lover Lanfang. But feeling Yiren's struggle made me face ashes. I asked disappointedly, Fang, do you already have a sweetheart? Lanfang looked at me angrily, and the resentful eyes seemed like I was 10 times Chen Shimei. You are so embarrassed to say that I came out to find you after all the hard work. But I saw you in front of the martial arts venue, but I saw you with a blue-haired woman in my arms and kissed me there. So I left in a fit of anger. But I still want to see you for the last time, so I have been hesitant to stay away. I didn't meet you until today. Feeling Yiren's affection, I hugged her tightly again. Domineeringly said, from now on, you will be the wife of my Wu Jufan, and you will also be the wife of the leader of the Dragon Scale organization. No one can take you away from me. It's anyone. Lanfang listened to my clank. I vowed to bury Hao Shou in my chest happily. I didn't meet Lanky and the others that night, but to accompany Lanfang through our dream double world. When I kissed Lanfang tightly, when I held Lanfang's plump twin peaks, when I deeply entered Lanfang's body, what I felt was incomparable affection, incomparable moving, and incomparable happiness. Even though Lanfang is a virgin, the feeling of being lost and found makes her keep pestering me to ask for it, as if she wants to melt me into her body. And I was also stimulated by Lanfang, and I was so excited that I did my best to contribute to her. Clouds and rains. What are you going to do with that blue-haired girl? Lanfang asked me faintly. How about what? You said you wanted me to be your wife. Yes, I did. Lanfang pinched me hard. What about that girl? Oh, to be my wife together, of course. What? You want to have both of us? Of course. Don't you feel that I can't leave you? Don't you feel that you can't satisfy me alone? After I finished speaking, I ignored her exclamations and objections and entered her deeply again. Chapter 47 Saiyan's Attack Middle. Although Lanfang repeatedly said to leave so as not to destroy me and Lan Chi. But I was arrogant and unreasonable and prepared to tie her firmly by my side. I said to her domineering, "I have given you time to try to fall in love with others, but you haven't. When God sends you to me again, I will never let you go. It doesn't matter if you hate me or not. Love me. I want you to stay by my side. I am very greedy. I not only want your heart, I want your people. So you have belonged to me for life, and life at this moment, you have no choice." Lan Fang was moved to listen to my words, and unknowingly shed 2 lines of tears. My tender kiss dried her tears. I looked at the woman in front of me who could make me extremely excited. I started to kiss her furiously, from head to toe, from face to body. The 2 snow-white bodies were soon intertwined, rolling fiercely on the bed. Lan Fang and I were always in the middle of intense lovemaking all morning. From the bed to the floor, from the table to the bathroom, we were in a mess, and everywhere we witnessed the fierce battle between me and Lan Fang. Lan Fang, who came out of the hotel in the afternoon, revealed a lazy and charming air all over her body, and every move exuded a great mature charm. Not only did I die of happiness, but also the eyes of passers-by were cheap. Be envious. My Wu Jufan's wife is so charming. When I forcibly embraced Lan Fang with my right hand and walked into the martial arts venue, everyone looked at me and Lan Fang back and forth with amazed eyes, and Lan Fang bowed his head shyly. I just don't care if I'm thick-skinned. But looking at Lan Chi's eyes that were about to burst into tears, I hurriedly and shamelessly hugged her with my left hand. How could Lan Chi struggle to open, so she was hugged tightly by me. Before Lan Chi could speak, Bulma was already furious. "You goddamn Wu Jufan, you are such a goddamn big radish. It's a shame that Lan Chi has been worrying about you since yesterday, you shameless guy, you only know that it's a lot of fun outside, and now I've found a woman back. Are you worthy of Lan Chi?" I looked at Lan Chi's worried and helpless expression, and I cherished her even more in my heart. While kissing her, the other hand hugged Lan Fang tighter, lest she couldn't bear to escape. Teacher Wu Tian also recognized Lan Fang at this moment. "Aren't you the Miss Lan Fang that Jufan met at the first martial arts conference?" Bulma also recognized it at the moment. So everyone was caught in the middle of nowhere. In an embarrassing situation. I didn't care about everyone's reaction. I just hugged the 2 girls and went back to the hotel. In the hotel, I started to let both parties introduce themselves, and then I despicably used Lan Chi's kind-hearted characteristics to introduce Lan Fang's life experience in a miserable way. I took advantage of Lan Fang's miserable feeling of being connected to the same fate, and said Lan Chi's personal situation was extremely pitiful. Because Lan Chi is often confused, and she doesn't know her background. In this way, both parties are given an emotional basis for accepting each other. Then after further exchanges, the 2 sides also get along well. But of course, the happiest and most blessed person will still be me in the future. Knowing that Piccolo would destroy the entire city, I used gas to cover the hotel early. In the hotel, although I have not experienced the spectacular scene of 3 women in one play. But I only have 2 women, and I have deeply experienced this feeling. The relationship between the 2 women is like sisters now. It makes me want to interrupt, but there is no way to intervene. Finally, when the exchange between the 2 women is over, the decisive battle between Goku and Piccolo is coming to an end. Only then did the 2 women come out of the hotel to discover a desert-like city outside. After realizing it, they remembered the safety of their companions. They wanted to rush to investigate, but I hugged them tightly, and then swaggered towards the direction of the martial arts conference. From a distance, they saw Goku being shot through his chest by the energy beam emitted by Piccolo, and the 2 women screamed in horror. And I thought depressedly, Piccolo's lethality is really strong. It can actually hurt the ears of me, who is far stronger than him. In the end, despite the twists and turns of the battle, Wukong still won the victory with difficulty. Piccolo was finally released by Sun Wukong. Before leaving, Piccolo gave me a hateful look, but I responded with a smile. After some introduction by Lan Chi, Lan Fang was quickly accepted by everyone. After all, this is my private matter. Only Bulma was brooding and began to turn his attitude towards me. And this kid Kling looked at me with envy. But I thought with malicious intent, I will arrange a beautiful woman for you when the organization is established, and see how you can grab number 18 with me. I have to create the conditions for me to chase number 18 to the greatest extent possible. Evil smirk. Wukong, do you really want to fight me? Yes, brother. Although I won the world's #1 martial arts meeting, I feel very unhappy. Because you didn't participate. Forget it. In order not to attack Wukong, I only showed my hand to show him. Wukong, you watch my movements. Use all your strength to watch. Hearing my words, Wukong hurriedly gathered all the energy, and watched my every move attentively. Unfortunately, he was disappointed because I didn't seem to move at all. Wukong, did you see what I did just now? What? Senior brother, you said you did the action just now. In order to make Wukong give up, I told him the entire action just now. Just now I ran after a 100-meter back and forth. I punched my left 30 times, my right leg 50 times, and finally pulled my hair. Quote. What? It's actually doing so many actions. Chapter 48, The Saiyans Attack, Part 2. What? Unexpectedly, I understand, now I am far from your opponent. But even though this is the case, my heart is very excited. It turns out that my brother's skills are so profound. Great, then I will continue to practice hard with the goal of chasing after my senior brother. Quote. I breathed a sigh of relief in my heart. Goku really isn't the type to give in so easily. After all, he is a Saiyan with fighting blood, and when he is strong, he is strong. Saying goodbye to Wukong and Chi-Chi, and saying goodbye to Tianjin Fan, Helan, and Leping, who asked for further cultivation and improvement, I and the rest of Lan Qi, Lan Fang's second daughter, and Wu Tian went back to the Dragon Scale Organization headquarters. Okay, so start today. I'm about to start my practice with the goal of surpassing Frieza. First let me calculate Frieza's combat power. It is believed that Frieza's usual skill is only about 500,000. And Yi Chang's strength exceeded 1 million. Let's count him as 1.2 million. After Frieza, there are 2 changes. Each change can increase the skill by 3 times. Then the combat power after the second change is 1.20 * 3 equals 3.6 million. After reaching the 3 changes, the strength will be 3.60 * 3 equals 10.8 million. It is indeed quite a terrifying combat power. Then the next 5 years will be the most critical 5 years. Time flies like an arrow, time flies like a shuttle. 5 years have passed in a blink of an eye. In the past 5 years, my strength has successfully reached 12 million through half cheating and half ascetic methods I invented, but my cells are still far from full. I don't feel the slightest bit strange in my heart. After all, my current strength is similar to that of Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 1. At that time, Sun Wukong should have more than 11.5 million strength, so Super Saiyan 2 is 3 times that of Super Saiyan 1. Therefore, the strength of Super 2 is 11.50 * 3 equals 34.5 million. There are 34.5 million. What a terrifying power this is. Saiyans are really perverted beings. But I exist. That can only be regarded as a more perverted existence arranged by God. What is more worth mentioning is that Lan Qi and Lan Fang gave birth to 2 fat boys respectively. In other words, I am already a parent-level figure in Dragon Ball world. Just like the boy Sun Wukong. The 2 little guys are called Wu Qilin and Wu Shenglong. It's a pity that these 2 little guys didn't inherit my combat power, but I have already built the foundation for these 2 boys, so they have more than 300 combat power when they are 1 year old. Although this is worse than Gohan, it is all because of blood. And because my 2 wives are immortal, even as mothers, they are still as youthful and beautiful as before, but under the irrigation of my hard work, they are mature and beautiful. Yesterday, the satellite of the Dragon Scale Organization has detected a UFO approaching the Earth. On the big screen, I saw the enlarged image from far away, and I recognized at a glance that it was a Saiyan-only spaceship. There is still 1 day left before landing on Earth. That is, the Saiyan ladies, the brother of Sun Wukong, is about to come to Earth. This means that Frieza's plot has officially started. In order to prevent Wukong from failing to learn Kaiwang Fist, I found an excuse to leave the Dragon Scale organization for a honeymoon with my 2 wives. Just kidding, no matter how much I suppress my chi, my combat power can only be displayed at 20,000. If I were here, I don't think ladies would have the guts to run here and be savage. And I don't have to worry about the members of the organization, because the organization has been enough to create many masters in 5 years. Because the effect of gravity training is quite amazing, the results also surprised me. The outstanding people in the organization already have more than 5,000 combat power, but all of them are already at the level of generals, and I have sent them out to guard one side. And there are also excellent ones with more than 3,000 combat powers, all of them at the level of major generals. There are also more prominent ones with more than 1,000 combat power, and 500 to 800 people are simply countless. Today they all received a strange order to hide all the chi in their bodies. They didn't get any explanation, they just heard that it was the order of the Supreme Commander Wu Jufan. So they were all meticulously executed. After all, my status in their hearts is like a god. Originally, I also wanted Tianjin Fan Keelan and others to come and practice together, but on the one hand, I was too worried about changing the plot, and on the other hand, they were only willing to practice in their own way. So in the end I gave up. Anyway, they still have the preferential treatment of the plot. I have been practicing hard for so long, and finally I have the opportunity to accompany my wives well. At this moment, I cherish this opportunity very much. After all, there will still be many troubles in the future. The 3 stopped beside a beautiful waterfall, and my wives and I began a happy family-style romantic life. As for my 2 boys, I ordered them to practice well within 5 times the gravity, with my loyal subordinates next to them, Zheng Xingming, who has a combat power of 3,520, to supervise them. 1 day later, ladies successfully reached the Earth, and in order to find Sun Wukong, he turned on the energy tester. Soon he found Piccolo with a combat power of 350. After finding out that he was mistaken, he immediately found Sun Wukong and his son Sun Wuhan with a combat power of 380. However, the location, at this time, the Guixianwu has moved to the headquarters of the Dragon Scale organization. It should be said that Lottie Zigu has a very bad luck. He even intercepted Gohan without disturbing the Dragon Scale organization's super trump card, Dragon Wing. Each of them has a group of more than 3,500 combat power. So the next is the wonderful fight between Piccolo and Wukong and ladies. Chapter 49 Take the Saiyan Lightly, Part 1. If the Dragon Ball world does not have the influence of my butterfly effect, the combination of Goku and Piccolo is indeed the strongest combination ever on Earth. But what they have to face is ladies with a combat power of over 1,300. Both Wukong and Piccolo's combat power are still around 500. If you want to win ladies with such strength, you must ask someone to sacrifice. So if Sun Wukong wants to realize his wish to transform into a Super Saiyan, then he must sacrifice to meet the King of Kai and learn Kai King Fist. It is also my calculation to make the plot develop smoothly. So in Radies' eyes, Goku and Piccolo's actions are as slow as turtles. And no matter how hard Wukong and the others work, their combat effectiveness is always a gap they cannot cross. From the battle to the present, Wukong and Piccolo have never touched a piece of Ladies' clothes. How to pull it? Do you only have this strength? Ah, damn, there is still such a big gap. Although it is far worse than my senior brother, it is far stronger than me. Wukong man, he said with a sullen face. Ha ha ha, Ladies was obviously no longer interested in playing next time. The legs slammed on the ground, and the body was like an arrow from a string, and the fists that were suddenly swept out made a magnetic sound of breaking through the air. Obviously the lethality was amazing. Wukong and Piccolo's eyes froze for a while, showing a solemn look, and then nodded knowingly at each other, obviously making up their minds to act according to the original plan. How to pull? All of you have become cowards who can only run. Eat me. Ladies' fists actually began to appear burnt yellow, which was swift as lightning. No matter who it is, there must be a loss under the long-term defense. Wukong saw that he couldn't dodge in time, and was beaten and vomited blood. Seeing this, Rades decided that Wukong should have lost his fighting power, so he focused his attack on Piccolo. The fist shadows from both sides began to interweave rapidly, and the temperature in the air began to rise significantly. Apparently it was the result of hard work and intense friction. With the passage of time, Piccolo, whose fighting power was under Rades, was hit hard again and again. Coupled with the physical fatigue caused by the repeated dodging, Piccolo quickly reached the end of his body. The attack became more and more powerless, his hands and feet were as heavy as lead, and his body was shaky. Death to me! Raditz suddenly flashed to Piccolo's left side, hitting Piccolo's left side like a bolt of lightning. The remaining power did not die immediately, and still forced Piccolo's body to fly, accompanied by not only the sound of Piccolo's heavy falling, but also the crisp sound of bone cracking. Do you know the gap between us? Remember not to stop the Saiyans in your next life. Gaga, it's time to send you on your way. Suddenly, Ladies felt the strength of his whole body rushing back like a tide, and Wukong's scheming laughter came from behind. You are too careless. You left your weakness to your opponent. Just when Piccolo wanted to cooperate with Goku to completely eliminate Ladies with the magic bullet. The Saiyan's shameless begging for mercy soon deceived the kind-hearted son Wukong, who let go of Ladies' weakness. Saiyan's treachery soon leads Goku and Piccolo to extreme predicament. Next, just as the plot happened, Gohan's amazing power at Goku's critical moment caused Raditz to be seriously injured. Originally, at this point in the plot, both Saiyan and Sun Wukong would be killed by Mogungwang Cannon at one time. But, just when Piccolo was about to release the magic light-killing cannon, a small figure suddenly burst out beside him and slammed into him heavily, causing the magic light-killing gun to deviate from the predetermined track. Ladies on Wukong's side was also unshackled by another figure, but it just so happened that Wukong was pierced through his chest by the magic bullet and died. Piccolo looked at the sudden change in depression, and almost fainted out of breath. Although standing in front of him were two cute little boys carved in pink and jade, it made him feel extremely murderous. If I must be speechless here, the two little guys are Wu Qilin and Wu Shenglong. These two damn little brats didn't practice well and ran out to play. Zhan Xuanming in the distance was chasing after him unhurriedly. Young leaders, don't run too far. If you are found by the leader, you will be dragged. Obviously, my father still has a lot of authority in their hearts. The two boys stopped immediately when they heard the figure, and immediately began to shout, "We are here!" Lu Jianbu draws a knife to help, that. Sweat. It seems that my education on traditional Chinese virtues is still very successful, but they have not yet identified who should be rescued. Uncle, now, this is for you. If you eat it, your injury will heal. It turned out to be the fairy beans I gave to these two boys. Ladies was obviously seriously injured, and he ate it without any suspicion. Perhaps he thought that such a small child could not pose any threat to him. After experiencing the magical side of Shondo, the greedy side of Saiyans is quickly revealed. Little devil, give me all the beans just now. Wu Qilin was obviously irritated by this disrespectful attitude. I won't give it, so you are a bad person. Raditz could not have imagined that such a young child would dare to resist him, and he immediately wanted to put Wu Qilin and die in anger. Seeing that the young leader was in danger, Xian Xuanming ignored my order to conceal his strength in a hurry. The 3,500 combat power was suddenly raised, and it turned into a gust of cool breeze, and the frightened Zhan Xuanming had no chance of keeping his hand. As a result, the judgment was made, and Lady's right hand had a strong twist that was clearly discernible to the naked eye, and the exposed deep bones clearly explained that what just happened was not illusory, and also rescued the sluggish Wu Qilin. The younger brother Wu Shenglong hurried forward to pull the older brother away. Only at this moment did the brothers realize that the good intentions just now might have done something bad. Ladies let out a painful scream, and beads of sweat fell from his face. The piercing feeling reminded him how real what had just happened. Who exactly? Can you break my arm? Chapter 50. Take the Saiyan lightly. Middle. Piccolo opened his mouth wide in surprise, revealing his purple tongue, and was speechless. It was like a 100-ton explosion in my head. There are such masters on the earth. Why don't I know? Huh, what is that sign? It turned out to be the Dragon Scale organization. Such a master is willing to join the Dragon Scale organization. Piccolo quickly thought of Piccolo from this, his father. He was punched through the chest by that person, so since the people under his command are so powerful, isn't he himself, what kind of person is he? So Piccolo became very interested in me. Who is your excellency? I don't seem to have offended you. Rades is really shameless. He heard Zhan Xuanming's exclamation just now, and with a little thought, he knew that the relationship between the two might be very unusual. Shen Xianming is our uncle, he is responsible for keeping us safe, said the two boys proudly. What? It's actually just a nanny for two children. Then your combat power can't be so high. Well, then let me probe the strength of your excellency. Xian Xuanming didn't say a word at this moment, and actually took out the same energy tester as Ladies from his pocket. The opposite Ladies was obviously taken aback. What? How can you possibly have an energy tester? I have observed the technological strength of the Earth. There is no possibility of developing such advanced technology as an energy tester. Dal and Nappa, who were 10,000 light years old, were also surprised. The Earth even has an energy tester. At this moment, Chen Xuanming has detected the strength of Ladies 780. Then he visibly let out a sigh of relief. I thought that the opponent was very strong, so I needed the help of the Dragon Wing team. But now it seems that he can easily kill the enemy, and after taking over the task of defending the young leaders, he has not enjoyed the fun of fighting for a long time. Then let me comfort the boiling blood of battle in my body. Ladies has now also detected the strength of the opponent. There is actually 3,520. Damn machine, is it malfunctioning? How can there be such a powerful existence on Earth, and it's still a child? Even Kakarot the guy is only 523, how can the Earth people surpass the warriors with Saiyan blood? Impossible, this must be a malfunction of the machine. Dal and Nappa, who were far away on the other end, looked at each other after hearing the news. The surprise in the other's eyes was obvious. Dal said in a serious tone, I can't believe that there are people on Earth with a combat power of more than 3,000. They seem to be little people with children. Nappa hurriedly replied, perhaps that idiot's energy detector is broken. Well, that idiot, the energy tester is not well kept. Before Nappa finished speaking, Rades' exclamation came through the energy tester again. What? These two little devils actually have more than 650 combat power. This is impossible, this energy tester must be broken. Yes, it must be broken. Huh, Dal and Nappa didn't speak this time. It seems that you can't accept this fact, right? Then let my fist tell you whether your eyes are wrong. After speaking, she took off the energy tester and carefully put it in her pocket collected in. Although this energy tester organization has been mass-produced, the energy tester presented by the leader himself has extraordinary significance. The reason for taking off the energy tester is because of the leader's warning. Never trust dead data, pure digital strength will only blind your eyes. Zhan Xuanming, who believed in every word of the leader, was of course earnestly implementing the leader's instructions at this moment. Since there is no need to hide my strength, let me have a good fight. After speaking, Zhan Xuanming let go of his restraints and released his chi to the fullest, and his whole body quickly ignited with white energy. As I was playing with my wives, I couldn't help frowning. How dare some members dare to disobey my orders? Was he the one who made the move? That must be the two little brats that got me into trouble again. Forget it, no matter what, let this little thing disturb the good mood of my wife and I. Thinking about this, I stretched out the claws of An Lushan to Lanfang on the side. Lady, who had already lost one hand, could never be a match for Zhan Xuanming. In just 1 minute, Lady suffered more than 10,000 heavy blows all over his body, and blood kept flowing from the wound. Infiltrate. Xian Xuanming was obviously venting quite happily now, and after a high-pitched sound, it was a violent sweep, which meant that Lady's cervical vertebrae were broken, accompanied by a rapid loss of vitality from his body. I can't believe that I, Lady, would die in this place. It's ridiculous that I died with this idiot brother, Kakarot. I'm not reconciled. Opportunity after nourishment. No one will accompany you to death. This earth is also called a good thing of Dragon Ball. As long as you gather 7 Dragon Balls, the dragon that appears in Dragon Ball will fulfill all your wishes. The group of people just now are Sun Wukong is with you. You have also seen that the organization called Dragon Scale is quite powerful, and soon Sun Wukong will be resurrected again soon. Dragon Ball Earthman is the strongest. Chapter 51-100. Chapter 51. Take the Saiyan light leap below. Ladies, who was bleeding from the corners of his mouth, even laughed when he heard the news. You finally told me some good news. In fact, I am not alone, there are 2 other Saiyans with me. Their strengths are all much stronger than me. This is an energy tester with communication function on my face. And your words just now have been transmitted to them through this. Soon they will come to find that thing called Dragon Ball. By the way, help me with my revenge. Just enjoy this last short time greedily. Ladies bent his neck and officially stopped breathing. But the 2 boys next to him obviously didn't take his words to heart, because in their hearts, only their father and I are invincible. Although Zhan Xuanming on the side did not have the extreme admiration for my strength like a child, the intuitive leader is quite powerful. What's more, the powerful forces of the Dragon Scale organization gave him the confidence to despise all opponents. At this time, Teacher Wu Tian and Kellenbuma finally arrived late. Before that, the unconscious Gohan had been taken away by Piccolo without saying a word. At this time, Zhan Xuanming didn't know the relationship between Sun Wukong and me, so he didn't try to stop him. Krillin, who had just got off the jet plane, had already seen Goku, who had long since died, and suddenly burst into tears with uncontrollable grief. On the side, Teacher Wu Tian and Bulma also secretly wiped away their tears. Before leaving immediately, Wu Qilin and Wu Shenglong clearly recognized Teacher Wu Tian and Bulma. Grandpa Turtle, Aunt Bulma, huh? Isn't this 2 little guys Wu Qilin and Wu Shenglong? How could they appear here? Because Bulma saw the body of ladies who had fallen to the ground, she hesitated to go and hug the 2 little guys. Wu Qilin and Wu Shenglong were not polite at all. Little guy. The 2 little guys are naturally very affectionate with Bulma. Chi-Chi threw himself into Bulma's arms and acted coquettishly, with an extremely intimate attitude. The sadness caused by Wukong's death was to a considerable extent by the 2 little ones. The cuteness of the guy was diluted. Uncle Krillin, why are you crying? Wu Qilin, who had finished acting like a spoiled child, asked Kaylin curiously. Because Kaylin often returned to the Turtle Immortal house, the 2 little guys were still very familiar with Kaylin. I'm just saddened by the death of my senior brother Wukong. Kaylin said sadly. Wu Qilin and Wu Shenglong heard it because they knew the relationship between Kaylin and me. Then the person lying on the ground was. Thinking about this, he took a few steps back in fear. Only then did they realize how much trouble they had gotten into. Xian Xuanming was still smiling and looking at the coquettish young leaders just now. When he turned his ears and heard Kaylin's words, his face changed greatly, and he asked anxiously, could this gentleman be the leader's junior brother Sun Wukong? He pointed his finger at Sun Wukong, who was lying on the side, asked. At this time, Teacher Wu Tian also recovered from his grief, so he took over the conversation. Yes, Sun Wukong is my disciple. Zhan Xuanming has always respected my Master Turtle Immortal, and hurriedly bowed. He said to Mr. Wu Tian in a loud voice, Mr. Wu Tian, I'm sorry. I think the responsibility should be all on me. This is how things went. With an ugly face, Zhan Xuanming told Teacher Wu Tian and the others what happened. Wu Qilin and Wu Shenglong. It turns out that it was all your fault. Bulma shouted with a change of face. Wu Qilin and Wu Shenglong were obviously taken aback. Aunt Bulma, I'm sorry. We saw him and 2 people with green body beating the man in the strange armor. We thought he was a bad guy, that's why, Wu Qilin said timidly. Although Kaylin was annoyed, he couldn't attack at this time. After all, the fathers of Wu Qilin and Wu Shenglong were his senior brothers. By the way, what about Sun Wukong's child, Sun Wufan? Bulma asked suddenly. Sun Gohan, could it be the kid with the 4-star Dragon Ball on his hat? He was taken away by the green guy. I thought they were together, so I didn't stop him. Zhan Xuanming apologized, speaking of, "What, you let Son Gohan be taken away by Piccolo?" Boomer said angrily, but then he thought about it. Maybe Zhan Xuanming was not Big's opponent, so he didn't speak anymore. The scene fell silent for a while. Bulma suddenly exclaimed happily, "Isn't there a 7-dragon ball that can revive Wukong?" At this time, Kaylin and Wu Tian teacher also reacted, appearing to be extremely happy. Although Wu Qilin and Wu Shenglong on the side didn't know why Aunt Bulma and the others were happy, at least they knew that they could finally escape this section, and they were naturally excited. And Zhan Xuanming, who was standing silently, was relieved at this point. After all, he also bears a lot of responsibility for this matter. At least it was wrong to let the young leaders come out to play privately in the first place. After burying Ladies' body, Bulma and his party quickly returned to the Dragon Scale organization. Everyone started to prepare to find Dragon Ball. And Wu Qilin and Wu Shenglong, the two little devils, naturally hid back to the gravity room to practice, while Zhan Xuanming started to carry out his tasks seriously. In the Turtle House. Senior Brother 3's son is really impressive. Kaylin sighed. "That's right," Boomer exclaimed. "How to explain the matter between Sun Wufan and Sun Wukong to Chi-Chi?" Teacher Wu Tian also began to feel embarrassed. There is no way to hide the matter between Gohan and Wukong. It seems that there is only one person to explain. After saying that, he cast his eyes full of meaning to Krillin. Bulma obviously realized it very quickly. The eyes of the two people made Krillin invisible. "Ah, you won't ask me to explain it." On the other side of the universe. "I heard that there is no Nappa. I can't think of such good things on the Earth." "Then our next target is the Earth. I believe that the people on the Earth are powerful, and it is impossible to have a combat capability that exceeds my 18,000. Doll looked relaxed, said happily. "Of course," Nappa said flatteringly. "In that case, let's go now." "Yes." It's a pity that the only thing waiting for Doll is the fate of disastrous defeat. Chapter 52 Prince Dar's Inferiority, Part 1. After taking action to destroy the ant planet, Doll's long-lost arrogant but full of hideous smile returned to his face. Maybe his pride. Yao forced his mouth to refuse to admit it, but his heart was filled with hesitation about this trip to Earth. Perhaps it was because of the face of an unknown enemy. There will always be anxiety in people's hearts. Perhaps it is Doll's shrewd and good fighting characteristics that make him cautious. In short, invisible pressure has always plagued him. This is actually not surprising. If Doll is a big guy like Nappa with a low IQ, it is impossible for him to be a close follower of Sunwoo, the super master of the first step in the empty universe. Doll, who was in the spaceship before, has always been haunted by a strange apprehension and urgently needs to vent his unease, but after another destruction trip. After Shinger fully experienced his powerful power to destroy the planet, all worries disappeared immediately, which was unique to the Saiyan princes in the past. The confidence has returned to Doll's face. Now there are just some facts that prevent him from completely letting down his guard. The enemy's master is just a babysitter who looks after the children, but the guard Mew actually has 1/6 of his power. If the other party is just an ordinary thug doing chores, then the so-called the strength of the leader of the Dragon Scale organization is absolutely predictable and terrifyingly powerful. This kind of thinking is always circling in Doll's heart, like a thorn in his throat. No. I can't vomit quickly, although it is not worthy of me to go out in person to die a lady's, but there is hope on that Earth to surpass Frieza. And no matter how powerful the leader of Dragon Scale is, it is impossible to compare with Frieza. Maybe my strength is stronger than the other party. Persimmons should be soft. The truth of the pinch Doll has deeply realized this in the previous battle. But will the opponent this time be soft persimmons that I can knead? Although Doll was still confident, there was a trace of worry between his brows. But he was quickly suppressed by him, and then he finally made up his mind. No matter how strong you are on Earth, I will definitely defeat you. I can't stand the bossiness in Frieza anymore. The Prince of the Saiyans, I have a noble honor, and I don't want to be trampled by Frieza all my life. I want immortal life. Dal in. At this moment, I swear in my heart. Nappa in the other aircraft was sleeping with a relaxed face. He was used to thinking with his fists, and from the beginning he felt that this trip to the Earth was not enough. What to worry about? That's right, a trip to Earth is sure to be as relaxing as the previous planet-destroying missions. And if the Earth's environment, if it is not beautiful enough, maybe you can enjoy the classic moment of planetary destruction again. And the strength of the enemy. Not to mention, it must be. The energy tester of that free-spirited guy in Raditz is broken. Even if it is true, there is nothing to be afraid of. My Nappa strength is 4,600. Prince Dar is even more incredible. Who can surpass the combat power of 18,000? Of course, in addition to the Genuit team under King Frieza. But how could the Earth have a master who is stronger than our Saiyans? What a nonsense. Two people in the aircraft hold diametrically opposite. My mind goes to the Earth. Turtle House. God Kylie asked me to tell you, that kid Sun Wukong doesn't have to revive him within a year. He is now following the King of the World at the King of the World. Practice meditation. And because the Saiyans are going to attack, the Earth is facing an unprecedented crisis, so God also invites you to go to God. To accept the practice. What? He even invited us to practice with God. This is really good. I've always been jealous of Goku, that kid. Receive the practice of God. I never imagined that I would have such an opportunity. At that time, I will call Tianjin rice, leping, and dumplings. Krillin was excited. Called. By the way, Yakulob added, the one named Wujufin can also come. Although his mind is too complicated, this time because of the. At the juncture of life and death, God said that for the time being, he would not be able to take care of so much. The most important thing is to also call the guy named Zhan Xuanming, maybe he can become this. Main force of the battle. Dragon scale building. After listening to Krillin's words, I felt a burst of shame. This god's eyesight is too bad. Now that I have successfully ended my honeymoon with my wives. At this time, it is more mature and elegant, with extraordinary temperament, and thus more majestic and unparalleled. Let Krillin anxiously wait for my answer, mixed with a hint of respect. Fear. I don't want to participate in the practice of God, and there is absolutely no need to participate in Shenxianming. What? Senior brother, you actually said that you don't want to participate. Add. That is the practice arranged by God. I was depressed for a while, I was more than tens of thousands of times more powerful than that God. Let me go to practice with him, just a joke. When have you heard that elephants follow the orders of ants? Sweat. It seems that my low-key behavior is quite successful. Soon I was re-emphasizing. Senior brother Keelan, senior brother, I really don't want to practice with any gods, and there is really no such thing as that. A necessity. Krillin, don't you think that I am much stronger than God? What? You are much stronger than God. Kling's brain couldn't understand for a while. But soon all my deeds were carefully in his mind. After recalling it again, really, senior brother seems to be super strong. Easily defeated Piccolo, who is also an incarnation of God. No wonder. Brother, you don't need to go to God to practice. Well, I get it. I will convey your meaning to what God knows. But the Saiyans reached Earth. Time, brother, you must do your best. Although I believe that with me, Wukong, Tianjin and the others, they can definitely defeat the Saiyans after training, but I still think an extra layer of insurance is better. After saying that, Krillin turned around and wanted to leave. You kid, I didn't build the Dragon Scale organization to defend the Earth. Yes. Besides, if the Earth is destroyed, where can I go? I laughed and scolded, although I can actually go there. I stopped him again. You call the two boys Wu Qilin and Wu Shenglong to the gods. They are just getting bored anyway. Quote. dash 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 dash. Because of the relationship between updates every day, I really have no face to ask everyone for votes. But what I want to tell you, there will definitely be a big explosion during the summer vacation. So I hope you can vote enthusiastically when the time comes. I am on holiday on 7.2. After 3 days of rest, there will be one update every day in between. After I had enough energy, it started to explode on the 7.5th, and it was updated 3 times a day, depending on the voting situation. I hope you will support us at that time. Chapter 53 Prince Dar's Inferiority Complex Middle. Let Wu Qilin and Wu Shenglong go to practice together. But, don't you think they are still too young? Haha, they are not too young. As my son, at the age of 4, he should be able to treat himself like an adult. And struggled for their ideals. Besides, their energy is amazing. Haven't you learned from the last event? Moreover, young eagles under the protection of their parents cannot grow strong wings. Well then, I understand what you mean, brother. Na Lanchi and the others, it doesn't matter, I smiled lightly, and I will explain over there. Qilin, I hope that your strength will increase significantly when you come back this time. Haha, senior brother, if you don't say anything, I will try my best to catch up with you. It's been a long time since Krillin left, and I'm sitting on the luxurious leather sofa with ebony as a support and a sable cushion mattress, smoking a cigarette. Mars shone on and off in the slightly darkened luxury parlor. I was thinking about the excuse for sending Wu Qilin and Wu Shenglong away. In the face of Krillin, I naturally can't fall into the prestige of a man. Although I say that I have a high status in the family, it is not a single word. It is absolutely impossible for them to agree to such a big event of letting their children leave their side. Besides, Li Qinli's mother is worried, this sentence is definitely not aimless. They will definitely make a big noise with me. If I can't handle it well, how can I survive if they don't let me go to their bed? But in any case, all of this must be implemented. I was a second-generation family in my last life, and naturally I don't want them to degenerate into mediocrity. In addition, now I can gradually realize the earnest feeling of wishing for a child to become a dragon. In the past, I always forced them to practice in the hope that they would have the ability to protect themselves. And now my arrangement is to leave it to their fate. If they are destined to be mediocre, then I am not afraid, not to mention that I am immortal now, and the money and power provided by the Lunglin organization for my family is absolutely unparalleled. In short, their life's glory, wealth, and enjoyment are endless. And under my protection for life, they can never be harmed in any way. Just their achievements. I lit another cigar, thinking in the cloud and mist. Underworld. How come you haven't reached the end of the snake path yet? This road is really long. No way, the Saiyans are about to reach the Earth, and I have to fight to protect the Earth. So Goku accelerated the frequency of the exchange of steps, and the speed began to abruptly rise. Then running tirelessly. Skyline. What is that kid Wu Jufin doing? The opponents are Saiyans. It's fine if you don't come to practice. Don't let your subordinates come down to my practice. Is he afraid that his subordinates will surpass him after practicing? It's a damn human being. Jealousy. This was God's first reaction after hearing what Tokelin had said. It turns out that God asked Senior Brother Jufin to come to practice because he saw the strength of Senior Brother Jufin's men. So the people around began to look at God with an ambiguous look. The two boys were not happy anymore. Don't speak ill of our father. After speaking, he suddenly raised his whole body and launched an attack on the gods. Maybe they have seen many masters at the base, and the two boys think they are not strong. So the second attack was at best an attack of anger. But God is already a weak being who can't even beat Piccolo. So what everyone saw is the amazing scene. No matter how God flicks left and right, he can't avoid the attack of the two little guys. And everyone can clearly feel that the speed and strength of the two sides are not on the same level. Therefore, even if Bobo wants to help, he can't see their movements and give up. I can't believe that even Jufan's son is so strong. The people present put Tianjin Fan's strength as the most powerful, and his eyesight was even better than everyone else due to his talent. I now doubt whether it is a wrong choice to practice with God. Le Ping said worriedly. On the other hand, Kaylin felt even more deeply. I used to be skeptical about what my senior brother said, but now I finally believe it 100%. It's unbelievable, the skills of my nephews are far superior to mine. The people on the side were full of emotion, but the gods who were in the battle were deeply aware of the famous saying that, calamity comes from the mouth. The attacks of the two little ghosts are not only fierce, but also quite terrifying. Make him unable to speak at all. In addition, the two little ghosts punched in anger, and they couldn't avoid it, and they couldn't stop it. It was difficult to add to the depression. What is even more exaggerated is the kind of pain that hits the flesh, constantly tormenting God's nerves. The two little devils became more and more astonished. Is this what my father asked us to practice with this person? It seems that the strength is very poor. It is almost the same as the laggards of our organization. After a moment. After all, the two little devils are not the kind of ruthless characters. When they saw such an aging old man who was attacked by him and showed a painful expression, his anger quickly subsided, and the last thing left was pity for the old man. So they stopped the attack in unison, but put down the harsh words, "Don't speak ill of our father next time." Bobo finally had a chance to investigate the injury of the god, only 3 steps and 2 steps, ran up to support the god, saw the shocking green blood on the god's body, and looked at the two little ghosts with hatred. At this time, although God is in pain, he has been the god of the earth for a long time, and he has deeply fallen in love with this planet, and he is more concerned about the safety of the earth. Although he was beaten, but because of this, he knew the amazing strength of the two little ghosts. This also means that when the Saiyans come to Earth, there will be a little more hope. So he still showed a happy expression. Okay. I apologize for what I said just now. I believe that since you have such power, I can already imagine your father's amazing strength. In this way, the safety of the Earth will be restored. There is a little more hope. Then from now on, we will start the first step of the cultivation plan. After speaking, he took the lead and led Bobo into the temple. Although everyone expressed doubts about this practice, the huge pressure of the safety of the earth has always been suppressed in everyone's heart. Since the matter has come to this point, we can only take one step. The two boys came here to play, and the other party apologized for insulting Dad, so there was absolutely no reason to go home, so Kakei naturally followed. Chapter 54 Prince Dar's Inferiority Complex Part 2. Realm Star. Goku, it's pretty good that you can catch Babris. Oh hee hee, this joke is really funny. Kai Wang's original eyes on Wukong's commendation quickly turned into a can't help laughing, but fortunately there are so many Wukong Tianlai has already adapted to the show of the World King. It's just that he was worried about the Earth's friends, and he wanted to surpass my dream, so he very rudely interrupted Kai Wang's self-pleasure. Lord Kai Wang, should we go to the next practice? Wukong, what do you want me to say about you? You're good at everything, you just lack the humorous cells. Okay, then the next one, Brigley. Heavenly Temple. Okay, Uncle Keelan, take me a note. Wu Keelan held 4 fingers on both hands, and his palms quickly condensed into a palm-sized energy ball, which he waved into a human-shaped fire shape. Now it is quite powerful. With his violent figure, he appeared in front of Keelan in the blink of an eye. Before Keelan could dodge, Wu Keelan put his hands together and quickly exploded on Keelan. The next moment, Krillin, who was dying, fell to the ground. In the end, Wu Keelan smiled and fed Keelan a fairy bean, and Keelan stood up again in good spirits. Keelan shouted angrily, Wu Keelan, this is the 3rd time. Keelan obviously hated it. The same scene happened to Tianjin Fan and Leping, but the implementer was replaced by Wu Shenglong. Everyone was really helpless against the two children. Smokey. Everyone was helpless, and they only broke their teeth and swallowed them in their stomachs. Outer universe. It's coming to Earth soon. No matter how strong the opponent is this time, I will definitely defeat you. Doll thought silently, imagining a distant blue planet. Ha ha ha, people of Earth, you will soon be shrouded in the shadow of my death, Lord Nappa. Nappa thought with an idiotic look. Dragon scale tissue. Father of Bulma, may I ask if my request has yielded any results? Wearing a Golden Wu character battle uniform, I asked gently with both hands on my back. The old man with white hair and spirit is the father of Bulma, who has been missing for a long time. Although he is now my subordinate, I still use the tone of the younger generation to the elder to ask him for advice. Obviously, his impression of me is still at the first meeting, with the expression of an old man looking at his son-in-law and a gentle mouth. Tone to respond to me. Jufin, the medicine you are talking about makes people lose their memory but does not harm the brain has been developed. But who are you going to use him on? Uncle, do not worry, it will only be used on enemies. Besides, I would never hurt innocent people. Oh, I'm relieved when you say that. By the way, the researchers in your organization are quite powerful. It is possible to develop such a powerful protective weapon as the Dragon Scale Shield. If the energy is fully activated, it is estimated that the entire Earth can be covered, but the energy required for this is quite amazing. I don't know how you can satisfy this kind of energy. Consumption. I honestly told him, indifferently, that's my energy. What? 100 days later. Report to the leader, the satellite has detected 2 UFOs approaching the Earth. Do you want to open the Dragon Scale Shield? No, wait until the 2 aircraft enter the Earth, and then activate the Dragon Scale Shield. I ignored the monitor's heavy weight in doubt, the order was issued directly. An hour later, immediately open the Dragon Scale Shield. Instructions received. Damn the king, you made me miss the time when the Saiyans came to Earth. I hope you can hold out until my arrival. Then Wukong flashed my figure in his mind. With senior brother, there should be no problem. Okay, just let you Saiyans experience the power of my Kaiwang fist, and if possible, senior brother. Quote. At this moment, I have gathered everyone in the open field and waited for the Saiyans to arrive. The first standing around me were the 8 generals of the Dragon Scale organization. The masters who control the 8 branches in the east, south, west, north, southeast, northeast, southwest, and northwest respectively have a fairly high combat power at this time, with an average of around 5,500. As early as the other day, they received a direct order from me to drive to headquarters. Although they didn't know what happened, they still rushed to the headquarters day and night. The first command I received was, wait. Yes, I'm waiting for Doll and Nappa. I have an extremely wonderful idea for Nappa's handling. The Dragon Scale organization takes in a Saiyan, which is a very tempting idea. Imagine that I know the conditions for turning into a Saiyan. If I catch one Saiyans come to carry out my experiments, no matter how cool it is to have a Saiyan as a subordinate, as long as I use Nappa as a species, give birth to a few more mixed-race Saiyans, and reproduce a large number of them through cloning technology, in training them one by one into Super Saiyans. Then the Dragon Scale organization and me, quack quack. Anyway, Nappa's little character won't have any impact on the plot. If I catch him, I can implement my plan to the fullest. Doll, Nappa, why haven't you come yet? I'm so impatient. Ha ha ha. Chapter 55 Prince Dar's Inferiority Complex continued. Next to me and more peripheral are the true masters of Dragon Ball, Krillin, 1087. Beak, 1287. Tianjin Rice, 1150. Leping, 1050. Dumplings, 870. And Son Gohan, the strongman who killed Flu, is only 980 at the moment. They looked up at the sky with serious faces, waiting for the Saiyans to come. The guy who stands next to me, who is still wearing a sable cape, is like a person from 2 worlds. As soon as Doll and Nappa entered the atmosphere, the earth behind them suddenly flashed a yellow mask visible to the naked eye, immediately covering the entire earth inside. Doll was surprised. The opponent is already prepared. But this is the end, let's find Dragon Ball and talk about it. I don't believe that a small halo can stop my doll's footsteps. On the other hand, pride is as good as ignorance. Paz arrogantly declared, people of the earth, Nappa Grandpa will pull it. Obviously he didn't take this little halo in his eyes. Sure enough, as soon as he arrived on Earth, Nappa, an idiot, had already made a lot of nonsense in front of the media, and even destroyed a small city in a demonstrative manner. Doll didn't say anything after just blaming Nappa for possibly destroying Dragon Ball. After all, he also needs to prove that he wants to vent. From the moment the Dragon Scale organization opened the Dragon Scale shield, there was a strong unease in his heart. After the city was destroyed, the members of the Dragon Scale organization soon began to act as saviors. All help and comfort have been used. As a result, its popularity after the Piccolo crisis began to rise again. All over the world there are recitations and praises of the Dragon Scale organization. The Dragon Scale organization not only greatly increased its popularity again, but also created a new wave of people joining the Dragon Scale organization. But these are all within my arrangements. What, 10,000 meters away from here, there are 8 masters with a combat power of over 5,500. They may be some of the strongest people on this planet. There are a few others with a combat power of more than 1,000. It's nothing to worry about. The Earth still has such masters, even higher than my Nappa. Nappa's face was startled, and the cold sweat quickly flowed down. Ha ha ha, it's not bad. There are more than 5,500 combat power, amazing. But I have nothing to worry about since then. At first, I thought that there was some great character, then this way, well, the Dragon Ball of the Earth is mine. When I have the body of immortality, I will have the power to fight with Frieza, and it is not impossible to claim the throne of the King of the Universe. Ha ha, Nappa, go, destroy those Earthlings first, Doll exclaimed happily. Although Nappa was beginning to feel uneasy at this moment, he thought that Prince Doll would definitely take action at that time. Then there was nothing to be afraid of. So he took courage and followed Doll to our direction. Keelan, Piccolo, Tianjin Fan, Leping, Dumpling, and Gohan turned their heads at the same time. So powerful is the Saiyan here. Everyone's eyes became more solemn. I felt the weak anger of the 2 Saiyans and shook my head, still too weak. But in order to implement the Saiyan plan, I have to reluctantly take action. Immediately, I turned my attention to this sable cape on my body, which was approved by Lan Qi and Lan Fang for me today. For no other reason, the 2 boys Wu Qilin and Wu Shenglong went home. The last time 2 women used the method of abstinence against me to express their protest against me. It made me, I don't know the taste of meat in March, but fortunately, these 2 boys didn't let my painstaking efforts be in vain, and they all increased to about 1,500. While I was glad for my wise decision, I also started to be a wolf. In the morning, I fought 300 rounds with Lan Qi and Lan Fang, and staged a good show of a dragon and a double phoenix. The 2 women obviously missed this feeling. They were like wolves like tigers, but because I had enough ammunition, they were all beaten down one by one. I guess I can only lie in bed now. But what surprised me was that the 2 boys fell asleep on their heads when they got home, looking quite tired. But I didn't think much about it. After all, they were still children. Maybe very tired. After a while, Doll and the others really came. Are you all ready for death? Ah, ha ha. As soon as Doll relaxed his vigilance, he made a huge mistake. He didn't realize that there were 1 more people here than the energy detector, and no value was displayed at all. That person is me. After I have owned the energy detector for so long, and there are so many scientific and technical personnel, how can it be impossible to develop the technology of anti-energy detector? Last time, because I hadn't had a good relationship with my wife for a long time, this time I had no reason not to wear the sky blue ultimatum-shaped accessory on my chest, a special anti-everything energy detector. Doll is destined to feel inferior this time. I was really impatient waiting for this moment. I took off my cloak and evacuated the crowd, and appeared in front of Doll and Nappa dashingly. Hello 2 Saiyans, I am the leader of the Dragon Scale organization. I believe you should have heard of it. By the way, it was my subordinate who killed ladies last time. There are also 8 people over there who are me. Subordinates. Senior brother, what are you talking about with him? Let's go up together and kill them. Kaylin couldn't hold his breath. Why isn't your energy value displayed? Doll was surprised. Sometimes you can't believe all high-tech things. But since you want to see my values so much, then I will let you see. Dear Prince Dar, don't be frightened. The machine on my chest was taken off. Open your eyes to see clearly. The moment I took down the anti-energy detector, the energy detectors of Doll and Nappa immediately displayed an extremely dangerous warning, and the detection value continued to skyrocket with the crisp tone of, DD. 8,000. 9,000. 12,000. 18,000. 22,000. Bomb. Sound. Dar Nappa's energy detector exploded. How can it be? How can it be? Doll's pupils dilated sharply. How can you, the Earthling, be more powerful than my excellent warrior Saiyan Prince? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Dash 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 dash. Because of the relationship between updates every day, I really have no face to ask everyone for votes. But what I want to tell you, there will definitely be a big explosion during the summer vacation. So I hope you can vote enthusiastically when the time comes. I am on holiday on 7.2. After 3 days of rest, there will be one update every day in between. After I had enough energy, it started to explode on the 7.5 th, and it was updated 3 times a day, depending on the voting situation. I hope you will support us at that time. Chapter 56 Experiment Nappa. Although, except for my subordinates, the rest of the people do not know what happened. But the enemy's face changed drastically. Could it be that Senior Brother's skill has surpassed the Saiyans? Wait a minute, this chi is so powerful. It has surpassed the Saiyans. Krillin was pleasantly surprised. What? Senior Brother is so powerful, the Earth is saved. Leping waved his hand happily. Tianjin rice. Unexpectedly, Wu Jufan is so strong. Dumpling looked at everyone in confusion. What happened? Doll was a fighting genius after all, and calmed down quickly after the initial shock. Since the opponent was so strong, he had no choice but to run for his life. But there is no way to escape just by simply escaping. Then only divert their attention first. Thinking of this, Doll shouted, Nappa. Immediately, he gestured to Nappa with a meaningful look. After all, Nappa has cooperated with Doll for so many years, and he has a tacit understanding in his heart. Doll knew what Doll wanted to do with just one look from Nappa. So he nodded towards Doll, indicating that it was clear. Soon the figures of the two disappeared. This speed is indeed terrifying and amazing in the eyes of other people on Earth. After all, fast movement can cause violent friction with the air and make a harsh, sharp sound, but in my eyes it's not worth mentioning here, it's just as slow as a turtle. At the next moment, I already understood their intentions, and I actually wanted to kill a few people with only about 1000 combat power first, creating chaos and fleeing quickly. This is exactly what I want, and I have been worried about the continuation of the plot, if Leping does not die. The story of Namek could not unfold at all. Then I also lost the chance to fight Frieza, and Sun Wukong can't become a Saiyan. So I didn't stop it right away. It was a coincidence that Nappa's opponent was Leping, and Doll's target was Bic. Because of my huge threat, Nappadar's initial plan was to kill a few of my comrades with all the fighting power. Since then, look forward to it. Piccolo and the others were far less powerful than Doll and the others, and Doll and the others were going all out, so they had no chance of surviving. Doll galloped quickly in front of Piccolo. Piccolo's pupils began to shrink sharply, and the reflex nerve just wanted to operate. Doll's 3 super heavy punches have come. Then Piccolo's eyes were full of gray and black, and he fainted immediately. Doll was obviously unwilling to let go, and he gasped abruptly, and a light ball of extremely lethal energy exploded right in front of Piccolo. A sad cry came from the side, "Uncle Piccolo." Doll immediately shifted his target again, appearing elusively behind the other Tianjin fan, and slammed his hands down heavily. Doll's full-strength blow was quite astonishing. Before Tianjin could turn around, Tianjin's cervical vertebrae had already begun to violently smash. Broken, Tianjin turned down softly. Before the dumplings could exclaim, the huge shock wave from Nappa, who had already solved Lepping, had already hit the dumplings in the chest. After a huge explosion, the dumplings were broken into pieces. As I watched from the side, blood was dripping from my heart, and I felt guilty and painful. I obviously have the strength to stop, but I didn't do it. I actually watched my companions get killed by the enemy in order to keep everything in my hands. Is it right or wrong for me to do this? Before I could finish my reflection, Doll and Nappa turned their attention to Krillin and Son Gohan. I know I can't hesitate any longer, otherwise all the previous arrangements will be drawn into running water. I shouted loudly. The members of the Dragon Scale organization came forward to capture Nappa alive. After hearing my order, the members who were motionless just now jumped up and ran off to Nappa. Nappa was obviously terrified and wanted to run for his life regardless of Doll. It is a pity that the strength and speed of the 8 people are higher than him, and the number of people is dominant, and Nappa is soon surrounded by 8 people. Doll cursed angrily, "Damn Nappa." Unfortunately, before he could make a move, I had already dodged in front of him, quietly. When Doll was horrified, full of resentment towards myself, I threw a punch and hit Doll in the lower abdomen. Doll was knocked away by me like a bowling ball. A big mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, and then he fell heavily to the ground. Undisputedly fainted. Avoiding the admiring gaze of Son Gohan, I immediately flew in the direction of Nappa. Nappa had just witnessed the amazing scene of me defeating Doll with ease, and was so frightened that he almost broke his heart. Seeing me flying towards him, Zhang Huang was even more at a loss. Just when I asked the 8 people to get out of the way, Nappa, who could no longer bear the pressure, knelt down to me with a "Pop. Forgive me." This makes me wonder whether the Saiyans will beg for their lives. I looked at him with contempt, and with a hand knife made him faint. Bring him back to the organization and start the Facts Saiyan plan. Yes, 8 people carried Nappa and were ready to fly away. Thanks to the satellites, everything that just happened was reflected on screens all over the world. Everyone started cheering for me and couldn't help but appreciate the righteousness of the Dragon Scale organization. My handsome and charismatic appearance to destroy the enemy with every gesture is deeply engraved in the hearts of girls all over the world, and I am even admired by countless boys. I, who have been forgotten, have become a hot superstar again. Only one person responded flatly to me, "Pretend." Fan Qingyu said lightly, frowning her beautiful eyebrows. Chapter 57 The Fierce Battle Between Goku and Doll Part 1. Everything settled in dust. Gohan cried bitterly while holding Piccolo's body. Kaitlin couldn't help but feel sad when he saw the mutilated corpses of Tianjin, Lepping and Jiaozi. Piccolo is dead, then the gods are dead, and the dragon will cease to exist. They can't be resurrected anymore. I can't bear this kind of atmosphere, plus I feel ashamed. He quickly changed the subject. Gohan, don't be so sad. In fact, there is a way to bring them back to life. Brother, Piccolo is dead, and Shenlong will disappear. This time there is really no hope. Krillin said in frustration. Gohan next to me looked at me hopefully. I explained patiently. Earth's dragon, Earth, is dead. But Earth is not the only one in this universe that has Dragon Balls. Do you think Piccolo is like an Earthman? You know, Namek also has dragons. And they are more powerful than the dragons on Earth. They can grant 3 wishes at a time. Really? Okay. I smiled and looked at the 2 people jumping in front of me. The heart-wrenching feeling in my heart was slightly reduced. I'm also glad that I wasn't asked how I knew. These 2 little devils are really rough. Brother, then this Saiyan is doing this. It seems that he is not dead. Good. Let me deal with him. Stop. Kaitlin, that is the opponent I left to Sun Wukong. Wukong has been practicing hard for so long, don't take a good look at his strength. Besides, this Saiyan is obviously not my opponent. I'm not afraid of what he will cause. Oh, brother, I understand. Kaylin, who had seen my amazing strength, said at this time I do what I say. After a long time, Dal finally showed signs of awakening. Gohan and Krillin, who were next to him, obviously had shadows on him, and they all hid behind me in fear. Damn it! My dignified Saiyan prince was stunned by a punch. Damn it! Damn it! Dal hit the ground unwillingly. I still have a good impression of this future friend. The depression caused by his murder just now has been vented in that punch. So I pretended to laugh coldly and said, Dal, actually, your defeat to me is not worth mentioning. After all, your King Frieza was once my defeat. I said without changing my expression. Future facts. What? That guy Frieza isn't even your match. Ha ha ha, you're laughing. You said you could beat Frieza. I looked at him blankly. Dale took a step back involuntarily. Immediately he realized this, and his pride quickly prompted him to take a few steps forward. I felt a burst of laughter in my heart. What a face-saving guy. Do you think I have any reason to deceive you, this defeated general? Dal's expression was obviously stagnant, and he was speechless. I said to myself, I keep you here, but I actually want to ask you to fight with my companions. I will let you go whether you win or lose. Don't talk nonsense. Now I am a knife and you are a fish. My request you must carry out, or I will kill you now. Make your wish of being number one in the universe never fulfilled. Quote. Hearing my words, Dal was angry at first, and then strongly surprised. How do you know the ideal in my heart? You don't need to ask more about this. I'll tell you what you should know. After I finished speaking, I threw him a fairy bean. Eat it, your injury will be healed, and because you are a Saiyan, I believe your strength will be even better. Dar listened to my words and swallowed the fairy beans without hesitation, and then asked, Who are you to know so much about the Saiyans? I pretended to smile deeply, but didn't answer. Dal was back to normal in no time. At this moment, the first master of the original work, Sun Wukong finally made his grand debut. Your opponent is him. I gestured to Dal. Krillin and Gohan next to him told Wukong what had happened. Really, Tianjin Fan, Leping, and Dumpling were all killed by this guy. What? Brother beat that Saiyan named Dar with one punch. Really? Does Namek have any other Dragon Balls that can fulfill their wishes? Krillin and Gohan talked at length and finally explained the ins and outs of the matter. Thank you, senior brother. Tianjin Fan and their hatred can be easily embraced at night. The most important thing is to know to keep a good opponent for me, otherwise I will hate you to death. I shook my head helplessly. Wukong, this kid or the eccentric personality who gets excited when he sees a master. Wukong, I want to remind you. The opponent's strength is quite high. You have to use your strength to fight him. If you have any tricks, you can use it. Speaking of this, I can't help but get excited, and finally I can really watch it. The power of the World King Fist. Dal next to him was ashamed. Can I be considered a master by your side? There was a loud, crackling sound, and the two sides soon began the first round of fierce fighting. Wukong's strength of only 5,300 is obviously at a disadvantage. The successive attacks were easily blocked by Dal. Dal's counterattack is always a punch to Sun Wukong. I smiled. Dal looked down on Sun Wukong, who was a low-level fighter, and didn't even use his full strength to start fighting, and he would almost suffer a loss after a while. As if to confirm my thoughts, Wukong suddenly used the Kaiwang Fist, and Wukong, whose strength and speed had soared, suddenly made Dal unable to guard against it, and he was forced to eat Wukong's 50,000 punches and 100,000 kicks. Chapter 58 The Fierce Battle Between Goku and Dal Part 2. Wukong calmly looked at Dal, who was not injured in the slightest, and was surprised for a while. What? It's unbelievable that he didn't get hurt after eating twice as much as me. It seems that Brother Jufin just used a punch. Just knocking down the enemy. It seems that there is still a big gap between me and my senior brother. I feel a little discouraged. How did senior brother cultivate? I saw Wukong, this kid, even looking at me during the decisive battle, and I didn't get angry. Brother, you are in a duel. Sure enough, Dal seized Goku's moment of relaxation and resolutely launched an attack. The strange thing is that he actually made several turning points when he attacked. I was shocked. Isn't this similar to my trick? Sure enough, Dal realized this trick when he destroyed the planet once. The purpose of the turning point is the same as my trick. It is to gain momentum and increase the explosiveness and power of the power. Goku looked puzzled as Dal approached him in the air, but Goku's top fighting talent was undoubtedly obvious, and he quickly realized that Dal's attack this time was no trivial matter. The calm expression was replaced by solemnity. At the moment when the two sides suddenly approached, Wukong rationally doubled the Kaiwanquan. Kankan dodged Dal's mistaken attack because he underestimated Goku's strength and speed. Dal laughed chatteringly, Kakarot, your dodging skills are pretty good. That's all right. Next, you're ready to accept my asterisk-like attack, Dal said with a resolute voice. Roar. The whole body was quickly covered by a layer of yellow brilliance. The surrounding area where Dal stood quickly sank, and the ground within a radius of 1 mile began to sway, and gravel rocks of the size of a fist or less rose into the air unwillingly. Goku clearly understood that if he only used twice the Kaiwang fist, he would definitely lose. So regardless of the king's kind reminder, he forcibly increased his strength to triple the king's fist. The two people kept gathering chi, and the surrounding wind immediately raged, and the free energy kept attracting the energy in the air to generate huge lightning strikes. A grain of sand seems to be charged with energy, and a trace of air seems to be charged with electricity. Krillin swallowed hard. Gohan looked at his father nervously, without breathing. At this moment, instead of yawning with the appropriate one, I said in my mind, yes, it's a little interesting. Dal obviously has no intention of consuming it, and being entangled by lower-level warriors for so long, the pride of the arrogant Saiyan prince has suffered a lot. Kakarot, give me a move. After saying that, he punched in a shocking manner, and Wukong didn't hesitate at all. The punch was met fiercely. With the fists facing each other as the center, a powerful air current spreads like water ripples. The air visible to the naked eye beat, and the yellow sand flying all over the sky delayed the result of the battle a little. When the dust settles, the difference in strength between the two sides can be clearly seen by the current distance between the two sides being shaken back. In front of Dal's toes is a 2-foot-long drag mark. But Goku didn't have it. Oh, not 3 steps away from Wukong, there are 2 drag marks at least 5 feet long. What? I still haven't knocked you down, you are really difficult. But this time I really have to shoot with all my strength, you better be careful. Kakarot. He clenched his fists horizontally, and then a vague arc appeared all over his body. As time went on, the arc on Deer's body became more and more obvious, and the exposed blue veins on his forehead showed that he was fiercely urging his fighting power, because Deer had been beaten before. I beat him half to death, and his strength has increased to 20,000 after eating fairy beans. So the current power is still quite able to scare children. Krillin and Gohan involuntarily ran behind me. Wukong apparently also began to do nothing, forced to endure the huge pain from his body and forcefully increased his strength to 4 times the Kaiwang fist. Before starting the fight, Wukong's career has already begun to fall. Apparently, the same 2 people shot at the same time. The fists and footprints filled the sky and the ground continued, and the intertwined airflow began to make a rustling sound, and the high white clouds in the sky were shaken by the powerful chi of the 2. Wukong caught Dal's fist with one hand and slammed his foot towards Dal. The 10-pound iron shoe turned a faint fiery red. Obviously, the speed was extremely fast. Dal struggled to free Wukong's hand. Hit. Lang may not be able to hit Wukong's head with an iron head kick, and he can even lift Wukong's body. Dal just wanted to chase but was kicked in the face by Goku's kick off the ground. The 2 sides were evenly matched. Dal was obviously deeply annoyed by this lower-level soldier. Kakarot, I want you to destroy this earth with you. Dal jumped high, and folded his hands into a blooming lotus shape, sky cannon. The energy particles quickly gathered in Dal's palm, and soon grew into a 10 square meter sphere of energy light. Die. Of course, Wukong wanted to stop Doll's destruction of the earth, 4 times the tortoise of the king's fist sent Qigong. The white energy giant wave like a super missile collided with Doll's yellow energy cannon in an instant. Chapter 59 Return to Namek Part 1. Sun Wukong, full of love for the earth, roared in the direction of Doll, "I will never let you destroy the earth." Although Wukong's Kaiwang fist has not improved, but the obsession in his heart prompted him to like it suddenly became a super power output energy device, and the energy output from Wukong's whole body in a unit time has reached the limit. The energy shock wave with a radius of 5 meters is simply unstoppable, and Doll has been blasted into the atmosphere before he can react. Doll, who tried to dodge, found that Goku had collapsed to the ground. By this time, Doll did not attack again, because he finally remembered my terrible existence. I transmitted my voice into his ears clearly through my breath. "You are doing well, you can leave the earth. I forgot to tell you one thing. In fact, Frieza also knew about Dragon Ball, and he is currently in Name. The Nemesis collects Dragon Balls wildly, and when he collects 7 Dragon Balls, I am afraid that he will become immortal. And you will live in his shadow forever." "What? That mech also has Dragon Balls? You know my situation. And Frieza is collecting Dragon Balls, you know. How holy are you?" Doll has asked me this question several times. So I was half joking and half truth. I am an omnipotent traveler. A traveler? I have never heard of a traveler planet again. I am a pure earthling, okay. Now, you have so many questions. You can leave now. Doll gave me a deep look, summoned the aircraft and was ready to leave. "Senior brother, aren't you going to kill him? He's the murderer who killed Leping and the others. Forget Keelan, after all, Tianjin Fan and the others can be resurrected by the dragon. Besides, maybe Wukong wants to fight Doll." "Not sure. Wukong, huh? Yes, Krillin. I have to fight Doll. Win this duel, you guys." Krillin shook his head helplessly. Gohan on the side asked anxiously, "Uncle Jufin, when are we going to Namek to look for Dragon Balls?" "I want Uncle Piccolo to revive quickly. Wait until Bulma builds the Dragon Ball radar." I stroked his head. "Gohan, soon we can set off." I thought of Sun Wukong, who is still on the ground. "Wukong, your mouth should be ready." I gently twisted my finger, and the fairy bean flew from my hand to Wukong's mouth obediently. This is my new must-kill, twisting flower finger, but it's useless, it's tasteless, it can only be used to throw items, and it does little damage to the enemy. I don't know what happened, Doll's aircraft went back and forth. When Doll's ashes appeared in front of me, I almost thought Frieza was immortal. Before I could open my mouth to ask what happened, Doll said gloomily, "I can't leave the earth." I then remembered the dragon scale shield. Could it be a malfunction? Sure enough, the anti-energy detector on me started vibrating in my pocket. After I pressed the connect button, "I'm sorry, boss. The dragon scale shield just failed, and it didn't work properly until now." "That's okay, turn off the dragon scale shield now." Received. I nodded to Doll, "You heard that too, you can go now. I'm very much looking forward to our next meeting." After hearing this, Doll's body stunned when he entered the aircraft. I thought to myself, the ghost wants to meet you next time. It's amazing to hook up on the shoulders of Sun Wukong, who is already alive and well. This taste is really good. The first person in the universe in the original book is now my little brother. Quack. "Wukong, okay, let's go, come to my house to be a guest." I couldn't help but pull up Wukong and leave. Gohan and Krillin also hurriedly followed. In the dragon scale tissue, everyone gathered together to discuss various matters about going to Namek. Let me start by saying that my Gohan is going to become a great scholar in the future, and I absolutely won't allow him to take part in this trip to Namek. Mom, I'm going too. I'm looking for Dragon Ball ambassadors. Uncle Piccolo is resurrected. You child, why are you so disobedient? Why don't you let your father go? Kiki, let Gohan go. Piccolo took care of Gohan for a while. Do you want Gohan to be a person who wants favors and loses his righteousness? If I say no, I can't. Kiki said involuntarily. I pulled Kiki aside and said, Kiki, I believe your Gohan needs a lot of money to go to school. How about this? I'll give you 300 million Earth coins, and you promise Gohan's Namek activity this time. Chi-Chi snatched the gold card from my hand. You are the leader of the Dragon Scale organization, so you must be rich. Lan Chi and Lan Fang are very happy. Their cosmetics are all high-end goods. You know that too. In our family, Wukong, he doesn't do anything except practice, and he doesn't care about the family at all. Hey, I've worked so hard. Then I'll thank you a lot. Wait, how much did you just say? I wondered. Didn't I say it just now? 300 million Earth coins. Oh, is it a little less? I can add more if it's not enough. 300 million. Gohan, I order you to go to Namek this time. Chapter 60 Return to Namek Part 2. All the specific matters have been discussed, just waiting to go. Before departure, I specially arranged for a highly qualified hypnotist to hypnotize Wukong and spread the seeds of anger in the depths of Wukong's subconscious. I'm afraid that when Goku can't transform into a Super Saiyan due to my relationship, it's all to blame. And I cleverly arranged 3 batches to reach Namek. The first batch is Son Wukong, the second batch is Krillin and Gohan, and the third batch is me. And I also made a gravity device aircraft for Goku, as the plot arranged, to facilitate his ascension of strength, and also to pave the way for him to transform into Super Saiyan 1. In order to be safe, I also fought Goku a few times. And every time he beat him half to death, he was feeding him fairy beans. On the contrary, his strength has risen to more than 50,000 now, but at this time he has not yet realized the hidden energy and exploded in an instant. Probably comprehended it in the room of gravity. But he is now the second best player on Earth, and the only thing he wonders about is my bottomless strength. I am a bottomless pit. No matter how much he improved, I was always a long way ahead of him. I really have nothing to say by him, if I don't surpass you in the early stage. In the later stage, I guess I can't even see your shadow. No way, the pedigree gap. Looking at the spaceship that Wukong has set off, I silently cheer for Wukong in my heart. It is estimated that after this trip to Namek, your strength will be comparable to mine. I almost have no advantage to pull. But before that, I should also think about my family. Anyway, I have the ability to travel the universe at any time. Bring my whole family to the Great Elder of Namek first to stimulate their potential. Without further ado, my dream of letting Frieza find the Great Elder was in vain. The first strike is strong, and the second strike suffers. I called my 2 wives and 2 boys to my side. Blonde Lan Chi is obviously a violent woman, indulging in the wonderful taste of practice every day. And Lan Fang is also dedicated to practicing martial arts for the inheritance of the family. And the 2 little guys are naughty with me every day and don't know how to practice. Before I could open my mouth, all the people had already expressed their opinions to me. Husband, father, don't waste our time practicing, playing electric. I said angrily, none of you can have an opinion today. Come with me and go to Namek for a tour today. Dad, the spaceship has been driven away by Uncle Wukong today. We have extra aircraft. That's right, husband, you're not so hot-headed and confused. I completely lost control and roared, today I'm going to show the majesty of the head of the family, but you're all going against it, right? I said I'd go to Namek today. Nemesis, just go to Namek today. Before they could refute, I hugged 2 boys in my left hand and 2 wives in my right hand. Amidst their strong protests, a vast white light flashed across our family and we stopped. Came to Namek. Really, Dad, we really came to Namek. I looked at the 2 boys angrily, and Lan Chi Lanfang, who was next to me, immediately rolled my eyes at me. I have felt a very strong chi since I appeared on Namek, and it should be Frieza without any accident. With my current strength, I can definitely beat Frieza, but the family around me is obviously weak. Yes, so I don't want to confront him now, so I just keep a low profile for now. As I was familiar with the way, I led a group to the residence of the First Elder, but I didn't meet Brother Neil. I guess I was sent out to resist Frieza's group. I didn't notice that almost all the soldiers guarding in front of the Great Elder's gate had changed to new faces, so I hurriedly led the whole family forward. Unexpectedly, the Namaks are now facing a great enemy, and any trouble can arouse their vigilance, and the appearance of our group is even more suspicious, so we are surrounded by them. I wondered in my heart, just as I was about to ask, a Namekian who didn't know whether to live or die attacked Lanfang. I suddenly became annoyed, looking for death. Although I was annoyed, I was still very measured. The palm of the hand under the gentle action had already waved a vigorous fist style, and before the others could blink, the one who started the Mikis have been fanned far away by me. The rest of the Namekians were terrified, but they were still surrounded by fear of death. I was in a dilemma for a while. Namek had a very special meaning to me. I am also full of gratitude to Namek, and under Iwu and Wuxia, I can't bear to do anything to Namek in front of me. Just when the situation was about to explode, a Namekian warrior suddenly came up from behind the encirclement. It was the Namekian who was defeated by me that day, Pai Yan. He was clearly impressed with me, who beat him in the first place. Don't get excited, everyone, this is the first elder's guest. Everyone relaxed when they heard the words, followed by curiosity about me. An alien turned out to be the first elder's guest. Suddenly someone in the crowd shouted excitedly, I see, Big Brother Neil said that he has a brother from Earth who may be stronger than him. So it's him. What? Open the pot. Brother Neil is a well-deserved first soldier of Namek in everyone's heart. Even he can't compare to the young man in front of him, so how strong is the young man in front of him? Chapter 61 Berserk Frieza 1. The two little guys next to Lan Qi and Lan Fang were at a loss. Lan Qi asked curiously, Husband, have you been to Namek before? Why did they all know you? They seem to admire you. I typed a haha, this is a long story. I'll tell you when I have a chance in the future. Now the business is important, the business is important. After I finished speaking, I hurriedly pulled Pai Yan, please take me to Dachang, please. Home. Quote. Pai Yan was originally looking happy, but when he heard the 3 words of the Great Elder, his face immediately filled with haze. The Great Elder is dying. He also said that the catastrophe of Namek is coming. Tell me said that you would return to Namek in the near future to fulfill your promise. I have been guarding the Great Elder just now. The Great Elder said that you should go to see him directly when you come. He believes that you can save Namek. It is not surprising for the prophetic ability of the Great Elder of Namek. So he turned to the 2 little guys, Lan Qi and Lan Fang, and said, follow me. With Pai Yan in front, I took small steps to lead my family to see the Great Elder. Because of the fresh environment, Lan Qi and the others never calmed down. While pointing at the strange animals of Namek and discussing, he praised the beautiful environment of Namek. At this moment, I am also very excited because I want to see the old man again. After all, I have considerable respect for elders like the Great Elder Namek who are sympathetic and simple. Returning to this familiar and unfamiliar room, I sighed in my heart. It was in this room that I became the first warrior ever to surpass 10,000 combat power in the history of the earth. The room with 4 walls in front of me was just a little more friendly, but the wrinkled picture his face looked even more lifeless. Elder, hello, Wu Jufan, came to see you again. I put away my mood and sent my greetings gently. The 2 little guys, Lan Qi and Lan Fang, were also quiet at the moment, silently listening to the conversation between me and the first elder. Pai Yan had already exited the room at some point, leaving only the sound of our breathing in the empty room. I saw that the elder did not respond, so I greeted him at the next time, Elder, I am here. I will fulfill my promise to pull. At this time, the elder's eyelids trembled slightly, and he opened his eyes with effort. Jufan, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you. I hope you can fulfill your promise to defend Namek. Even today, the hard-hearted me is still this old man who is dying and always cares about his hometown. Although the earth is my hometown, I believe that my love for the earth is not as good as 1/10 of the feelings of the old man in front of him for Namek. I immediately picked up the old man's words. Elder, you have a great favor to Jufan. Jufan dare not forget it for a moment, not to mention that Namek is my second hometown in my heart, and I will do my best. I will pay to deal with the current catastrophe. And you can rest assured, Great Elder, I believe that with my strength, I can 100% settle this catastrophe. Really, with your words, I can rest assured. I have always had a strange intuition that you are the noble of our Namekian. I wonder if Jufin has anything to do with you coming to me this time. I didn't intend to deceive the old man who looked like a candle in the wind, so I said straight to the point. I hope you can help my family improve their potential, although I know this request is unreasonable, but I hope they at least have the ability to protect themselves. You have promised to help us Namek survive the catastrophe. This is the greatest favor to our Namek. I have no reason not to promise to solve your worries, and for me, this has no effect on me. Then it is not appropriate. Late, let's start now. Although I came here to fight for this purpose, but now that I have achieved it, I am not happy. People didn't treat me as an outsider in the first place, but I was always calculating the elders. So I hesitated again. Elder, will this affect your lifespan? If so, then there is no need. Anyway, I have a way to improve them. You, Jufin, it doesn't matter. Yes, I'm just guiding the hidden energy in your body. It has no effect on me, not to mention the loss of vitality. Besides, I am also enhancing your strength in another aspect. Since the elders have said so, there is no need for me to be hypocritical. So I waved to Wu Qilin. Linner, come here. Wu Qilin obediently leaned over to me. I bowed politely to the first elder again. Thank you again. Let's start with him. I pointed to Wu Qilin. Grandpa, trouble you. I was quite satisfied with Wu Qilin's decent performance. Crack. The elder held down Wu Qilin's head. Next is Wu Shenglong. Next is Lanqi. Finally, Lanfang. After all of them were baptized by the yellow light, what appeared in front of me were 280,000 small warriors and 260,000 super strong female warriors. Chapter 62 Berserk Frieza 2. From the moment their strength improved, I felt more at ease. They should be regarded as my concern and treasure in the Dragon Ball world. Fortunately, I didn't lose the reproductive ability like Shang Xiaolong in the hunt for Qin, otherwise, life would be a lot less fun. Without them, maybe one day in the Dragon Ball world, I will be tired of this world because of the endless life. Maybe when my strength grows to infinity, I will raise my hand and destroy the entire universe. After repeated warnings, I sent them back to Earth. Because there are too many unknowns on Namek, I don't want them to suffer any harm. The next moment I also began to earnestly fulfill my promise to defend this Namek and the people on this planet. I believe Goku has come to Namek now. I hope that his strength has reached the limit that he can break through the Saiyan, and get the opportunity to transform into a Super Saiyan. Since I have promised the Great Elder, I will never allow Frieza to destroy this beautiful planet, so I plan to find Frieza and kill him directly. As for Wukong's transformation into Super Saiyan, let me play the role of Frieza after returning to Earth and help Son Wukong to upgrade to Super Saiyan 1. Anyway, my strength is already above Frieza. So next, what I'm going to do, cut off all of Frieza's wings on this planet. I quietly closed my eyes, and seriously felt all the chi on this planet where I live. Yep. In the northeast direction of me, there is an extremely powerful chi with a combat power of about 500,000, and there are 1,000 to 30,000 trash fish around. In the southwest direction, there is a chi jung with a combat power of about 5,000 and 5 people with a combat power of 60,000 to 70,000. I really feel that this chi is Sun Wukong. This kid is really good. He really mastered the method of concealing chi. It is estimated that he is playing with the 5 monkeys of the Jinuit team. In the northeast direction, a lot of weak chi is gradually disappearing, and it is estimated that those Nameks are being slaughtered by Frieza's men. Huh, how? There are also people slaughtering the Nameks in the northwest, and the combat power is around 23,000. It's just that I am quite surprised so far, that I didn't feel the chi of Big Brother Neil. According to reason, his current strength should be around 80,000, and he has no way to hide his chi, so there is only one left. One explanation is that he was killed by Frieza. What I feared has finally happened, the plot has changed. However, I believe that there is still a general context that can be grasped in the future. And the only thing that comforts me is that I don't have to bear the strong condemnation and guilt of watching my companions are killed in front of my eyes, even though I have the strength to protect them. I should be able to do whatever I want by now. Nothing to be ashamed of. I can show my strength unscrupulously, and I can kill and vent as much as I want. Whether it's Frieza in front of you, or the various bosses in the future, I want you to die today, and the King of Hell will never dare to collect your corpses tomorrow. As long as I can't see it, I want to completely destroy it. Dr. Gates is dying, and Slug has no chance of surviving. At this moment, I want to deeply grasp the development of the Dragon Ball world in my hands. Then, my Dragon Ball world will start by solving the trash fish in the northeast. I recklessly remove the anti-energy test equipment and release the strength that I had suppressed for a long time. The familiar and powerful air flow immediately circulated through my meridians and body surface at a speed that was indistinguishable to the naked eye. The pores and skin sacs of my body were filled with incomparable comfort, and a protective air wall naturally floated around my body. I involuntarily let out a high-pitched roar, which spread throughout the entire Namek in an instant. My voice could be clearly heard from the entire corner of Namek. The enemy from either direction was shocked by the sudden roar, and soon noticed a faint strangeness in the surrounding air. Northeast. Haha, nothing. It's probably because King Frieza is slow and we are venting our dissatisfaction. We have to speed up the process of collecting Dragon Balls. Otherwise, we will have to suffer the punishment of King Frieza. Damn Namekians, hurry up and hand over the Dragon Balls. Northwest, Doll. I can't believe that Frieza is stronger than I expected. I can't admit defeat. I'm going to become immortal immediately. Southwest orientation. Oh, although Wukong was busy dodging, the expression on his face was always indifferent with a hint of indifference. But after hearing this roar, his relaxed expression finally showed a solemn look. Is that the villain named Frieza? He seems to be very powerful. But the solemn expression was immediately replaced by a surprised expression, so familiar, it turns out to be Senior Brother. So Senior Brother has already arrived at Namek. Then he showed a slight smile, and said to the few Ginyu team members who thought it was King Frieza showing his strength and dancing, I'm sorry. It seems that the person who roared just now seems to be my Senior Brother. What? Today and tomorrow are the English Level 1B and English Level 4 exams. Don't mind if the update is slow. It seems that everyone has some opinions on me always following the plot, so I will add more plots in the future. I hope you will always support me. Hit me with a ticket. Also, I wrote in the book review area the reasons why masters are produced in batches. Everyone, go and see the suggestions left by the way. The most important thing is to give me a thank you. Finally, please wait patiently for my outbreak. Chapter 63 Berserk Frieza 3. Chapter 63, The Berserk Frieza 3. Whether it is physically or mentally, I have let go of my shackles, and my combat power is still skyrocketing. King Frieza, a powerful force suddenly appeared in the southwest of us. It was 20,000 when it first appeared, but it is still rising. 21,000, 22,000, bomb. What a powerful force. My energy tester has been blown up, what's going on? A guy with the same strength as Doll appeared. I don't know if it's an enemy or a friend. Frieza's loyal lackey, Chambo, asked in surprise but not panic. Dodoria with a potato-like head on the side has sweated down. I am the latest energy tester. That guy's combat power, the combat power is actually. Dodoria swallowed hard. It has reached the 54,000. Underscore. You two idiots, the roar from the person just now is challenging me. Judging from the roar just now, that person has at least the same strength as before I didn't transform. When did Namek Star appear so many times? A master. The guy named Neil who died in my hands not long ago has already made me admire him. He has a combat power of more than 87,000. And the guy just now is far more than Neil and stronger than Captain Ginyu a lot. Haha, it's getting more and more interesting. Gaga. There is only one fate for anyone who dares to challenge me, Frieza. I also seem to feel the provocation from the southeast, and I muttered silently in my heart, I'm letting you scum live for a few more moments. Suddenly, I rose from the ground, like a rapid meteor swept to the northeast, closer to Frieza. In 1 minute and 23 seconds, I came to the village of Namek in the northeast, 1,800 kilometers away. The quiet environment on the edge of the village seems out of tune with the scenes that take place in the village. My eyes frowned, and my sword brows rose to the sky. Because I found that Frieza, who had already snatched the Dragon Ball, raised a powerful mechanical weapon and aimed it at the unarmed residents of Namek. Several Namek children's small hands tightly grabbed the elders in the village beside them, and buried their heads deeply on the elders. At the critical moment, a black eye flashed in front of the squad leader. He wanted to shout but couldn't make any noise. Then he felt a sharp pain in his throat, because I had already crushed his throat. His pupils could no longer focus or receive any light, and finally fell to the ground and died depressed. I stared coldly at the humble life in front of me, with no sympathy in my heart. Murderers will be killed forever. My cold eyes swept over the miscellaneous fish who had raised mechanical weapons at me because of nervousness, and my heart was full of disdain. You are all going to die. I declared their tragic end as domineering as death. Originally, I wanted to kill them all directly with an energy shock wave, but I was afraid of accidentally hurting the Nameks next to me. A brilliant and multicolored energy ribbon suddenly flashed in my hand, and in an instant I let it soar, and the beautiful murderous intent with the temptation of death accompanied by the scattering of the colorful rays of the sun began to float in front of the group of miscellaneous fish. The more moving things are often with powerful lethality. At this moment, all the ordinary members of the Ginyu team were deeply indulged in the beautiful dream of the streamer of death. As I closed my eyes at the next moment, the beautiful streamers that looked like ribbons in those eyes had turned into bloody fangs full of mad snakes, tightly restraining their necks, and only a few seconds later, will those streamers with my powerful energy have turned their faces blue and their eyes white. If Frieza is here, he must be shocked. Because these ribbons are all made of pure energy, they didn't explode under such agitation, and they could make such light moves with my thoughts. The sophistication of my manipulation of energy is astounding, absolutely unprecedented. I have felt that the anger of these people has completely disappeared, and I naturally clapped my hands. The weak air swayed a subtle air vibration, and then the surrounding air caused a chain explosion of those beautiful streamers with the same vibration frequency as the energy of the streamers. For a while, the dust was stirred up, the sky was filled with smoke, and the dregs were long gone. Noticing the look of fear in the eyes of the Nameks around me, an indescribable pleasure arose in my heart. This look of fear is very enjoyable. This is the wonderful taste of strength. Immediately, I shook my head to suppress this strange thought. Immediately, I put on a smile that even an angel would be jealous of. Namekian, I am entrusted by the Namekian elder to come to help you. Earth's dragon scale tissue. This is the Earth. You can stay here for the time being and wait for the crisis to pass. I have instructed my subordinates. You can ask for help if you have any difficulties. Respected guests of the Great Elder, Namek Star will ask you. The elder said respectfully. Don't worry, Namek is also my second hometown. You wait here for my good news. After speaking, the dazzling light flashed, and I came to Namek again. Blank, underscore, blank, underscore, blank. Everyone, tomorrow is the English A-level test. Today I worked hard to code 2 chapters, and I am enough to pull it. I have an exam next Wednesday. From tomorrow onwards, I will devote myself to a serious review state. From now on until July 2nd, I can only try to update it as much as possible. Don't take offense if I can't do it, special circumstances. After all, if I fail the course, my family will not let me break out in the summer vacation. Everyone doesn't want it. Thank you for your understanding, and I am grateful for this. It's really too big to see, then kill me with a ticket. 6.23 Chapter 64 Berserk Frieza 4. It's you again. Doll, who was holding a Namekian resident ready to kill, suddenly felt a numbness in his shoulders, and he couldn't bear the weight of a single person, so he had to put the Namek down. The Namekian who was lucky enough to escape his life had a dignified expression, and fled in 3 steps and 2 steps with a face full of fear. Dal looked at the handsome and extraordinary face in front of him, and his mood was heavy again. I must have remembered my amazing strength again, and I took 2 steps back unconsciously. I showed a demonic smile. Dal, I didn't expect us to meet again so soon. But I think you are still so energetic. Why did I see you killing people as soon as I arrived at Namek? It seems that you still haven't learned your lesson. Well. Dal's face turned red and white. Obviously my words had deeply hurt the proud Saiyan prince in front of him. I noticed Dal clenching his fists tightly, clearly on the verge of an explosion. Maybe it was because I had heard that my self-proclaimed strength was better than Frieza, so the clenched fists loosened again in less than a minute. Dal lowered his head so that I couldn't see his expression clearly, and the strength of the 2 sides was so far apart that I felt relaxed for a moment. It is indeed the Saiyan prince who has a very high fighting talent among the Saiyans. Everything just now was just an arrangement that he cleverly concealed to make me relax my vigilance. It even coincides with the famous master of the art of war in the spring and autumn and warring states in the previous life, grandson, this. It was Sun Tzu's arrogant plan. All of what he has done so far is quite perfect, but it can only end there. Dal is not a grandson, and I am not an idiot. I could completely block Dal's full-strength punch, but in order to completely smash Dal's intention to resist me, I deeply feared my brand in his heart, and I didn't block it. I only needed 0.01 seconds to catch it. With one punch, it just stamped on my lower abdomen. At the moment when Dal's fist contacted my lower abdomen and caused my lower abdomen to deform, I could clearly see the small crescent-shaped arc of Dal's mouth curved by the evil smile. I looked down at Dal expressionlessly and didn't take any action, but Dal's fist could only stop at that moment. His full-strength punch did not bring him any desired effect, and even brought him despair. After all, his full-strength attack was just to tickle the opponent. Now I have the feeling that Dal is a towering peak that he cannot cross. I laughed for a while, causing Dal's emotional ups and downs. Although your strength is far beyond me, I will never allow you to insult me. I will make you regret my life. After shouting, Dal angrily hit. He punched his chest and began to desperately improve his combat effectiveness, and the dazzling yellow light unique to the Super Saiyan had clearly appeared around him. I was shocked. Has Dal reached the realm of Super Saiyan? But Dal's ascension is only for a moment, so the energy of his own chi is a world of difference compared to Super Saiyan. I smiled and shook my head. I was too neurotic. At present, even Sun Wukong can't reach the realm of Super Saiyan. How is it possible for Dal? But I still admire Saiyan, a warrior of a fighting nation. Sun Wukong's father, and Dal in front of him all regard honor as everything, and never allow them to be violated and raped. You can even gamble your life for honor. All in all, now I appreciate Dal even more. Dal was completely free and angry. I am the Saiyan prince, I have supreme glory. I must defeat you. A vertical leap. Dal went straight to the sky. You disappear for me. After saying that, his hands were already mechanical, flicking his hand. Countless yellow energy balls were emitted from the palm of his hand. One after another dazzling yellow light penetrated from the sky and arrived in front of me instantly. After the explosion caused my palm to come into contact with the first ball of energy, a succession of explosions followed. Looking at the dusty sky in front of him, Dal laughed wildly. But soon his smile embarrassed and uncomfortable like constipation. The explosion just now didn't even lift a shred of my hair. A colder smile appeared on my face. Dal, your attack is almost done. You should really be quiet now. With the end of the word, now, I moved to Dal at a high speed. Dal stared in horror at the afterimages left by the movement of the ground, and his mind went blank. I smiled evilly. I raised my fist, swung it out, hit my belly. Dal's eyes darkened, and his body began to fall. Am I going to die? I'm really not reconciled, but I really can't beat him. Chapter 65 Berserk Frieza 5. I held Dal like a chicken, but under the calm expression, there was a surging. After a series of small fights, the fighting blood in my body has been boiling involuntarily. The fighting spirit surging in my heart is yearning all the time, looking forward to, I want a hearty battle. The clouds in the sky seem to have also heard my wish, and the flow suddenly accelerated. Has Goku started to ramp up his skills? It seems that Captain Ginyu made him very embarrassed. Now that I've knocked Doll unconscious, Goku can't use the treatment room to heal his injuries because he was turned around by Captain Ginyu, but this is not the main problem after all, I have fairy beans. The troublesome thing is that if Wukong's body is lost, there is no way to replace it, and it will be over. So I still have to go to Goku. The other side. Dodoria's expression was constantly changing. Big King, the guy just now took care of our nearby people and suddenly turned to Doll's direction. I don't know why, he played against Doll. The energy tester showed that the guy could play 120,000 his fighting power. What? He just has the same fighting power as Captain Ginyu. But didn't King Frieza say that he is far superior to Captain Ginyu? Chambo asked in surprise. Frieza waved his hand and said indifferently, that guy has the ability to hide chi. The energy tester can't detect it. But I feel sorry for that kid Doll, maybe he has been killed by that guy. After speaking, his tone suddenly hardened, although Doll is a disobedient dog under my command, but now that he is killed by someone else, it really hurts me. I will definitely lose face to the person who dares to make my Cosmic Emperor Frieza lose face. Kill him in the cruelest way. The sharp and vicious eyes made Champu and Dodoria shudder next to him. Your Majesty, what the hell is going on here? Captain Ginyu has another guy with a combat power of 200,000. What? Is there such a thing? Depressed in his heart, there are actually several people far beyond him, so he confirmed unwillingly. What? Do there still seem to be a lot of masters on this planet? But don't worry, they are all petty things. But since they disturbed my immortal plan of King Frieza, I will kill them all without leaving any of them. Drop it, Frieza said arrogantly, showing a terrifying look on his face. Goku sighed. Hurry up and leave this planet, I don't want to fight for nothing, you are no match for me. Captain Ginyu on the opposite side suddenly burst out laughing. He threw the energy tester on his face to the phoenix-haired Jace of the Genuit team who was stunned by Goku's super strength. Jace immediately reacted, Captain, are you going to use that trick? I arrived at the scene the moment Ginyu emitted the conversion beam. My left hand was holding Doll, and by inertia, my right hand was holding a green-skinned frog. Goku, who was immobile in the beam of light, also noticed my arrival, but he seemed unable to express his welcome to me. I'm not hesitating. Go, precise and well-placed toss just in time for Ginyu's exchange with Goku. The dazzling light flashed, and the frog who was a humanoid Ginyu had gradually jumped farther, and Ginyu, who had become a frog, was shivering in the corner. I didn't let Ginyu go as I did in the plot. I raised my right hand and raised my index finger slightly. An energy laser instantly pierced through the frog's head, and shot it sharply on the ground, forming an unfathomable cave the size of a ping-pong ball. Jace, who was in the air, opened his mouth blankly in the air, and his empty eyes showed that he couldn't accept the change in front of him. After a long time, he came back to his senses and found that I was looking at him with my eyes fixed. We're going to kill that guy Frieza. I wonder if you'd like to be buried with him. Why don't you join my dragon-scale organization with the rest of us and serve me? Otherwise, you will I have to die. Jace, who had been overwhelmed by my momentum, smiled wryly, don't be joking. You probably don't know how terrible King Frieza is. If he knew that we betrayed him, he would probably immediately I'm coming to kill us. Anyway, it's all a one-time death, why don't I break the net with you? After speaking, he put his hands up. You are such an idiot, you are far inferior to even Sun Wukong over there, let alone me. In fact, you are the ones who don't understand Frieza's strength. I waved at Wukong and motioned for him to come over. Wukong, I'll tell you now. The strength of you our enemy. 66 Berserk Frieza, 6. The 66th Mad War Frieza, 6. Me, Goku, and the Genuit team were flying in the direction of Frieza. I also decided to completely solve this scourge and end this trip to Namek. Goku on the side and Jace, who had listened to my talk, were obviously absent-minded, obviously shocked by the amazing strength of me and Frieza. Wukong frowned slightly, savoring the shattering reality I just disclosed. The screen returns to just now. Goku, Jace, you probably don't know the bottomless strength of Frieza. In fact, there is nothing scary, to put it bluntly. Because in the later stages of Dragon Ball, oh, no. I mean Frieza, he is in normal times. That's 500,000. Jess, who is hesitating to join me, almost had a heart attack, 500,000. This. And Wukong was obviously also taken aback. Hee, this villain named Frieza is quite good. I don't know if my 20 times Kaiwanquan can beat him. It seems like a fight. I ignored their reactions. Continued on his own. He has 3 more transformations. Each time he transforms, his strength grows exponentially. However, his strength after the first transformation is 1.2 million. After a pause, they found that they were a little silly. I snickered. Then I said, the strength of the second change has reached 3.6 million. I completely disregarded the listener's heart capacity, and said again in shock, and the third change has 10.8 million. Jace almost rolled his eyes, while Goku simply scratched his scalp. Let me do the math. Just now this instrument tested my 10 times the strength of Kaiwang Fist to be 200,000, plus my control of Chi is also, that is to say, it can reach more than 500,000. Then if I have 20 times the Kaiwanquan, it is almost 800,000, so the strength I can play is more than 2.6 million. Gee, 10.8 million, it seems that I can't beat that guy named Frieza. I don't know if the vitality bullet can destroy that guy. Just as the two of them were thinking about each other, I had already used fairy beans to rescue the other Genuit team members. I repeated the solicitation to them and threatened to deal with them on the spot if they didn't. The Genuit team members who had been in close contact with death deeply felt the horror, and joined the Dragon Scale organization as I expected. When everything is ready, the real show officially begins. Now all the Dragon Scale Special Forces members listen to me, and immediately follow me to destroy that guy Frieza. Jace's face immediately paled when he heard this, and he said tremblingly, Boss. Frieza, that guy. The guy is so scary, let's go back to Earth and learn from the skills. The few Dragon Scale Special Forces members next to him also seemed to agree, almost nodding their heads. When I get angry, I don't get angry. If it weren't for the fact that you guys still have some fighting power and the Dragon Scale organization has no masters at this time, you would have been left with nothing left. Now they are still haggling with me. I stared at me and said in a cold voice, the members of the Dragon Scale organization fled before the battle and were executed on the spot. All of them follow me. Ignoring their reluctance, I immediately gave the order to die. Now I recall the scene just now with a jolt of laughter in my heart. What a bunch of well-developed guys. Am I an idiot, your leader? Dare to challenge Frieza without strength. Am I an old birthday star who eats arsenic? I'm tired of living. Hey, I shook my head helplessly. However, I inadvertently saw Wukong's gaze from time to time, and I felt quite curious. Wukong, why are you always looking at me and sighing? Senior brother, I thought that after a lot of hard work on the spaceship, I could surpass you. Knowing that the gap between us is still so big, I'm a little discouraged. The Dragon Scale Special Team member next to me, as soon as I heard the keyword, strength, I immediately pricked up my ears and listened carefully. I laughed and scolded Wukong. What are you talking about? What's the difference in strength between us? Senior brother, don't try to hide it. Anyway, you will still have to show your true strength to fight that guy named Frieza. Even just now I learned from your words how strong you are. I know that the guy named Frieza has more than 10.8 million strength, but he still needs to be eliminated. Although I can't confirm your combat value, I know that you must have more than 10 million strength. And you said that guy's strength tone, I can feel that you don't take him to heart at all, you are sure to win him. Chapter 67 Berserk Frieza, 7. Chapter 67. The Berserk Frieza, 7. Wukong's remarks immediately made me greatly appreciate it, and he is indeed the first strongman in the original book. Analytical ability is not covered. The few Dragonscale Special Forces members in the same group can no longer bear this reality today. The first big fall, then the big rise, the fall, the rise. It is estimated that they have been fighting with Frieza for many years, and the stimulation they have received is not as much as it is today. Originally, a few of them were going to betray as soon as they got to Frieza, but now they are watching from the wall again. Perhaps they are thinking in their hearts, whoever wins will follow whoever wins. It's ridiculous that they have followed Frieza for so many years, and they haven't even figured out Frieza's character. Taking a step back, if I were defeated by Frieza, would I be able to tolerate the betrayal of my subordinates with the character that doesn't tolerate sand in his eyes? Even a false surrender is not enough. All he wants is a loyal dog, and a dog will not be allowed to have a mind. I'm just turning a blind eye to their actions or thoughts. It's impossible to have such a high degree of loyalty from these guys right now. Hee. Anyway, I will definitely win the battle against Frieza. When I return to the Dragonscale organization, they are not the balls in my hand. If I want them round, they will be round, and if I want them flat, they will be flat. At that time, let them ruthlessly teach me Wu Jufan's methods to train his subordinates. How can there be such a wavering thought? Make up your mind, let's wait until Frieza is destroyed. Unexpectedly, Wukong asked me sincerely, Senior brother, I solemnly ask you. Tell me your strength and let me know how big the gap between us is. I sighed, Wukong, the fixed strength is 11.2 million. If I use the method of using Qi, I can exert at least 15 million strength. Hearing this, Wukong's eyes darkened at first, but then burst into a dazzling brilliance. Undoubtedly, he vowed, in the future, I must do my best to surpass my senior brother. I couldn't help but be infected by Goku's strong self-confidence, worthy of being my #1 idol in Dragon Ball, although my strength is far superior to him, always admire him. At this moment, I also secretly made up my mind, as soon as I return to Earth, I will help Goku break through Saiyan 1, and the power of Goku must not be lacking in dealing with the androids. As for the toxic heart disease on Wukong, I have already made arrangements. Once the Scientific Research Institute in the organization is established, it has already recruited all the authoritative heart disease doctors in the world. Collective efforts began to research on toxic heart disease, and a special drug has been successfully developed at present. Without the help of Trunks at all, and the plot has changed so much, it is very likely that the perfect slug will not appear. Right now, I'm only taking one step at a time. After all, the future is unpredictable, and maybe those classic bosses will still show up. Ta, with the heavy landing sound, we finally appeared in front of Frieza. Suddenly, a swift and violent energy ray wave shot out of Frieza's eyes without any symptoms. I don't show weakness, I am also a fierce man. Two dazzling rays of light collided precisely in the air. The strange thing is that there was no explosion, but the tug of war began immediately. There is no doubt that I, who is slightly stronger than Frieza, dominated, because the fierce light I sent out has been fierce and domineering. Frieza's energy ray wave pressed back. Frieza was shocked, and hurriedly threw out another energy ball. The energy of the three pillars was obviously unable to establish a balance, and an explosion obviously occurred at the moment of contact. After the scene just now, anyone with discernment can see that my strength has surpassed Frieza. Champo and Dodoria on the side were speechless in surprise. Frieza suddenly raised his head and laughed, haha, interesting. It seems that your strength is higher than I expected. Very good, then I will play this game well. But he quickly noticed to the Dragonscale Special Forces standing behind me. Gwinuit soldiers, what are you doing standing there, do you want to betray? The Dragonscale Special Forces members have been under the influence of Frieza for a long time, and the fear of him in their hearts cannot be eliminated in a day or two. Hearing Frieza's words, he subconsciously wanted to move his feet. I didn't speak, just let out a small cough. The Dragonscale Special Forces members seemed to have been hit hard by the big bell in their hearts, and they couldn't move immediately. The scene fell silent immediately. Frieza didn't get angry but smiled. Okay, you all betrayed, right? I'll greet you well later. The hideous smile showed that he was extremely angry now. The Dragon-Scale Special Forces members knew that even if they returned to Frieza, they could not escape death, so they threw themselves directly into my arms. Jace said boldly, "We are already a member of the Dragon-Scale organization under the Lord Wujofan. You will die under the Lord's hands soon." Frieza was obviously unable to bear it any longer. He was lectured by the former dog, and the fire of anger in his heart had exploded uncontrollably. The figure flashed violently, and it has come to Jace's face, and the violent fist has already taken a step ahead of the fist itself, roaring to Jace's face. Chapter 68 Berserk Frieza 8. Jace's body instantly froze, and the terror in his heart for Frieza was heightened to the extreme. The pupils began to shrink to the limit, and the sweat glands worked hard without restriction. Am I going to die? If I had known that I would not be the first bird. A palm appeared in front of Jace, who had no symptoms, and all the fist style disappeared as if hitting an iron wall, and even Frieza the heavy punch was firmly pinched in the palm of the owner's palm. I certainly cannot tolerate Frieza hurting my subordinates in my presence. Otherwise, I would really be embarrassed. After all, the reason I accepted them was to save their lives, and if I couldn't do that, I wouldn't have to hang around in this Dragon Ball world. HMPH, the cold hum I made just now arrived 5 seconds slower than my speed, which shows that my speed is simply unbelievable. Of course this is from someone else's point of view. Aren't you brave? How dare you attack my subordinates in front of me? You don't seem to take me seriously. Then I'll let you understand how wrong you are now. Luckily, C escaped unscathed, and without being embarrassed, he rolled and crawled away from the two of us. P-roll, and, P-roll, as my palms began to exert force, Frieza began to feel unbearable and waves of pain spread from the palms to the brain. Involuntarily, he was deeply embedded in the ground in an attempt to relieve the pain. In the end, the brain also started to protest. Frieza's eyes were full of bloodshots at this time, and his excessive underestimation of the enemy made him regret it more than ever. He kept roaring in his heart, "I'm not reconciled. Just give me a chance to transform. I'll definitely be able to smash the damned guy in front of me into tens of thousands of pieces." Just as he was constantly filled with pain and annoyance in his heart, suddenly, the pain that afflicted my whole body receded like a tide in an instant. As if a century had passed since the fresh air, Frieza didn't catch my throat, but gasped. On the other hand, he was also recalling the scene that made him fall into despair. Shame, this is absolutely a shame. Frieza, the dignified emperor of the universe, was forced to be so embarrassed by such garbage. I want revenge. I want revenge. The shame and anger finally burst out like a volcanic eruption. I looked at the Spanish bull who seemed to be angered by the red scarf with a relaxed face, but I kept snickering in my heart. Calling you arrogant, I'll beat you with 1,500,000. If you still can't kill you, you'll be damned. I suddenly shouted, Frieza, I'm going to attack you once. Frieza took a few steps back in a conditioned reflex, obviously having deep fear of me. You have to take good defense. Before the show word was finished, with a loud, bomb, sound, I had already untiringly threw a heavy punch of a 50-ton unit. The effect was good. Frieza knelt on the ground and vomited blood. You idiot, you believe even the enemy's words. I began to sneer at Frieza with a snarky taunt. Frieza's face turned blue and then white, and finally the whole face turned into a pig's liver color, obviously being stimulated by me and about to go crazy. Sun Wukong on the side felt nothing. After all, he grew up in the process of chasing me. However, the Longland special team members set off a huge wave. Is it dazzling, the powerful King Frieza? Oh no, that guy Frieza was defeated by the new leader so easily. And it's still a complete defeat. How is this? How is it possible? Frieza's subordinate Dodoria Monk Bo was even more distraught. How could such a thing happen to King Frieza? Frieza had no choice at this moment, and he was determined to transform. Suddenly he looked at me suspiciously, obviously worried that I would sneak attack when he transformed, causing his transformation to fall short. He, who was in a hurry to go to the doctor, shouted to Dodoria and Chambo in a hurry, "You two, hold this guy for me. Let me have time to transform." What, want I, let's take action. Dodoria and Chambo replied with great difficulty to Frieza's order. Frieza, who was completely irrational, couldn't keep his composure, and even yelled in front of me, "You two idiots want to die. No, I'll kill you if you don't do it. Go," although the mouth should be, but the two of them seemed to have nails under their feet, and began to move slowly there. I almost broke my belly from laughing, almost forgot the two of you. Dragon Phantasm. Yes, was answered by a roar of neatness and confidence. I pointed lightly at Dodoria and Chambo, "Catch them alive for me." Chapter 69 The Transformation of Sun Wukong Part 1. Under the absolute difference in combat power, Dodoria and Shengbo had no room for resistance at all, and the futile struggle was just a turtle in a pour urn. Although Jess and the others have joined the Dragon Scale team, the evil deeds that remained in the past will not disappear immediately. I didn't mean to stop them from playing Dodoria the monk bow. And Frieza watched Dodoria and Chambo kicked around like a soccer ball, and Frieza's fiery heart immediately cooled, and it seemed to sink to the bottom again. I was surprised to see Frieza lowered his hands, showing no intention of defending at all, and there seemed to be some sadness between his brows. I felt a burst of laughter in my heart for no reason. This Frieza in the original book is like a docile cat in front of me. I don't see at all where this guy is evil. But I definitely won't let him go, but the cat has to play with it slowly before eating the mouse. Wouldn't it be too unpleasant to swallow it whole? So I decided to let him die willingly. What's the matter? You don't want to resist, do you? You know the gap between us. But I see that you don't seem to be reconciled at all. Is there a trick you haven't come up with, or do you have a way to improve your strength? I half squinted my eyes and asked knowingly. As soon as Frieza heard it, he knew that he might still have a show, so he couldn't wait to say, "I still have 3 transformations to use." He quickly closed his mouth, but this time he was really ashamed. My favorite is to mix angels and demons. So I said to him like an angel, "Oh, it turns out that you still have a lot of hidden strength that you haven't used. Let me transform you." But Frieza was overjoyed when she heard what I said in front of me. But after hearing, his face turned into a frosted eggplant again. I was very happy for a while, although this Frieza was nothing in the later stage, but he was a big boss after all, but now it depends on my color. When I thought about it, I pretended to be generous and said, "But I don't want to wait too long. The situation is stronger than people." Frieza had to nod like a good boy. Just when he was ready to complete the 3 changes in one go. My demonic voice rang in his ears again, "If you overtake me after the transformation, it will be troublesome. Let's get rid of you." Frieza realized that I was playing tricks on him even though he was stupid. So I couldn't bear the anger in my heart. "You damn thing, you lied to me." Me, obviously, he was so angry that he couldn't speak. I glanced at him indifferently. "It seems that your mouth is very twitchy. Do you want me to help?" "Ah!" I shouted angrily. Frieza, who was already frightened, stepped back step by step. Obviously he still had a lot of nostalgia for this world. Wukong on the side can't stand it anymore. "Senior brother, let him complete the 3 transformations. Anyway, your strength is still more than him. If you don't want him to complete the transformation, you can kill him directly. Don't humiliate him like this. He is." I shook my head helplessly. Why does this Wukong like to fight against everyone? What a nerd. I left Frieza's side on my own, and without looking back, I left a sentence, "You can transform." Frieza seemed to grab the last straw, regardless of what Wukong said just now. Can't wait to start his transformation plan. After a moment, the long-lost mini Frieza appeared in the eyes of everyone. The weather just now was changing, the sea was churning, and the ground was cracking. Everything is actually the power caused by this miniature Frieza in front of him. Although I have already said that my strength is higher than Frieza, everyone still started to worry unconsciously. After all, everyone can feel the bottomless power in Frieza's body. The Other Side of Namek. Filled Diamond. 2. Author's Recommendation. 3,000 newest novels of the All World Novel Group have been uploaded, and more high-quality novels are invited to the All World Novel Group. The super crowd of 2,000 people in the world welcomes you to join. Through the Female Strong Novel Group 374,683,088 pour out the Fairy Tale Martial Arts Novel Group 179,958,370. The World Urban Novels South Group 212,948,267. Otherworld Continent Fantasy Novels North Group 84,232,962. Out the Film and Television Fan Fiction Cadre Group 471,785,787. Pour out the Competitive Online Game Novels On Group 341,036,375. Out Military Historical Novels Group 375,333,765. All Out Through Rebirth Novel Word Group 302,862,009. The World's Rotten Women Novels Makeup Group 485,310,996. All the Rotten Women's Novels Group 592,806,843. Two-Dimensional Anime Cuz Exchange Group 240,358,863. Pour out the Glory of the King. Hollow Diamond. Uncle Krillin, this is Namek. The environment is really good. Huh. What a powerful chi. Ah, Krillin and Gohan were both shocked by this momentum before they could answer. They can control their bodies. Krillin raised his eyebrows and said, this chi is neither Wukong's nor Jufin's brother. So, Krillin and Gohan looked at each other. Uncle Kling, it seems to be in that direction. Crackling, crackling, I know that there is no need to hide my strength, so let me play happily. I looked up to the sky and shouted angrily, ah! The color between the sky and the earth suddenly changed, and lightning flashes over a jong exploded around us. The thick white airflow circulated around me, or it turned into diamond-shaped snowflakes, or into sharp cones, or into a 5-star array, slowly forming a column of airflow similar to dragon scales, and the white was dazzling, and the white was suffocating. I looked at everything in front of me with great emotion. I have already cultivated into a column of airflow that is similar to the Saiyan. However, due to various reasons, I couldn't use it to the fullest. Today, I can finally use it to defeat the enemy in an upright manner. Blank, underscore, blank, underscore, blank, underscore, blank. Brothers, tomorrow I will take 4 exams a day, so I probably won't have time to surf the internet. One more chapter later today. I won't pull more tomorrow. Chapter 70. The Transformation of Sun Wukong. Middle. A look of surprise flashed across Frieza's face, who bore the brunt of my vast and surging strength. The mood that he thought was under control and calmed down again, and now he finally realized that he was right. The hand has also been hiding strength, and it is quite terrifying. This time is definitely the one he has encountered in his life. The greatest crisis. This, senior brother is too exaggerated. Uncle Keelan's anger is full of heaven and earth. It looks like Uncle Jufin's. Kling waved his arm, okay, now you don't have to worry about the enemy's threat. Threatened. It's just that I never thought that senior brother Jufin would be. Keelan's mood is extremely complicated at this moment. Now, his mind started to keep circling. Brother, I am afraid he can no longer use the word strong to describe. It's just too strong. But why? Why are the same brothers, me, oh no, and Wukong? Compared with senior brother Jufin, their strength is like an ant to an elephant. Although I do not have to bear a big responsibility, but I am also a martial artist, and I also have the dignity of a martial artist. What a contradiction. 1. Thinking of this, Keelan couldn't help closing his eyes and clenching his fists tightly. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and stared into the distance. Looking up at the sky. I have decided that as soon as this incident is over, I will ask my senior brother to guide me in my practice. However, he found that Gohan's face had been stretched out in front of him. Wow. Gohan, what are you doing? You scared me to death. Uncle Krillin, what are you thinking? Let's get to Dad and the others. You say. After speaking, he began to accelerate sharply as if he had drunk a stimulant. Only Satoru, who was full of doubts behind him, was left behind. Soon, the figures of Krillin and Gohan disappeared by the cloud. With the rapid swing of, ho, even the last trace of the elusive trajectory of my arm can be seen. The clear is like disappearing. Countless chi gangs from my palm began to rotate at high speed, and slowly evolved into strong Euro cyclone. The invincible momentum made even the proud Frieza run away in embarrassment. Share. Frieza tried to destroy my attack directly with the energy sphere, but it was only 1/10,000th of the energy sphere. Luo Chi-Gang just used the power of rotation to give Frieza the energy ball, to return to Zhao after the wall. Huge blast. The explosion spread immediately, and ignoring the scorching flames, I directly killed it at an inestimable speed. My heart is clear like a mirror. Even the combination of super powerful power like the Vitality Bomb could not destroy Frieza. Not to mention the small energy light wave ball that Frieza himself has gathered. The smoke and debris that covered the sky made it impossible for everyone present to witness the battle scene. But light changes from two metamorphoses. The loud noise caused by the fight was already staggering. The two people whose momentum is soaring again will soon permeate the surrounding obstacles swept away. Drink. I threw up my hands, trying to control the tens of millions of heavy and the slightly trembling hands slashed down with inexorable force. Frieza's hands, already shaking badly, have spasm. The twitching made him uncontrollable, and with wide eyes, he stared at the murderous intent above his head in horror. Touch tilde. The loud noise of the sky is accompanied by the intimacy between Frieza's body and the ground like a meteor. And zero distance contact. With a wry smile, I looked at the devastated fighting scene around me. My strength had risen to. I am in the realm of Frieza, the vast power can no longer be accurately controlled. Even now I fight with him with only 5 million strength, colliding with fists, and the residual energy generated by the intertwining of feet and feet. The wave is already equivalent to the attack of the energy shock wave issued by Sun Wukong and the others with their normal strength. Because I thought that it would be a disaster to keep Frieza, so this time I absolutely changed Frieza completely. Into the dust of the universe. I stared at the big hole that Frieza had fallen on the ground, and suddenly signaled my realization. Sora and the Dragon Scale Special Forces, don't get close. When I told me to move near the entrance of the cave from a short distance, suddenly dozens of the fiery red light slashed my body at an extremely high speed, and I was smashed into several pieces in an instant. Blood in the sky. And the real head tells everyone that everything that happened is very real. All of a sudden, everyone is completely stupid. Lost. They couldn't accept the reality. I, who had a great advantage, suddenly lost my prestige. But I was killed for the first time. Originally, I could dodge Frieza's attack at this speed, but I suddenly. However, Krillin and Gohan were found not far from the battlefield. I was scared to death immediately because Frieza. The fiery red energy light saw as the attack that Frieza himself was accidentally dismembered in the original book. The direction of the book happened to be in their direction, and at their speed it was definitely impossible to avoid it. Anyway, am I not? The body of death, the powerful physical steel exercise ensures that my sacrifice is definitely worthwhile. Stronger than WKY metal. The body obviously changed the original trajectory of the energy light saw. In an instant, the world was filled with Frieza's wild laughter. My brother Dong Shui's new book, Xiaoao Function is also YY. Let's support. Chapter 71 Sun Wukong's Transformation below. The two Lingtachings not far away were the initiators of this incident. But at the moment, they were all shocked by my shocked death method, beyond measure. Kling is in a very depressed mood now. Now it seems that it is not only about catching the moon in the water, but it is also a problem to survive at this time. Hey, how many people have beaten Frieza at the scene? It actually started to vomit out there. Unexpectedly, my brother has been defeated. Wukong murmured to himself as he looked at me who had been divided. The members of the Dragonscale Special Forces team beside him were ashen-faced, and they had realized that they could not escape this disaster. Now, Frieza's smug and slightly proud laughter finally stopped. At this moment, he finally arrogantly began to promulgate his decree like a king. There is only one fate for those who oppose the king of the universe, that is, die. Ha ha ha. Which one of you should I send now? Suddenly a familiar and sinister voice interrupted him unceremoniously. I am very angry now, you will definitely die ugly. With only one head left, I spoke. Under the amazed eyes of everyone, my corpse began to be repaired at a speed visible to the naked eye. Until the last piece of muscle adhered to my body, the snow-white and exquisite body comparable to Arnold's fierce body was perfectly displayed to everyone. In front of me, at this time, I was suspended high in the air, with my hands on my back, and looked at Frieza with the attitude of a fully superior person. At this time, my proud temperament began to be fully revealed in front of everyone. You really made me very angry. I can tell you frankly that the consequences are very serious. As soon as I finished speaking, as if I was far away from Frieza, I flashed in front of Frieza at a terrifying speed, without staring. The gesture slammed open my right hand and pulled out a perfect arc, and my fist slammed into his face at an unbelievable but seemingly reasonable angle. Although Frieza's body has been flying away uncontrollably, I didn't stop. My attack. My hands, my elbows, my shoulders, my knees. I took care of Frieza with a 10-ton impact as long as I could attack it. Poor Frieza was completely acting the role of my sandbag as for me to vent. After punching a full 100 punches, Frieza was covered in bruises and gulps of cheap blood and blood. I finally stopped attacking and stood like a towering mountain in Frieza. Before Leisha's half-kneeling figure. You, how come you haven't died? Are you already? Yes, I already have the immortality you dream of, I said indifferently. Frieza's body trembled. Despair filled his thoughts. Why? The opponent is not only stronger than me, but also has the body of immortality. Could it be that God wants to kill me, Frieza? No, I still want to live. I want to have the body of immortality, and I want to be the emperor of the universe. Thinking of this, Frieza didn't hesitate, and knelt down at me, dragging the backlash he was forced to exert his full strength. Please, spare my life. Although it was a short and gentle sentence, the words, but it was undoubtedly shocking, and it also hit the nerves of everyone who had been tortured. The calm lake was no longer like a mirror. What did Frieza just say? He actually, Dragon Lint. The team members could no longer be impatient, and suddenly became excited. The invincible god Frieza in their hearts surrendered to their new leader and begged for his life. What a proud thing. At this time, they all made up their minds to follow me loyally for the rest of their lives. Sun Wukong has been flooded with question marks in his brain. He is simply fighting a single cell at this moment, and it is difficult for him to accept so much information. The twists and turns of this matter have far exceeded his imagination. What surprised him the most was, why is my brother? Even after being crushed by Frieza, he could still come back to life. Could it be that senior brother is a monster? Krillin was naturally overjoyed, and Gohan with a pure heart was also elated at the moment. The clenched fist showed his excitement at the moment. It seemed that everything was about to end. Looking coldly at the miserable and desolate hero Lisa, a trace of pity flashed in my heart. But it was only for a moment, and then I showed a vicious murderous intent. Soon the cunning and treacherous Frieza caught a little bit. I was terrified in my heart, but kept kowtowing on the surface. Pray for forgiveness. It anymore, because at this moment Frieza's bloody face is really sympathetic. Senior brother, let him go. Khan, this is the sentence again. There is no danger anymore. Krillin, Gohan and Dragon Scale team members also flew around Frieza one after another. No, at such a close distance, if there is an emergency, there is no way I can stop it. I just flashed this inappropriate in my mind. Frieza, who was begging like a lamb on the ground, was like a hungry tiger to the unprepared and the least effective. Gohan caught it. Ah! Frieza, who was too nervous, accidentally snapped Gohan's hand bone. I cursed angrily. Damn it. Next to Wukong, his body shrank for a while, and suddenly all kinds of images flashed in his mind that made him grief and anger. I let the hypnotist's arrangement finally awaken the anger hidden in the depths of Sun Wukong's consciousness because of Gohan's painful cry. Feeling the familiar and boundless atmosphere around me, I was pleasantly surprised to realize that Wukong has finally transformed himself. Chapter 72 Frieza's Death Part 1. Frieza obviously didn't realize how strong the Golden Warrior in front of him was, and his attention never left me an inch. Quack, if you want this child to live, just listen to me. I'm noncommittal, and I turn my inquiring eyes to Wukong. Wukong, who was obviously out of anger, nodded at me, and after meeting his eyes, I backed away 100 meters and said aloud, as long as you can beat this kid's father, I have no problem with your leaving. She twisted flower fingers swallowed a fairy bean so Frieza couldn't resist. Eat this thing and the battle between you will be fair. Frieza was frightened to death by what she just ate, and she calmed down a little after hearing my words. After all, I wanted to kill him easily, there was no need to take this means. Wukong cast a grateful look at me. I smiled at him, but I was scolding inwardly, what a stupid bird. In order to enjoy the fun of the battle, what exactly is in the Saiyan's mind? No matter what I think, after the dragon scale soldiers Yi retreated to my side, the battle between Goku and Frieza ended with a note. Unreserved reckless opening. Wukong was amazed in his heart, but Frieza's heart was extremely heavy. From the ecstasy at the beginning when I promised him to fight Goku, to Frieza now feeling cold and panic, the changes during this period really make people feel that the times are changing. Once upon a time, the Emperor who traversed the universe was dragged to death by two humans in Name. The Nemesis, and what frustrates Frieza even more is that he and the nasty Saiyan monkey are among the two. Perfect strength, perfect fighting form, perfect fighting consciousness. In addition, I can't find other words to describe the performance of Sun Wukong at this time. And Deer, who didn't know when he woke up, showed a strong sense of loneliness after watching the battle, which also fell into my eyes. I believe that the dignity of the Dalsyan prince at this time must have overwhelmed him, and the feeling of being far surpassed by low-level warriors must make him very, But I believe that my heart will never allow the strongest dart to disappear, because if I don't challenge dart's existence, then my number one in the universe will never live up to its name. That is what I, as a visitor from another world, will never allow, and Darley is also a character I admire very much, and I will never allow him to decline. Because of the powerful existence of Sun Wukong at this time, if Deer does not have a clever cultivation method, I believe that he will soon be swallowed up by his anxiety, and the mentality of hating himself will cause him to slowly consume his energy in the crazy cultivation. And finally died in pain and hatred, which I never wanted to see. After all, there are some crises, and troubles that still have to be solved by Dart. After all, I have to practice in the time house for thousands of years. The boring taste, and the beauty and splendor I have enjoyed in the original Earth and the current Dragon Ball world may make me my heart can't be quiet at all. It can't be reflected in a few years to 10 years, but it really can't be said for hundreds of years. Besides, I don't have the kind of realm that breaks the barrier of the time house, so I don't want to cry to death. The most important thing right now is to protect her. Let's talk. After all, there is already a Piccolo that has fallen. Without assimilating Big Brother Neil, his strength has plummeted. This makes me very regretful. I did not change the fate of some people in the original Dragon Ball novels, but then the arrow was on the string and had to be released. It seems that after I arrive on Earth, I will also help guide Piccolo to practice once. Just when I was in deep thought, Wukong's roar woke me up, and when I looked up, I realized that Wukong was wrestling with Frieza. I was frowning at this savage and unskilled style of play, but it seems to make Goku feel quite excited. That kind of joy that comes from the heart is also felt by me when I am far away from the battlefield. After Frieza broke free of Wukong's hands by encircling Wei and saving Zhao, he opened the distance from Wukong by blasting energy balls. Judging from his embarrassed expression, it was obvious that he had suffered a big loss from Wukong. I couldn't help but admire that kid Wukong. Why did Frieza stop attacking? Judging by my feelings, Frieza will never surrender. But what is he doing with his eyes closed? Give up. Suddenly I felt a little uneasy, but I didn't act on it. After all, if I interfered in Goku's duel, Goku would definitely fall out with me. But where does this unease come from? There's absolutely no way that Frieza alone would upset me. But Frieza suddenly opened his eyes and saw that Sun Wukong was unscathed but did not express surprise, but continued to fight with Sun Wukong in a muffled voice. But where does this anxiety come from? Wukong's attack and speed are still as impeccable as before, so the problem is not from Wukong. But Frieza's strength hasn't skyrocketed, has he? Is it really my delusion? I smiled and dispelled the trace of concerns in my heart. Chapter 73 Frieza's Death, Part 2. Bang bang bang. The flurry of fists and feet in the sky did not stop for a moment. Unconsciously, the battle situation has gradually become clear, and as a Super Saiyan, Sun Wukong has begun to have the upper hand. Even if there is an existence as strong as Frieza, Sun Wukong can't get the slightest benefit. Another perfect overweight punch, and Frieza was blown away. Am I being stupid? This wild monkey named Sun Wukong can make me so embarrassed. And Frieza did not forget to pay attention to me as a bystander when he avoided Wukong's 1,000 attacks in seconds who, from time to time, glanced at me with suspicious eyes. That guy doesn't know what race he is, but he has such a skill. I hope my dad can cooperate with me to get through this difficulty this time. As the battle went on, that tinge of apprehension in my heart disappeared completely. Watching the amazing growth of Sun Wukong, I am both envious and jealous. You must know that I have the power I have today, and it is entirely by my own practice step by step. During this period, I do not know how much suffering I have suffered, and how much sweat I shed. Although I learned about the cultivation techniques in advance, I can't approximate the cheating method like Monkey King Saiyan, which can help a person with a combat power of less than 1 million soar to more than 10 million. This is such a good bloodline that pisses me off. Suddenly, I felt a powerful beam of energy blazing towards Wukong from the sky. Frieza seemed to know that such a thing would happen, silently entangled Sun Wukong with close strength, but the distance was just right, which could destroy Wukong without hurting himself. I was shocked. Is it him? I'm still in the habit of thinking about the original, that Frieza's father was killed by Trunks from the future. Therefore, the possibility of his appearance here was ignored, and Frieza's race was able to move in space, and sent out a dark arrow in the outer atmosphere of Namek. This is indeed beyond everyone's expectations. Fortunately, it is just a super-level attack that gathers energy into a beam of light. It can indeed kill the undefended Sun Wukong, but when I am dead? How can you tolerate your presumptuousness in front of me, Wu Jufan? I snorted coldly and moved quickly to appear above Wukong. I folded my palms together with super speed, and then pulled them apart vigorously. At this moment, my left and right hands seemed to be generating high-energy lightning like a huge polar positive and negative level. For example, a dark blue mini-arc was active in my hands, and the terrifying electric energy seemed to have penetrated the space. Everyone could vaguely feel that the 3-foot space around my body was distorted to the limit, and my figure seemed to blur and disappear, as if it was transferred to another dimension. This trick was realized not long ago. In fact, I did not fully grasp the application method of this trick. Making an early appearance will only hurt 1,000 people, but 800 for yourself. But I can feel that the person who came, that is, Frieza's father's usual skill has surpassed me, reaching a terrifying 15 million. The reason why Trunks was able to kill Frieza and his son in seconds later was because his strength had reached the intermediate level of Super Saiyan 1, almost 24 million. And Goku is only a low-level Super Saiyan 1 at this time, and I don't have the strength of more than 15 million. Only by using this trick, I could have used the Super Metal WKY to throw the deadly murderous intention, folding dance. It is a pity that it is obviously not suitable at present. If this situation is allowed to continue, it is estimated that Sun Wukong will be killed in seconds. The current gift of Lightning Snake is appropriate, because the condition for using this trick is to use the enemy's powerful air shock attack as a powerful engine that integrates its own super electric power to generate extremely fast rotation around the Taiji circle. Through my slight tricks, I transformed into a snow blue ferocious snake head and returned it to the opponent's sure kill attack. It is estimated that there are almost 25 million attacks in this attack. According to normal circumstances, it can indeed kill Frieza's father in 1 second. The super energy beam seemed to be attracted by the dark blue mini arc, and as I expected, the vicious and shocking snakehead returned at a speed of 1,000 kilometers per second. The dazzling luminosity of a stellar explosion illuminates every nook and cranny of Namek. Just when I thought I could quietly watch Sun Wukong destroy Frieza, a nasty figure slowly fell from the sky. As expected of an extremely cunning old fox, he always concealed his position, even the sun who knew it couldn't. The opponents to deal with must be quite tricky, so they will attack with tricky hands. But just in case, I consciously changed my position after I made a move. Facts have proved that he is absolutely sensible. After all, he only looks a little embarrassed by the explosion just now. At this point I couldn't hesitate. The old guy is obviously quite difficult to deal with, so he can only kill the little one first. I don't know since when, a piece of black and inconspicuous metal appeared in my hand. Everyone saw me lightly flexing my left and right ape arms, swaying gracefully like a thousand-handed guanyin, sometimes in the shape of a flower, sometimes in the shape of a knife, and finally into a ring shape, and WKY finally shot. There is no earth-shattering momentum, no dazzling brilliance, only one word is left, and that is, fast. Before everyone present could react, Frieza's head was splattered like shattered glass. Chapter 74 Fighting Frieza's Dad, Part 1. Everyone was stunned by the rapidly changing battle situation. Looking at Frieza's slowly falling body, he couldn't accept it for a while. How simple is it? On the one hand, Wukong is grateful to me, on the other hand, he is infinitely depressed. Even the eternal beauty of Namek is not as good as the disappearance of a good opponent. However, Goku understood that the opponent in front of him, Frieza's father, was not an easy enemy to deal with. Although the attack just now was bounced back by senior brother Jufin, Wukong still felt the boundless energy surging in that beam. Besides, my brother seems to have been hurt, so it would be inappropriate to blame him for killing Frieza in seconds. In fact, I am very clear. Killing Frieza this time did have a lot of tricks involved. The first is the shocking explosion of the Mei Lun Mei magic that I made. Secondly, the arrival of his father made his mind relax. Again, I used the folding dance trick to do a lot of confusing movements, so that people couldn't guess where my real murderous intention was. And the most important thing is, my luck is super lucky, Frieza is super lucky. Because the reason why I didn't use the folding dance in the first place was that the alignment was so bad. After flexing and folding in midair, it was quite difficult to control its crosshairs. Especially in such an important battle situation. Originally, I had no intention of revealing this lore in advance, but due to Frieza's father's accidental addition. So I have to show this uninsured trump card in advance. Fortunately, I succeeded, which directly caused the balance of advantage in the entire battle situation to be heavily weighed down on our side. Waiting for the fate of Frieza's father, death that cannot be avoided. I finally relaxed completely. At present, the overall situation is determined. Although Frieza's father is exceedingly powerful, without Frieza's support, it is estimated that he will not be able to set off a big wave. After I swallowed one fairy bean, I deliberately threw two to Wukong. After waiting for Wukong to finish swallowing, I calmly said to Frieza's father, "Hello, Your Excellency. I don't know what is the relationship between you and the little minion I killed in front of you." Although it was a joke, but the sarcastic tone speaks for itself. The people of the Frieza family are really cold-blooded. Frieza's father looked at Frieza's broken body without any emotion. It seemed that he was quite surprised and explained to me, "He is just one of my ordinary clansmen. When I saw you team up to deal with him, I had to take action. But at present, it seems that my sneak attack caused his death. I'm so sorry for the trouble." I muttered silently. There's no reason. Why does he say something to show weakness as soon as he arrives? Even if I make fun of him, he can ignore it. Suddenly I thought about it, and immediately understood what Frieza's father had in mind. It turned out to be frightened by the strength I showed. I believe it was because the shadow of the big explosion just now had not dissipated, and I suddenly killed his proud son. I am afraid that this kind of strength is far from himself, and there is a blonde-haired warrior with the same strength as Frieza next to him. The comparison of strengths is clear at a glance, so he used the slogan of a gentleman's revenge, not too late in 10 years to comfort himself. Anyway, when one of them is singled out, and his strength has increased greatly, he can be hated by Shui Shui. I agree with this kind of practice intellectually, but emotionally I despise it. However, I have always hated the behavior of cutting grass without eradicating its roots. Gaga, since you want to be a turtle son, I'll teach you what kind of enemies you can't provoke this idiot son. So everyone saw the following scene. A 1.8 meter tall Earthman preached desperately to a nearly 2.5 meter 5 Frieza tribe. 2 words of advice, 3 words of abuse. The 1.8 meter Earthman would dance and scold the world from time to time. On the other hand, the 2.5 meter Frieza people nodded desperately, with a smile on their faces, and the humble one who nodded and bowed like a pug. Everyone thought it was over. They all took a big breath. The tense thoughts that have been bound all the time make them feel as if they are locked and suffocated, and now the big stone in their hearts is finally put down. Even Gohan, who had just been kidnapped by Frieza, smiled and started talking with Krillin about finding Dragon Ball to resurrect everyone. Only Wukong's eyes were solemn, as if he had discovered something. Brother Jufin didn't restrain his anger at all. Is it to prevent the enemy from attacking? Still. Wukong looked at my bossy appearance and shook his head helplessly. Although he has caught up with his senior brother, he feels that he is becoming more and more unable to see through this senior brother. It seems to be making the final conclusion. You must restrain your clan in the future. For the peace of the universe and the stability of the people, your clan should also rest in peace, you know. The tone of reprimanding subordinates. Frieza's father gritted his teeth with hatred, secretly swearing that if he had a chance, he would smash the domineering guy in front of him to ashes and smash his body into pieces. Chapter 75 Fighting Frieza's Dad, Middle. Blank, _ blank. It broke out, today's first chapter. There are 2 more chapters to follow. I hope that the big votes will also break out to me. In the end, I finally stopped covering up my thoughts of cutting grass and rooting, and the seriousness began to become evil. However, the patriarch of the Frieza clan, I still don't feel confident enough. Let's do it. I'll break your limbs and cut off your tail, just like that. I believe you are willing to agree. Frieza's father, who has always been indignant, wanted to keep the revolutionary fire, but he couldn't prevent me from taking the salary from the bottom of the pot. He was still habitually, yes. As soon as the words came out, he realized that he had been being played by the other party as a monkey. It is really tolerable, what is unbearable? Bang! The surging air spread from the top of Frieza's father's head. So I took advantage of the gap to teleport to 100 meters away. Frieza's father, whose whole body was covered by a white air column, roared furiously, "I will never forgive you, this kid." The voice just closed. He stretched out a giant hand comparable to a bear's paw and fired an energy blaster continuously. Roaring white energy balls, like white clouds urged by the gust of wind, kept hitting me for a moment. Of course I wouldn't just stay there and take it with the palm of my hand just to be cool. When I blasted the first energy ball with pure momentum and stirred up the smoke and dust in the sky, I took advantage of this cover and flashed behind Frieza's father at a high speed and without life. Considering that the Frieza family is not yet proficient in the use of chi, and they only use their eyes to capture the shortcomings of each other's actions, they cannot sense the energy that suddenly appears around them. So I am confident and bold to integrate a yellow needle with a diameter of about 10 centimeters. With a happy and slightly cruel sneer, I stabbed Frieza's father in the back. Like a child tearing a piece of paper with ease, the needle-like penetrated Frieza's father's chest like a destructive force. Before he could accept this fact, I had already jumped far away. The yellow needles that, stayed in his body exploded wantonly under my control. Look at the thick black smoke caused by the violent explosion. I smiled smugly again. That's right, with 12 million combat power, he simply killed Frieza's father, who had a combat power of 1500, which was far above me. It seems that so many starting point novels are not in vain. Just when I thought Frieza's father was going to die and my mind relaxed, I suddenly felt a condensed and highly compressed energy balloon galloping towards me behind me. Depend on. It turned out to be a tooth for a tooth. Even at my speed, I was hit in the shoulder by this sudden attack. But before the brain could feel the pain, the broken shoulder had begun to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. The powerful undead ability is really cool to use. Frieza's father also had a horrific hole in his chest, a gift left after the explosion. But then again, the vitality of the Frieza family is really strong. Although I don't have an immortal body like me, I don't even have vital organs, so I can continue to live. It's also an alien, and the Nameks can't compare, because Piccolo was pierced by me and fell off happily. Although I admire Frieza's father's tenacious vitality like Xiaoqiang, I continue to despicably and shamelessly attack his fragile confidence. Poor Frieza's father, I'm really sorry. I am immortal. You have no chance to beat me. What? Frieza's father. So you knew about the relationship between me and Frieza early on. Damn it. I was used as a scapegoat by you for no purpose. You Earthlings are despicable. At this moment, my heart blossomed with joy. God. Did I hear it wrong? There is a bad person pointing at the nose of a good person and shouting and scolding, you are really despicable. Ha ha, this doesn't seem to conform to the rules of the starting point novel. No matter how reluctant he was in his heart, Frieza's father knew that he would have to overcome this hurdle this time, otherwise the tragic end of the Frieza family would be predictable. Thinking of Frieza's father's presence, there is no nonsense. I saw his eyes pressed tightly, his hands shaking suddenly, and a faint golden light began to appear on the skin of his whole body. 3 inches of his body formed an energy barrier. The mood I put down was lifted again by a series of actions. I don't want to capsize in the gutter. After all, I still don't know if I still have the ability to regenerate when I am completely wiped out into cosmic dust. Although it is estimated that because I have protected the Earth several times now, I have the weight to speak in the Hall of Kings of Hell. But I don't want to accept the feeling of fate being dominated by others. Immediately, I was engrossed in watching Frieza's father's transformation. Introducing a brother's book and LT, Xiaoao function also YY and GT, not bad. I hope you all take a look. Chapter 76 Fighting Frieza's Dad Part 2. Chapter 2, You don't need to tell me, you should also count the votes. Thanks. Hunched in the energy protection barrier, Frieza's father suddenly raised his fists. The sweat on his head and the long blue veins showed that he was now desperately gathering energy. The surrounding air was not unaffected because he was in the energy hood. On the contrary, even the weakest Gohan could sense the turbulence and unease of the airflow. Obviously, the enemy's attack this time was no trivial matter, and everyone turned their attention to someone on the energy shield. The asymptomatic, raised fists suddenly burst out with dazzling black ons, and they continued to shine with a dark and cold color. I was taken aback. Although it was very blurry to see through the golden energy mask, it was definitely black energy. How is it possible? I have watched Dragon Ball no less than 10 times, and I have never seen this form of energy again. Is it because of the negative effects brought about by the change in the plot? I recalled that when Frieza and his son returned to Earth in an attempt to take revenge on Sun Wukong, Trunks, who came from the future world, happened to catch up and killed them instantly. There was simply no time for Frieza's father to use his tricks. Then this trick is likely to be Frieza's father's trick to press the bottom of the box, but it is because Goku and I don't have an absolute overwhelming advantage. Therefore, the guy in front of him cannot be eliminated in seconds, so he can only see the brilliant trick of Frieza's father. Thinking about it is really depressing. This is the negative consequence of insufficient strength. There is fear in the face of the unknown. It's like the old tiger just met the donkey that can make a super roar. At this moment, although my heart is calm, my palms are sweating involuntarily. In the end, what is this trick? The black energy wrapped around Frieza's father's hand became denser and denser, as if it was about to liquefy. At this moment, my heart jumped involuntarily. Suddenly Frieza's father put his fists together, and the dense liquid energy quickly merged into one, forming a black and ugly black mass. I could vaguely see a reassuring smile on Frieza's father's large, haggard, pale face. I was shocked. Why? Although the chi in the air is quite irritable, I feel that this black and ugly black ball does not contain much energy, and it is even weak. But what happened to Frieza's father's smile? It was obvious that he was quite confident in this trick, and even after hearing that I was undead, he still recklessly launched this attack. And it can be seen that this trick is consuming people's life. Because not only does Frieza's father look 10 years older on the surface, but if he feels angry, he is also a lot weaker, barely maintaining around 10 million. Well, this trick must be unprecedentedly powerful, but the strange thing is that with my current strength, I can't sense any threat from this black and ugly black group. Just when I was devastated, the crisis had come. Frieza's father's desperate move was clearly famous. The golden-yellow energy shield surrounding him. I found that the golden-yellow energy shield that I couldn't destroy, except using Folding Dance and Gift of Lightning Snake, disappeared quietly. I'm pretty sure Frieza didn't take it back at all, because he doesn't seem to be able to move at all now. It's obviously the black and ugly black ball. Unfortunately, I can't see anything at all. In short, it is quite abrupt and not natural at all. I tried to use the energy shockwave to test this black and ugly black group. And Frieza's father, who was watching all this closely, was ecstatic, and I didn't notice it. But it was too late to notice. This black group seems to have found the target of the attack, galloping towards me at super high speed. I didn't dare to be careless, and hurriedly dodged, but I didn't forget to give it an energy ball. Still the same as the last shockwave, it was absorbed by the black group in front of him quietly and without interest, and the result just made the black group keep growing. I was so terrified that I couldn't attack, I just dodged blindly. Perhaps kill the attacker, and this black group will disappear. With the idea of giving it a try, I made up my mind to kill Frieza's father in one fell swoop. The palms of my hands were immediately filled with yellow electric energy, and soon an electric snake was formed under the twisting of my hands, like an electric whip. The non-stop movement of my hand, one after another electric whip is constantly formed. At this time, the black group has come behind me. Well, without further ado, I flashed suddenly, and in an instant, I came to the immobile father of Frieza. Looking at the distorted face in front of me with despair, I did not hesitate to launch the God-binding whip trick. Frieza's body was tightly bound. To my surprise, he laughed happily after being stimulated by the powerful electricity. How? Is it the great enlightenment after enlightenment? I despise it. It's a pity that I heard the exclamations from the people next to me before I could blow up these electric energy. Then my eyes went black, and the last thing I heard was the sound of me detonating those electric snakes. I lost consciousness. Chapter 77 Practice in an Unknown Planet Part 1. Guys, give some hard work tickets. Blank, blank, underscore, blank. Water, water, water. I woke up from an abnormal thirst. Unable to think because of the extreme headache, I stared blankly at this time and space. After a long while, the memory flooded back to my brain like a tide. Pain, even receiving memories, there is a heart-piercing pain. So I looked at my memory like a bystander. From me falling to the ground, to growing into a beautiful boy like a unicorn, to degenerating into a bad boy, and getting acquainted with Fan Qingyu and accidentally came to the Dragon Ball world. After that, it is endless practice and battle. Gradually, the mind felt no more pain, and I accepted my memory as a master. I recall that it was because of the battle with Frieza's father that I was sent to this unknown space. The environment here is freaking me out. The first is the ultra-high vacuum, but there is still interstellar gas composed of 0.1 hydrogen atoms and hydrogen molecules per cubic centimeter. The second is extreme temperatures. Directly irradiated by various stars, it has produced extremely high temperatures, and the sunlight here is dazzling, while the light facing away from the stars can be low temperature close to absolute zero, and it is as black as ink. Fortunately, cosmic ray radiation and various high-energy charged particles and plasma are excluded by my own protective power. But what exactly brought me here? I suddenly remembered that black and ugly black ball. By the way, that thing turned out to have no attack power, it could only teleport by value, which was equivalent to the magic circle in fantasy novels. Wait, it wasn't because he was teleported to another world. My beautiful wife Lan Qi, Lan Fang, and Wu Shenglong and Wu Qilin, who were connected by blood, flashed in my mind very quickly. It's a pity that I haven't tried the 18th, and the good taste of the Western world king god. The one that fascinates me the most is Fan Qingyu, the woman who reminds me of Yuzhan's angelic face. It took me a while to clear my mind and get ready to figure out my current situation. I looked at the planet closest to me, and after chanting a spell in my head, I came to this planet full of ice and snow. The white snow on the ground made me overjoyed that I could finally avoid the embarrassing fate of dying from thirst. While solving physiological problems, I suddenly discovered that there are still creatures on this planet. But I believe at least I don't want to see it. I couldn't believe what was in front of me, but at least it was more than 100 meters away, and there were a dozen or so meters of super ice snakes rushing towards you, so you couldn't ignore it. I wondered in my heart that to destroy the ice snake in front of me, it is estimated that at least an energy shockwave that can destroy the entire planet must be launched. It seems that at the moment I have no choice but to walk away. Even the ice snake at the top of the planet's food chain has no way to catch up with our practitioners who are far beyond the limits of human beings. What kind of animal can have 10 times or even dozens of times the speed of sound? After drawing energy from immortal beings, I appeared in front of the ice snake again. Considering that there is no way to go back in a short time, I might as well cultivate to improve my strength. Anyway, there is a Super Saiyan Monkey King on the Earth now, and many difficulties can be solved easily. As for my wives, they are all immortal anyway. When they go back, they will still be the same as the old ones. As for me, my first practice on this unknown planet was to wrestle with this super ice snake. Judging from the size of this snake, it is estimated that it is more than 5 kilotons, so it can exert at least 15 kilotons of force. It is really unacceptable. Just come to this planet and hang up once. I smiled wryly as I watched the ice snake run over me. No doubt, I became a pile of meat. After I was reborn again, I didn't challenge the ice snake's authority in terms of power beyond belief. When I have the strength, I will slowly clean up you. I think so. From then on, in front of an unknown huge ice peak, I began to practice again towards the first throne in the universe. In fact, I have always had a question in my heart, which is what I got from recalling the past. That time, during the process of introspection, a golden light flashed, and it looked so dazzling in the vast white air, but because I thought Frieza didn't care about it, but now I look back and realize that there is something very strange. And for some unknown reason, a palm-sized area near my heart is now completely replaced by golden airflow. Surprisingly, I found that this golden energy is much denser than the surrounding white airflow. For example, if I launch an energy ball the size of a basketball, it can blow up a mountain over 500 meters, but a golden energy ball of the same size can destroy the entire planet. And I am keenly aware that this kind of gold is very different from ordinary yellow, of course I mean in terms of energy density. But I suffer from no way to enlarge the scale of this golden energy. With hope, there is motivation, at least proving that there is still hope for improvement after the cells are full. That is, Sun Wukong, who can surpass Super Saiyan 2, is really good. For a while I was worried about my future fate. The emergence of this energy now is not meant to lighten the path for me in the dark path. The first in the universe is waiting for me. Chapter 78 Practice on an Unknown Planet in 100 tons of ice on your back. In order to reach the state of full cells as soon as possible, I had to practice again. 100,000, 150, 2,000, 10,000. After each push-up, in order to develop my body in an all-round way, I carry out the ice with both hands, 1 hand on the ice, 2 feet on the ice, 1 foot on the ice. Then do sit-ups with ice cubes in hand. Although the movement is a bit louder, it is very effective. After a month, I felt like my whole body was at the peak of perfection. The level of physical perfection I dare say is definitely 10,000 times that of the ordinary man named David under Michelangelo. That line, that contour, tisk tisk. Although the chi is still far from expanding to the volume of the entire cell, the degree of control of chi alone is comparable to Zhang Fei's embroidery needle. Although my progress is gratifying, when I think of the terrifying speed of Sun Wukong's strength, only Wang Yang sighs. I just hope that when I return to Earth, I won't be too far away from Goku. But then again, in this unknown galaxy, whether I can go back is still unknown. It's all right, let's go on an adventure. This thought popped into my heart. The next moment I had reached a planet full of mountains and rivers. The purpose of entering is to cover the sky and cover the earth, but it is a dinosaur army. The effect of the huge foraging group being dispatched together is super sensational. Wait a minute, the direction they forage turned out to be a village, which means I can see humans. Technology and its backwardness here, in the face of such a large carnivore, can only be resigned to fate. I could vaguely feel the panic and despair of the villagers. The roars of the men, the anxiety of the women, the crying of the children, and the sighs of the old people were intertwined. Let me sigh for a while. It's really a strong eater here. Since I have seen it, there is no reason not to take action. In a blink of an eye, I was already in front of the crowd at the entrance of the village, and I couldn't help but feel suffocated when I looked at the villagers with steel forks in front of me. You rely on this equipment to slay dragons. Really enough warriors. A 30 to 40-year-old man with thick eyebrows with a rough face and resolute lines spoke to me. Little brother, it's dangerous here. You should go to the village and hide. It turned out to be familiar Chinese. Could it be that I found an organization? I returned excitedly. Who are you? How can you speak Chinese? Little brother, you are from Chiyu. But now we don't want to deal with you. The disaster in front of you is probably the ghost of your witchcraft. Go back and tell Caillou that my Yellow Emperor will never give in. Even if our clan is exterminated, they will not surrender to your clan. The end of what I said is awe-inspiring and heart-wrenching. Unfortunately, I didn't listen to what I said later, and my mouth was bent in another way. Shape. Did you make a mistake? Still Chiyu and Wangdi. This is still the Earth. I flashed to the person who claimed to be the Yellow Emperor, excitedly holding his hand. Good comrade, I am your descendant. The little troubles in front of me will never be in my eyes. Don't worry, I will help you. Settle it. Everyone's eyes are full of flowers. The guy of unknown origin had already run to the front of the Yellow Emperor Patriarch, and everyone was horrified and pale, thinking he was going to assassinate. But the stranger took the Patriarch's hand excitedly, calling the Patriarch a good comrade, and saying that he was the descendant of the Patriarch, but I didn't understand that. But in the end, everyone understood his words clearly, and one person could solve the trouble in front of him. What a joke! Among the clansmen, the divine power of the great Yu warriors was only reluctant to deal with a Triceratops. What about you? I don't know if the child's brain is burned out, or if he is frightened. The villagers thought so. Eager to show myself in front of my ancestors, I gave 10% of my strength. Gee, what can I say about this scene? By the way, it is the tiger entering the chicken flock. I got a left hook and a right hook. A dragon that hinders my performance is in danger. Even though I only had a small amount of strength, the dragon that was hit by me still fainted with one punch. I was punching and kicking so fast that no dinosaur could break through my defenses. One person is the gate, and Wanlong can't open it. Even people in the Yellow Emperor's ancestors lost their eyes in amazement. This is still a human being. I was annoyed to see that there were countless dragons who were not afraid of death overwhelming the sky to greet me. I don't bother to bother. My palms gather chi, like the frequency of machine guns, blasting everywhere, and the hooves, claws and legs of the magnificent dragon corpse are flying all over the sky for a while. The rest of the dragons are so stupid, they also know that there is a huge danger ahead, so they run away in all directions. It only took 3 minutes to complete the whole process. Looking at the stunned Huangdi, I clapped my hands proudly. Chapter 79 My Practice on an Unknown Planet Part 2. The crowd looked at everything silently, and I felt weird in those eyes. Suddenly, Huangdi took the lead and knelt down and shouted, "Welcome to our village." The people behind Huangdi also hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed. I looked at this scene with a wry smile. Maybe there is my ancestor here. If my parents found out that I made my ancestors kneel, I would not be angry and ascend to heaven. Kneel down too. So the two sides stared at each other for a while, at a loss. I explained it hard for a long time to dispel the idea of them continuing to kneel. And after some in-depth research, I can almost conclude that this is the Earth where I was born. No wonder the opening line in Dragon Ball tells the story of Dragon Ball that happened a long, long time ago. These two Earths are not the same thing at all. And it doesn't belong to a universe at all. For a time, I actually created the size of the universe, and there is no place for me to stand. As soon as it comes, it is safe, so I will talk about living with my ancestors for a while. Now I'm completely giving up. Anyway, I don't know if I can return to the world of Dragon Ball, and what is the best in the universe, then the practice is not important. This time, let's have a fun trip. When I let go of my mood, I naturally enjoyed the rare free time. With the company of the Yellow Emperor, I traveled to the landscape that could be said to be a long time ago on the Earth. There are dense jungles, gurgling creeks, wild animals with new ecology, vast plains, steep mountains, and the magnificent Yangtze and Yellow River mothers. I feel all this quietly and greedily, all of which are the sustenance hidden in my soul. Unexpectedly, I also felt that the chi began to move lively, and there was a tendency to look up desperately. This discovery makes me ecstatic. Although I have not encountered a bottleneck, my current strength has far surpassed the possibility of the original Earthlings, so every progress is invaluable. I am doing this to benefit future Earthlings in their cultivation. Before you know it, the sky is getting dark. At this time, although Wangdi politely asked me to be a guest at his house, his tone did not allow me to refuse, which made me embarrassed for a long time. I still have a lot of all-purpose capsules here. You want me to live in the original house? I sweat. I am sweating. I really couldn't beat the Yellow Emperor, so I had to go to his house for the night. But I was thinking in my heart, worthy of being a famous ancestor, the ideological and political work has been done quite well. Taking a relaxed and pleasant pace, I kept looking at everything around me, and at the same time followed the Yellow Emperor closely. The industriousness and bravery of the ancestors are all in my eyes. I can't help but sigh. These are the brave men who have lifted the burden of history. But I soon discovered an interesting phenomenon. The villagers looked at me, especially those men, including Dayu, the man who admired me the most. In addition to gratitude, there was a trace of jealousy on their faces. That's right, jealousy. It's weird, but I didn't take it to heart. After all, if the people here want to harm me, it is harder than an ant trying to trample an elephant to death. This is simply a night in the sky. All the mysteries were finally revealed when reaching the Yellow Emperor. Huangdi's wife is really beautiful, but I believe this is definitely not the main reason why people are jealous of me. I'm 100% sure, it's all because of this beautiful fairy girl in front of me who doesn't eat fireworks. Simply beautiful. The right crescent eyebrows, the big eyes like autumn water, the jade nose carved with pink and jade, the delicate red mouth, and the pink skin seems to be dripping with water. I was stunned and stared blankly at her. I can't believe that there is a woman more beautiful than Yu Xuan in the world. I thought I had seen strong winds and big waves, but now I see her. I understand that those are all rivers and lakes. This is my sea. The girl burst out laughing when she saw my stupidity. She had long heard from her friends in the village about the immortal who rescued the village in front of her. You know that this immortal is also staring blankly at her like those friends. Cannot help but proud of their beauty. A little less reverence for me, and a little more closeness. I still haven't accepted it in my heart, and I was once again intoxicated by the girl's thrilling smile, which was enough to laugh at Baihua. The Yellow Emperor on the side is obviously very satisfied with this scene, and bringing this immortal back mainly has this meaning in it. Not to mention the immortal Zhang's beauty in front of him, what is even more powerful is his infinite mana. If there is this immortal with infinite mana in our clan, then Caillou is still afraid of him. If the immortal became my son-in-law, wouldn't my patriarch's position be more unshakable? Thinking of the beauty, Huangdi couldn't help but dance in his heart. No, it's still necessary to settle this matter as soon as possible. As a result, he coughed solemnly. My nephew. Is it appropriate for uncle to call you that? I heard Wangdi's words while still immersed in the fog and dream. Good feelings. Let me introduce to you, this is the little girl Jingwei. What, Jingwei? I short-circuited my mind again for 3 minutes. This fairy is the beautiful woman who turned into a divine bird to fill the sea after drowning. It's really a waste of money. No, I must save her. Jingwei saw that I was always in a daze, and the last trace of my awe disappeared. Abba, this is the fairy who saved the whole village. I think he is an idiot. After speaking, he smiled elegantly. At this time, I couldn't help shaking my head. Where did the means in my previous life go? She shrugged off such a girl. So I went straight to the Yellow Emperor and said, Uncle, it's still too early to eat anyway. Why don't you let Sister Jingwei take me around the village? Yes, of course. Chapter 80 The Gift Before Returning to Earth Part 1. The afterglow of the setting sun spread over the girl's body, and the golden brilliance shone on the holy face, which instantly made me feel a sense of tranquility. Watching the curling smoke rising in the farmhouse, the few people under the big tree in the village did not know what sorrow was. The young boys and girls, my heart actually welled up. If I could have the beauty beside me, it would be pretty good to live this kind of life all the time. The combination of handsome men and beautiful women is difficult to be unobtrusive. What's more, the girl beside me is Jingwei, who is regarded as the jewel in the palm of the whole clan. A large group of 5 or 6-year-old little guys pestered her and called her sister happily. The young people of the clan not far away are glancing at this place from time to time. But what amazes me is that some pretty girls are also quite friendly to Jingwei. I couldn't help but sigh. Jingwei's charm has reached the realm of killing both men and women. In the future, if I want to take Jingwei away, I will definitely need to go through a big test. In the blink of an eye, I laughed at myself again, and the 8 characters haven't been written yet. They are already thinking about the future. In order to successfully integrate with Jingwei, besides her own intentions and their importance, the attitudes of the villagers and her parents are worth considering. Needless to say, the ancestor of the Yellow Emperor, I can secretly feel his potential support attitude. And Jingwei's mother also seemed quite friendly towards me, so there was no problem with my parents. The rest depends on whether my heart is genuine or not, and whether it can impress Jingwei's heart. Whether it can win the support of the villagers. However, I believe that the latter is also very easy to do. After all, in their opinion, I am a living fairy who saves the village, and their attitude towards me can't be so bad. The only thing debatable is Jingwei's sense of me. I muttered silently in my heart. I want to gain the favor of girls. The first thing to do is to keep her curious about you. In letting her discover your many advantages, and then have a considerable favor. After that, the feelings of love for a long time intensified. Under no special circumstances, winning a girl is generally a guaranteed win. So now I'm going to show my first advantage in front of Jingwei, caring. I kindly squatted down and stroked the head of a little boy who was about 6 years old. Hello. What's your name? The little boy obviously heard that I was a fairy, and shrank back a little timidly. He replied in a low voice, My name is Aniu. I took out a piece of delicate pastry from the all-purpose capsule indifferently. This is the must-have weapon I used to get the title of Good Dad. This is a treasure in the sky. If you eat one, you can live 100 years. Just call me brother, and I will give you this treasure. Aniu obviously couldn't stand the temptation of pastries, so he summoned his courage and shouted, Brother. Then he took the pastry from me and ate it sweetly. Suddenly I heard him shout, it's delicious. So he devoured it. The children around looked at him enviously. I took this opportunity to laugh and said, as long as you call me brother, everyone will have a share. So the children around Jingwei swarmed around me and started desperately called. As a result, everyone was happy, and I captured the hearts of the children in the clan in one fell swoop. Jingwei looked at Shangshang in surprise while swallowing the cake and hesitantly walked over to me and said, is this heavenly treasure really delicious? I smiled and took out a cake with the finest workmanship and the most ingredients for her. Try it. She took the cake slowly, her bright eyes fixed on me, and I looked at her with a smile and encouragement. So she took a small sip, and soon a surprised expression appeared on her face, and then the cherry mouth obviously increased the speed of tasting. I secretly rejoiced. Eat more if you like it, the more obsessed the better. After sending the children around, I accompanied Jingwei to the small lake beside the village. Shows my second strength, a sense of humor. Taking advantage of the quiet environment embellished with a warm atmosphere, I will exert my eloquence to the greatest limit in history. I swear that even Yu Xuan has never enjoyed such treatment. The effect is obvious. In Jingwei's extremely beautiful laughter, the distance between us is drawn little by little. The moon had already hung over the treetops, and a faint moon halo made the surroundings of the lake foggy. Strangely enough, Uncle Wangdi hadn't come to see us yet. No matter, it's time to show my trump card. That is to use anger and the magic that I learned in my previous life to win the hearts of girls to make Yiren smile. Chapter 81 The Gift Before Returning to Earth Middle. Jingwei looked at the strange black object like a hat that I took out from nowhere. Looking at the curious eyes of the beautiful woman, I was not in a hurry to uncover the mystery. Beautiful fairy, do you like blooming flowers? Jingwei hesitantly pointed to the various wild flowers blooming by the lake. Does it mean that kind of beautiful thing? I smiled and said, it can be said that it is true or it is not. What I want to offer you is a rose that represents love. I guess Jingwei definitely doesn't understand the correct solution to love, so I'm relieved to be a bold and frivolous beauty. Sure enough, Jingwei's dazed look made me chuckle to myself. Then I bowed to Jingwei very respectfully, turned the standard magic tool black magic hat into a dumping shape, and then hollowed out the empty hat and gestured to Jingwei. Jingwei didn't know what I was going to do, but just looked at me curiously. I pretended to be mysterious and took out the stars in front of Jingwei, and after taking out the moon, I made a gesture of throwing my hat. In the end, I tightly covered the mouth of my hat, and after waiting for 2 copies, I saw Jingwei's surprised smile as I wished. A steady stream of snow-white doves, a symbol of peace, flew out of my hat. In the darkness, it is quite eye-catching. Although Jingwei didn't understand the principle, her instinctive reaction was to make her stand up and applaud. Seeing Jingwei's elated appearance, I made a silent motion, and then I heard a whistle, and I saw the dove of peace that just flew away and flew back into the hat according to the order, but the dove of peace after the pressure was well behaved. Stopped on my shoulder. I looked again at Jingwei's insatiable desire for knowledge, and he was acting like a ghost again, drawing circles back and forth above the hollow of the hat, but in his hand he was desperately saying, Molly Molly Red. Namo Amitabha, change it for me. Then I chuckled and took out a large bouquet of roses. Oh my love angle, it is my gift. Although Jingwei couldn't understand what I was saying, I still understood the gesture I made. She took the rose shyly, and the fresh rose scent quickly conquered this girl who had never seen the world. When she showed an intoxicated expression, I pulled her smooth little hand again, and she followed my gaze and looked up at the endless starry sky. At this moment, I threw the carrier pigeon forcefully, and the carrier pigeon, which was flying violently, suddenly exploded under the starry sky in midair. Gorgeous fireworks burst out, all kinds of colorful colors dotted under the endless starry sky, and finally all the fireworks condensed to form 3 big characters, I love you. I turned my face to carefully observe Jingwei's expression, but there was nothing unusual. I was a little disappointed when I was excited, but looking at her side face illuminated by fireworks, I couldn't help but be deeply infatuated. So I unknowingly rubbed over Jingwei's body, and kissed slowly without thinking. It wasn't until my lips parted that I noticed Jingwei's terrified expression. Too bad. I was so anxious. Jingwei slightly pushed back a few steps, as if to calm himself down. It's so embarrassing. I was actually kissed by a man I just met, but today I'm really good at it. How many magical treasures does the immortal in front of me still have yet to take out? I'm thankful that Jingwei didn't turn around and run away immediately, which saved me from being called a big pervert. The scene fell silent for a while, and the atmosphere immediately became awkward. I was eager to get rid of this unnaturalness, so I took out the trick of pressing the bottom of the box to win the favor of the beautiful woman. I saw my hands spread out, suddenly gathering energy, and instantly my whole body was shrouded in white light. I am well aware of the symbolic status of the dragon in the hearts of Chinese sons and daughters. Therefore, through the delicate control technique, using the power of qi, and using the lake water as the material, the miracle that nature cannot create, the ice crystal dragon is instantly constructed. The dragon, exuding incomparable might, appeared lifelike on the lake. I am quite satisfied with this effect. After all, I am not a natural artist, and it is quite good to be able to do this. Wait, I suddenly found Jingwei kneeling on the ground reverently. I can't see what the ice does. What a cocooning conceit. Now there is a commotion in the village, and it is obvious that the ice crystal dragon has been discovered. Unfortunately, I would have moved to a farther place if I knew it earlier. Now the world of the two of them will be destroyed. So I sincerely explained to Jingwei, "This is the dragon I summoned to pray for you." Jingwei widened his eyes in surprise, then pointed at me with a red face, speechless. Come. I heard more and more footsteps. I instantly detonated this ice crystal dragon, and bloomed gorgeous ice crystal snowflakes according to my intention. In Jingwei's exclamation, I picked her up into the sky and enjoyed myself. With a refreshing cool air. Looking at the shining moon spirit accompanied by the folds of the ice crystal dragon flower, Jingwei's unparalleled delicate face revealed a holy brilliance that couldn't be seen. Under the moonlight, two figures swept across the lake. Chapter 82, The Gift Before Returning to Earth, Part 2. Although I don't know what the consequences of the ice crystal dragon will be, I only know that I am very proud now. And it's kind of comfortable. Jingwei's little bird Yiren leaned tightly into my arms, with an intoxicated look on her face. She was obviously moved by my last long French kiss in the air, and I also announced that Yiren was officially in my arms. Because the influence of the ice crystal dragon was deeply engraved in the hearts of everyone, they have not dispersed for a long time. And more clansmen began to flock. However, although they did not see the ice crystal dragon, what happened next deeply shocked their hearts. I embraced Jingwei, a treasure that everyone in the clan regarded as a treasure, and fell from the sky like a goddess. Jingwei obviously did not expect that there would be so many clansmen by the lake. She shyly buried her head in my broad chest. As a result, the talented people in the clan who were still hopeful were suddenly heartbroken. People are gods, and in this world of the weak, the big fist means everything. With his own strength, how can he compete with others for the fairy in his dreams? The clan was even more upset, and the pearls in the clan were picked by others. I was completely lost in the great joy of being favored by Jingwei, the reaction to other people. Sorry, I am not interested. So in the sight of everyone, we returned to the Yellow Emperor's home. Although it is still so dilapidated, with 4 walls, but now in my opinion, it is indescribably kind and natural. Maybe this is the so-called love house Jiwu. How could Huangdi, the patriarch, not be aware of the appearance of the dragon? But after hearsay that others saw Jingwei around Shenlong, he immediately realized that Shenlong might have a close relationship with me. After thinking of this level, because he was deeply aware of Shenlong's position in the hearts of the clansmen, he wanted to win my heart even more urgently. I was just about to sleep when someone brought a pillow. Mixed in the crowd, he was pleasantly surprised to find that everything was so perfect. His desired son-in-law and his beloved daughter soon came together. It's almost like a big bowl of iced green plum tea suddenly appeared in the dog days, happy to heaven. Satisfied, he quietly disappeared into the crowd and began to plan his next move. Looking at the passionate Huangdi couple, I was moved for a while. How long, I haven't tasted the love of my parents for a long time. I always thought it was quite funny before, but now I realize how precious it is. Compared with the Wangdi couple, my desire to marry Jingwei is even more urgent. A romantic plot always promotes the blossoming of the fruits of love. Since the incident at the lake, Jingwei and I's relationship has grown by leaps and bounds. After using high technology and his own powerful strength to please Jingwei, Jingwei's heart has been firmly tied by my deep affection and the so-called fairy goods that emerge in endlessly. At the same time as being proud, I can't help but be grateful to Uncle Huangdi. If it wasn't for him giving the green light, I would never have had the chance to get what I wanted so easily. So some little troubles he encountered were solved secretly by my gratitude. I was very satisfied with all the gains, but I never thought that a bigger surprise was waiting for me. Let this unexpected journey draw a perfect ending. Wu Lang, Grandma wants to see you. A sweet voice sounded on my earlobe, sweetly entering my mind. Beauty's request I have always agreed without thinking, and this time was no exception. We crossed the wild road with beautiful flowers, crossed several crystal clear streams, crossed the rocky Shandong, and turned some slightly bald hills. A backward hut built up. Jingwei was obviously quite familiar with the people in the room and went straight in without asking. The people in the room are obviously not surprised by this, and even some are used to it. As I followed quickly, I looked down and saw an elderly woman with silver gray hair and wearing slightly worn clothes woven from sackcloth. The long silver eyebrows like a fairy almost cover up his eyes, and the wrinkles on his face are almost negligible. But what amazes me is that the rosy skin of an old man is comparable to that of a newborn baby. The kindly and smiling demeanor almost rivals the Enron before Jesus' death. Although Jingwei had been talking to her intimately, I did not let go of my vigilance. The moment the old man was caught by me when I entered the house, the fleeting gleam in his eyes made me doubtful. After they met, they quickly turned their attention to me. At one time, the old man flashed a strong surprised look, and the eyebrows in front of him couldn't stop shaking. Involuntarily, the corner of his mouth whispered softly, "Longyi, it's actually Longyi." Jingwei asked strangely, "Grandma, what are you talking about?" Wei doesn't understand. The old man, I stood up and paced behind me like a fly. I wanted to dodge but caught Jingwei's pleading gaze. I stood still, causing her to stroke my head and the vicinity of my cervical vertebrae because of the discomfort. Immediately, her face was finally replaced by ecstasy, and she murmured unconsciously, "Heaven is fortunate to have mercy on me. I was fortunate to see Dragonborn. Ha ha ha, immortal, in the spirit of heaven, don't be jealous." Immediately worked hard she calmed down and took a breath, then walked to Jingwei's side again, attached to her ear and asked Jingwei softly. Even if I hadn't eavesdropped, from Jingwei's blushing face, I could be sure that it was some private matter of his daughter's family. After another frolic, Jingwei reluctantly said goodbye to Grandma. Then she happily threw herself into my arms. "You know what Grandma said, you must be a great person in the future. She doesn't know how big it is, but she said that it seems that Dad and Chiyu are definitely far away. Not as far as you." I smiled softly. "Oh, did you?" In my heart, I was admiring her vicious eyes. Suddenly Jingwei said to me with a serious face, "By the way, after 3 months, Grandma wants me to bring you here." "What do you mean by accomplishing an unprecedented innovation?" "I have promised Grandma, you be sure to come with me." I gently scratched her delicate and unparalleled nose. "I know pull. Elf." Chapter 83 Become Jackie Chan, Part 1. The 3 months were quickly spent with Jingwei's friends. During this period, I really disliked the practice of hunting, gathering and fishing by the tribe. He privately taught his uncle Huangdi how to grow food and raise animals in captivity. He was obedient to the behavior of my prospective son-in-law, and immediately arranged for the clan to implement it. In order to avoid extraneous branches, I directly taught the Yellow Emperor the genetic rice seeds that could mature once a month. Through my tyrannical power, I captured 100 wild boars, 100 wild boars, 100 wild deer, and all kinds of other beasts. Then a super large pasture was opened, and personnel were directly arranged to plant it. Once these measures were implemented, it caused a huge sensation. The clansmen ate the fragrant rice and watched the wild animals gradually grow up, and their excitement could not be vented. And the status of those who advocated all this naturally rose in their hearts, so the status of the Yellow Emperor could no longer be shaken. Don't forget the well digger when you drink water, and I, the mastermind behind the scenes, naturally won the incomparable gratitude of the Yellow Emperor. Even my marriage with Jingwei was gradually put on the agenda. I have done everything else that Jingwei should have done except that I didn't eat it. Jingwei is also determined to be my woman, vowing each other, even if the sea is dead and the stone is rotten, she can't express her determination at this time. And of course, I've always been kind to her. In view of the danger of swimming in the East China Sea, I firmly resist her going to the East China Sea for swimming. She even took out my Nirvana weapon, very cool. After enjoying the pleasure brought by high technology, she immediately forgot the vastness of the East China Sea. Spend the day with me in the super villa, the all-purpose capsule that you carry around, and enjoy life. What Chanel perfume, what Monroe shower gel, what Mylin shampoo, etc. Products are not pulled down. You have to wear any fancy clothes. Even worse, she pulled me to watch soap operas, and she wouldn't let me sleep until I saw the ending. In the end, she even sighed with emotion. The life of an immortal is really degenerate. Corruption. But I like it too. I sweat. What is this all about? Came to this strange hut again and now I'm driving me crazy with the pungent herbal smell. There are all kinds of fantastic and exotic grass in front of the hut. I will not talk about the strange shape, but the color is also colorful. There are red, blue, yellow, and even gold. But there are still some rare medicinal herbs, like Polygonum multiflorum, ginseng, and snow lotus. The list goes on and on. I'm very surprised that an old man is so capable of making so many messes. Just as I was looking around, I stumbled upon a lot of colorful things roaming on the hill behind the hut. I didn't take it to heart, it's probably some poison. I shook my head in confusion. Just as I was about to walk into the hut, I accidentally bumped into Jingwei who was about to go out. I don't know what happened to Jingwei, but he gave me a warm kiss. Wow, I usually force her to be kissed by me, but she was so proactive today. Suppressing the doubt in my heart, I enthusiastically responded to the kisses that fell from the sky. But the more I kissed, the more dizzy I felt, until my eyes were completely black, and my hands, feet and materials fainted. The last thing that rang in my ears was Jingwei's exclaimed cry. In a daze, I felt as if I had been soaked in poisonous pulp. The terrifying pain actually tore my nerves directly, and began to invade the central pain nerve of the brain. I am in so much pain. What's more terrifying, after the severe pain, a dragon-shaped creature will bite my limbs, and then it seems to melt into my meridians, rolling over and over, causing my meridians to twitch constantly, even the existence of my meridians. The chi in the body was also affected, like a boat that could be overturned by huge waves at any time, rising and falling on the sea. I don't know how long it took me to be in such a situation, and I finally passed out completely. In the confusion, I vaguely heard someone sobbing, and I struggled to open my eyes. Finally, it was difficult to despise Jingwei, who was crying secretly by the bed. When I first saw Jingwei's demeanor, I was heartbroken to death. The originally plump face was ruthlessly thinned, and the swollen and red eyes showed that the owner was very affectionate. Although I didn't know what happened, I still struggled to hold Jingwei in my arms. Jingwei seemed to have found an outlet to vent, and he couldn't bear it any longer and started crying. I was wrong, I shouldn't have listened to Grandma's words and stunned you. Wu Lang hit me, I shouldn't be. In fact, I realized the moment before the coma. Although Hu Hen was anxious at that time, but now seeing Jingwei's haggard face, my anger has turned into a paper wrapper. Gently stroked her hair, suddenly. Ah, why, my hand, how did my hand become like this? I suddenly touched my face with trembling. I didn't feel the familiar smoothness before, my heart sank. Chapter 84 Become Jackie Chan, Part 2. I lifted the sheet and pushed aside the jade man beside me, and rushed out of the hut like a lion, running all the way to the stream. The clear stream is like a clear mirror reflecting my current appearance. I stare at the reflection and tremble. This person is not me. This person is definitely not me. The reflection in the stream turned out to be a disgusting creature covered with snake-like scales. What? I suddenly exerted my strength, and the entire stream was instantly evaporated by me. Without noticing the sharp increase in my skill, I fell to the ground helplessly. He stared blankly at the sky, his mind blank. Jingwei cried and ran to my side, hugging my face tightly. I'm sorry. I pushed the hateful woman away in annoyance. Stumbled toward the barren virgin forest. Jingwei suddenly hugged me tightly from behind. Wu Lang, I'm sorry, I hurt you. I promise that no matter what happens in the future, I will never despise you. I will always love you. Don't leave me, okay? Listening to this hateful woman's words, I only felt a burst of sadness, each other. I pushed her away again without pity, but I pushed her into a coma with too much force. I knelt down on the ground in pain and hugged her gently. She cried out loudly. A harsh sarcastic voice suddenly came from my ears. Look at your appearance, are you still a dragonborn selected by the dragon? After such a little setback, you cry like a woman. What a waste. That's right, I just thought harm you. I want to keep you from being together for the rest of your life. So I used this little girl's respect for me so that I can frame you upright. How about it? Come to me for revenge. I raised my head angrily, although the wrinkled old face in front of me can't be connected with the spirited old woman from before. I know this voice even if it turned to ashes. The immortal old man who disfigured me. The uncontrollable fire of anger came from my heart burned. My eyes quickly turned golden, and an irresistible urge began to expand from every cell in my body. The disgusting scales all over my body seemed to come back to life. It was like a slow heart contraction. Gradually, slowly, my head began to deform, and my limbs gradually merged into my body, turning into neat scales like the skin of my body. The surrounding black clouds soon shrouded this mountain area, and the electric light appeared and disappeared in the clouds. In the night where I can't see my fingers, only my place is shining brightly. The thunder and lightning that filled the sky seemed to have found an attack target. Hundreds of lightning bolts with a thickness of more than a few meters hit me, who had already risen in the air. At this time, although I could still feel the sense of danger, the pain caused me. I couldn't control my body, and my limbs retracted into my body for no reason. I could only watch the lightning strike me. The expected death did not come, but after being struck by lightning, he absorbed the energy of the lightning and became more energetic. But the swelling in my body made me feel like I was about to explode. But after the second 100 lightning strikes, it gave me a sense of relief. But I know that I am not dead, but like the Monkey King Saiyan who saw the moonlight and turned into a gorilla. Don't know what will I become. The dark clouds are slowly dissipating. But I didn't change back. I looked at the hand in front of me in surprise. Oh no, it was golden claws, and when I turned my head to look behind me, there was a golden body more than 1,000 feet long, and the golden tail looked like a fish tail. Etc. Golden yellow claws, more than 1,000 feet long body, golden yellow tail like a fish tail. Did I become? With a single thought, my huge body flew to the edge of the yellow river. Although the sensation caused is unparalleled, I just ignore it now. Looking at the slow reflection of my figure in the slow place of the yellow river, I'm going crazy. What a crazy world this is. I turned into a 3-clawed golden dragon. The reality is cruel, but life has to be lived. I turned back to the sky above the old woman. Because I believe she must have a way for me to release this transformation. Unexpectedly, at this moment, she was kneeling on the ground reverently, tears flowing wantonly on her wrinkled face. But I knew it was her tears of joy. Old guy, have you seen it? This is the dragon you never forget. Old lady, I finally made it happen for you today. I was too lazy to talk nonsense to her. Hey, immortal, do you know how to make me change back? At this moment, she even respectfully said to me, Lord Dragonborn, you just need to discharge the energy in your body. As soon as I heard it, I couldn't wait to take off at a height of 10,000 meters, desperately starting to create lightning. Wow, fairy tales make sense. I can get wind and rain. After almost an hour of hard work, I changed back to my human form again. Chapter 85 The Return of the Dragon to the Sea, Part 1. I sat on the grass with Jingwei in a coma and listened to the old lady tell me the ins and outs of the whole thing. It turned out that this old woman had long been a widow. Her husband was a famous wizard in the Yellow Emperor clan, and his status was so high that he was not the second person to think about it. Even my prospective father-in-law would respect him when he saw him. Because of his existence, he was not suppressed by Chiyu witchcraft. But one day a strange dream changed all that. A great god who claimed to be the dragon god asked him a dream, hoping that he could help find the dragonborn god. He also told him that only those with peculiar characteristics on the head would be the great dragonborn god, and told him in detail how the dragonborn could transform into a divine dragon. Finally reminding him that the search for the dragonborn would be extremely difficult, and even that he would never find it. If the dragonborn god can be found, the dragon god will grant any of his wishes. I heard it was very funny. Am I the so-called dragonborn god? Joke. I have always been brought up under the influence of atheism. I have never believed in any immortals. If there are any immortals, I really want to play against them. I don't know if they have the same arbitrary destruction as me, the power of the planet. It's just the serious look of the old grandmother in front of me that I don't think I'm lying, but I'm also lazy to inquire deeply. Anyway, it's a good thing to be able to transform. Maybe in addition to transforming into a huge dragon, I can also become a more powerful Super Saiyan warrior like Saiyans accept to become gorillas. Dragon God Warrior. But I am still very worried about the after effects of turning into a three-clawed golden dragon. So I asked, why did the scales on my body disappear after I transformed into a dragon? Could it be that after I transformed into a dragon, the energy in my body can only be released before I turn back into a human? Grandma saw that I insisted on asking, so it was inconvenient to hide it. Actually, for the past 49 days, I have been busy for you to change back to the dragon. Every day, the son of the dragon, the poisonous snake I saw in the back mountain, will be bled by me to increase your dragon energy. In fact, these scales are all it is, pure power. When you just woke up, you did not fully grasp these energies. So the scales on your body did not push away. But at this time, you already have the opportunity to transform, and you still lack a transformation condition, that is the fire of anger. Only when you are completely angry, but not completely lost your senses, you can transform into a dragon. As for whether you want to fully release energy, I don't know very well, but it allows you to transform completely. It's these dragon energies. Since I wasn't injured, I got an unexpected benefit. I didn't delve into this matter, but it also reminded me that I shouldn't be too indulgent to my beloved. Unexpectedly, Jingwei would even dare to betray me. So looking at this sweet face makes me angry. After saying goodbye to Grandma, I returned to the super villa with Jingwei in my arms at a speed unseen by the naked eye. Moving at high speed is very gas-consuming, but right now I don't care at all. When I transformed into a dragon and recovered my body, I was pleasantly surprised to find that the entire cell was completely filled with white airflow, which means that my combat power is comparable to that of Super Saiyan 2. Which means that the battle value has reached 35 million, and sparks are still shining between the cells. What amazes me even more is that the speed of my chi recovery has greatly increased. If it is a less intense battle, I can completely maintain the peak state from start to finish. I believe that although the Dragon Ball plot has undergone tremendous changes, I believe that those classic bosses will still jump out. Now that I have considerable strength, it is time to find a way home. I can't wait to see Goku's surprised look. I believe that Wukong's strength has reached about 25 million at this moment. After breaking through Super Saiyan 1, it seems that the realm after breaking through began to ride a flying saucer. Although it did not break through too, its strength should not be underestimated. After all, Sun Wukong's unique fighting talent is there. But then again, if I can go back, my strength will become the number one in the universe again, haha. This time, not only did he bring the beauty back in his arms, but he also greatly improved his strength, etc. This seems to be the classic plot of the protagonists in the Kidian novels who are lucky in disguise. Regardless of it, I never imagined that I, Wu Jufan, were so favored by God. It's time for me to plan my future. Well, Jingwei must marry. Just as I was planning carefully, Jingwei had woken up faintly, watching me sit on the bed with her behind my back. Desperately, he rushed over and hugged me. Wu Lang, don't leave me. Don't. The tone was so sincere and fearful, as if he was afraid that I would fly away immediately. When I turned around with a smile, she was suddenly shocked. Wu Lang, your face has recovered. The surprise was beyond words. Although I love her to the death in my heart, there is still a cold face on my face. Do you know what you did wrong? I know, Wu Lang, I'm sorry for you. I shouldn't listen to my grandma. Do you know how distressed I feel after you passed out? But I can't help it. I was locked in the room by my grandma. I was just praying that you didn't. I couldn't help it at the moment. I picked her up and threw it on the soft and comfortable big bed, picked up her little butt and slapped her down. I told you to be disobedient. I told you to betray your husband, by hand. The astonishing elasticity made me very quick. After looking at it, I found that Jingwei was flushed and gasping for breath. It was obvious that the spring tide had moved. I'm heartbroken, shoot on the spot. I kissed Jingwei desperately and began to grope up and down. It wasn't because there was a saying that the road is long and long, but I will go up and down to search. It really came to my heart. Under my enthusiastic offensive, Jingwei was quickly attacked by me. For the first time, her perfect body was completely displayed in front of my eyes, which made me dazzled. Finally, in the midst of 1,000 calls in my heart, I picked up my gun and mounted my horse, and I completely had Jingwei. Chapter 86: The Return of the Dragon to the Sea and the Return of the Earth. Middle. Yesterday afternoon, I suddenly had a fever, and I lay in bed all afternoon with a headache. An update has been done as much as possible. I worked hard to get up today, although I was still a little dazzled, but I still have to guarantee it. But even if I'm going to die tomorrow, I'll guarantee the third watch. Sorry. It is true that the mystery of the world is not something that only a small world can spy on, and the witchcraft in front of you is like this. I am curious about this strange power, which is not part of the human body, but a source of the vastness of the universe. Ever since I learned that the grandma in front of me has the ability to change the time node, I was quite surprised. This is like the function of reading files like those computer games, which is better than my fake fairy. It's just that I'm quite curious why she didn't use this skill to revive her old looks. Her gloomy answer made me realize. While being favored by God as supermortals, they were also stripped of some important things. And this kind of miracle that can revive the bones cannot be used on their own, that is, the so-called medicine people do not heal themselves. Of course, this kind of magical power can only be used to solve some extremely important things. After all, there are still laws in the space world, and it must not exceed this limit, otherwise it will be starved. The matter of sending me home is naturally a trivial matter of sesame and garlic skin, but when it comes to me, the great god of the Dragonborn, she naturally wants to meet my wish despite the risk of losing her life. It also means that I have to return to the Dragon Ball world. Given that this strange spell can only find nodes in memory, and it must be experienced in person, otherwise I can go to the world of One Piece or the Hunter to have a look. Now I only have to go back to the time when I killed Frieza's father. What is surprising is that it took 10 years to prepare this spell, but after thinking about it, I was relieved quickly. After 10 years here, I still kill Frieza's father in Dragon Ball world, so I didn't. Nothing to worry about. Jingwei, who hugged the little bird Yiren beside him, was unable to express his satisfaction in words. Jingwei, whose body and mind already belonged to me, began to obey me, and the image of a gentle and virtuous woman of the Chinese nation was quickly reflected in her. I also officially finalized the wedding date with Huangdi's father-in-law. It is worth mentioning that after learning that Jingwei and I were engaged, countless young men in the village were uncontrollably heartbroken. There are even some hot-tempered admirers who don't hesitate to challenge me to win back Jingwei's heart, and there are many characters like Dayu. I was mentally prepared for this situation. After all, Jingwei's charm is there. I thought about frustrating them, but not undermining their confidence too much, but also to achieve the effect of not shaking the foundation of the status of Wangdi's father-in-law, so I came up with a direct and convincing method: hunting. In fact, I thought about it before deciding to hunt. After all, Jingwei is my lover, and I will break her heart if I make a game without her consent. Fortunately, Jingwei, who is understanding, quickly understood my original intention and was generous with me. But I was sternly demanded that I must win or she would go to Wangquan with me. In addition to the accident, I was also very moved. And a group of young people in the clan were also quite satisfied with this competition. After all, they have all seen my power. If I ask for a competition, none of them will try to beat me. In this way, I quickly won the favor and respect of these young people. While admiring my broad-mindedness, they unconsciously dreamed of good dreams in the future. After all, hunting cannot rely solely on strength, but also experience and technology. And they think they've been hunting since they were kids, and there's no way they can lose to me. Moreover, even if he lost, the winner could only be his fellow villagers. So as long as there are no accidents, you can still see the goddess in your heart in the days to come. It's a pity that they don't know Li Ning, and they don't know the saying that everything is possible. Besides, having been slipping in Dragon Ball world for so many years, I will never fight an uncertain battle. In my super villa. While congratulating me and Jingwei on our wedding, everyone couldn't help but ask me how I hunted so many prey. The corners of my eyes flickered, and the smile on the corners of my mouth spread out like ripples. Memories come to the day of the game again. This game is won or lost based on the weight of the prey. After I picked a virgin forest that no one was familiar with at all, I set off. I stopped and walked, but without any accident. Every time I stopped, I had almost a ton of prey on my hands. I don't need to drag the prey back like ordinary people, but directly weave a huge net with air and wrap all the prey on my body. So until the end of the game, the ground allotted to me to store the prey was always empty. Jingwei was naturally eager to die, but those who hunted prey such as wild boar, wild sheep, hare, wild deer and so on were always empty. The hunters' excitement couldn't be more. But if they saw how I hunted they would probably cry. Yes, my sharp weapon is still gas. Because my control of chi has reached the point of omnipotence. I don't care about the sporadic prey, as long as there are a large number of prey within a radius of 100 meters with me as the center, such as bison, viper, leopard, black bear, I will start my hunting plan. First of all, I started to gather chi with small power, and the chi that controls the surrounding air forms a restraint on the prey, which is the so-called space restraint. When the prey was unable to move, with the movement of my mind, the chi scattered around my body transformed into countless hammers and ropes. The animals are bundled up and automatically returned to my net. And these hammers and ropes will not disappear, they will attack wherever I go, so wherever I go, there is not a single animal left behind and the sweep is completed. So when the game was about to end, under the circumstance that Jingwei was eager to see through, I carried a total of 300 tons, almost a mountain of meat back to the clan. Chapter 87 The Return of the Dragon to the Sea, Part 2. Wukong and others stared blankly at everything in front of them, as if it was so unreal. Frieza and his son were killed, and even the senior brother, and Wukong were in an unusually irritable mood. Unexpectedly, even if they transformed into Super Saiyan people are still inferior, and they are also implicated senior brothers. Although the crisis has been lifted now, I still feel unhappy. Maybe it's because of my brother's sacrifice. At least it is worth comforting that the Dragon Ball of Namek has not been destroyed, and it can be used to save the brothers and the others. Then, suddenly, a strong dazzling golden light appeared in front of Wukong and the others, and two figures appeared after a fleeting moment. It was me and the beautiful goddess Jingwei who went on a fantastic journey. At this moment, even the neurotic Wukong shouted helplessly, "My God! Senior brother is too perverted." Having said that, The smile in the corner of his eyes is self-evident. Even the Dragon Scale Special Forces members cried out in excitement. Krillin and Gohan exchanged palms in excitement. I finally returned to the world of Dragon Ball again. Even if it is not Earth, I can still feel the familiar atmosphere here, as well as the enthusiasm of my companions. Recalling all the difficulties encountered in saying goodbye to Wangdi's father-in-law and the others, and bringing his sweet wife to this space again, I felt a sigh of relief. Even if it is stronger than me, it is still powerless for some human accidents. After winning the hunting competition by absolute advantage, I finally got Jingwei as my wish. But the problem came out immediately. Since I don't belong to this world, then I must leave. But Jingwei's departure and retention became the crux of the matter. I would never allow my wife and I to be separated from each other, but the Wangdi couple who loved their daughter would not let Jingwei leave. Fortunately, Jingwei gave birth to a boy named Wu Yingji and a girl named Wu Yiqian, and the Huangdi couple who had a new love, reluctantly agreed to our departure. As my relatives, foundation building is naturally indispensable. Now that I'm as strong as Super Saiyan 2, I can't describe it as extraordinary. I have created a combat power of 20,000, 15,000, 30,000, 16,000 Wangdi and my two new children without any effort. 10 years later, after Wu Yingji successfully took over the status of Wangdi, we completely parted ways. With my promise to come back once a year, Jingwei and I were able to return to the Dragon Ball world. Nothing has changed. Sun Wukong is still that dumb, and Gohan and Keelan are still so strong. Unexpectedly, in just 10 years, Wu Jufan and I have become so sentimental. The Dragon Scale Special Forces team members have completely integrated into the Dragon Scale organization. They rushed to my side in a hurry, and called out in unison, "Hey, boss! Sai, the lady beside you is..." I beckoned Wukong and the others to come over. "I would like to introduce to everyone, this beautiful lady beside me is my wife." Before I finished speaking, Kaylin muttered, "Senior brother, this guy's life is too good. I'm so jealous." Jingwei also greeted everyone generously at this time. "My name is Jingwei, please take care of everyone in the future." That guy Darley couldn't stand there any longer. He turned around and was ready to fly away. I noticed this keenly, and as soon as my mind moved, I had already come to Deer. Dar was obviously taken aback and thought I was going to attack him, and after witnessing my fight with Frieza and his son, he couldn't even think of challenging me. The reckless and bloody fighting method is obviously not what the Saiyan Prince in front of me is unwilling to adopt. However, in order to stimulate him to go back with me, I must take certain measures. Just when Deer was at a loss, I gave him a slap in the face. Der was shocked. I slapped him a few times before he could react any further. Soon Deer's face began to swell up. He stared at me with wolf-like hatred, as if he was going to bite me to pieces. Wukong and the others didn't know what I was going to do, so they cast strange eyes on me. "You must be quite angry in your heart now. It's a pity, your strength is far behind me. You can only endure the humiliation I brought you in silence and cannot resist. The glory of your poor Saiyan Prince still remains. Can you shine?" When I said this, my tone suddenly rose. "You are still a Saiyan Prince, and even Kakarot, a junior soldier, is far inferior. What do you mean by running away now? Are you flinching?" Deer's heart was quickly filled with resentment and humiliation. His hands slammed on the ground angrily, and he screamed, "Ah!" I was very satisfied with this effect, so I began to incite him in a tempting tone. "As long as you join the Dragon Scale organization and go through the special training I have arranged for you, you can also reach the realm of Sun Wukong. How dare you come?" Der has been tightly bound by the desire to strengthen his strength at this moment. After hearing my words, he asked incredulously, "You promise to follow me?" Chapter 88 Surprisingly Human, Part 1. Just when everyone was happy and ready to find Dragon Balls to revive everyone, the energy tester on my chest suddenly flashed. I felt a little dark. What's going on? This sound should be the sound of an emergency situation in the Dragon Scale organization. How could it suddenly appear? According to the plot in the original work, there should not be a powerful boss during this period, why did an emergency suddenly appear? With a beep, I said calmly, what happened? A huge image suddenly appeared in the void. A middle-aged man with a clear outline, thick eyebrows and big eyes, who was around 30 years old and wore the title of Dragon Scale Organization General. The young man calmly reported to me, Boss, at around 10 o'clock yesterday morning, 6 super masters suddenly appeared from the X coordinate Y city. They declared to the world that they would kill Mr. Monkey King, and emphasized that the Dragon Scale Organization should not be unauthorized. Intervene, or we will be uprooted. One of the masters named number 17 shot and blew up the West capital as a warning. In view of the pressure from the people, we had to shoot to meet the enemy. Because the Nappa Super Saiyans who have been successfully cultivated have already completed, the organization currently has 1,000 Nappa warriors. The 100 Nappa warriors center all warriors who can transform into Super Saiyans and have a combat power of about 15 million to fight the enemy. Unexpectedly, this image suddenly zoomed in. A perfect image of Shalu appeared. Kill all the guys named Shalu. My pupils suddenly shrank. The plot has indeed undergone tremendous changes. Not only was Dr. Gates not killed by number 17 and number 18, but this guy, Slu, came out as a perfect body. I secretly estimated in my heart that the strengths of the androids are Dr. Gates 15 million, the guy who looks like a clown and absorbs chi has 20 million fighting strength. Number 16 is the same as the newly born slug, his fighting strength is 27 million, number 17 is 25 million, number 18 is 24 million, and the complete slug is 100 million. Hee, the strength is quite strong. But what is the reason for the unity of the androids? Chief, the mistress's sons and daughters are all safe at the moment. But it seems that our actions angered them. They demolished our 5 branches, and almost no one survived. Although it is not clear that they have attacked the headquarters. However, the subordinates think that they should not take chances. I hope that the leader will return as soon as possible and let us to destroy the enemy. Solve the immediate crisis. The image will soon disappear. I pondered silently in my heart, realizing that the situation in front of me was beyond my control. Now even if I have the initial strength of Super Saiyan 2, it doesn't work. After all, the complete body of Slu has already appeared. According to the original work, the strength of a Super Saiyan 1 after Sun Wukong's practice can be almost tied with the complete slug, so that means my previous strength division is completely wrong. Then the top strength of Super Saiyan 1 is 9,000 10,000. I used to think that my strength could reach the level of Super Saiyan 2. Now it seems like a joke. With my current strength of only 35 million, it's not enough for Sleuth. This is my first super crisis since I came to Dragon Ball World. Anyway, since things have happened, I have nothing to hesitate. After all, my wife and children are on Earth. I ran away. Monks can't run away from the temple. Looking at the people who were still in a daze, I shouted, don't waste time. Wukong, you and I return to the Earth to meet them directly. Dragon Scale Special Forces, you and Gohan Keelan are looking for Namek. Dragon Ball. Dear, if you want to become stronger, you can also help in the process of looking for Dragon Ball. After giving the order, I gently said to Jingwei, my wife, I'm sorry. I just came to Earth and asked you to accompany me. Go through a crisis. But you don't have to worry, we are all immortal, we can't beat the big deal and go back to my father-in-law and the others. Your combat effectiveness is relatively low, and you can't help if you go there. You and them are already here. Look for the Dragon Balls. Jingwei, who has been carefully cultivated by me, can't be underestimated at this moment, and already has a combat power of 150,000. There should be no rivals on this Namek. So I can safely leave her here. Wukong hurriedly agreed. Oh. But brother, I still don't know what happened. I grabbed Sun Wukong. I don't have time to explain now, let's talk as we walk. I pointed to Kaylin and the others who were in a daze. Don't be in a daze, hurry up and act. Yes, brother, we know. Yes, Chief. Brother, we have to take a spaceship. That move is too slow. I have a faster way. #%, ###. A flash of glory flashed, and Wukong and I disappeared in place. Chapter 89 The Surprising Artificial Man, Part 2. Senior brother, it turns out that those androids came to me to hold the hatred of the Red Forging Army. Wukong and I were flying fast while learning the truth of the incident. I told him without any concealment, so that he could also play a leading role in this operation. After all, he has excellent fighting talent, and maybe he can create any miracles. I said solemnly, Wukong, you need to be clear about one thing. The opponent this time is a powerful being that even I can't defeat. Although your strength is far weaker than mine at present, I believe you will be able to pass through a lot. Break through quickly. After all, you are a Super Saiyan. Goku, I will explain the characteristics of Saiyans in detail to you now. What, brother, there are still many Super Saiyans. And I'm just at the low level of Super Saiyan 1, which means I can still upgrade to Super Saiyan 2 or Super Saiyan 3. I can't think of it. Super Saiyan 1 can reach 90 million combat power, so what kind of situation will Super Saiyan 2 look like? By the way, brother, what is your current skill? I want to combat Goku's optimism. The report that the spirit does not hide. Your brother, my current skill is 35 million. Before Wukong called out, I changed my tone and said solemnly, but this time the enemy's strongest strength has reached 100 million. Wukong immediately, I bowed my mouth, what? 100 million? I asked in a sincere tone. Wukong, this time the hope of the earth is entirely up to you. I know that there is a time house where the gods can replace one day for 1 year. I hope you can break through the Super Saiyan 1 and reach the realm of 2 there, otherwise all the earthlings including you and me will be finished. Senior brother, but you are far stronger than me now, why don't you go to practice, but ask me to go? I said depressedly, I am from the earth, and the skills of short-term cultivation are not comparable to your Saiyans. I couldn't make a qualitative leap in a short period of time. My tone is heavy again, but you are different, you have the blood of Saiyans on your body, you can improve a lot in a short time. Even beyond Super Saiyan 1. Wukong, don't let me down. Brothers will work hard for you to buy time. Go ahead. I gave him a deep look, and the hope contained in it was self-evident. It's all my fault for being too eager. It would be great if I cultivated Gohan. With Gohan's strength. Hey, forget it, you can't regret what you've done. I decided to fly to the headquarters of the Dragon Scale organization. Lord Zhuang, how are things going? Brother Jufan and Wukong, have they returned to Earth? Leping asked anxiously. Zhuang slowly said, this time, the Earth may be in trouble. So he relayed the conversation between me and Wukong just now, word for word, to Tianjin Fan and Leping. Even Piccolo on the side pricked up his ears and listened carefully. My last words were like a heavy hammer hitting everyone's heart. Wukong, brother's skill is only 35 million. The hope of the earth depends entirely on you. What, even brother Jufan, Lord Zhuang, what should we do? Yes, although we know we can't be defeated, but we also hope to do this last battle for the hope of the earth. Tianjin Fan said firmly. Kai Wang sighed heavily, we can only pray now. I hope Goku can reach the Super Saiyan realm soon. Then he quietly walked back to the house. Vic on the side also shouted silently in his heart, Monkey King, it's up to you this time. Well, and Wu Jufan. I don't know what other people think, but now I'm in a terrible mood. All the way, there are devastations everywhere, and the closer you get to the headquarters of the Dragon Scale organization, the more obvious the traces of destruction. My mood also plummeted. The androids actually took a shot at me. Simply unforgivable. Lan Qi, Lan Fang, Wu Qilin, Wu Shengblong, you must wait for me. Having reached the gate of the Dragon Scale organization, my heart immediately sank to the bottom. A pit with a diameter of 1,000 kilometers and a depth of about 10 meters immediately disrupted my thoughts. At this moment, I don't have any shit about the earth in my heart. Wife, son, where are you? Dog days android, I must, the nails have been deeply immersed in the flesh, and my anger has burst out uncontrollably. Once again, the sky was immediately covered with thick dark clouds. The area around the dragon scale tissue immediately disappeared, and the familiar sense of swelling in the body struck again. I didn't have any resistance. I knew I needed to vent. Become Jackie Chan. The crackling of lightning could be heard incessantly. Lan Qi, Lan Fang, Wu Qilin, and Wu Shenglong, who had learned that I had returned, resolutely walked out of the security fortress deep in the base to join me, despite the opposition of their subordinates. Having deeply realized the terrifying strength of the androids, they desperately need my warm embrace. It was only when they got to the ground that they found that the ground had completely darkened. Chapter 90 Hard-Fought Android 1. Wait, what are these familiar Kai? Even though I was furious, I quickly found out that I was sensitive to the breath of my loved ones. To Lan Qi and their positions. Holding back the ecstasy in my heart, I tried my best to suppress the state of transformation. In fact, as early as that. In the 10 years of the world, I have used all possible ways to control the transformation, but the effect is not satisfactory. Unexpectedly, it was a success today in a state of ecstasy. Whether it is reuniting relatives, or mastering transformation. It all gave me a little comfort in this chaotic Dragon Ball situation. Even if it's just a glass of water. Salary. Crossing the obtrusive bald hills, the happy expressions of Lan Qi and Lan Fang's pear blossoms and rain were deeply engraved on me. Heart. I instantly forgot the existence of the earth. Yes, as long as people are there, everything is fine. Organization is destroyed. In order to rebuild, other members disappeared and can be expanded, but my relatives are not allowed to suffer any harm. The two boys Wu Qilin and Wu Shenglong threw themselves into my arms. But soon I let him go. After all, my arms are still a little more suitable for my wife. Just when our family was having a good time, an annoying fly appeared. It's been a long time, Wu Xian. Pregnancy. The strong momentum took the lead, and the golden horse of the road appeared in front of me. The 17th, 18th, etc. Behind me. People kept following him. Immediately, the surrounding atmosphere became chilling, and the gusts of wind began to blow recklessly. Gradually, the corners of his clothes began to block the sight of the two boys. Maybe Mr. Wu doesn't know me, but I have admired me for a long time. Mr. Wu has become famous. After all, what an amazing title as the future #1 powerhouse in the universe. My heart is in love, even though I always dream in my heart that maybe the #1 in the universe. But it's clear in my mind. Difficulty. Leaving aside other powerful enemies, there is only one Monkey King that makes me feel unspeakable pressure. After all, the difference in bloodlines is there, and I can't accept it. Although it is said that diligence can catch clumsy, but Sun Wukong is in trouble. Do you work harder than me? But I am also proud. Maybe it is the strong strength in the early stage that makes the enemy terrified. But the guy in front of me has clearly surpassed me, so why are they? Mr. Wu, what a pity. If I don't come here in a time machine. It is estimated that in the future, I am not your one-trick enemy. I felt a sudden shock in my heart, and I said calmly, "Oh, this." What is a statement? Mr. Wu, in order to make you more clear, I might as well tell you. Future. You will have a magical transformation, the power of which may not be understood by you now. I hit. An analogy is good, the transformation of Monkey King and his Saiyans is already quite powerful. But your transformation is stronger than them. Harm more. You only need to transform once, and you can get them Saiyan to transform twice. The scary thing is that you can change body 3 times, which means that Super Saiyan has to transform into Super Saiyan 6 before he can barely catch up with you. People can't act at all under your oppression. Don't say anything about killing Sun Wukong to take revenge. But well. Pity. Slu showed a very regretful expression. Suddenly he raised his voice. We have already investigated secretly, you don't understand at this time. Transform. So, haha, you are not my match. Suddenly he clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. In fact, revenge is meaningless at all. Fighting with masters makes my blood boil, but you are in the future. Your strength has become so powerful that I can't summon the courage to fight with you at all. Tisk. I was shocked, I never thought that I could transform like Wukong in the future. And more than that, arrive. Bottom, what's going on? Is it turning into a dragon? So I tentatively asked. Then I transform into. After 3 times, the body must be very large. The speaker is intentional, but the listener is not. Slu explained indifferently. What a big body. Your transformation is the same as Super Saiyan, only the eyes and hair are the same as his. They are different. After speaking, the fear in the corner of his eyes disappeared for a moment, and then he continued, your eyes become blonde, your hair has turned completely blood red, strangling. Slut, what are you talking about with him? Hurry up and get rid of him. Dr. Gates couldn't help but get angry. He was still very angry with Dr. Gates when he heard this before. What do you know, you bastard warrior? Super masters like Mr. Wu are used to respect, even if his current strength is not very good. As a martial artist, we are already sore and despicable. If you dare to be disrespectful to Mr. Wu, beware of me killing. About you. Slut actually said something that shocked the people present. Even I feel bad when I hear it. Short circuit. It seems that the cells of some martial artists such as Sun Wukong have no influence on him. Dr. Gates is ashamed. 2. You dare to speak to me like this. He yelled at number 16 angrily. You used to kill Wu Jufan for me. Before the words of killing were completely dropped, everyone felt the corners of their eyes blink. Dr. Gates' head has been separated from his body. Chapter 91 Hard-Fought Android 2. Slaughter's move didn't seem to shock the android, and even number 18 whispered, he should have died a long time ago. After doing all this, Salu didn't feel anything wrong. Okay, Mr. Wu, no more garbage. Shouting here, we should do it too. Although I respect you very much, but there are still some things that have to be done. Every android here wants to fight you and wants you to point them out. And I will be the last one who takes your guidance and kills you. Slut said politely. I smiled proudly, you have the ability to say it. But I can also tell you that death is nothing to me. A trivial thing. Slug obviously misunderstood what I meant. You mean Shenlong. I can confess. Tell you that the dragon will follow you underground after you die. I smiled and didn't explain much. I pointed at my wife and children with inquiring eyes and said, Slu obviously didn't understand the idea of cutting weeds. Meaning, they can go and stay at will. We will not embarrass Mr. Wu, your wife and children. Fang and the others showed a smile that only we can understand, and they quickly understood what I meant. I am empty. The door opened wide, directly exposing the flaws in front of them. First, to test what they just revealed to me. Whether the respect is true. Secondly, I am immortal at all. I am afraid that he is a bird. Mr. Slug, I want to place my wife and son in a place where I can feel at ease, so that I can direct in meditation. You guys, what do you think? Although the language is an inquiry, the unquestionable tone expressed in the tone is clear. Slu clearly saw me as meat on the chopping board, and his main focus was on me. Let me bring him the first surprise. %% ####. I sneered, and soon Lanchi and the others disappeared in front of Slug and the others, leaving only Slug in the air. The expressions they looked at each other. But the next moment, I quickly appeared in front of them, but they were shocked. Be surprised. Salu asked strangely. Mr. Wu, you can escape, why did you appear again? Are you not afraid of death? I cursed in my heart. Idiot, everyone is afraid of death, and of course I am no exception. It's just that I am unbeatable Xiaoqiang, but he said righteously, since you respect me so much, if I run away, would it not destroy my image in your minds? Besides, I wouldn't even bother to run away. And next I won't use the stunt just now to escape. I want to maintain world peace. Salu suddenly burst into laughter. Mr. Wu, do you want me to call you noble? Or call you stupid? Okay. We don't have to talk nonsense. I can't help but fight you now. On the 16th, You go first. 16. The all-metal structure with only a tuft of phoenix-colored hair on its head, can't wait to move. I am very. It's strange that it's metal, why is the crunch of the bones so vivid? Gates, you are a genius. What? The current situation does not allow me to be distracted. The heavy punch of number 16 was bombarded like a fast missile. The strength has reached our realm, and there is a strong lethality between every move, and the fist of number 16 has been. It is no longer a simple boxing style, but has been completely upgraded to a boxing gang. The high-speed spinning fist is completely comparable to the small one. A horizontal tornado, the grass on the ground seemed to let out a weeping cry, was pulled up weakly by the wind, and disappeared again in a blink of an eye. Into the air. I am no longer the Wujufan I used to be, and head-to-head is not the only option at the moment. My hands lightly turn it around, and it is so transparent that only the experts like us can notice the electric tai chi appears in the air. Ignoring the surprise of number 16, I even pushed and played to transfer the damage to him perfectly. Because just now, the shot was just a tentative attack, and I knew that this move would have limited damage to him. Taking advantage of the moment when he was dumbfounded and did not respond, I fiercely bullied myself up, and the fierce gang punch was completely different from the previous one. Ru Jin is in the opposite direction. Number 16 is still terrified by the magical attack just now, and he can't help but want to avoid this attack. It's a pity that I've already realized that it is good for both defense and attack to keep 3 points in attack, so. This punch still crossed a peculiar arc and hit number 16 fiercely. The powerful force made number 16 feet's huge body. He kept spinning like a spinning top in the air, and I didn't forget to send him an energy shock wave. After the strong explosion, there was smoke and dust in the sky, and the embarrassed number 16 was completely stunned by me. I'm cold. Next, even if I don't have a special transformation, I can't handle a character like you on the 16th. Even knowing 16, who is not my opponent, did not die. This makes me admire his courage, but all his. I know all the sure kills, and it is impossible to turn the sky upside down under my hands. I suddenly smiled. Chapter 92 Hard-Fought Android 3. Everyone, leave a footprint on my blog. That's why I know why Slug has always refused to play first. He is worried, he is afraid. I am now a little curious about how powerful the future me is, so powerful that even if Slug bullies the previous me, I will always be afraid of it. If you want to find out my truth, then I will not let you do so. 16 with a lion and a rabbit, and turned it into the current Chinese martial arts show. Dragon boxing, snake boxing, tiger boxing, leopard boxing, crane boxing, lion boxing, elephant boxing, horse boxing, monkey boxing, biao boxing, dog boxing, chicken boxing, duck boxing, dragon shape boxing, long zhuang boxing, longhua boxing, xinglongquan, filongquan, fire dragonquan, qinglongquan, filongchengquan, qinglong siquan, poisonous snake spitting letter, tiger shaped, black tiger, green tiger, white tiger, hungry tiger, fierce tiger, flying tiger boxing, fuhu boxing, wushu boxing, eight tiger boxing, tiger howling boxing, back tiger boxing, side tiger boxing, chamahu boxing, hidden mountain tiger boxing, wuhu group sheep boxing, gongzi fuhu boxing, tiger leopard boxing, tiger crane double shaped boxing, white crane boxing, zong boxing, minghe boxing, feihe boxing, food crane boxing, full crane boxing, hungry crane boxing, wuzu heong boxing, yongchun white crane boxing, one-legged feihe boxing, lion-shaped boxing, golden lion boxing, liger tiger boxing, Ershi holding ball boxing, yuan gong boxing, yuan-shaped boxing, yuan mixed foodie boxing, white yuan short arm boxing, by yuan stealing peach boxing, chicken boxing, duck boxing, eagle claw boxing, eagle boxing, rock eagle boxing, harrier long boxing, swallow boxing, big wild goose palm, butterfly palm, turtle and bull boxing, crab boxing, Grey Wolf Boxing, Oriole's Frame, Mandarin Duck Boxing, Praying Mantis Boxing, Hard Tanglang Boxing, Secret Gate Tanglang Boxing, 8-Step Tanglang Boxing, Plum Blossom Tanglang Boxing, Kixing Tanglang Boxing, Wrestling Tanglang Boxing, Liuhe Tanglang Boxing, Lightboard Locust Boxing, Yuhuan Tanglang Boxing. All kinds of tricks are listed. Facts have proved that even if you don't have a strong chi, you can still make the boss of the Dragon Ball world insane. The breadth and depth of Chinese martial arts really shocked everyone present when it first appeared. After all, there are endless strange tricks and powerful attacks that cannot be prevented. Number 16 feels that even if he has a few more hands, he will not be able to keep up with the changes in the opponent's attack. Although the attack power is not particularly strong, but the accumulation of sand into a tower is enough to make a soldier lose his combat effectiveness. As strong as number 16 finally fell in my Qinglong Si fist with 6 styles and 8 strokes, and slowly fell down with incredible eyes. I patted the dust lightly, and said lightly, "Who's next?" The scene was controlled by me for a while, and no one answered my words. Salu coughed awkwardly. "Mr. Wu, you really are extraordinary. You can actually use such a strange attack to make the soldiers on our side lose their combat effectiveness. You must have seen that number 17 and number 18 are fundamentally ineffective. It's not as good as number 16, so let's let them go together." Without waiting for me to answer, Salu hurriedly signaled number 17 and number 18 to attack together. I despise in my heart, "Shalu, you are still rubbish in essence. If you think you have changed, how can you still let others be cannon fodder? In the end, you can't make a move without knowing my cards. But that's fine, I can cut off all your wings without interference, and there shouldn't be any unexpected changes in the duel between Goku and you." As brothers and sisters, number 17 and number 18 attacked from my left and right flanks with a tacit understanding. Obviously, they made up their minds not to let my strange moves have room to play. I narrowed my eyes slightly, and under the attack of their rapid sweeping, I took a step back. Just after dodging out of their attack range, I gently leaned forward and embedded in the center of them. Even if it was an attack with the back of the hand, it would be enough for them to grin if it fell on them. The only difference is that the number 17 that I attacked with the back of my left hand directly hit him in the face, while the number 18 I deliberately avoided her face and only moderately attacked her abdomen. Everything happened between Sparks and Flint, and Slew, who was fully enjoying the whole process, couldn't help but start to frown slightly. The two androids didn't even force Wu Jufan's strength. This is too exaggerated. Even he was not sure that he could easily defeat the alliance of the two androids under the strength of this chi. He looked impatiently at the fat number 13 who was slightly frightened next to him, and wondered if he should be sent there too. At this moment, the scene changed quickly. Although number 18 didn't understand why Wu Jufan kept his hand in front of her, he was very angry when he saw number 17's nosebleed. Damn it. This attack was completely dominated by her. Her tensed hands suddenly pressed into the void a few times, and in my puzzled eyes, she jumped high into the air, and suddenly gathered a strong air at an oblique angle. The slightly dark yellow energy sphere shrouded in black smoke, based on the speed that just exceeded the speed that just needed to be faster than the line with the frequency of the hands in the air, it collided with the pressure and collapsed into a space gap. Astonishing speed is squeezed into astonishingly tiny, in an explosion that I can't accept. Chapter 93 Hard-Fought Android 4. The strong hurricane formed by the explosion was cutting my body up and down like a sharp blade, and my cross-shaped shield made my hands have terrifying cracks. Coupled with my unique handsome appearance, it forms a strange and sinister beauty. The corners of Silu's mouth obviously formed a huge arc because of the smallness, and Jin Mang, whose eyes flashed, didn't know what he was planning to write. Number 17, who had wiped his nosebleed, was also applauding for number 18's attack at this time. Suddenly, a gleam of light in the corner of his eyes showed the white and smooth head shape of number 13. Why, he also shot. I secretly blamed myself. This kind of pity and cherishing Jade style really had to be given up in this kind of battle. Although he says he is immortal, there are always surprises. No one knows the extent of this immortality, and it is better to avoid death as much as possible if it is not necessary. Suddenly, an unfamiliar aura appeared behind me, and I smiled indifferently, playing sneak attack, for me. I'm over my own strength. Just when number 13 feet's hands were close to my body, I could already feel it. The excitement in the opponent's heart has soared to the extreme. And when the other androids thought the situation was settled, my body suddenly disappeared. Number 13 looked in disbelief in the direction I was disappearing. How could he not understand that such a flawless sneak attack did not make any contribution? Under the extremely surprised eyes of Slew, I swung my right fist with powerful kinetic energy and made close contact with number 18 feet's lower abdomen. The wonderful feeling of tearing came from my ears. I knew that another android was lost. His fighting power. At the moment when my eyes were dazzled, my gentle words came from number 18 feet's ear. You are already very tired, go to sleep in peace. Gently hugging number 18 feet's beautiful body, I gently put her on the ground. Standing up gracefully, he made a provocative gesture of swinging his index finger at number 17. Because of the unknown reasons for the life and death of number 18, number 17 rushed towards me like crazy. I inadvertently raised my mouth. Idiot, you want to fight violently. Since you are so eager to court death, no problem. I raised my right hand high, and attacked it like a slap in the mouth, without any symptoms. My right hand stretched out magically in the eyes of others, and hit number 17 easily but hard. The crisp but voluminous sound of pop quickly sounded in the open field. 17 was simply stunned. How could I play the role of the god of death ruthlessly, and my face flashed to the back of number 17. Number 13 took into account the feelings of the same family, and anxiously shouted, behind you. Before he could finish speaking, my magically powerful hand knives had already slashed both sides of his neck. As if the blood in his brain had been evacuated all at once, the sky full of Venus in his tired brain made him feel warm in the nutrient solution. I slowly pulled my hands away, as graceful as a senior conductor after conducting a large-scale music and art conference. Such a puff also mercilessly stripped number 7 feet's entire body of strength, and with the sound of bomb, his body fell to the ground ruthlessly, raising a lot of dust. I took advantage of number 13 feet's fear and glared at him fiercely. Unreservedly showed my evil side to the bottom of his heart. Number 13 only felt a coolness rising from the soles of his feet and slamming into his body recklessly, making his heart even cold. I suddenly took a step towards Qian, and the dull sound hit number 13 feet's heart, which was already unbearable to be stimulated. Hey, robot! The left and right feet quickly switched angles, and the space dance steps that later generations used to watch were used for fighting. But my spacewalk is more elegant, faster, and has the charm of death. Number 13 looked at my stature in panic, and kept asking himself, what should I do, what should I do? Suddenly my handsome but sinister face appeared on his right side, and my hands suddenly froze. Hold down his fat body. You're not fooled now. Sure enough, number 13 grabbed my waist without hesitation as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. The long-lost smile finally bloomed on his ugly face. Let me sigh for a while, it turns out that bad people can laugh so wonderfully. Salu frowned on the side. No, he shouldn't be caught so easily. Could it be that he did it on purpose, as if to confirm what he said? I glanced at it, as if to say, Gaga, you are the only one left. Just like Sun Wukong couldn't escape the palm of the Buddha, the fat man in front of me really began to absorb the chi in my body hard. I suddenly pulled out my left hand, gently stroked his lovely and white bald head, and whispered softly. Children, be careful to eat too much indigestion. HMPH, can I take advantage of Wu Jufan's advantage? At the moment of physical contact, I violently slammed the chi in my body into an overwhelming rush, as if the deranged chi began to collide randomly in my body. Of course I would not dare to do this in normal times, but now. There's an extra outlet for excretion. Chapter 94 Hard-Fought Android Final. Fatty's body suddenly showed a strange golden color, and the expression on his face was quite painful, but Hu and I are the most enthusiastic to help others. Immediately increase the output frequency of the whole body. Don't be polite to me, I'll take it. I said to number 13 with a smile. No, 13 looked at me resentfully, and reluctantly withdrew the hands on my waist. There is no reason why I don't smear oil on my feet at this moment. This guy now has an ammunition depot that is about to explode. I tossed my hair coquettishly, put my right foot on the ground, and jumped away gently like a ripple. Well, the only opponent left is Slew. Following my sharp eyes, Slew looked indifferent. Instead, he pretended to shrug his shoulders lightly, indicating that the strength I showed just now was just a pediatrician to him. I didn't mean to him, so I wasn't too outraged at his indifference. As if seeing through my thoughts, Slew clapped his palm lightly. Mr. Wu, you are truly amazing. You can defeat all of them without transforming. But I'm sorry. It has been analyzed in the battle that your combat power is about 35 million. In other words, your current strength is far behind me. It is a pity that you can no longer exert your combat value, so today next year will be your sacrificial day. Slew finally used my strength clearly. The last big stone in his heart also fell to the ground, and the words were a little flirtatious. Mr. Wu, no matter how much I respect you, certain things are bound to happen. For example, your death. Don't worry, Mr. Wu, I won't make your death very painful. I have already jumped down in front of me. I smiled bitterly. What an exquisite move. It is useless under absolute power. Speed represents everything. Tai Chi can indeed be slow and fast, and the last one comes first. However, the opponent's level of strength is more than one step higher than yours. You can't see the opponent's movements clearly. How can you attack the strong with the weak? I silently sighed in my heart. Will my Wu Jufan's myth of invincibility end today? The picture in my pupil stimulated the nerves in my brain to shrink continuously, and a strong qi penetrated from my Tianding point, and quickly traveled all over the place. Everywhere in my body, my speed and strength began to greatly increase for a while. So I managed to dodge this theoretically impossible punch with a clever and subtle distance. It was a surprise to Slew, who didn't expect a single punch without success. He had accurately calculated the strength of my qi, my peak speed, my peak strength, and even dodging skills and methods from my battle just now. It can be said that it is not an exaggeration to see through me completely, but I dodged the punch that he thought was unavoidable even though it was not all-powerful. Slew began to doubt again in his heart. Impossible. Could it be that the other party has hidden a lot of strength just now? Otherwise how could I possibly estimate wrong? That's not possible either. Now how can his strength be beyond my expectations? No matter what Slug thinks so. In short, I feel very fortunate in my heart. Slug was too careless. He just estimated the consumption of my qi, but he didn't expect the speed of my qi return. What's even worse is that I didn't even notice that a clutter of anger ran into my nerve center just now. If I didn't notice it after the battle, I would be a fool in a few days. But the strong pressure from the outside forced me to squeeze any trace of air in the meridians. Under the unprecedented twitching of the meridians, this qi rooted in the brain was inadvertently driven out by me. While I am constantly terrified, I am also shouting fluke. Lady Luck is still on my side. Taking advantage of the gap between Slew's heart and mind, I swallowed a fairy bean without missing a beat. The familiar airflow filled my body again, which gave me at least something to rely on. Realm Star. The king's two tentacles kept shaking, and the clenched fists showed his nervousness. This guy named Wu Jufan is really amazing. He can beat so many powerful enemies again and again. I don't know if this opponent named Slew can win or not. Time House. Hi, Scare. Goku, who has slowly maintained Super Saiyan 1 in a normal state, has reached the peak of Super Saiyan 1. It's almost there. Kiki, Gohan, and senior brother, I can definitely defend this planet. You wait for me. The door of the time room closed, and Wukong's decisive back appeared in the Temple of Heaven. Is it Lu? My Saiyan son Wukong is here to pull. With one hand, the whole body suddenly burst into yellow light, and the powerful aura soared to the sky. Even Slug and I could feel it strongly. After sensing my chi, Goku immediately flew up, rushing towards me like a shooting star. In the empty Tianshan temple, Only Popo and Tianshan looked at each other, shocked by Goku's power. As I struggled to support Slug's faster than light attack, I felt that my whole body had reached the moment when the oil was completely dry. The power of Slug is indeed not something that I, who only has 35 million attack power, can match. Now I can only shout. I have the heart to kill the thief, but I can't go back to heaven. Salu's attack has completely reached the realm of pseudo-random, and he doesn't need to think at all. Any angle, any direction can be attacked as fast as a thunderbolt. If it weren't for my strong skin and thick flesh, I would have been lying on the ground a few times. Now I'm just conditioned reflex to resist some of his attacks, clenching my teeth. Wukong, why haven't you shown up yet, you damned fellow? Chapter 95 Wukong vs. Flu Part 1. The attack of sub-light speed is only one word more than the speed of light, but the realm represented is very different. Means Slug. Being able to lift weights lightly means I'm struggling. Difficult. Risk. With tenacious nerves, I endured the transmission all over my body. Pain came. The big sweat dripped down my eyes slowly, numb and slightly stinging and burning. Burning my eyelids. When I lost my mind, I was kicked away by Slut with an overweight foot. Lying weakly on the fragrant soil and gasping for breath, I smiled wryly and looked inside. My whole body was full of air. Due to my overuse, the meridians began to shrink again. This time, my losses in this battle were quite large. The decline in strength can be said, but the confidence in the battle cannot be recovered in 1 or 2 battles. I am angry. He grabbed Yu Qingcao. Fuck, the taste of failure is really hard to swallow. Slug had already slowly approached me, but stopped after hearing my complaint. Hands free. Supporting his well-developed biceps, he tilted his head slightly, and said arrogantly, Mr. Wu, for your complaint, I only can say sorry. After all, we are characters from different camps. You, and the one named Sun Wukong, and only one of us can survive. After all, the meaning of our human existence is to for revenge. I believe you will understand, Mr. Wu. Bah, win the king or lose the bandit, you can say what I am like now. But I'm also feeling in my heart, this man. It's so fucking polite to make a human, even though I'm all bruised and bruised now, I don't have a single thought of hatred. Head. This later became a prerequisite for me to be able to transform into a super Yanwang warrior. I don't know whether to cry or not. It's time to laugh. Maybe it's because the android in front of him is too cunning. Soon the guy named Sun Wukong is coming too. In this case, I will give you a chance to hand against me. I believe you, Mr. Wu, have no complaints. It was fine, but when I heard this, I got angry. When did Wu Jufan fall to the point where he had to join forces with others to eliminate his opponents? You underestimate me too. I snorted coldly and didn't turn my head away without ignoring Shalu's words. Salu was obviously not interested, but the slyness that flashed from the corner of his eyes could show his pride at the moment. It's ridiculous that I, Wu Jufan, hunted wild geese all day long, but was pecked and blinded by the wild geese. Just when I kept sulking with myself, the original first warrior finally arrived. A bright turtle. The word battle suit, coupled with the cold expression evolved from Goku's extreme calmness, is indeed worthy of being good in appearance and strength. Super soldier. Realm star. Great, Wukong finally came out. The proud disciple of my realm king can definitely save the world. Ha ha. The king of the realm swayed his squat body and danced in celebration. The people from Tianjin Fan and Leping next to him were excited to the palm. Even with his eyes closed, Piccolo began to stretch out his ears involuntarily, obviously. Think about the battle situation. Spirit world. Hey, I hope Wukong can win. The wrinkled skin of the gods, old bark trembled up and down. Spit out the hope in his heart. Bobo blinked his round eyes, but did not speak. Namek. Jingwei, who was already in tune with Lanfang and Lan Qi, suddenly murmured, that goddamn Wuji. Fan, why not come? Huh, Aunt Jingwei, you just told Dad to never come here if he doesn't come. What? Wu Qilin said with a cute face. Jingwei's face flushed with embarrassment. Lan Feng and Lan Qi laughed secretly, but or come over immediately to smooth things out. What do you know, children, don't go help Uncle Krillin find Dragon Balls. I was talking to Wukong again and again. Wukong, how's your practice going? Another big breakthrough. Oh, really didn't break through Super Saiyan 1. I was overjoyed and asked quickly. Ah, I haven't. I'm sorry, brother. I felt as if I had fallen into an ice cave, and I felt cool. The horse spreads from the limbs to the brain. You said you didn't reach Super Saiyan 2. Then why are you running here? I asked in disgust. Senior brother, Super Saiyan 2 is difficult to break through. Besides, I should be able to beat the road now. Hearing this sentence, I immediately realized that Goku has reached the top level of Super Saiyan 1. It's a pity, it's a loss. Yiba, could it be because God blamed me for not cultivating Gohan as a punishment? Slut interrupted our conversation rudely. Have you said enough? I have no patience to listen to you. Those nutritious nonsense are gone. You choose, do you want to go together or one by one? I was stunned by this sentence, and an evil fire suddenly rose in my heart. Fuck, the form is stronger than the human, I bear it. I solemnly handed a Dragon Ball to Goku. Fight well, the future of the Earth lies in this battle. Goku. Don't let me down, and don't let everyone down. Seeing Wukong's increasingly solemn expression, I closed my eyes with peace of mind. The baton is handed over to you. Come on, the original. With the first person. Blank, underscore, blank, underscore 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 underscore. Recommend a Dragon Ball of my brother. Chapter 96 Wukong vs. Slu, Part 2. Mr. Wu, you have too many things to explain. I don't have the patience to waste any time with you. Slut shouted wildly. Wukong nodded solemnly at me, decisively resisting the biggest crisis in the history of the Earth. I pushed away a few steps with relief, and sat on the grass with a heavy butt, waiting for the opening of this unparalleled, but not necessarily unprecedented, battle of hegemony. Goku's moves surprised me at first. Turtle School Qigong came out. The dazzling white energy shockwave illuminates the ground as white as frost. The air element in the air began to pulsate restlessly. Just the air ganglion, a long snake pit with a depth of 5 meters was torn out on the ground, as if the core of a white nuclear warhead roared directly towards Slu. I forgot to tell you, I'm a super cyborg that integrates the cells of many strong men. Your tricks have no effect on me. Slu was very busy, and his actions were not idle. The figure suddenly slid to the left, forming a green water curtain, which was truly pleasing to the eye. Wukong's expression remained the same. His left hand was blocked, and his right hand was raised vertically to change the direction of the shock wave, still aiming at Slu. How many times do I have to tell you, this kind of trick won't work for me? You'd better save your strength and fight with me in close quarters. Oh, is it? Wukong asked back with ulterior motives. What? Slu was blown to the ground before he could turn around. It turned out that when Wukong was dodging for the first time, when he put on that meaningless shape, he had already divided the turtle Qigong into two. One column went up to the sky at a very fast speed, and the other column followed Slu. Road. Wukong's bright plank road, and Chen Kang's dark skills are quite perfect. I couldn't help but give him a full score. It's a pity that, except for the dust of writing on Slu, I didn't receive any effect. Wukong seems to have known the result for a long time. As I expected, ordinary attacks have no effect on you. Then you can try this punch from me next. Disappear, appear. I stood up abruptly in surprise. My eyes opened in disbelief, and it actually appeared. In the 97th, in the terrifying battle between Kusanagi and Iori, Kusanagi prepared a perfect punch for Iori, Antelope. Hanging the horns, a punch that hits Sulu's chest with a strong punch. If only Goku had added that classic line of dialogue. It's a pity that Slu is not a god of 8. Although this punch is really good, Slu just flew out backwards, turned over neatly, and the counterattack of Linkong's kick has come. Although the attacking moves are not very good, the kick actually hit Wukong's face. Wukong's body was pulled very far all of a sudden. Wukong wiped his lower lip and spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm. Senior brother is right, you are the strongest opponent I have ever met. I'm also worried that I won't be able to win against you. But this time, you really have to get ready. Now, I'm going to use all my strength to fight you. Wukong suddenly spread his feet, looked up to the sky, a golden air hood surrounding Wukong's body began to rotate sharply and rose to the sky. Although he didn't shout, the blue veins on his face showed that Wukong was betting on mobilizing the energy of his whole body that this might be the last battle. From time to time, the ground is cracking, the mound is sinking, and the gravel all over the ground is like rain, but it just flies into the sky against gravity. Slowly everything subsided. This is not to say that Wukong's chi has decreased. At this moment, Wukong's chi has obviously been raised to the maximum limit, and the golden light all over his body makes him look majestic. Salu was unmoved on the surface, but he was already extremely surprised inside. Unexpectedly, in addition to Wu Jufan, the Saiyan in front of him can be so strong. Compared with himself, the difference is not very far. The trace of underestimating the enemy in his heart also completely converged. Then, I'm coming. FTL versus FTL. The dense and violent attack caused the temperature of the surrounding air to rise suddenly, and the sound caused by it also traveled several miles away. Every violent collision means billions of fists and feet collide, and every strong fire will produce a circular energy intersection ripple ball, which periodically emits energy around it. In comparison, the duel between Frieza and I was much eclipsed. Neither the energy nor the scale could compare to the impact of the two perverts in front of me. I stared anxiously at the stalemate situation. Both of them were extremely exhausted, because the relationship between Slug is infinite energy, but a long battle is a great threat to Sun Wukong, who has not yet broken through Super Saiyan 2. In this way, the last hope of the Earth is also declared dead. I can only rely on me, the undead, to run to the time house to practice for 1,000 years, and then come out to defeat Slu and rebuild the Earth after finding the Dragon Ball. So for the first time, I began to have deep doubts about my own strength and felt powerless about my weakness. This is the real feeling of those Earthlings in the original Dragon Ball novels. I never thought that a traveler like me would also taste this bitter fruit. I am really not reconciled. Not reconciled. Chapter 97 Unexpected Transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, my book is also serialized on the Zhonghu website. I hope you can click on it for me. If you can help me recommend it, I would be very grateful. Thanks. Please help by clicking on the image link at the bottom. You can even close it with one click. Please. The unwillingness in my heart has turned into a strong obsession in my body, and the blood descendants who are eager to become stronger are burning in my body. Suddenly, I felt that the blood flow in my whole body accelerated a lot, and my body temperature was also rising. The blue veins on the hands and feet swelled from time to time, and the blood vessels twisting like a centipede were filled with boiling blood. Then the skin around my body gradually began to fold and transmit light, and the faint golden light was really eye-catching. The two people who were in the middle of the fierce battle noticed this strange change, and they were secretly surprised that the movements of their hands did not stop at all. The bleak autumn wind slowly raised the blinding dust, and it was another big scene of wind and sand. The dust settled, and the two super masters fought together again. The protracted battle made Salu excited. Bloodshots clearly appeared in his white eyes, and his wide-opening moves revealed his excitement at the moment. Not to mention the single-celled warrior madman Wukong. He is clearly at a disadvantage and is still fighting against Zhao Zhao. Remember to fight hard. The whole body of the two of them began to be obscured by a powerful white air curtain, and even the vision that happened to me just now didn't even bother to pay attention. Indeed, stimulated by my pure thoughts of becoming stronger, the transformed body in Jingwei's world finally had an incredible mutation. If anyone could see through, they would find that the parkway point on the top of my head went all the way to the top of my head. There is a red meridian that does not exist in the human body in ancient times. If I stay absolutely awake at this moment, I can immediately realize that this may be the basis for me to transform into a dragon. However, the situation this time is very different from the past. It actually formed meridians to run through my whole body. It began to expand and contract sharply according to the frequency of the heart beating, and faintly resonated with the golden air in my body, which was bright and bright. The red color is probably the culprit that induces the overflow of golden air in my body. Suddenly, starting from the cells on the soles of my feet, the chi in my whole body began to continuously pour out from the inside, forming a golden chain in the air 1 centimeter above the ground, and began to roll up and rotate around my heels. The thick pure gold even emits a color that is more dazzling than the sun. My eyes start to become hideous and terrifying. The purple tendons at the corners of the eyes are matched with the golden light in the eyes. It looks like a living evil from the region. I was at a loss as to all of this. Having fallen into a deep state of self-hypnosis, all I had left was the pain of my own weak power. This pure and urgent need to quickly improve strength is the catalyst for my transformation, as I defined it after killing Slug. The golden chain around me became purer and thicker with the flow of chi in the cells of my whole body. When it rose to the top of my head, the energy jumped into a small energy waterfall and spread to the ground, and it changed again. The golden chain starts looping from my heel. As time goes on, the cycle gets faster and faster, and if at first it was pulled by a cycle wagon, for example, it's now almost like a rocket transport. Every cycle, those golden energies become more mellow, and the faint pure golden yellow seems to emit a trace of mist, which is truly magical. Finally, the cycle came to an abrupt end when it reached Venus 81 times, turning into a golden curtain of light soaring into the sky. If someone observes my body now, they will be surprised to find that all the chi in my body has been stripped away, leaving only a human-shaped empty shell. Oh no, it is an ordinary person who cannot live in ordinary people. After about 3 minutes, the light curtain went straight down again, and suddenly split into 7 lights on top of my head. It was the rainbow of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and purple, and finally formed a mist-like gas that separated from my 7 orifices. Pour straight in. After inhaling this strange gas, I, who was still in a state of self-hypnosis, suddenly showed an unprecedented state of excitement. All the muscles in my whole body seemed to have been developed, and began to swell like a sponge with blood. Fierce and terrifying tendons are prominent, and the hair is swaying up without wind. It's a pity that no one in the whole world can enjoy this scene, oh no. The other 3 were dumbfounded watching all this. Big cold beads slowly dripped from the king's head, but he didn't even notice it. There was an uncontrollable feeling that quietly rose in my heart. How many secrets are still hidden in that Wujufan? The same question also happened to Tianxian and Bobo. I hope that the mutation called Wujufan will develop in a good direction. When hating myself turned into a crazy anger, all these changes came naturally. The intense pain from every cell in my body finally pulled back my subconscious consciousness, which just happened to catch up with the changes in my body. If I wake up after a few minutes, I will only be able to repeat the simple transformation of the rectangular dragon in the future. It's also coincidental that it feels like storytelling. When I noticed an extra blood red meridian in my body, Chapter 98 Super Yanwang Warrior, Part 1. Everyone, please help click on the picture link, please click here. It's better to go in and recommend. Thanks. I was startled suddenly. What is this? This blood red meridian does not belong to one of the 7 meridians and 8 meridians of human beings at all. Is it? My mind moved. Combined with the situation when I transformed, I can probably be sure that this meridian is at work when I transformed into a dragon. Although I figured out what it was like to transform into a dragon, I didn't feel discouraged, and I didn't get stronger, so I knew what the transformation principle was. But soon doubts flashed in my mind. This meridian did not appear at all in the process of transforming into a dragon several times. Before I could think about it carefully, countless pieces of energy were already blazing towards me at the speed of light. It turned out that Slu and Wukong accidentally went on fire in my direction when they were fighting against each other. Before I could get angry, Slu shouted wildly in the middle of the battle, "Mr. Wu, it seems that you are not suitable for staying near us at all. It's not that I don't respect you, you'd better stay away. It was these sarcastic words that it is better to stay away, and it is better to stay away, which kept circling in my mind, and my anger immediately erupted like a volcano that had been brewing for millions of years. What? Future world, in the garden behind the dragon scale building. Brother, we clearly know that the androids of Salu went to the past world and wanted to be detrimental to Dad, so why didn't we take action to protect Dad? You must know that at that time Dad had not yet reached the realm of turning into a super Yanwang warrior. The delicate and beautiful boy with waterfall-like soft black hair anxiously asked his brother, who was lying on the grass with his handsome and refreshing black hair covering half of his face. These two handsome young people are Wu Qilin and Wu Shenglong of the future world. Facing his younger brother's questioning, Wu Qilin said calmly, "Didn't we have already told my father?" But he didn't care, and still made out with a few mothers there. It's too much. We have already so old, my father and several mothers are still as young as before, which is really enviable. Brother, is not the time to discuss this issue. Look at this. Wu Qilin had impatiently cut off Wu Shenglong's words. Brother, I guess there must be a big intention behind Dad not stopping the android. Let's not destroy his plan. You should think about how to prepare gifts for those sisters. Dad also really married so many mothers and gave birth to so many children. It hurts us to try our best to prepare gifts. I spent hundreds of millions of Earth coins just to buy gifts. Does he not know the importance of family planning? Wu Qilin said with a look of righteous indignation. Oh, really? My brother seems to be reluctant to give us gifts. Wu Qilin looked at the beautiful girls with purple hair, yellow hair, blue hair and black hair in disbelief. Angry eyes were directed towards his younger brother Wu Shenglong. Wu Shenglong had long since acted as if it had nothing to do with me and stood on the sidelines. The blue girl angrily grabbed Wu Qilin's ear. Big brother, how many gifts did you receive from us last time on your birthday? Oh, now you're complaining about our birthday, right? Like, it's too like, the vague outline, similar temper, is it? The screen turns. Years later, I am still me, standing on the top floor of the dragon scale building, overlooking the land of all living beings. Years ago, it was me who saved the Earth once again. I miss the hot blood feeling at that time. That kind of transformation is really, count the days, it's not a short time since the appearance of Majin Buu. The dispute is about to start again, and I cast my distant eyes directly to the blue sky. The screen turns around. The long-lost feeling of swelling appeared again because of extreme anger. The strange thing was that while I was extremely angry, I was still very sober and calculated. What if I turned into a dragon? Strength is not about size. Just when I was in a dilemma, I suddenly found that because I inadvertently channeled the energy from the lightning that I used to inflate my body into the red meridian, the red meridian began to flicker brightly and dimly. Glows, as if there is some mystery. I sighed, and it was useless to transform into a dragon anyway, so I just used a dead horse as a living horse doctor, and in one go, I got the energy of lightning in the air and stuffed it all into this strange meridian. Every time I put in the energy of a lightning bolt, the red color of that meridian becomes more and more bright, but it is still bright and dark, and the frequency of the beating also begins to rise sharply. I was overjoyed, it really worked out. So I continuously transmit the energy obtained from outside the body into this meridian, and the feeling of swelling in my whole body is getting smaller and smaller until it finally disappears. At this moment, the red meridian can already grow bright, and the blood red luster is daunting. Just when I was disappointed and thought it didn't work, there seemed to be a sudden flash of lightning across my mind. Chapter 99 Super Yanwang Warrior Part 2. Everyone, please help click on the picture link, please click here. It's better to go in and recommend. Thanks. The blood red meridians began to flicker with dazzling red-ons, and there was a blood red evil charm all over the body. Suddenly, the blood red meridians began to emit a dense blood red smoke that leaked out of the body's surface and began to crystallize all over my body. That's right, it's crystallization, and it's forming a dragon-shaped red crystal block, which constantly refracts the projected sunlight to form a gorgeous red sky. Do not have some poignant colors. High in the air. Sulu, who had already grabbed Sun Wukong's throat, was grinning and preparing to make a farewell vow to Wukong. Suddenly, he felt a dignified atmosphere in the surrounding air. The transformation of the nightmare person in the heart can't be wrong. That demon-like blood color, that flawless and magnificent crystal. Unconsciously, Sulu's whole body began to tremble, and even the hand that grabbed Wukong fell down weakly. Sulu murmured unconsciously, "How is that possible? How is it possible? How is it possible? It's obvious that I'm back to the past." In the blood-colored crystal, I quietly accepted the baptism of this powerful force, and the warm feeling made me feel as if I was a child. Into the arms of his mother. The thick dark clouds in the sky began to gather together, as if something was brewing, and finally, a huge lightning of more than 2 meters came down to the world like tearing the void, and smashed heavily on the fantastic blood-red crystal, which lasted for a full minute. Immediately afterwards, the dark clouds in the sky dissipated, and the sun soon hit the ground again, and the clean sky was particularly refreshing. Sudden, boom, and a huge crack appeared in the blood-red crystal, which soon spread to the entire crystal. Fell apart. A blood-red-haired warrior appeared in the sky. At this moment, I can clearly feel the activity and beating of the cells in the whole body. Every cell contains incomparable energy, and every pore in the whole body seems to have life, but it exchanges pure energy with the energy in the surrounding air. Absolutely powerful force. Absolutely unparalleled power. Unparalleled power. It was at that moment that I felt that I had the entire universe, and the entire universe was courting me. Slug flew back again and shouted in panic, "No, no. I must have made a mistake in the era. I should have gone earlier." So he turned around and wanted to run away. For me now, every move of the entire universe is within my grasp. The movement of celestial bodies, the collision of meteors, the explosion of planets, and all kinds of living and non-living things. If I wanted, I could admire the 2 tentacles on the head of an ant on a distant planet tens of millions of light years away. That's right, it's such a myth, and this is the special ability I have after my transformation. This also meant that Slu's escape was nothing short of heaven. I snorted coldly, "Do you want to leave after beating someone?" As soon as I finished speaking, my figure had already appeared in front of Slu. I half jokingly and half seriously said, "Mr. Sulu, you are really strong. I admire a master like you. Why do you rush to leave? We can communicate more feelings." With a wry smile, "Mr. Wu, since I have already divided the competition with you, then there is no need for me to stay any longer. If I disturb you, Mr. Wu, I will be very sorry." I looked at him with a smile, and my tone suddenly turned cold. "It seems that you don't give me face, so don't talk nonsense, let's see the real chapter under our hands." I ignored Slu's terrified eyes. It takes 2 strokes directly with the palm of the hand in the void. Since the frequency far exceeds the frequency of normal sound, there is no sound at all. Sulu's eyes are even more fearful. As a super expert, he can fully see the name of this trick. The speed of my palm is so fast that it can cut through the void, causing the space to break, thus forming a dimensional knife. And the speed came so fast, Slu didn't even have the chance to dodge. He was cut in 2 by me, and he fell heavily to the ground. My mind moved, but no action was taken. Wukong looked dumbfounded. Senior brother is too perverted now. After a moment of practice, he has adjusted his state. Only when I paid attention to the confrontation between me and Slu, I realized that Slu had already been cut in 2 by me. The shock in my heart can be imagined. I also sensed Wukong's gaze, so I smiled and gave Wukong an okay gesture, telling him that everything was under my control. On the other hand, Wukong was stunned by my image and fell from the air inadvertently. But if Wukong just fell to the ground like this, it is estimated that the Saiyans can go home as a nanny and take care of the children. Wukong easily twisted his body and stabilized his body, pointed at me curiously and said, "Are you still my senior brother?" I observed myself with my divine sense, and I couldn't help shaking my head and smiling bitterly. I, Wu Jufan, have also become a bad boy. No wonder Wukong was surprised. What he saw was a majestic young man with blood-red hair, golden eyes, and a flying dragon engraved on his chest. The whole bewitched boy and even the energy and momentum emanating from my body are all blood red. Chapter 100 Destroy Sulu completely. I didn't expect that I could transform, and after transforming, I looked much stronger than a Super Saiyan of the same level. Since I was branded with a dragon's mark and had the blood of Yanwang people in my body, then I officially put this kind of the transformation as named Super Yanwang Warrior Transformation. And as the first and only Super Yanwang Warrior, I have officially entered the historical stage of the Dragon Ball world's ultimate powerhouse. While satisfactorily trying to control the powerful chi energy in the body, I also feel that God has given us the rich capital of the Yanwang people. Diligent, brave, and good at creation, I have now discovered an advantage that is not weaker than the Super Saiyan of the fighting nation, and I am much stronger than the power at the unified level. Although I don't know how powerful I am at the moment, but from the point of view of Slug's fear of me like a tiger, I must far exceed 100 million combat power. Conservative estimates have reached the low level 200 million of Super Saiyan 2. I believe that whether it is a Super Saiyan or a Super Yanwang warrior, the power of different levels also grows exponentially. In fact, my estimate of 200 million is very reasonable, because the power from 1 to 2 is simply 1 times 2 to the power of 2, from 100 million to 400 million, and so on. Super Saiyan 3 is 4 times 2 to the third power is 3.2 billion. It was later discovered that the combat power of the same level of Super Yanwang Warrior is the 2 transformations of Super Saiyan, that is to say, I only need to transform once, and Sun Wukong has to transform twice to surpass me. With this layer of protective cover, I, Wu Jufan, an Earthman, can truly count as the number 1 in the universe. In the future, no matter how much Wukong changes, I don't have to be afraid, as long as I also level up. I'm faster than anyone else, but I still have a far superiority. You are really my senior brother, why does it feel weird? Wukong frowned while holding his chin. I rolled his eyes angrily. You are allowed to transform into a Super Saiyan, but Wu Jufan is not allowed to be transformed into a Super Yanwang warrior. Wukong fell to the ground again. What, senior brother, you can also transform. It's so inhumane. Senior brother is already outrageous when he didn't transform. Now I just transformed into a Super Saiyan to lead senior brother a little bit, but you are catching up. Really, senior brother, you can't let me taste the pleasure of being ahead of you. But in the blink of an eye, Wukong's face was serious, but I'm really excited, because I have a strong opponent like my brother again. To be honest, when I surpassed you before, I'm still a little uncomfortable. I've always been aiming to surpass you and I can't find my sense of direction. Fortunately, I have a strong slug, but now, brother, you must fight with me. I looked at Wukong with a wry smile. His name as a fighting maniac is really not for nothing. I made a serious gesture to him that there was no problem, indicating that the matter was over. I would make a good gesture with him. After all, I haven't deeply understood the advantages of Super Yanwang Warrior's transformation. Everyone, please pay attention. For various reasons, I can only update it every day at the starting point in the future, but I will update 3 chapters every day on the Zhonghu website. I hope friends who like this book can help come and click to read and recommend. Thank you so much. Against the Sun, everyone just click on the More Dragon Ball Earthlings chapters, linked to the picture below. Thank you. Against the Sun. Suddenly, my mocking voice resounded on the field again. Mr. Slu, are you still pretending to be asleep? It's already dawn. What? Wukong looked at the place where Slu's corpse was broken in surprise. Even the Realm King and the gods who had already thought the crisis was over and had already clapped their hands in celebration were frightened by this sentence. Slu didn't die. Given that I have already ordered so clearly, Slu knew that it was futile to pretend to be dead, and he began to prepare for the final battle of the trapped beasts. Since I'm going to die, I want this earth to accompany me to hell. The first sentence after Slu's body merged again was a delusional prayer to reduce the murderous intention in my heart. My eyes froze. Oh, is it? I asked meaningfully. Slu stepped back like a frightened bird, but insisted in his mouth, if you force me again, I will blow myself up. Wukong's good-natured Mr. Temper started to flare up again. Senior brother, just let him go. Otherwise, the power of his self-destruction is enough to destroy the entire Earth. Besides, he is also a master. I kept scolding Wukong for being eloquent, and I thought of countless thoughts in my mind. This guy Slu is definitely not to be let go. He can take the time machine to run to this era, which means that he can run to an earlier era. Although I don't know if it can affect the current history, it is always right to prevent the small and prevent the gradual. But this man named Slu still respects me quite a bit. After all, he is also a big boss. It would be a pity to let people who worship me die like this. Vanity attack. Seeing that hesitant expression on my face, Slu was overjoyed. I thought it was possible to escape, but I might as well have done my hands and feet in the air. Wukong saw a faint red mist wafting out from behind me early, and thought it was a normal phenomenon of transformation, so he didn't care. Who knew that this was my trump card for defeating Slug? It seemed that Slu was really impressed by my powerful strength, and didn't even mention basic vigilance. Let me easily hide the murderous intention around him. In Slu's eyes, I suddenly relaxed, so my heart lightened, but then I felt the restraint of space, and I was shocked. I struggled hard, but it didn't work, and even self-destruction didn't work. I couldn't help but feel disheartened. You said. I didn't expect Mr. Wu to be so despicable. I, Slu, have nothing to say. I don't care about a smile. Winners and losers. Losers are not qualified to speak loudly. Slu, I'm sorry, although I'm not worried about letting you go, but I won't just kill you like this. I just asked you to go to another place as a guest. Slu's eyes flashed brightly. As long as he could. To survive, he can accept any conditions. My aura exploded suddenly, and the blood-red aura energy leaked from my body radiated out in the form of absolute heat energy. My hands kept dancing and cutting, and a space door appeared in the void. Slu, who was terrified to death, had no time to protest and was sent to another dimension by me.